Chapter 1. The Great Li Dynasty. The capital of the Great Li Dynasty was filled with the resounding sounds of gongs and drums today, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. Countless citizens and cultivators spontaneously lined the broad streets, their faces alight with joy as they awaited something extraordinary. Before long, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. In the midst of the throng, thousands of figures appeared, riding magnificent steeds that radiated vigor and vitality. Upon spotting the carriage nestled among the throng of cavalry, an exhilarating cheer erupted from the crowd. The Prince of the North, having waged war for years and returned victorious after utterly vanquishing the Xiongnu dynasty, had expanded the territory of the Great Li Dynasty by hundreds of thousands of miles before finally returning to the capital. Naturally, the citizens were eager to extend their warm welcome. "Oh, if only my body were still in its prime," one lamented. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the entire Xiongnu dynasty has been eradicated. The Great Li Dynasty shall no longer face any concerns from the rear. I can also govern the world alongside Linglong. Inside the carriage, Chu Luo listened to the fervent cheers surrounding him and sighed softly. His thoughts drifted to Li Linglong, and a smile of contentment graced his lips. He was not originally from this world 5 years ago. An unexpected turn of events had brought him here. To his astonishment, he found himself as the Prince of the North, endowed with remarkable talent for cultivation. By the age of 18, he had ascended to the position of Prince of the North. Moreover, he had shared a bond with Li Linglong since childhood. After the passing of the previous emperor, the feudal lords of the Great Li Dynasty stirred restlessly, plotting to usurp the throne. He intervened to suppress the turmoil within the Great Li Dynasty and aided the 18-year-old Li Linglong in ascending to the imperial throne, becoming the first empress in the history of the Great Li Dynasty. Once she was crowned, the Great Li Dynasty enjoyed peace, free from the disturbances of the Xiongnu dynasty, and they wed, ruling the world together as equal sovereigns. And now he had achieved it. As the sound of hooves receded into the distance, the throng of cavalry escorted Chu Luo to the palace gates. Gazing upon the opulent and imposing palace before him, a softness flickered in his eyes. He lifted his foot, intending to step into the palace. At that moment, a sharp and elevated voice rang out, announced the arrival of the Prince of the North to the court. "Your Highness, please proceed." A palace eunuch hurriedly approached Chu Luo, his face beaming with respect. In response, Chu Luo nodded and smiled. After 5 years of absence, it seemed Li Linglong had been thinking of him daily. "Let's go." Chu Luo began to walk towards the palace, albeit at a leisurely pace, akin to that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, the numerous young eunuchs did not dare to urge him on. After all, the man before them was the formidable warrior who had obliterated the Xiongnu dynasty in a mere 5 years. The journey of several dozen miles took Chu Luo nearly half an hour, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Chu Luo, you have returned." Upon entering the grand hall, before Chu Luo could bow and speak, Li Linglong, seated upon the imperial throne in her resplendent 9-phoenix robe and crown, rose, her ruby lips parting as her beautiful eyes locked onto him, a faint smile gracing her face. Around her, the multitude of ministers cast their gazes upon Chu Luo, their eyes glinting with mockery. Chu Luo sensed something amiss but chose to disregard it. He slightly bowed and said, "This humble general, Chu Luo, pays his respects to your majesty." "Ha ha ha. The Prince of the North has rendered countless services to the Great Li Dynasty in this campaign and deserves ample rewards. I hereby declare, I grant the Prince of the North 10,000 acres of fertile land, 100,000 spirit stones, in addition to countless treasures of gold and silver." Li Linglong abruptly stood, her joy bubbling forth. 10,000 acres of fertile land. Chu Luo's expression suddenly turned grave. He raised his head, his starry eyes fixed on Li Linglong, and spoke softly, "Is this truly the reward you bestow upon me, your majesty? What of our agreement?" Upon hearing the words 10,000 acres of fertile land, he instinctively grasped the implications. Yet, Chu Luo was reluctant to accept the reality of his suspicions. After all, that was their most sincere promise. Agreement? A gentle smile danced upon Li Linglong's stunning visage, yet she did not answer his question. Instead, she surveyed him and slowly inquired, Chu Luo, what is your current cultivation level? At her words, the surrounding ministers erupted in laughter. A useless person, one without cultivation, the kind that would break into a sweat after merely taking a few steps. They were all cultivators, and they had clearly observed the fine beads of sweat on Chu Luo's forehead upon his entrance to the Grand Hall. Chu Luo raised his gaze to meet Li Linglong. She still appeared as he remembered, but she was no longer the girl who had yearned to be by his side at all times. A toad, daring to dream of marrying the Empress? Do you not take a moment to consider what you truly are? Suddenly, a derisive voice rang out within the Grand Hall. A young man, exuding a hint of an effeminate aura, stepped forward, directly confronting Chu Luo, his face brimming with scorn. Allow me to introduce you, Chu Luo, the holy son of the Dalian holy sect, Jiang Hao. He is now my fiancé, possessing the cultivation level of a terrestrial immortal, a prodigy destined for sainthood. Li Linglong, with her long legs, approached Chu Luo, a radiant smile upon her lips as she spoke softly. She was now the empress of the great Li Dynasty, and she had secured a holy son as her fiancé. How could she choose a man who had become a useless person like Chu Luo as her husband to jointly govern the world? Of course, she acknowledged his contributions. To eradicate the Xiongnu dynasty, he had burned through his own vital essence, exhausting his potential in cultivation, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Such merit could not be overlooked. Thus, she hastened to bestow generous rewards, lest this former prince of the north feel disheartened. Excellent, very excellent. Chu Luo gazed at the two before him, a bitter smile creeping across his face. He had not anticipated that after 5 years of battles, during which he had willingly burned his essence and exhausted his cultivation to fulfill their original promise, he would return to such a grand surprise. In his previous life, as the ruler of the underground world of Blue Star, he had countless beauties surrounding him, yet he had never truly cherished any of them. In this life, he had encountered Li Linglong and had felt what true love was through her. Now he understood what love truly meant. This was love. Love you to the moon and back. Do not be angry, you currently possess no cultivation. If you harm your body in your rage, it would be unfortunate, Li Linglong said gently. By the way, I have not only prepared for you 10,000 acres of fertile land and 100,000 spirit stones, but I have also kindly arranged for you a position as the governor of Beiliang City. You can go there to recuperate. The great Li dynasty shall no longer require your concerns. I will naturally lead the dynasty towards prosperity, Li Linglong continued, her stunning face radiating with a brilliant smile. She no longer needed Chu Luo. She aspired to be the eternal empress, no longer wanting anyone to claim that she secured her position through Chu Luo, the prince of the north. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo felt a cold laugh bubble within him. Beiliang County was the most chaotic region in the entire Great Li dynasty, characterized by barren lands and perpetual cold and snow. Given his current condition, it was impossible for him to recover there. Before he could voice his thoughts, intending to share with her the essence of the national treasure he had brought from Blue Star, a sudden notification echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the governor of Beiliang County, successfully activating the Supreme Lord system. Binding system. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Supreme Lord system has been successfully bound. Supreme Lord system version 1.0. 1 sign-in per day. 1 soldier gained per second. Every day, you shall receive an opportunity to sign in, with chances for critical sign-in events at various locations. Upon arriving in Beiliang County, you will activate the point system, gaining 1 point per second, with each point convertible for 1 soldier. Subsequent versions of the system will emerge. Please stay tuned. As the series of system notifications resounded in his mind, Chu Luo's heart surged with excitement. He too had a system. He had thought his extraordinary talent was his only advantage upon entering this mystical world. Little did he expect that today, the true system that belonged to him would finally make its appearance. This was truly delightful. Sign in. Chu Luo immediately thought to himself without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have acquired a Yuan Ing Realm Guardian, capable of delivering 1,000-fold critical strike, and receive the divine and demonic Zhao Yun. Ding. The rewards have been allocated to the system space, and you may summon them at your convenience. Zhao Yun of the divine and demonic realm? Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Luo was filled with immense joy, though he did not allow this elation to manifest on his face. For within this grand hall stood a true practitioner of the land immortal realm. That was Jiang Hao, the holy son of the Dayan sacred sect. Even though the divine and demonic realm is still beneath the land immortal level, it was not yet the moment to astonish the two of them significantly. However, Chu Luo knew that with the system's support, it would not be long before all that had been lost would return, such as the humiliation endured today. What? Do you still find my offerings insufficient? Chu Luo, I can't believe you're truly this kind of person. You ought to be more discerning. Giving you more will only bring you calamity. Li Linglong, perceiving Chu Luo's silence, mistakenly believed he desired even more, and thus spoke with a frigid countenance. No, I require nothing. I shall depart for Beiliang County tomorrow. Chu Luo slowly shook his head and replied, Ha ha ha, splendid. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Then let us dismiss the court. Upon hearing this, Li Linglong let out a soft laugh, gazing deeply at Chu Luo before exclaiming loudly. From this moment on, she and Chu Luo would inhabit entirely different worlds. He would perish in the frigid lands of Beiliang County, either by age or by freezing. Meanwhile, she would ascend to become the eternal empress of the Dali dynasty. Or perhaps, with the Holy Sun's assistance, she would venture even further into the future. She and Chu Luo would become two parallel lines, forever devoid of intersection. Thereafter, all departed, leaving only Chu Luo standing solitary in the Golden One Hall. Yet at that moment, a radiant smile graced Chu Luo's face. Upon returning to the Chu residence, the expansive estate felt desolate, though Chu Luo had grown accustomed to it. The Chu family was already sparse in numbers in his memories. His father, uncles, and brothers had all perished on the battlefield for the Dali. Not long after his father's departure, his mother succumbed to her grief, leaving only a handful of women, children, and an elder sister. Brother, you have finally returned. A melodious voice suddenly echoed in Chu Luo's ears. In the next instant, a figure leaped into his embrace. Brother, you were gone for 5 years without even a visit. You have no idea how worried I have been for you during these 5 years. Chu Zian vehemently patted Chu Luo, her expression tinged with grievance. At her words, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, but his demeanor gradually softened as he gently patted Chu Zian and slowly spoke. Now that I am back, I shall not leave you again, Zian. Years apart, and you have grown into a fine young lady. Chu Luo observed the poised and stunning Chu Zian before him, a smile of happiness illuminating his face. Of course, you've been away for 5 years. I'm 18 now, and I have already broken through to the Dongxi realm. Upon hearing this, a proud expression appeared on Chu Zian's delicate face. However, in the next moment, she froze, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chu Luo, tears welling in her eyes. As she spoke, the tears cascaded down like raindrops. Brother, your cultivation. She suddenly realized that Chu Luo's power had vanished. Now, he was merely an ordinary person, his aura feeble, his vitality faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. No worries, go, and have everyone from the Chu family prepare themselves. We shall set forth tomorrow. Chu Luo, wishing to avoid excessive discourse regarding cultivation, spoke up. Set forth? Where are we going? Brother, what has happened to your cultivation? Chu Zian's eyes brimmed with tears. It must be noted that her brother had already reached the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine demons 5 years ago, given Chu Luo's innate talent. He should have undoubtedly broken through to the realm of earthly immortals in the span of 5 years. Yet now, he appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation and barely clinging to life. In a few days you shall know. Trust me, and go have the clan members prepare. Chu Luo instructed. We are heading to Beiliang Prefecture. With that, he slowly made his way towards his room. Chu Zian, not lacking in intelligence, sensed that something monumental had transpired, and that her brother was withholding details to spare her worried as for their destination. Beiliang Prefecture. She had her own conjectures. Li Ling Long. Just wait, for the humiliation you've inflicted upon my brother. I shall make you pay 100-fold. Murmuring to herself, Chu Zian vanished from the spot. Inside the room, Chu Luo sat cross-legged on the floor, attempting to cultivate his technique. However, the moment the spiritual energy entered his body, it felt like 1,000 needles piercing him, rendering him incapable of assimilating or refining the energy to its still like this. I wonder if the system can resolve this issue for me. In his last battle, he had expended his potential and blood essence to slay dozens of beings at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine demons from the Chu Dynasty, even defeating an ancestral figure of the Chu who was truly an earthly immortal. Ultimately, he was left with his cultivation obliterated and meridians rendered exceedingly fragile, unable to continue his practice. Yet now, Chu Luo was filled with renewed hope as his gaze fell upon the system panel before him. Name: Chu Luo. Age: 20. Cultivation: none. Faction: none. Subordinate General: Divine Demon Zhao Yun. Points: 0. System prompt: proceed to Beiliang Prefecture to assume the position of prefect to unlock the system all. System: summon Divine Demon Zhao Yun. He commanded without hesitation. He urgently needed a formidable protector for the Chu family as they journeyed to Beiliang Prefecture, which lay over 100,000 miles from the capital of Dali. Along the way, it was uncertain what Li Linglong might do, but it was certain that that effeminate man, the holy son of the dying sacred sect, would send someone to take action. Having lived 2 lives, he had never misjudged a person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Divine Demon Zhao Yun. Just as the system's voice faded, a towering figure appeared outside the room, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine demonic energy. Sensing the formidable and fierce presence, Chu Luo promptly opened the door to find a robust figure clad in silver armor, wielding a sharp spear. This humble general, Zhao Yun, pays respects to my lord. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Chu Luo. General Zhao, please rise, Chu Luo quickly urged, his eyes brimming with boundless delight. The valiant general of Shu Han, Zhao Yun, was a renowned figure in the annals of Blue Star's Chinese history. Fierce and invincible, he had once single-handedly penetrated the ranks of Cao Cao's army at Changban Slope to rescue Lu Shan. His appearance in this realm signified an unrivaled force. As Chu Luo's gaze lingered on Zhao Yun. Eager to speak, he was suddenly presented with Zhao Yun's basic information. General: Zhao Yun. Cultivation: pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine demons. Weapon: Dragon's gallant silver spear. Physique: Dragon wild battle body, not activated. Gasp: pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine demons. As long as no earthly immortal intervenes, no one can thwart my journey to Beiliang Prefecture. Chu Luo inhaled sharply, his eyes flashing with uncontainable joy. The pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine demons was among the most formidable beings in all of Dali. Such cultivators were typically the leaders of sects or high-ranking generals within the court. Furthermore, those in the court service were also practitioners of this caliber. Very well, General Zhao, you shall rest next door for the night. We depart for Beiliang Prefecture tomorrow, as you command, my lord. Zhao Yun replied before taking his leave. Chu Luo returned to his room, once again focusing on the system. With Zhao Yun's arrival, the safety concerns regarding their journey to Beiliang Prefecture were effortlessly resolved. A mere wastrel like him would not draw the direct ire of the effeminate holy son of the dying sacred sect. However, this merely ensured a semblance of safety that he still needed to thoroughly investigate the system to see if it could restore his cultivation. That would be ideal, that of course, even if it couldn't completely restore it. The ability to begin cultivating anew would suffice. That alone would offer a glimmer of hope. However, upon examining the system closely, he discovered that without proceeding to Beiliang Prefecture, the system mall remained locked. Points were accrued at a rate of 1 per second, and there were currently no methods available to restore his cultivation or physique. Just as a hint of disappointment washed over him, he suddenly recalled those fantastical online novels he had read in his previous life. His eyes lit up as he silently mused. System, having just bound to you, ISNT, there's supposed to be a beginner-S gift pack, according to tradition. Why hasn't it been issued? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the hidden prompt. The beginner-S gift pack is being dispensed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving one sacred grade healing pill. Can restore all injuries below the saint level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal technique. 9 Heavens Ascending Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred weapon, Heavenly Sacred Sword. All items have been deposited into the system space. Please check, host. As the system's voice faded, Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with unrestrained elation. The sacred grade healing pill. An immortal technique, along with a sacred weapon. The system was truly magnificent. Chu Luo was overwhelmed with joy. This was not merely a beginner-esque gift pack, but a lavish bounty. Each item ding. The 9 Heavens Ascension technique has been automatically bestowed upon the host consciousness. This celestial grade cultivation method possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy for refinement, endowing its practitioner with a purity and vastness of spiritual power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. As the system's voice faded, a radiant ancient tome materialized within Chu Luo's mind. With a mere thought, he could begin to comprehend the 9 Heavens Ascension technique. The speed of understanding surpassed that of physically holding the technique or the jade tablet for cultivation by countless times. The notion of it being housed in his mind, automatically absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Could this truly be reality? Chu Luo gazed in disbelief at the 9 Heavens Ascension technique in his consciousness, instinctively murmuring, was this not the ultimate dream of cultivators? Had he effortlessly realized it? Suppressing the exhilaration in his heart, Chu Luo settled onto the ground, immersing his awareness in the ancient tome as he embarked on his first enlightenment of the 9 Heavens Ascension technique. With just a glance, an inexhaustible stream of insights regarding the technique flooded him. The spiritual energy drifting within the room began to converge upon Chu Luo. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a presence akin to that of a cultivator emanated from him. Astonishingly, he had directly transcended the blood transformation realm, achieving the spirit-gathering realm at such a pace. Who could rival him? Slowly, Chu Luo opened his eyes, feeling the long-lost spiritual power within him, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. Subsequently, he opened the long-unused storage ring, revealing an array of spiritual pills, precious materials, mid-grade spirit crystals, and top-grade spirit stones filling the room. These were the spoils he had amassed over the years, although most had been distributed among his subordinates for cultivation. The treasures within his storage ring, including countless spirit stones, rendered him wealthier than nations. Previously, he had been unable to extract them due to the lack of spiritual power, but now, these would become vital resources for his resurgence. With these, he regarded the humiliating rewards from Li Linglong with disdain. Without hesitation, Chu Luo seized a century-old spiritual fruit and a 500-year-old spiritual ginseng, consuming them directly to commence his fervent cultivation. Time flew by, and a night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Chu Luo gradually opened his eyes, releasing a formidable pressure that erupted around him. The resources beside him had already been halved in just one night. His cultivation had surged to the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Even the most exceptional prodigies could hardly achieve such a breakthrough overnight. A subtle smile crept upon Chu Luo's lips, excitement illuminating his face. At this rate, his cultivation would soon be restored. However, the next moment he was astounded to see the towering pile of cultivation resources reduced by half. Had he truly consumed all of that in a single night? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Luo finally understood he was cultivating a celestial technique, possessing a spiritual power far more expansive and refined than that of cultivators of the same level. Thus, the materials consumed for breakthroughs would be significantly greater. Initially, he had hoped to leverage these resources to propel his cultivation into the divine demon realm, but now it seemed a blessing just to reach the void realm. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Luo murmured, future breakthroughs would demand even more spiritual energy, consequently requiring even more resources in light of this. Reaching the void realm would be commendable. Just as Chu Luo began to tidy up all the cultivation resources and prepare to rise, the prompt from his mind sounded once more. Ding, the host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized he had forgotten the daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7-rank flawless pill. Peiyuan Pill 1 bottle, which can rapidly enhance cultivation, gathering essence, and is an invaluable pill for cultivators in the divine demon realm. What one wishes for, one receives. This system is indeed a wishing well. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Luo's eyes gleamed with fervor, and a broad smile spread across his face. 7-rank pills rank among the pinnacle of alchemical creations within the Great Li, only achievable by master alchemists. While they can concoct 7-rank pills, he had never heard of any master alchemist in the Great Li Dynasty producing a 7-rank flawless pill that lower-grade pills might still hold some hope. But 10 flawless Peiyuan pills meant he need not worry about cultivation resources for the time being. Chu Luo murmured softly, storing them within his storage ring before stepping outside his room. Zhao Yun had long been respectfully waiting outside, his aura restrained, unlike the formidable presence he had exhibited the previous day. Brother, everything is prepared, we can depart at any moment. Upon seeing Chu Luo emerge from his chamber, Chu Zian hurried over and spoke softly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Early this morning, she had received news that the former king of the north, her brother, had lost all his cultivation and was destined to spend his remaining days in the distant Beiliang prefecture. Yet, everyone knew that a life of ease should not be spent in the frigid, barren, and chaotic Beiliang. Therefore, a profound conspiracy must lie beneath that of course. Chu Zian understood that she could not alter anything. She could only follow Chu Luo's instructions to make arrangements as best as she could. Very well, let us bid farewell to the Great Li capital. Chu Luo turned to gaze deeply at the Chu residence, then strode decisively toward the exit. 5 luxurious carriages carried the entire Chu family away from the city. The citizens of the Great Li capital lined the broad streets, just as they had the day before. Yet their eyes were filled with boundless worry. The king of the north, who had guarded them for 5 years and once achieved great military feats, was departing. How could they bear to let him go without a send-off? Even though they understood that the king of the north might have encountered an irreconcilable conflict with the empress, they still felt compelled to see him off. Atop the highest tower of the Great Li Palace, a slender, shadowy figure stood, gazing at the 5 carriages exiting the city, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He was the holy son of the Dalian sacred sect. How could he allow any blemish to exist? Just half an hour after Chu Luo and his companions departed, 2 figures radiating overwhelming divine and demonic energy emerged from the city and on the expansive official road. The 5 carriages sped forth like the wind, the scenery on either side rapidly retreating. In the foremost carriage, Chu Luo sat cross-legged on a mat, his aura continuously ascending. Indeed, he had consumed a Peiyuan pill and was in the process of refining it. The immense medicinal effects under the operation of the 9 Heavens Ascension technique transformed into spiritual power, coursing through Chu Luo's entire being. His cultivation steadily advanced, and within just 3 hours of departing the capital, he had attained the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. This meant that in a mere span of 3 hours, Chu Luo's cultivation had soared to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. The rapid progression left even the one once hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Great Li astounded. The journey to Beiliang Prefecture would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, but with Zhao Yun by his side, he could cultivate with peace of mind. As Chu Luo broke through to the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, he slowly opened his eyes and softly murmured. Zhao Yun was not inside the carriage. Rather, he sat outside, serving as the driver, though he was not a true coachman. This position allowed Zhao Yun to remain vigilant against any potential threats that might arise. Inside the second carriage, Chu Zian was also in a state of cultivation. Chu Luo had given her a portion of high-level cultivation resources from his storage ring. Seizing the opportunity during their journey, she was diligently honing her skills. She understood that the future of the Chu family relied solely on the 2 of them, one being Chu Luo and the other herself. Yet, Chu Luo had now become an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. She needed to elevate her own abilities to a sufficient height so that the Chu family could establish a foothold in the northern Liang prefecture. Additionally, she harbored a dream of discovering a method or rare treasures that could restore Chu Luo's body. She knew him well. He had once been the foremost figure of the Dali Empire and would certainly not resign himself to a life of mediocrity. Although he did not outwardly express this, it pained her deeply that he was her cousin, the last of her closest kin in this world. Thus, her primary task now was to ascend to the divine demon realm as swiftly as possible, so that she could possess the power to protect everyone in the Chu family. The other 3 carriages held various members of the Chu family, including women, children, and the elderly. Their hearts were filled with immense anxiety and sorrow. As the most outstanding member of the Chu family, Chu Luo's current predicament caused them great distress. However, they found themselves powerless to assist him, only able to pray to the heavens for mercy upon the Chu family. The Chu family, renowned for their loyalty and valor, did not deserve such a fate. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed on the wide official road as they had been traveling for nearly 5 hours. Covering more than 3,000 or 4,000 miles from the Dali imperial capital, the surrounding cities were becoming increasingly sparse, lacking the vibrancy of the capital's vicinity. Due to the night, only their few carriages raced along the official road. Chu Luo opened his eyes, and his aura surged once more, having successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Yuaning realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, his eyes glimmered faintly. He had not anticipated that a 7th-grade flawless pei yuan pill would merely elevate him to the 8th level of the Yuaning realm, with its medicinal power already exhausted. The energy consumed during the breakthrough was overwhelmingly vast, comparable to what he had required in the divine demon realm. Chu Luo murmured as he felt the boundless power coursing through him, a radiant smile curling upon his lips. Although his cultivation progress was slow and the energy expended considerable, the spiritual energy within him now surpassed that which he had possessed in the 1st and 2nd levels of the divine demon realm. More importantly, the purity of his spiritual energy had reached an unprecedented level. He had never imagined that a technique could refine such refined energy. The sheer purity and vastness of his spiritual power, combined with his 5 years of combat experience as the Northern King in battles against the Xiongnu Empire, suggested that his current combat strength was formidable. Indeed, engaging in battle across realms would be a trivial matter for him, and he could even contend with foes 2 realms higher. Of course, the true measure of his combat strength would require testing. Just as Chu Luo was preparing to enter a state of cultivation once more, the speed of the carriage suddenly began to decrease. My lord, 2 formidable beings from the divine demon realm are blocking our path ahead. Zhao Yun's calm voice rang out from outside the carriage. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's voice, Chu Luo felt no surprise. Lifting the curtain, he stepped down from the carriage. There, several hundred meters away on the official road, stood 2 figures exuding a fierce aura. Chu Luo, as a blemish upon our sect, do you still wish to live carefree in the northern Liang prefecture? Do you not regard our holy son? As soon as Chu Luo steadied himself, a mocking voice erupted from the throat of a burly man. The burly figure did not conceal his face nor hide the disdain in his gaze directed at Chu Luo. They were the lackeys of the Holy Sun, tasked with eliminating various blemishes. How audacious! A mere 8th-level divine demon cultivator dares to mock my lord. At these words, Zhao Yun's hand gripped his shining silver dragon spear, which burst forth with dazzling spiritual light. A spear shadow, radiating brilliant light, instantly crossed the several hundred meters, striking the burly man's head with a resounding thud. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. In an instant, the world fell silent. Beside the burly man, a slender, tall youth, also at the 8th level of the divine demon realm, stood frozen in shock, instinctively touching the blood on his head. An expression of sheer terror washed over his face. A cultivator at the 8th level of the divine demon realm was already considered a peak powerhouse within the Dali Empire, yet he had not even managed to utter a scream before losing his head. Thud! The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, causing the slender youth to tremble violently. "Who are you?" "I'm a servant of the holy son of the Dayan sacred sect. If you dare to kill me, you are opposing the holy sun. You will die a miserable death." The slender youth's voice quivered as he retreated in terror. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the divine demon realm. If the other could so easily slay his companion, he could just as easily end his life. He had no desire to that moment. Chu Luo gazed at the headless corpse, equally astonished. To slay a powerhouse at the 8th level of the divine demon realm in a single strike was a feat that typically only a 9th level divine demon cultivator could achieve. While he had been capable of such a feat at that level, it had never been executed with the ease that Zhao Yun displayed now. This level of combat power was indeed an invincible existence within the divine demon realm. The Holy Son of Dian, is it? Soon, I shall personally take his dog life. Chu Luo's gaze fell upon the slender youth, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, that he knew that the Holy Son of Dian would never allow him to live in this world. However, he had not anticipated that they would regard him so highly as to send 2 8th-level divine demon cultivators to intercept him. Had it not been for Zhao Yun's presence, they might have met their demise at the hands of these 2 subordinates of the Holy Sun today. You are seeking death, Chu Luo. The Holy Sun is the most talented genius of our Dian sacred sect. How can a waste like you? The slender youth instinctively retorted, but before he could finish his sentence, a brilliant spear shadow flashed past, and in an instant his head, like that of the burly man, exploded. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and Lord, both attempted to utter arrogance, and Zhao Yun took the liberty of slaying them. Please, punish me as you see fit. Zhao Yun turned to Chu Luo, speaking respectfully. General Zhao, you have done exceedingly well. There is no time for punishment when a reward is in order, Chu Luo replied with hearty laughter, his eyes gleaming with joy. General Zhao Yun not only possessed unmatched combat prowess, but also exhibited a character that perfectly aligned with his decisive style in the face of enemies. He would show no mercy whatsoever. Brother, what has happened? Chu Zian suddenly approached Chu Luo, gazing in shock at the 2 headless corpses nearby. She had been immersed in her cultivation state and had not realized that the carriage had halted. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she quickly disembarked and beheld the 2 lifeless bodies. It's nothing. General Zhao has merely eliminated 2 thieves from the divine demon realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo spoke calmly. He would not conceal Zhao Yun's prowess. After all, there is no need to instill fear in the Chu family when he could offer them reassurance. Zhao, General, with 2 formidable beings of the divine demon realm? At this revelation, Chu Zian's eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful gaze reflecting sheer astonishment. The divine demon realm was vanquished in the mere time it took her to dismount the carriage. Brother, Zhao, General. Chu Zian's gaze fell upon Zhao Yun's imposing figure, her words caught in her throat. Zhao General was once my subordinate, and he is our assurance as we establish ourselves in the northern Liang County. Very well, you shall know everything in due course. Those 2 lackeys of the divine demon realm, having emerged from the holy sect, surely possess some valuable items, Chu Luo casually explained, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. Retrieving both individual storage rings, his spiritual consciousness swept through the rings. He discovered an abundance of treasures within, such as 7th-grade spirit herbs, blood ginseng, and crimson fruits, among others, as well as nearly tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones. Truly a veritable treasure trove. Here, take some of these cultivation resources for yourself, Chu Luo said, handing a storage ring to Chu Zian. Strive to break through to the divine demon realm soon. Then you will have some means of self-defense. However, Chu Zian stared at Chu Luo, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a flicker of anticipation. Brother, just now, your cultivation has recovered. Suddenly, Chu Zian realized that Chu Luo was no longer the powerless individual he had been yesterday, but rather a practitioner with an 8th-level nascent soul cultivation. Yes, I have regained some strength. You need not worry about me. It will not be long before I restore my previous level of cultivation, Chu Luo replied with a smile, gently patting Chu Zian's head. That's wonderful news, brother. Your recovery is truly fantastic, Chu Zian exclaimed excitedly, leaping into the air. Subsequently, Chu Luo pressed the storage ring filled with cultivation resources into her hands. They returned to the carriage, resuming their swift journey along the official road through the night. Those resources bore little significance for him at this stage, as the energy required for his ascension was monumental. Even the treasures in his previous storage ring would barely sustain him, for a few hours of cultivation, let alone the resources from two beings of the divine demon realm. However, for Chu Xian, they would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Of course, the 7th grade elixirs could also aid her cultivation, but the potency of the flawless elixirs produced by the system was simply too overwhelming for someone at the 5th level of the void realm like Chu Xian to refine. Only when she reached the integration realm could she hope to absorb such power. As the carriage continued its journey, Chu Luo once again consumed a cultivation-enhancing pill, striving to recover his former strength as soon as possible. The night passed without incident, and the carriage covered another 3,000 miles, putting them over 6,000 or 7,000 miles away from the capital of the Great Li Dynasty. As dawn broke, Chu Luo opened his eyes, feeling the formidable power of having ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. A smile gracing his lips, Li Linglong would undoubtedly be taken aback by his resurgence. When he set foot in the Great Li capital once more, it would be time for Li Linglong and the Saint Son of Dian to pay the price. Ding! The host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? The system's voice rang out again, prompting Chu Luo to display an even brighter smile. For the 3rd check-in, I wonder what treasure I might receive. Check-in, Chu Luo declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in 10,000 pounds of 8th grade spirit rice. 8th grade spirit rice. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Chu Luo's eyes. Spirit rice was familiar to him, and indeed, all practitioners were well acquainted with it, as it was one of the most accessible cultivation resources apart from spirit stones. However, what truly shocked Chu Luo was the 8th grade designation. It was well known that within the entire Great Li Dynasty's cultivation community, no one had been able to cultivate 8th grade spirit rice, nor had anyone utilized it for daily cultivation, like Team Most, the highest ranking powers in the Great Li cultivation scene. Like the Chu family or the royal family, had access to some 7th grade spirit rice. The vast majority were left with low-grade spirit rice, AS for 8th grade spirit rice. It was said that only the prodigious disciples of the holy sect or the formidable beings of the land of immortals could partake in it. Now, to receive a direct check-in of 10,000 pounds of 8th grade spirit rice was beyond what even 100,000 high-quality spirit stones could procure. The system was indeed extravagant with this spirit rice. Not only would my own cultivation ascend, but the cultivation of others in the Chu family would also see significant enhancement. The spiritual energy within the spirit rice was exceptionally rich and far superior in refinement compared to spirit stones. Long-term consumption would greatly benefit a practitioner's cultivation. Contemplating this, a radiant smile spread across Chu Luo's face. Having secured 8th grade spirit rice signaled a future replete with even greater treasures awaiting his check-in. His rise to prominence was now merely a matter of time. General Zhao, after such a long and arduous journey, let's find a suitable place to rest. Chu Luo's voice rang out, prompting Zhao Yun to locate a spacious area to halt. All members of the Chu family dismounted from the carriage to recuperate. "Brother, what are you doing?" Chu Xian queried, noticing Chu Luo setting up a large iron pot. Although the other members of the Chu family were not particularly powerful, going without food for 10 days or half a month posed no issue. "Are you preparing a meal for them? I gathered some spirit rice for everyone to eat to restore some energy. We still have nearly 10 days' journey to reach northern Liang County," Chu Luo replied with a slight smile, conjuring flames from his spiritual energy and pouring in 100 pounds of 8th grade spirit rice. "Well, I am a bit hungry too," Chu Xian giggled, nodding in agreement, not overly concerned. Before long, an intensely rich aroma of spirit rice wafted through the air, enveloping everyone. "It smells divine. This spirit rice is unlike anything I've ever tasted before," Chu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother, what grade is this spirit rice? It is astonishingly fragrant." The others, drawn by the tantalizing scent, gathered around the large iron pot, their expressions one of shock as they beheld the aromatic spirit rice within. "8th grade spirit rice," Chu Luo replied with a gentle smile. In the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 8th grade spirit rice. That was something they had never even heard of before. "It's ready. Let's eat." Those with lower cultivation should take smaller portions, lest you find it difficult to refine. Chu Luo immediately filled a large bowl and began to indulge extravagantly. Zhao Yun also filled a substantial bowl. Being a practitioner at the 9th level of the divine demon realm, he had no concerns regarding the refinement process. This 8th grade spirit rice would indeed benefit his cultivation. As for Chuluo, there was no need to mention. He could indulge freely, not fearing the depletion of spiritual energy, but rather concerned that there might not be enough. In an instant, everyone began to partake. Naturally, the elderly and young from the Chu family, having taken merely a small bowl, dared not consume more. The spiritual power contained within a single grain of 8th grade spirit rice surpassed that of an upper grade spirit stone and was even more refined. They, being mere Dan transformation and Yuan infant practitioners, could hardly afford to consume more. However, Chu Zian, at the 5th level of the cave void realm, consumed quite a bit. Before long, an entire pot of 8th grade spirit rice was consumed. Zhao Yun and Chuluo had partaken of 90% of it, while the others had only consumed 10%. Just as everyone finished eating, a formidable aura erupted around Chu Zian, indicating her breakthrough. She had ascended from the 5th to the 6th level of the cave void realm. Brother, this spirit rice is truly exceptional. I have broken through to the 6th level of the cave void realm. Feeling the vast power coursing through her body, a look of excitement blossomed on Chu Zian's delicate face. Ha, splendid. From now on, you shall have this 8th grade spirit rice daily. Chuluo laughed heartily. He then boarded the carriage, steering it once more towards the direction of Beiliang County. Why have those two not returned yet? Within the Dali royal palace, Jiang Hao, the holy son of the Dine sacred sect, slowly opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, his brows knitting together in contemplation, it had been a day and a night, and although his two subordinates were merely at the 8th level of the divine demon realm, slaying a bunch of the weak and feeble, along with a worthless one, should have been a trivial matter. What on earth is going on? Just as Jiang Hao pondered, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the life tokens of Zhang Long and Li Qing have shattered. This morning, after finishing my cultivation, I discovered this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately appeared outside the hall, gazing at the kneeling guard with a frown. Both of their life tokens shattered? Yes, their tokens must have shattered during the night. That time, I was in cultivation and did not check in time. The kneeling guard trembled slightly as he spoke. He was one of the Holy Sun's guards, tasked with overseeing the life tokens of the others to prevent any unforeseen death from going unnoticed. Go and investigate. Find out what transpired, Jiang Hao instructed coldly. These two were dispatched to eliminate Chuluo. Facing a bunch of the weak and feeble, his two guards at the 8th level of the divine demon realm had met their demise. He wanted to know what had happened. Chuluo, it couldn't have been you who did this, could it? After the guard departed, Jiang Hao gazed skyward, speaking softly, a worthless one whose military power has already been stripped away. The Chu family is devoid of strong figures. Chuluo should not possess such capabilities. But your luck is indeed remarkable. I shall allow you to live a few more days. During this time, he needed to cultivate Li Linglong to swiftly reach the earthly immortal realm. At that point, utilizing her supreme furnace body through the fusion of yin and yang, he would be able to rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Before long, the guard who was sent to investigate returned with news for Jiang Hao. Zhang Long and Li Qing were suspected to have been killed by an unknown expert wielding a long spear. With a single blow to the head, both had perished in such a manner. They likely encountered a peak practitioner at the 9th level of the divine demon realm within the Dali cultivation world. How unfortunate these two were to lose their lives in such a minor dynasty. Not enough to lose face for me, Jiang Hao murmured softly. Not overly concerned, he then sought out Li Linglong to impart special cultivation techniques that would enable her to advance swiftly, which would be more beneficial for him. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chuluo and his companions had traveled a distance of 40,000 miles during these 3 days. Chuluo had signed in to obtain an 8th grade golden marrow pill, a top-tier spirit weapon, and 100 pounds of 8th grade spirit rice seeds. The efficacy of the 8th grade golden marrow pill was truly immense. Even someone like me, who requires such vast spiritual power to advance in cultivation, experienced significant progress. The 8th grade golden marrow pill was obtained during the 4th signing. Chuluo immediately consumed it to enhance his cultivation. Within 3 days, the effects of the 8th grade Golden Marrow pill allowed him to break through to the 3rd level of the Cave Void realm. Of course, if this pill were consumed by another practitioner at the 9th level of the Yuan Infant realm, it would suffice for them to break into the Divine Demon realm, and at the very least, reach the 5th or 6th levels of the Divine Demon realm. For Chuluo, it merely propelled him to the 3rd level of the Cave Void realm. However, the enhancement to his combat prowess was immense. Another day dawned, and as the sun rose, the system's prompt echoed in Chuluo's mind. Ding, the host has not yet checked in today. Would you like to sign in? Upon hearing this, Chuluo revealed a look of anticipation and immediately responded, Sign in? Ding, congratulations to the host for being at the periphery of the Longling Mountain Range. Triggering a critical hit sign-in grants the Eye of True Vision. With a critical hit of 100,000 times, obtaining the Eye of Falsehood. The Eye of Falsehood? A critical hit of 100,000 times. Chuluo's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with boundless joy. Though he did not know what the Eye of Falsehood was, he understood that a critical hit of 100,000 times must be incredibly powerful. Ding, the Eye of Falsehood has been issued. Please close your eyes and wait for 10 breaths. The Eye of Falsehood is one of the most supreme divine abilities in the world. Given your current low level of cultivation, you can only utilize a portion of its functions. As for what functions, the host may explore on their own. That a series of system prompts echoed, and Chuluo gasped in awe, forcing himself to suppress his excitement and promptly close his eyes as soon as he did. A warm sensation emanated from his eyes. This warmth lasted only for 10 breaths before dissipating. Slowly, Chuluo opened his eyes, glancing around, but found no changes. Explore on my own? Not even an introduction? Chuluo lifted the curtain and surveyed his surroundings once more, yet found nothing special. Oh well, there's plenty of time ahead. I shall explore slowly. With that, Chuluo closed his eyes once more. The carriage continued its journey forward, albeit at a slower pace due to the road being situated at the periphery of the Longling Mountain Range. Frequently, powerful beasts would traverse this area, leaving the path pockmarked and uneven. Naturally, the carriage's speed was somewhat hindered. However, just as Chuluo had closed his eyes for a short while, a booming voice rang out. Halt! The carriage came to a stop. Chuluo, puzzled, stepped out of the carriage, only to find a group of burly men blocking their path. Among them was the former king of the north, Chuluo. From among the numerous brawny figures, a bald man stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, his gaze towards Chuluo filled with bloodthirst. Oh, are you looking for me? Chuluo took a step forward, fixing his gaze on the bald man. Suddenly, a piece of information surged into Chuluo's mind. Name: Mad Tiger. Race: human. Cultivation: 3rd level of the Divine Demon realm. Constitution: none. This is one of the marvelous uses of the Eye of Falsehood. This function is truly invaluable. Chuluo sensed the information being transmitted within his mind and immediately broke into a radiant smile. Truly, this broken illusion I was remarkably powerful. Generally, he could only see through others when their cultivation was on par with his own or when they were of a lower level. Presently, he was merely at the 3rd level of the Void Realm and could not discern the opponent's strength. Yet in just a fleeting moment, he effortlessly pierced through the depths of the opponent's cultivation. Such prowess was simply astounding. Chuluo couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the system's products are invariably exquisite. Smile. Chuluo, do you still have the audacity to smile? You shall soon weep. Upon witnessing Chuluo's brilliant smile, the bald man erupted in a fit of rage, his voice booming with fury. You recall when you led the Northern Guard to slay 5,000 valiant souls of my Blood Tiger gang. You even slaughtered my wife, my children, and my father. Had I not been absent from the stronghold that day, I might have perished at your hands. Today, I have awaited this moment. The esteemed king of the north has been reduced to a mere wretch. Today, I shall make you experience the devastation of losing your entire family. With that, the bald man unleashed his cultivation of the 3 realms of divine demons, a malicious grin spreading across his face. For 5 years, he had trained relentlessly, mercilessly slaughtering countless passers-by to obtain resources, and had finally ascended from the 9th level of integration to the 3 realms of divine demons. He had long awaited the fall of the King of the North. Eager to rend, Chuluo, into 1,000 pieces. My apologies, but I have killed far too many along my path to remember your Blood Tiger Gang or Blood Wolf Gang, Chuluo replied with a slight smile. Speaking softly, before he ventured to battle the Xiongnu, he had feared that someone from the Dali cultivation community might take the opportunity to cause trouble. Thus, he had led tens of thousands of elite northern guards to conduct a thorough cleansing of the Dali cultivation world, ranging from the smallest bandit strongholds to the most sinister sects. None were spared. Consequently, the entire Dali dynasty's cultivation community knew of his downfall. It was only natural for some enemies to emerge. You seek death. The bald man's face flushed with rage upon hearing this, and with a mighty roar, he charged towards Chuluo. He was genuinely incensed by the words. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, only to be looked down upon by someone he considered a cripple. He could not endure it. Behind him, hundreds of figures, exuding an aura of ferocity, advanced towards Chuluo. General Zhao, I leave them to you. These individuals are exceedingly vicious. Feel free to slay them, Chuluo said with a calm smile. Facing the approaching marauders. Understood, my lord. Sit back and enjoy the show, Zhao Yun replied respectfully, and in the next instant, his cultivation of the pinnacle of 9 realms of divine demons erupted forth. The towering figures before him were instantly rendered speechless. As the fierce warriors of the Blood Tiger Gang sensed Zhao Yun's overwhelming divine pressure, their eyes widened in sheer terror, particularly the leading bald man, whose eyes reflected disbelief that high-tier divine demon. The bald man, Kuang Hu, exclaimed instinctively, how could a discarded king of the north have such a high-tier divine demon guardian by his side? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a spear pierced through the void, appearing before him in an instant. Horrified, Kuang Hu activated his 3 realms of divine demons cultivation, raising his long knife to parry the fierce thrust of the spear. With a crack, the long knife he had positioned before him shattered instantly, sending deadly shards flying into the others. Blood holes erupted as crimson stained the ground, and anguished screams reverberated through the air. With a resounding thud, the bald man's head exploded like a watermelon, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The formidable Kuang Hu of the 3 realms of divine demons fell beneath Zhao Yun's spear. Immediately thereafter, Zhao Yun moved like a tiger among sheep, ruthlessly slaughtering all in his path. In the span of mere moments, the hundreds of marauders lay slain in pools of their own blood, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Zhao Yun stood amidst the blood-soaked ground, exuding a fierce aura of unparalleled might. Chuluo, who had already dismounted from the carriage, gasped in astonishment, his beautiful eyes wide with shock. In the briefest of moments, the fierce mountain bandits had been annihilated. Reporting to my lord, all enemies have been vanquished. Zhao Yun approached Chuluo respectfully, speaking with deference. Haha, General Zhao. You truly live up to your title as the unparalleled general. Your battle prowess is extraordinary. Chuluo beamed at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's strength surpassed even that of Chuluo's peak at the 9th level of divine demons, rendering him invincible beneath the realm of terrestrial immortals. There might still be a few foes yet to face, but Zhao Yun alone could obliterate them all. The two then gathered the storage rings and set their 5 carriages back on the road. As dawn broke the following day, the carriages continued their journey, having traversed nearly half the distance to Beiliang County, with only about 50,000 miles remaining. The system's sign-in prompt chimed, as usual. Ding, today the host is not yet signed in. Would you like to proceed? Sign in, Chuluo replied without hesitation, awakening from his cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have obtained the title of Champion Marquis of the Divine Demon General. As the system's voice faded, Chuluo's eyes widened in uncontainable delight. He had signed in for another Divine Demon General, notably one who enlisted at 18, earned a Marquis title through battle, and achieved the highest honor of a general by 22. Becoming the Champion Marquis, Chuluo instinctively murmured, then quickly commanded within his heart, system, manifest the Divine Demon General, Champion Marquis. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Divine Demon General, Champion Marquis, has been manifested, as the system's voice concluded. A figure radiating an awe-inspiring divine pressure appeared on the official road, blocking the path of Chuluo and his companions. It was a young man of tall stature, with an elegant demeanor, carrying a long spear on his back. Who goes there? And why do you obstruct our way? Zhao Yun's brows furrowed, his cultivation at the pinnacle of 9 realms of divine demons erupting with intensity as he demanded sternly. He sensed a hint of threat emanating from the newcomer, compelling him to adopt a more serious demeanor. General Zhao, he is one of our own. Chu Luo stepped out from the carriage, a smile gracing his face. One of our own? Zhao Yun paused momentarily. This subordinate greets my lord. The champion marquis, upon seeing Chu Luo, promptly knelt on one knee before him in reverence. Please rise, Chu Luo said with a beaming smile. Before him appeared the basic information of the champion marquis. Divine Demon General. Champion Marquis. Cultivation. Pinnacle of 9 realms of divine demons. Weapon. Plum Blossom Mysterious Spear. Physique. Marquis Battle Body. The Marquis title activates the physique. What a remarkable figure. Divine Demon at the pinnacle of 9 realms. Chu Luo mused internally. With 2 such powerful warriors, who could possibly harm me? With 2 peak divine demon generals, they could essentially traverse the entire Dali dynasty. One must remember that the combat strength of these 2 peak divine demons far surpassed that of Chu Luo during his own peak, allowing him to have been the king of the north, suppressing the entire Dali dynasty. Who could threaten the Chu Luo family now? Following this, General Hua and Zhao Yun took their seats in front of Chu Luo's carriage, resuming their journey. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Chu Zian, who was in the carriage behind, felt a tempest of emotions rising within her. This was undoubtedly a contingency plan devised by my brother. He truly is the most formidable king of the north in the history of the Dali dynasty. She had just dismounted from the carriage, and it was evident to her that the man was undoubtedly a formidable being of the divine and demonic realm. Even though my brother had contingencies in place to protect me, with such abundant cultivation resources at my disposal, I could not afford to be complacent. Suddenly, Chu Zian glanced at a large barrel nearby and promptly scooped out a generous bowl of 8th-grade spirit rice. Beginning to eat, before long, after consuming several large bowls of the 8th-grade spirit rice, she fell back in her cultivation state. Thus, as they traveled, they stopped intermittently to eat, and before they knew it, for days had swiftly passed. During this time, they encountered several factions of enemies who had heard of his downfall. However, these foes met with a fate far worse than 5 years prior, all being utterly annihilated without a single one left alive. On a day when the sky brightened, Chu Luo and his companions had just entered the territory of Beiliang County. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, host detected in Beiliang County. Critical strike, sign-in available. Would you like to proceed? Another critical strike sign-in. Hearing the system's announcement, a glimmer of delight flashed in Chu Luo's eyes. Sign-in. Ding, congratulations host for signing in at Beiliang, receiving 30 warhorses, critical strike multiplier of 100. Obtaining 3,000 Beiliang warhorses. 3,000 Beiliang warhorses. Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of ecstasy washing over his face. This was the rhythm of forging the Beiliang iron cavalry. Immediately, Chu Luo's gaze turned towards the system space. Beiliang warhorses all possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, capable of traveling vast distances daily, endowed with formidable physical strength and offensive power. The warhorses possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Chu Luo was genuinely astonished. Even the ordinary soldiers of the Great Li Dynasty's army were merely at the core formation stage. Nascent soul realm warriors could serve as team leaders or captains. Now, the system had directly rewarded him with 3,000 warhorses at the nascent soul stage, which was simply unbelievable. However, Chu Luo chose not to manifest them just yet. Upon entering the city of Beiliang and activating the system's point panel, he would gain 1 point per second, and each point could be exchanged for a soldier. He would then manifest them to create an invincible Beiliang iron cavalry. It was another day of plentiful gains. Subsequently, he consumed 10 7th-grade flawless quality cultivation pills and began his training. Over these days, he had also signed in for 2 bottles of cultivation pills, as well as 100 pounds of 8th-grade Xianling rice seeds. After refining the 8th-grade Jinsui pill he had previously signed in for, he began using the cultivation pills for his training. The energy required for breakthrough was exceedingly vast, so Chu Luo simply opened his mouth and swallowed 10 pills at once. The moment the pills entered his belly, They transformed into potent medicinal effects that coursed through his limbs and bones. His cultivation technique immediately activated, fervently refining the energy that he was merely a step away from breaking through to the fourth layer of the Void Realm. Of course, it was not only Chu Luo whose cultivation experienced breakthroughs. Chu Xian also made significant progress during these 4 days. With high-tier cultivation resources and an unlimited supply, her cultivation surged, breaking through 2 realms to reach the 8th layer of the Void Realm. She was not far from advancing to the Integration Realm. The carriage continued to race across the vast land, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Beiliang County lies on the border of the Great Li Dynasty. Characterized by its barren land and frigid climate, the official roads essentially terminate at Beiliang County. Moreover, the people here are quite chaotic, as Beiliang County borders the Khitan Dynasty to the north and the Dian Dynasty to the west, making it a lawless zone. Consequently, it is rife with disorder, home to numerous powerful factions. Although the Great Li Dynasty has established a county government here, one must question how much authority the Beiliang County government holds in such a tumultuous land. It is said that over the years, the county magistrate has changed countless times, often disappearing mysteriously or meeting with strange deaths. Since the last Beiliang County magistrate vanished under mysterious circumstances, the position has remained vacant. Awaiting Chu Luo's appointment, Beiliang County City sprawls over an area of 300 miles, housing a population exceeding 1 million. Numerous factions dominate the city, making it one of the largest cities in the entire Beiliang region. It is also the seat of the Beiliang County government. However, ever since the previous magistrate of Beiliang County accidentally fell into a wild lake outside the city and perished a year ago, there has been no new magistrate to take office. This has resulted in the current Beiliang County city being under the control of 3 major gangs: the Qinglong Gang in the west, the Tianlang Gang in the south, and the Xiongling Pavilion, which occupies half the territory of Beiliang County City. The Xiongling Pavilion is one of the most powerful factions in the entire Beiliang region, with numerous branches within Beiliang City. With these 3 major factions entrenched in the city, they demand exorbitant protection fees, leaving the common cultivators in Beiliang County City to suffer greatly. Life outside the city is even more precarious. In this lawless land, those who do not reside within the city as protective confines become easy prey. Thus, despite enduring high protection fees, they must live within the city. Although they face numerous dangers, it is still far better than the perils outside. In the eastern part of the city, within a luxurious courtyard, dozens of figures gathered, each exuding an aura of immense strength, revealing that these individuals were all powerful beings of the divine and demonic realm. 3 of them sat around a round table, their presence even more potent and fierce. What do you think about the appointment of the former Northern Guardian as the magistrate of Beiliang County? A middle-aged man, radiating a menacing aura, fixed his gaze on the 2 burly men before him. Pavilion Master Xiongling, what could we possibly think? If it were the former Northern Guardian, it would be reasonable for us to disband. But now, a wasted individual arrives in our Beiliang County, seeking to assume the position of magistrate. Isn't that a fantasy? The master of the Qinglong Gang remarked dismissively, flashing a scornful smile. The news of the former Northern Guardian losing his cultivation and being sent to Beiliang County as magistrate had already spread throughout the Great Li Dynasty. Even in the remote Beiliang County, everyone was well aware a discarded Northern Guardian posed no threat to them. What the master of the Qinglong Gang says rings true. The Great Li Empress must indeed have that intention. Moreover, the past year without a magistrate in Beiliang County has been quite pleasant. The presence of an additional magistrate, though lacking in power, only serves to annoy us, the master of the Tianlang Gang concurred. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The previous magistrate had been one they had executed. How dare a mere magistrate attempt to meddle in the affairs of the Tianlang Gang? They would send him to his demise. If that is the case, then let us proceed accordingly. The master of the fearsome spirit pavilion offered a faint smile before speaking, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. 5 years ago, had he not feigned death to escape, the grass on a grave would have grown exceedingly high by now. He never anticipated that after fleeing to Beiliang Prefecture and joining the fearsome spirit pavilion for 5 years, he would rise to this position and once again encounter the Northern King. What a narrow road for enemies. However, this time, he found himself in a position of superiority should the northern king enter Beiliang city. He would have to walk in upright and leave sideways. The blood-red sun hung low in the sky as 5 horse-drawn carriages finally approached the outskirts of Beiliang city. Towering yet somewhat dilapidated city walls came into view. Within Chu Luo's heart, a flicker of anticipation stirred. Soon, he would be able to gather strength, train an army, and develop a force that truly belonged to him in this place. In due time, Li Linglong and the holy son of Dai's sacred sect would pay for their actions. As the carriage slowly entered Beiliang city, the 3 major factions learned that the northern king had indeed arrived. He has finally come. Today, I shall see if he still possesses the arrogance of 5 years ago. Upon hearing this news, Jin Feng, the master of the fearsome spirit pavilion, suddenly rose, a sinister smile creeping across his face, as an overwhelming pressure of the 6th level of the god-demon realm erupted around him. He was among the most formidable beings within the Dali dynasty, and in Beiliang, aside from the master of the fearsome spirit pavilion and a few elders whose cultivation surpassed his, he could walk with impunity. Today, as his former enemy arrived, poised to be slain by him, he felt a surge of exhilaration. "Let us go meet that former northern king," Jin Feng commanded, leading over 100 men toward the estate's entrance. Simultaneously, the Tianlang gang and Xinlong gang also dispatched hundreds of their elite members into the city, led by their respective leaders. With the mobilization of the 3 factions, Beiliang city instantly became abuzz with activity. Countless cultivators received word that the former northern king had come to Beiliang city to assume the role of governor. The northern king is truly bold. The entire Dali knows his powers have been crippled. Yet he dares to enter Beiliang city. Is he truly unaware of the tactics of the 3 factions? Once a hero for our Dali dynasty. Is this how he is destined to end? Some watched with amusement, while others lamented the northern king's fate, though the inhabitants of Beiliang city held little significance within the broader Dali dynasty. The northern king had defended the entire realm and even aided in subjugating the Xiongnu dynasty, effectively doubling its territory, an achievement beyond measure. They had certainly benefited from his efforts, and thus felt a pang of sorrow. Inside the carriage, Chu Luo had restored his cultivation to the void realm and possessed remarkably keen senses, allowing him to clearly hear the conversations of merchants and cultivators on the streets. The 3 major factions? Indeed, in such a chaotic place, numerous powers would inevitably emerge. However, the 3 factions capable of controlling Beiliang city must possess considerable strength. Chu Luo murmured softly, his expression calm. Had he not regained his cultivation and the presence of the system, he might have faced death upon arriving here. But now, none shall impede his path. Any enemy shall meet their demise. Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis are pinnacle beings of the 9th level of the god-demon realm. What could a mere gang in a small prefecture do? The carriage continued onward into the depths of the city, where the Beiliang prefect was located. The weather in Beiliang was notoriously fickle. Just moments ago, a brilliant sun hung in the sky, but in the blink of an eye, the world transformed into a gray haze as fluffy snowflakes began to fall, covering Beiliang city in a shroud of silver within mere minutes. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, resonating with a weight that seemed to shake the earth. Suddenly, before the eyes of all onlookers, 3 groups of people abruptly blocked Chu Luo and his party's path. Each group radiated an imposing aura, clad in thin garments or bare-chested, wielding massive blades upon their shoulders. Utterly unfazed by the frigid air. "Who dares to obstruct my master's path?" Zhao Yun inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. "Who dares approach?" Boomed the leader of the Tianlang gang, laughter erupting as he replied, "I am indeed here to kill you." With that, the overwhelming pressure of the peak 5th level of the god-demon realm burst forth, instantly melting the surrounding snow, causing the once fluffy flakes to vanish before they could reach their heads. "Northern King, you truly are foolish. Had I been in your position, I would never have entered Beiliang city nor sought to become its governor. I would have found a secluded place to live out my days in peace. Do you not realize that the current empress seeks your life? The governorship of Beiliang is not so easily claimed." The booming voice of the Tianlang gang leader resonated throughout half of Beiliang city. echoing in the ears of all present. Immediately, many common cultivators felt a wave of desolation wash over them. The scene mirrored the adage of a tiger falling into a valley being bullied by dogs. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, for they would continue their lives and practice in Beiliang City. So, you wish to prevent me from taking up the position of governor? Suddenly, a cool voice emerged as a young man stepped down from the carriage. He bore no terrifying aura, appearing as an ordinary cultivator, far from the imposing figure they had envisioned of the Northern King. Not so much to prevent you as to slay you, replied the leader of the Qinglong gang with a sinister grin. His own terrifying fifth-level god demon power erupting around him. The combined pressure of two fifth-level god demon cultivators caused the snow to vanish from the air and begin melting on the ground. Wait, you were supposed to be crippled. How do you possess the strength of the third level of the Void Realm? An astonished voice rang out as Jin Feng of the fearsome spirit pavilion stepped forward. A hint of disbelief on his face. It appears the rumors were erroneous. It is not that your power was destroyed, but rather diminished. Yet, Northern King, is this the foundation upon which you seek to assume the governorship of Beiliang? Too weak, utterly too weak, that I recall when you led your army to annihilate my Jin family. You were invincible then. How have you fallen to such a state? The overwhelming might of the sixth level of the god demon realm erupted, directly suppressing the pressures of the other two. As Jin Feng spoke, a twisted smile formed on his face. That time, we merely trafficked a few women, and you ruthlessly destroyed my family. Chu Luo, how ruthless your heart is! As memories of that day flooded back, an endless hatred welled up within him. The Jin family, you say? You trafficked women for nearly a decade, over 5,000 souls, many of whom were merely children. Should you not face your due punishment? Facing the terrifying pressure of the sixth level of the god demon realm, Chu Luo stepped forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Enough of your meaningless chatter. You deserve to die. Upon hearing the words, Jin Feng's face instantly contorted with an overwhelming fury. Gripping his golden greatsword, he stepped forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, and brought the blade down fiercely towards Chu Luo. The golden sword, radiating with resplendent spiritual light, wielded the full might of the sixfold heaven of gods and demons in its strike. Even a cultivator of the fivefold heaven would meet their demise on the spot, let alone a mere waste of the void realm. Jin Feng observed Chu Luo, who appeared to be stunned into silence, devoid of any reaction, that a wave of unrestrained exhilaration flashed in his eyes, as if he envisioned the scene of Chu Luo being cleaved in two by his sword, a radiant smile blossoming on his face that a mere sixfold heaven of gods and demons dares to harm my master. Zhao Yun's teasing voice suddenly rang out, followed by a long spear meeting the golden greatsword with ferocious force. With a resounding crash, the golden sword shattered, yet the spear's momentum did not wane, surging straight towards Jin Feng's head. What impossible? Jin Feng howled, his face instantly pale with sheer terror upon witnessing the horrifying spear. He could never have anticipated that a mere coachman possessed such terrifying combat prowess. However, as he attempted to retreat to avoid the impending strike, the spear's speed abruptly accelerated, appearing before his face in the blink of an eye. Jin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and in the next moment, the spear pierced through his skull. With a thunderous pop, his massive head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying in all directions. The headless corpse promptly crumpled to the ground, and eerie silence enveloped the world, leaving only the sound of the falling snow. Both the onlookers and the members of the three major factions stood frozen, their expressions painted with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. No one could fathom that a mere coachman could so effortlessly obliterate Jin Feng, hailed as the strongest in Beiliang County. With a single strike, Jin Feng had not even been afforded the chance to resist. High-tier gods and demons, undoubtedly high-tier gods and demons. The realization struck everyone like a thunderbolt. That coachman was certainly a high-tier god and demon. Otherwise, he could not have slain Jin Feng with a single blow. Today, I shall indeed take my position as the governor of Beiliang County, Chu Luo declared, kicking aside the headless corpse and gazing indifferently at the gathered members of the three factions. Since you wish to obstruct my ascension, you shall be my enemies. Zhao Yun, Champion Ho, heed my command. Leave not a single one of my foes alive. The previously silent surroundings reverberated with his cold and detached voice. As soon as his words fell, the terrifying auras of peak ninefold heaven gods and demons erupted from Zhao Yun and Champion Ho, causing their figures to vanish from sight. The cultivators from the three factions were momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't there just one high-tier god and demon? In the blink of an eye, there were now two. Run. The leader of the Qinglong gang gasped in horror, regaining his wits and shouting as he turned to flee towards the city gates. One high-tier god and demon could slaughter them all. How could they withstand two? However, scarcely had the leader's voice faded when a spear, imbued with a terrifying force, smashed his head to pieces. The headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Similarly, the leader of the Tianlang gang met a swift demise. His head exploded by a single spear thrust. Amidst the chaos, the remaining members scattered like frightened birds, yet in the face of the relentless slaughter unleashed by the two-peak ninefold heaven gods and demons, how many could truly escape? The cries of the dying echoed through the air, and the thick snow blanketing the ground was soon stained a deep crimson. The onlookers were engulfed in a tempest of emotions, their eyes wide with incredulity that in an instant, the three most powerful leaders of the three factions, the most dominant figures in Beiliang County, had perished in the frigid expanse. That moment, they finally comprehended that even if the Northern King had fallen from grace, he was not someone to be trifled with by mere curs. The winds of change were surely approaching Beiliang County. An elder, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, slowly spoke. The blizzard has ceased, and a great sun once again graces the sky. The warm rays illuminated the snowy ground, causing the snow to rapidly melt and mingle with the vast amounts of blood, forming a true river of crimson that instilled an instinctive fear in those who gazed upon it. Astonishingly, nearly all the members of the three factions have been annihilated. Countless severed limbs lay scattered across the ground. Gentlemen, clean up the battlefield. Each person shall receive 100 top-grade spirit stones. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun and Champion Ho gather the storage rings, Chu Luo turned to address the distant onlookers. To your command, my lord. The gathered cultivators, momentarily stunned, quickly responded. In the next heartbeat, hundreds surged onto the battlefield, swiftly tidying up the remnants of the conflict. Before long, the battlefield was cleared entirely. Excellent, excellent, Chu Luo remarked as he fulfilled his promise, tossing a storage ring and speaking softly. Inside, you will find 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, ample enough for you all. Truly generous. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A figure of such strength as the Northern King would undoubtedly hold their lives in his hands. They had not come to clean the battlefield merely for spirit stones, but because they recognized the immense value of top-grade spirit stones. 100 top-grade spirit stones per person equated to a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was well known that over the course of a year, none present could amass even 10 top-grade spirit stones. Receiving 100 at once was akin to a decade's worth of income. Moreover, the Northern King had just dispensed a staggering 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even the three major factions would be left severely weakened after such a loss. They dared not accept it. The very thought of it was terrifying. What if accepting the stones led to their immediate slaughter? Fear not. These 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are taken from the storage rings of the three factions. It is only fitting that I, as the governor, return them to you. Chu Luo continued. There is one more matter I require you to convey to all of Beiliang County. Tomorrow morning, I will officially assume the role of governor. That I wish the entire city to be aware of this. With that, Chu Luo offered a faint smile and proceeded with his entourage deeper into Beiliang County. However, upon reaching the governor's mansion, Zhao Yun and Champion Ho's figures had vanished without a trace. The stronghold of the three factions lay drenched in blood, corpses littering the ground. Not a single soul remained standing. The news of the Northern King's official appointment as governor of Beiliang County, along with the annihilation of the three factions, rapidly spread throughout the city and then across the entirety of Beiliang County. This revelation struck the region like a bombshell, sending forth tumultuous waves of shock, particularly among the two most powerful forces in Beiliang County, the Xiongling Pavilion and the Half Moon Tower. These two factions represented the pinnacle of power within the county, with the Xiongling Pavilion boasting tens of thousands of disciples and branches in several major cities. They commanded the only two mines in Beiliang County, one a low-grade spirit stone mine and the other a mid-grade mine. The Half Moon Tower, on the other hand, was the largest merchant association in Beiliang County, amassing immense wealth while nurturing numerous powerful individuals. With a presence in dozens of cities across the region, in the western part of Beiliang County lay the grand city of Xiongling City, the headquarters of the Xiongling Pavilion. Within an opulent residence, a robust man exuding a bloodthirsty aura sat regally upon the main seat. Below him were dozens of formidable beings of the gods and demons realm. The Northern King, was he not rendered powerless? How could he annihilate one of our branches? Jin Feng, indeed, is a practitioner of the sixth heaven of the divine and demonic realm. The imposing and fierce man at the forefront revealed an expression of incredulity. He had heard that the Northern Suppression King had been deposed and had come to take up the position of county governor in the Northern Liang Prefecture. However, he did not regard the deposed king, Chu Luo, with any concern. Had this been in the past, he would have cowered in fear. The former Northern Suppression King was a true god of slaughter. He himself was merely at the eighth heaven of the divine and demonic realm, able to dominate in the Northern Liang Prefecture. Yet compared to the Northern Suppression King from 5 years ago, he was nothing. But now the Northern Suppression King had been stripped of his title. How could he possibly threaten a branch of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, especially after slaying one of their formidable practitioners at the sixth heaven of the divine and demonic realm? The loss of a sixth heaven practitioner was indeed a significant blow to the Fierce Spirit Pavilion. Considering they had only 7 or 8 such experts in total at IT, was certain that the Fierce Spirit Pavilion had been obliterated, along with the Qinglong Gang and the Tianlang Gang. The Northern Suppression King was likely not to be trifled with. A practitioner at the seventh heaven of the divine and demonic realm spoke coldly. He was one of the elders of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, that if they were to act against the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, it would be an outright slap to their faces. Oh, what should we do now? The pavilion master of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, seated at the head of the table, spoke slowly. I suggest we investigate first to ascertain what Chu Luo intends to do upon arriving in the Northern Liang Prefecture, and how many powerful allies he has. If he merely seeks to enjoy a quiet retirement here without stirring trouble, we can choose to ignore him for the time being. However, should he dare to create chaos, we must eliminate the Northern Suppression King at all costs. Another elder at the seventh heaven of the divine and demonic realm chimed in. After all, our primary objective is to remain hidden here and gradually encroach upon the Northern Liang Prefecture and the surrounding regions, laying a solid foundation for the future conquest of the Great Li Empire by the Chu Dynasty. Upon hearing this, many elders nodded in agreement, especially the pavilion master, who also concurred with the elders' proposal. Indeed, they were not subjects of the Great Li Empire, but rather representatives of the Chu Dynasty, which bordered the Northern Liang Prefecture to the north. Their aim was to covertly control the Northern Liang Prefecture and the neighboring 3 prefectures, paving the way for the Chu Dynasty's offensive. Thus, the situation in the Northern Liang Prefecture must reach a conclusion. Either the Northern Suppression King enjoys his twilight years in peace, or they eliminate him. Soon, several practitioners clad in black robes made their way toward the Northern Liang Prefecture. The night enveloped the land, and the temperature plummeted further. Within the Northern Liang Prefecture, Zhao Yun and the Champion Marquis arrived, carrying a small pouch of storage rings. That we pay our respects to the master. We have completely eradicated the 3 major gangs, the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, the Tianlang Gang, and the Qinglong Gang. Here are the spoils of war. The two presented the small pouch of storage rings to Chu Luo. Indeed, over 200,000 superior spirit stones and 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. It appears the practitioners in the Northern Liang Prefecture have been living quite a hard life. Chu Luo murmured softly. Upon arriving in the Northern Liang Prefecture, he had already suspected as much that in such an unmanaged place, the lower-tier practitioners were akin to chives, constantly harvested by these powerful gangs. For those lower-tier practitioners, merely surviving was an achievement. However, now that he had arrived and claimed the Northern Liang Prefecture as his domain, such circumstances would no longer persist. Let us store these items for now. They will be of use in the future. After toiling for so many days, you both should rest. From now on, This will be our territory. Chu Luo tossed numerous storage rings back to the two. He, as the county governor of the northern Liang prefecture, would need a substantial amount of spirit stones to assemble an army and cultivate personnel. Understood. The two departed. The members of the Chu family were also well arranged. Although the governor's mansion had been uninhabited for a long time and was somewhat dusty, for those with cultivation, a mere wave of their hand could easily cleanse the entire room. After completing these tasks, Chu Luo returned to his chamber and resumed consuming the 7th rank Pei Yuan pills to cultivate. He anticipated breaking through to the 4th heaven of the Void Realm by tomorrow. The night in the northern Yang prefecture was as tranquil as ever. But due to the arrival of the Northern Suppression King, many practitioners remained awake throughout the night. They were uncertain about what the future of the Northern Liang prefecture would hold, whether the territory they had painstakingly carved out could endure. After all, harvesting spirit stones from the lower-tier practitioners was far quicker than earning them through labor. As the night passed without incident, the Northern Liang prefecture came alive early the next morning. Countless individuals discussed the complete annihilation of the 3 major gangs the previous night, as well as the appointment of the Northern Suppression King as the new county governor. Both events were monumental in significance. Meanwhile, members of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion had already blended into the crowd, awaiting the Northern Suppression King's inauguration. Inside the governor's mansion, Chu Luo slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth from his gaze. A terrifying pressure instantly surged within the room, considerably stronger than the previous day, as he had evidently broken through to the 4th heaven of the Void Realm. The system's voice resonated in Chu Luo's mind punctually. Sign in. Upon hearing the words critical hit sign in, a smile bloomed on Chu Luo's face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 30 sets of Northern Liang battle armor, achieving a 100-fold critical hit. Thus signing in for 3,000 sets of Northern Liang battle armor. Northern Liang battle armor. Top-tier treasure armor that can double the wearer's combat power and provide formidable defense. The top-tier treasure armor. It can also double combat power. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Doubling combat power was astonishing. He had previously led the Northern Suppression Army, which was the most elite force in the Great Li Empire. Clad in mere, standard mid-grade treasure armor that offered minimal defense, with no mention of any combat power enhancement. Now, with top-tier treasure armor that doubled combat power, if he were to forge 3,000 Northern Liang iron cavalry clad in this armor, coupled with 3,000 divine steeds at the nascent soul stage, who could possibly withstand such a force? Even against an army of 100,000, they could surely triumph in both of his past lives. He commanded countless followers but had never possessed such an invincible army. He could hardly contain his excitement. Rising to his feet, he stepped out of his chamber, where Chu Ziyan and the 2 divine martial generals, Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis, were already waiting. We pay our respects to the master. The 2 divine martial generals greeted reverently upon seeing Chu Luo's figure. By now, nearly all the practitioners of the Northern Liang prefecture had gathered outside the governor's mansion, awaiting the master's appearance. Zhao Yun spoke respectfully. Shall we proceed? Very well. Let us go. With that, Chu Luo, accompanied by the 2 divine martial generals and the already ascended Chu Ziyan, made his way outside the mansion. As soon as Chu Luo stepped out, countless practitioners knelt on the ground, reverently exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations, County Governor!" In the battle of the previous day, Chu Luo had directly obliterated the 3 major gangs and distributed 100,000 superior spirit stones to over 1,000 lower-tier practitioners, instilling hope in all the practitioners of the city. Perhaps the entire Northern Liang prefecture would become a more harmonious place due to the arrival of the Northern Suppression King. Nonetheless, several dozen individuals in the crowd were carefully scrutinizing the cultivation levels of Chu Luo and his companions. "Ha! You all truly honor me, Chu Luo. Certainly I, Chu Luo, shall not disappoint the expectations of all. From this day forth, I shall assume the role of the governor of Beiliang County. Henceforth, you shall all be under my protection as the people of Beiliang County. No one shall be allowed to oppress my subjects. Chu Luo, once the king of the north, has traversed many lands of the Dali dynasty and is acutely aware of the struggles faced by the lower-tier cultivators. Now that the entire Beiliang County has become my domain, I shall not permit the emergence of factions or forces that specialize in oppression. I shall endeavor to develop Beiliang County into the mightiest of counties. Fortified and robust, in due time, I shall lead a great army to the Dali dynasty, ensuring that the so-called holy son of Dian and Li Linglong pay their dues. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully assuming the position of governor of Beiliang County. Activating the point system. 1 point is earned every second, and 1 point can be exchanged in the point shop for various items. For instance, 1 point can be exchanged for a soldier with blood transport realm cultivation. Upon hearing this, Chuluo's face broke into an extraordinarily radiant smile. 1 point per second, and 1 point could procure a soldier with blood transport realm cultivation, in a day comprising 12 hours, with each hour lasting 120 minutes and each minute containing 60 seconds. That amounts to 86,400 seconds in a single day. Thus, in 1 day's time, he could acquire 86,400 blood transport soldiers. Over the course of 10 days, this would yield 864,000 blood transport soldiers. Essentially, in a fortnight, he could amass over 1 million soldiers. Ding, please note, points are tallied every night. Another notification chimed, pulling Chuluo back to reality. At this moment, many cultivators in Beiliang City heard Chuluo's words, their faces lighting up with excitement. Some even flushing with emotion. As the most marginalized cultivators of the Dali dynasty, they had always been like lambs to the slaughter. Now, someone was speaking on their behalf, even if it may not come to fruition. They felt a flicker of warmth. The former king of the north is indeed a true hero. By the way, does anyone here cultivate spiritual fields? I intend to requisition your fertile lands at a rate of 10 high-grade spirit stones per acre each month. I shall temporarily requisition 1,000 acres. Suddenly, Chuluo recalled that he possessed nearly 1,000 gene of 8th-grade spiritual rice seeds. In the near future, he would need many soldiers under his command. Without resources for cultivation, that would be untenable. Furthermore, he would surely need to sign in for 8th-grade spiritual rice seeds in the future. For now, he would requisition 1,000 acres to test whether he could cultivate 8th-grade spiritual rice. If successful, it would provide a continuous source of cultivation resources, far more valuable than high-grade spirit stones, facilitating training. Thus, his army would not lack for resources. After all, with 1 soldier acquired every second, future consumption would undoubtedly be substantial. A month, 10 high-grade spirit stones per acre. Upon hearing Chuluo's proclamation, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. The spiritual fields they had cultivated might not yield even a single high-grade spirit stone in a year. Thus, the prospect of receiving 10 in a month was utterly astonishing. Governor, I have 10 acres of spiritual fields. If you find it useful, I can forego the spirit stones. Suddenly, an elderly man, whose cultivation was merely at the Dan transformation stage, bowed his back and spoke. Haha, what are you saying? 10 high-grade spirit stones per acre each month for your 10 acres. I shall requisition them, and you will still oversee them. Additionally, I will grant you 10 extra high-grade spirit stones as wages each month. However, you must apply yourself diligently. Chuluo responded with a hearty laugh. The moment these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in fervor. Governor, I have 3 acres of spiritual fields. Governor, I have 5 acres. Governor, I have 10 acres. The throng shouted in excitement, quickly amassing 1,000 acres of spiritual fields. Subsequently, he instructed Zhao Yun to take the 1,000 gene of 8th-grade spiritual rice seeds and a multitude of those skilled in cultivating spiritual fields to the outskirts of the city to plant the 8th-grade spiritual rice. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Xiongling Pavilion, Half Moon Tower, and other factions retreated, having gathered considerable intelligence. The newly appointed governor's declaration that the people of Beiliang County are all his and that no one shall oppress them was crystal clear. It signified a direct assault on the tyrannical forces within Beiliang County, aimed at dismantling the oppressive entities. Chuluo was well aware that individuals from other factions might be lurking in Beiliang City to eavesdrop on his words and to probe into his affairs. His statements were directed precisely at them, signaling that he was not here to languish in retirement. Night fell. Zhao Yun returned to the residence and approached Chuluo, respectfully reporting, "My lord, the The 1,000 gene of 8th grade spiritual rice seeds have been sown across the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields, with over 300 individuals overseeing these fields. Very well, I understand, Chuluo replied, nodding with satisfaction. 8th grade spiritual rice is an exceedingly vital resource for cultivation. Should the 1,000 acres yield a harvest of 8th grade spiritual rice, it would result in a substantial bounty. While the yield of 8th grade spiritual rice is somewhat less than that of its 7th and 6th grade counterparts, he was curious about how many gene could be produced per acre with the seeds provided by the system. However, just as Zhao Yun departed, a sudden voice from the system echoed in Chuluo's mind. Ding, today's points have been tallied, amounting to 43,200 points. Over 40,000 points have been credited? Chuluo was momentarily taken aback. Then a profound joy washed over him. Earlier that morning, the Supreme Lord System's point system had been activated, but without the tally, he had not explored it in detail. Now, with over 40,000 points, he could finally delve into it. His gaze immediately fell upon the points balance. 43,200 at next. He spotted a point shop, and several items appeared before his eyes. Blood Transport Realm Soldier, 1 point for 1. Gathering Spirit Realm Soldier, 10 points for 1. Dan Transformation Realm Soldier, 100 points for 1. Nascent Soul Realm Soldier, 1,000 point for 1. Void Realm Soldier, 10,000 point for 1. Combined Body Realm Soldier, 100,000 points for 1. And Divine Demon Realm Soldier, 1,000,000 points for 1. Gasp! How terrifying! Upon glimpsing the point shop, Chuluo inhaled sharply that a Divine Demon Realm Soldier costs merely 1,000,000 points. With a point earned every second, he could amass 86,400 points in a day. In 10 days. That would amount to 864,000 points. This implies that within a span of just under 12 days, he could obtain a Divine Demon Realm Soldier. How extraordinarily extravagant. The system is truly magnificent. Chuluo could not help but exclaim, 12 days for a Divine Demon Realm Cultivator, even with the full might of the Dali Dynasty. Such rapid cultivation would be impossible. However, I already possess 2 Divine Demon Realm Cultivators of the 9th level. Thus, I shall not hoard points, but instead first forge 3,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry to guard the city. Currently, his forces were too meager, consisting only of 2 peak Divine Demon Realm Generals. He required more personnel to manage various affairs, such as the 3,000 Beiliang Iron Cavalry, with over 40,000 points. He decided to exchange for 400 Dan Transformation Realm Soldiers. Chuluo murmured to himself, and then resolved in his heart. The next moment, he stepped out into the empty courtyard, silently declaring, System, exchange for 400 Dan Transformation Realm Soldiers. Ding, congratulations to the host for consuming 40,000 points to exchange for 400 Dan Transformation Soldiers. The system's voice faded. A multitude of towering men clad in gray robes suddenly materialized before Chuluo. Their vigorous blood energy was palpable, clearly indicating their exceptional prowess. Even among the troops he once commanded in the Northern Defense Army, such tall and robust soldiers, brimming with vitality, were the elite of the elite. Each of them was at least at the 6th level of the Dan Transformation Realm, far surpassing the 1st level that Chuluo had anticipated. Greetings, my lord. The crowd knelt in unison, their voices resonating in the air. Good, good, good. You may rise, Chuluo responded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. At last, he was no longer a solitary commander. Gradually, as time passed, the number of troops under his command would continue to grow to a certain point. It would be time for that Li Linglong to step down. System, materialize 400 sets of Beiliang battle armor. Ding, 400 sets of Beiliang battle armor have been materialized. With a thunderous sound, 400 sets of exquisite armor, radiating a mysterious metallic sheen and a fierce aura, appeared before Chuluo. 1 set for each of you. Yes. The 400 strong men promptly began to collect their armors. Shortly thereafter, 400 soldiers clad in Beiliang battle armor stood before Chuluo, exuding a formidable presence. Splendid. Chuluo's satisfaction deepened as he beheld this scene. Adorned in Beiliang battle armor, tomorrow he would equip them with Beiliang warhorses. Thus, his private army of 400 Beiliang Iron Riders was formed. Of course, this was merely the beginning. In the future, it could potentially swell to 4,000, 40,000, or even 400,000. He then arranged for the soldiers to rest overnight at the Beiliang prefecture. Early the next morning, As Chu Luo awakened from his training state, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has not yet checked in. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Ding, congratulations to the host for checking in with the 9th grade Supreme Technique, the Python Dragon Secret Art. 9th grade Supreme Technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Luo's face lit up with surprise. It is widely recognized that above the realm of terrestrial immortals lies the supreme domain. The techniques that allow one to cultivate to the supreme realm are classified as 9th grade supreme techniques. While he practiced an immortal art that rendered the 9th grade technique unnecessary for himself, it was essential for his subordinates. This technique would be bestowed upon his 2 god-devil generals and the many soldiers, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. A superior technique would yield not only a greater reservoir of spiritual energy, but also a purer form of it, thus amplifying their strength. This explains why the formidable individuals emerging from the Dali royal family are often more powerful than those within the cultivation world. Naturally, this is not the sole reason for their might. Other factors such as martial skills, battlefield experience, and weaponry also play a crucial role. After a brief surge of excitement, Chu Luo stepped out of his chamber. He promptly issued a series of commands, akin to various regulations and laws, all of which were implemented in the Beiliang County city. Adjacent to the prefecture lay a vast expanse of land, where Chu Luo summoned many from the city to commence the construction of a military camp. Once completed, this camp would be capable of accommodating at least 100,000 troops. Amidst the fervent transformation of Beiliang County City, a multitude of formidable experts from the Fierce Spirit Pavilion were temporarily summoned from other cities to converge in the northern part of Beiliang County. Specifically in the Fierce Spirit City, the actions of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion did not go unnoticed by countless cultivators and minor power leaders within Beiliang County, who quickly grasped their intentions. Someone sought to encroach upon their territory, and the Fierce Spirit Pavilion, as one of the dominant forces in Beiliang County over the years, was naturally unwilling to acquiesce. Report to the Pavilion Master. It is estimated that within another day, our personnel will be fully assembled, exceeding 5,000 in number. The 7th-level elder of the God-Devil realm approached the Pavilion Master with utmost respect. Very well. Once our forces are gathered tomorrow, we shall march directly to Beiliang County City and claim the head of that dog. The Pavilion Master's voice was tinged with anger as he spoke. How audacious of him to attempt to seize control of the entire Beiliang County. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, particularly the 2 sentences uttered by the Northern Defense King, he immediately understood that the king's intentions were far from seeking a peaceful retirement. Instead, he aimed to thoroughly cleanse Beiliang County. Could they tolerate such a thing? He swiftly chose to amass an army to eliminate the county governor, the once Northern Defense King, that he understood that the former Northern Defense King was a true dragon. Even if he had now become a mere rabbit, he could not afford to be careless. The lion does not underestimate its prey, even if it is a rabbit. Thus, he resolved to gather 5,000 troops to obliterate him entirely. Ensuring that no future troubles would arise, the headquarters of the Half Moon Tower was established in Half Moon City, located in the eastern part of Beiliang County. Within a resplendent palace, dozens of powerful figures congregated. At the forefront stood a woman of enchanting beauty, radiating an overwhelming God-Devil aura, unmistakably a superlative expert at the 8th level of the God-Devil realm. Master, the Northern Defense King undoubtedly intends to purge Beiliang County entirely, seeking to seize complete control. Moreover, the Fierce Spirit Pavilion has already gathered their forces, preparing to take action that if they were to eliminate the former Northern Defense King, the entire Beiliang County would revert to its former state, and our merchant association would not be adversely affected. However, since the Fierce Spirit Pavilion has already made their move, should we also dispatch a few individuals to assist? A 7th-level cultivator of the God-Devil realm stepped forward and spoke slowly. Assist? The voluptuous woman seated in the main position smiled slightly, her crimson lips parting. Remember, the one in Beiliang County was once a true dragon. Even if a true dragon descends to the mortal realm, it remains beyond our reach. From this day forth, our Half Moon Tower must not provoke the county governor in any way. Furthermore, if the county governor issues any regulations or laws, we shall strictly adhere to them. In cases where assistance is required, we shall do our utmost to lend our support. On the exquisite visage of Su Banu, A faint smile emerged as she spoke. The numerous formidable beings of the divine and demonic realms were initially taken aback by her words. Although their faces bore expressions of confusion, they quickly responded in agreement. In their minds, their esteemed leader was a person unafraid of heaven or earth. Yet here she was, exhibiting such caution in the presence of the already incapacitated king of the north. This undoubtedly indicated that there were matters concerning which their leader harbored reservations. The high-ranking members of Banu Tower departed, and Su Banu's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her thoughts drifting back 4 years. She hailed from the great Yin dynasty, and her family, residing at the borders, was annihilated by the fierce Hun's dynasty. Captured by the ruthless Huns, she was to be offered to their great general due to her remarkable beauty. However, before they could return to their homeland, they encountered the army led by the king of the north. That battalion of over 10,000 Huns was utterly vanquished, and she was rescued, joining the ranks of the king of the north's forces. With the king of the north's intention to invade the Huns dynasty, he placed her along the route, and eventually, she arrived here, seizing certain fortuitous opportunities, greatly enhancing her cultivation and establishing Banu Tower. Over the course of 4 years, she evolved into one of the dominant forces in the entire Beiliang prefecture. She could hardly have anticipated that the once spirited and invincible youth would find himself in such dire straits. Nevertheless, she still firmly believed that the once indomitable king of the north would rise again like a true dragon, soaring through the clouds. With such a connection, she could never lay a hand on Chu Luo. If the opportunity arose, she wished to repay the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon her. The commotion surrounding the Fiend Spirit Pavilion naturally spread throughout the entire Beiliang prefecture in no time. Chu Luo, situated in the capital of Beiliang prefecture, also received this news, yet he paid it no heed. In fact, it aligned perfectly with his intentions to strike fear into the heart of the enemy. Even if the Fiend Spirit Pavilion did not come, he would bring it down himself. The existence of a tyrannical force that had dominated Beiliang prefecture for years was incompatible with his vision for governance. Thus, the Fiend Spirit Pavilion must vanish. It now appeared that the only way for that to happen was through annihilation. Within a day, under Chu Luo's call for thousands, a vast military camp materialized beside the Beiliang prefecture's capital. Of course, Chu Luo ensured that the thousands of men did not labor in vain. He compensated them with several high-grade spirit stones for a day's work. Additionally, a mission was assigned to these thousands, to repair the entirety of Beiliang prefecture's capital. The walls, streets, and numerous other areas of the city had fallen into disrepair and required restoration. Work was to commence the following day, without any influence from the Fiend Spirit Pavilion, for the materials needed for the repairs. He ordered Zhao Yun to procure them from Banu Tower in the city. After a day of bustling activity, Chu Luo himself did little more than issue a few casual commands. Ding, congratulations to the host for today's settlement of 86,400 points. As night fell, the system's voice resonated in Chu Luo's mind punctually. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across his face. System, exchange for 800 soldiers of the Huadan realm. Chu Luo immediately ventured into the military camp. Contemplating. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 80,000 points for 800 Huadan realm soldiers. As the system's voice faded, akin to the previous night, 800 formidable cultivators appear before Chu Luo. We pay our respects to the Lord. The moment they manifested, the 806th-tier Huadan realm cultivators knelt upon the ground, respectfully reporting to Chu Luo an own need for formalities. Observing the scene, Chu Luo revealed a brilliant smile. Subsequently, 800 sets of Beiliang battle armor were distributed. Alongside the assembled 400 men, a total of 1,200 cultivators clad in Beiliang armor stood before Chu Luo, exuding an overwhelming aura. Adorned in the Beiliang battle armor, their combat prowess surpassed that of mere 6th-tier Huadan cultivators, with their combined strength nearly reaching the pinnacle of Huadan. Thereafter, Chu Luo conjured 3,000 Beiliang warhorses at the Yuaning stage. As the 3,000 first-tier Yuan-Ing warhorses emerged, the vast military camp transformed into a lively spectacle. The soldiers gazed in astonishment at the valiant steeds, their eyes wide with shock. Horses of greater strength than themselves, Was this not a reversal of a natural order? Before long, the soldiers donned in Beiliang armor mounted their steeds. A powerful aura emanated from the soldiers and their horses, creating an inexplicable sense of harmony, as if those steeds were destined to be paired with the armored soldiers. This was the true Beiliang iron cavalry. Yet they lacked weapons. If they were armed, their momentum would become even more fearsome. 1,000 Beiliang iron cavalry could perhaps charge through an army of 10,000. Chu Luo gazed upon the 1,200 Beiliang iron cavalry before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. These Beiliang iron cavalry were merely at the beginning of their journey. In no time, once their cultivation advanced, they would become even more terrifying. That moment, the figure of the champion marquis appeared beside Chu Luo, equally astonished by the powerful and imposing aura of the Beiliang iron cavalry. "My lord, what is all this?" the champion marquis exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah, champion marquis, you have arrived just in time. This contingent of Beiliang iron cavalry shall be led by you for the time being. Tomorrow or the day after, Beiliang Prefecture will face a great battle. You and General Zhao shall lead the Beiliang iron cavalry in a battle against the enemy." Upon hearing this, the champion marquis nodded eagerly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. In life, he had been a peerless champion of the army. Engaging in combat rather than dealing with mundane affairs had left him itching for action. At last, he would have the opportunity to wage war against the powerful beings of this realm. Subsequently, Chu Luo returned to his residence, while the champion marquis began instructing the Beiliang iron cavalry on various combat techniques. Just as Chu Luo intended to immerse himself in a state of cultivation, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from within the residence. Has Ziyan broken through to the integration realm? Sensing that aura, Chu Luo's expression shifted in surprise. It had only been a few days, and she had already reached the integration realm. It seemed that Chu Ziyan's aptitude for cultivation was indeed remarkable. "Brother, I have good news. I have broken through to the integration realm. The bad news is that my cultivation resources have been depleted." Before Chu Luo's murmured thoughts could dissipate, a melodious voice floated in from outside the door. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Chu Ziyan, who had just broken through to the integration realm. However, upon seeing her, a tempest of emotions surged within Chu Luo. Name: Chu Ziyan. Race: human. Cultivation: first tier of integration realm. Physique: Yin body, not yet activated. Special: reincarnation of the Yin Empress. The reincarnation of the Empress, Chu Luo's heart silently exclaimed. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the Empress's realm, he understood the significance of a reincarnated being. That it meant that a powerful entity had been reborn, living a second life. This was akin to his own journey of traversing worlds and living anew, albeit he had retained his memories. The Chu Ziyan before him had likely not brought memories from her previous life. Of course, it was possible that one day in the future, she might recover her memories. Contemplating this, Chu Luo's mind became entangled. He had not anticipated that his beloved younger sister was a reincarnated being. He wondered if, upon regaining her memories, she would still recognize him as her brother. "Brother, what are you thinking? If you lack cultivation resources, I can just use the spirit rice for my training." Upon witnessing Chu Luo's widened eyes, frozen in place, Chu Ziyan initially assumed that there were no cultivation resources left for him. After all, in recent days, much effort had been devoted to repairing the military camp and hiring individuals to cultivate spiritual fields, depleting a considerable amount of spirit stones and resources. Moreover, their numbers had increased by several hundred. Even if there were still some cultivation resources available, it was likely that they were nearly exhausted. Is it possible to lack cultivation resources? Chu Luo, awakening from a shock, immediately spoke up. He then produced a vial containing 7th grade flawless quality Peiyuan Dan and handed it to Chu Ziyan. "This contains Peiyuan Dan. Previously, your cultivation was too weak to refine the medicinal potency within this 7th grade Peiyuan Dan. Now that your cultivation has broken through to the combined body stage, with a little attention, you should be able to refine this potency." Additionally, he revealed a 9th grade supreme technique, saying, "You can practice this technique, which is significantly more formidable than the ones passed down in our Chu family." As he spoke, Chu Luo produced a jade slip and offered it to Chu Zian. The technique inherited by the Chu family is merely an 8th grade technique, capable of reaching only the Earth immortal realm, whereas this Python dragon secret can be cultivated to the supreme realm. The Jade Slip contains his inscribed 9th grade technique, the Python dragon secret, 7th grade Peiyuan Dan, and this 9th grade supreme technique. Brother, you truly possess an abundance of treasures. I feel as if I befriended a wealthy patron. Chu Zian exclaimed with a radiant smile as she accepted the vial of pills. However, I believe I won't need this 9th grade technique. 5 years ago, shortly after you departed from the capital, a technique suddenly appeared in my mind. I don't know why, but I followed the cultivation method that emerged in my head, and the process felt quite smooth. My comprehension of that technique has deepened considerably, and my cultivation speed has accelerated significantly. Switching techniques now feels somewhat inappropriate. A technique suddenly appearing in your mind, and your cultivation progressing smoothly? Chu Luo immediately understood that this must be the technique left by Chu Zian from her previous life, undoubtedly of a higher grade than the one he provided. Contemplating this, he chose not to comment further, retracting the Jade Slip and focusing his gaze on Chu Zian. He spoke slowly. All right, if you run out of resources, come find me. Remember, you will always be my sister. In essence, he too was a reincarnator. As long as Chu Zian acknowledged him as her brother, she would forever be his sister. There was nothing unacceptable about this. After all, he had merely lived another life, not usurped her identity. Of course. You are my brother, but you're acting rather strangely today, Chu Zian remarked with a smile gracing her exquisite features, after exchanging a few more words. She took her leave. Upon returning to his room, Chu Luo did not dwell on the matter. Yet he realized that this world was far more complex than he had initially imagined, encompassing vastness beyond his comprehension. Certainly, the most pressing matter at hand was his development, to repay the humiliation he once endured in full. The following morning, the system's prompt sounded precisely on cue. Ding! It has been detected that the host has not yet signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in, Chu Luo instinctively replied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 3,000 Supreme Grade Spears, the Northern Liang Battle Spears. As the system's voice faded, Chu Luo's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Wow, incredible! The system is truly remarkable, granting my every wish. He had initially intended to visit the Half Moon Tower to purchase some spears for the Northern Liang Cavalry. Little did he know, he had directly signed in for 3,000 Supreme Grade Spears. 3,000 Supreme Grade Spears were worth at least 100,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, and the quality of the system's products far surpassed those crafted by others. Much like the elixirs. Subsequently, Chu Luo made his way to the military camp, presenting the 3,000 Supreme Spears and the 9th grade Supreme Technique to General Ho, instructing him to practice alongside Zhao Yun and impart the knowledge to the numerous soldiers of the Northern Liang Cavalry. Once they successfully transitioned to the Python Dragon secret, their combat prowess would soar. Time swiftly passed, and a great sun transformed into a waning one, casting its golden rays upon Northern Liang County, imparting a sense of renewal to the city. Indeed, throughout the day, thanks to the diligent efforts of many cultivators, the entire Northern Liang County underwent a remarkable transformation. The crumbling walls and uneven streets had been meticulously repaired. The cultivators reveled in this newfound tranquility, a joy they had not experienced in years. Free from the looming tension of impending war, of course, to claim that the cultivators felt no anxiety would be disingenuous. The fearsome Spirit Pavilion was one of the dominant forces in Northern Liang, and they had assembled formidable warriors with the intent to slay the county's protector. Uncertainty loomed over whether the protector could withstand their onslaught. As time continued its inexorable march, the blood-red sun vanished entirely, engulfing the land in darkness. Suddenly, a subtle tremor began to ripple through Northern Liang County. The moment the tremor manifested, all cultivators within the city sensed it. The fearsome Spirit Pavilion's forces had arrived. Within the Northern Liang County governor's residence, Chu Luo also perceived the faint tremors, abruptly opening his eyes. Rather than displaying any signs of tension, a faint smile graced his features. Let the rise of Northern Liang commence with the annihilation of the fearsome Spirit Pavilion, that he murmured, rising to his feet and stepping outside. This moment, Zhao Yun, General Ho, and a combined stage, Chu Zian awaited him just outside the door. The 1,200 Northern Yang cavalry are ready, awaiting your command, General Ho respectfully announced. Very well. Let us exit the city and confront the enemy, that I am eager to see how many foes the fearsome spirit pavilion has sent. And if they are sufficient for us to vanquish, Chu Luo replied with a faint smile. Thus, the 1,200 Northern Liang cavalry traversed through the city, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Though the cavalry comprised cultivators of the 6th level of the transformation dance stage, they donned the Northern Liang battle armor and rode formidable Northern Liang warhorses, wielding supreme great spears. Their combined strength nearly surpassed that of most Yuan-Ing realm experts. Furthermore, the Northern Liang cavalry operated as a military unit, not merely as sum of individuals. With such an elite battalion, even cultivators at the Void Cavern realm would struggle to survive the charge of the Northern Liang cavalry. The cultivators within Northern Liang County were utterly bewildered. When had the county's protector amassed such a formidable cavalry unit? While the number was just over 1,000, their imposing presence was the most powerful they had ever witnessed. The sound of hooves thundered through the air like celestial thunder, echoing throughout Northern Liang County. Before long, General Ho and Zhao Yun, leading the 1,200 Northern Liang cavalry, stood at the city gates, quietly awaiting the enemy's arrival. The howling winds and enveloping darkness did little to diminish the terrifying momentum of the two divine generals leading the Northern Liang cavalry. Their blood surged and their morale soared to the heavens, each soldier radiating formidable battle intent. Chu Luo and Chu Zian stood atop the city walls, gazing toward the distant horizon. Although darkness loomed, the cultivators' heightened senses were undeterred. Meanwhile, a contingent of 5,000 cultivators raced across the land, the silhouette of Northern Liang County gradually coming into view. To the forefront were over 10 figures exuding immense power, all of them being experts of the divine demon realm. The leader of the fearsome spirit pavilion rode at the forefront, commanding his troops. Report to the pavilion master, there are 1,000 riders stationed outside Northern Liang County, seemingly waiting to confront us. Suddenly, a figure astride a warhorse returned from the distance, respectfully reporting that a mere 1,000 men, likely hastily summoned from the nearby city of Beiliang, are but a handful of weaklings. To think they could withstand the full force of my Xiongling Pavilion is truly Navi. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion displayed a hint of disdain upon his countenance. He led over 5,000 formidable individuals, all possessing exceptional cultivation. The weakest among them were at the nascent soul stage, with many at the void realm and fusion stage as well. Most importantly, 18 powerful beings of the divine demonic realm had also arrived. Even the former king of the north, regardless of his struggles, could not evade his demise. Moreover, he had personally come to lead the charge, ensuring victory beyond doubt. The many members of Xiongling Pavilion received the command. Whoever beheads the governor of Beiliang shall be rewarded with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, several 7th-grade spirit pills, a spiritual weapon, and a 7th-grade martial technique. The resounding voice of the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion echoed, igniting a fervor among the cultivators of Xiongling Pavilion. Each face was alight with excitement, sharpening their blades with anticipation of claiming the head of the former king of the north. Not only would they gain such generous rewards, but they would also echo their names throughout the world. To slay a once legendary figure would be the pinnacle of glory in their lives. Sensing the fervor of his disciples, a faint smile graced the lips of the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion. King of the North, your fate is sealed. Blame your inability to recognize your own position. The sound of galloping hooves resonated as the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion and his over 5,000 followers finally arrived at the gates of Beiliang. Upon seeing the more than 1,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the fallen king of the north still commanded such a formidable private army. However, their numbers were insufficient. Had there been 100,000 powerful cavalry, they might have turned and fled. Yet with just over 1,000 riders today, they were hardly worthy of consideration. Governor of Beiliang, come forth and meet your demise. I am the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion. Your destruction of my branch is a capital offense. A sinister smile crept across the Lord's face as his thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. The sound, amplified by spiritual energy, struck the hearts of the cultivators within Beiliang with a jolt. Even from behind the city walls, they could sense the overwhelming power of the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion. It was rumored he had reached the 8th layer of the divine demonic realm, possessing unparalleled combat strength in the vast expanse of Beiliang. Only the master of Half Moon Tower could rival him. Lord of Xiongling Pavilion, do not bark so wildly. Open your eyes wide and see what qualifications you have to command us to our doom. Suddenly, the cold voice of Zhao Yun rang out, followed by an overwhelming pressure that surged through the air, shaking the very fabric of reality. Oh, you think your 5,000 can withstand the slaughter of my brother and me? Stepping forward, Champion Ho unleashed a brilliant glow from his plum blossom spear, pointing it at all the members of Xiongling Pavilion. What? Impossible! The Lord of Xiongling Pavilion's once mighty aura faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief. A look of utter horror washing over his face, a peak expert of the 9th layer of the divine demonic realm. How could this be? The Lord's heart began to tremble, facing 2 peak divine demonic cultivators. Even if he summoned 10,000 men, they would stand no chance against such might. The pinnacle of the 9th layer stood at the apex of the entire Dali Empire's cultivation world. How could his insignificant Xiongling Pavilion hope to resist? There is no recourse. You have already had your chance. Thus, Xiongling Pavilion must perish today. All soldiers, heed my command. Annihilate every enemy before us. Zhao Yun's indifferent voice resonated once more. Instantly, wielding his Longdan bright silver spear, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages as he charged toward the members of Xiongling Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yun traversed dozens of miles, his spear erupting with brilliant spiritual light as it struck fiercely at the Lord of Xiongling Pavilion. The Lord's complexion changed dramatically as he instinctively raised his long sword to defend himself. Yet, he was utterly unaware of the terrifying power wielded by Zhao Yun at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine demonic realm. Boom! The spear collided with the Lord's blade, shattering it instantly, and that unparalleled strike continued unabated, crashing down upon the Lord's head. In a moment of horror-stricken disbelief, the Lord's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and gore splattering everywhere. In that instant, everyone stood frozen in shock. Their Lord of Xiongling was an invincible entity in their eyes. Was he truly felled by a single strike? As the crowd gaped in astonishment, Zhao Yun appeared as a deity of slaughter. Charging into the ranks of the 5,000 members of Xiongling Pavilion, the air was soon filled with anguish cries that it was a one-sided massacre. Whether they were divine demonic culti, suddenly, Chu Luo whispered softly, and an oval-shaped, blood-red egg appeared in his hand. The shell was adorned with delicate crimson threads, reminiscent of an egg laid by some monstrous beast. However, possessing the eye of true illusion, Chu Luo could see through this blood-colored egg at a glance. It was far from being a beast's egg. Within this seemingly ordinary shell lay a top-tier 8th-grade spiritual herb, the purple sun-blood ginseng. This was indeed an unexpected delight, the purple sun-blood ginseng. Being a supreme 8th-grade spiritual herb, contained immense medicinal power, greatly beneficial for the cultivation of practitioners. Coincidentally, he currently lacked any resources to enhance his cultivation. After stowing away the ginseng, Chu Luo turned his gaze once more to the Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis, you are to lead 1,200 Beiliang Iron Riders to sweep through the various cities of Beiliang County, eradicating all branches of the Fierce Spear Pavilion. Alongside this, cleanse the forces and strongmen who have been rampant and tyrannical within our Beiliang County. After this battle, I believe that most factions within Beiliang County will be struck with fear and thus disband. For those obstinate ones, simply annihilate them. In less than 2 days, he would be able to completely seize control of the entire Beiliang County. Understood. The Champion Marquis responded loudly, then led the 1,200 Beiliang Iron Riders towards the horizon. Upon the Champion Marquis' return, Beiliang County would welcome a period of tranquility not seen in many years. The news of the total annihilation of the Fierce Spirit Pavilion's army spread throughout Beiliang County in an instant. Countless factions were horrified and could hardly believe their ears. The Fierce Spirit Pavilion had been their powerful overlord, vastly superior to their factions. Yet, such a formidable force had been eradicated. This revelation made it clear to them that the former Northern Guardian King had not been reduced to a mere insect. His rank may have changed, but he remained a true dragon. Countless factions declared their immediate dissolution, washing their hands of past transgressions. They dared not engage in any actions that would violate the laws of Beiliang County, fearing that one day the blade would be turned upon their own necks. Naturally, some believed they could operate discreetly, continuing to exploit the desperate practitioners of Beiliang County. However, they were blissfully unaware that in the coming days, that very blade would indeed descend upon their heads. Having emerged victorious from the battle, the cities of Beiliang County buzzed with an unusual liveliness, and no matter where one went, discussions of the battle were rampant. By nightfall, the area was aglow with lights, as if firecrackers were about to explode. Today, the citizens of Beiliang County truly understood that their county lord had come to rescue them from peril. Within the county office, Chu Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the purple sun blood ginseng, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The 8th grade purple sun blood ginseng was an exceedingly rare treasure throughout the entire Dali dynasty. One that could hardly be sought after To have stumbled upon it was a sheer stroke of fortune. He wondered what stage his cultivation would reach after consuming this 8th grade purple sun blood ginseng. Chu Luo murmured softly, then prepared to swallow it and begin the process of refinement. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for today's daily settlement. 86,400 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in today's battle, annihilating over 5,000 enemies, settling an additional 100,000 points. The two consecutive system notifications caused Chu Luo's eyes to widen in astonishment. 2 beams of light bursting forth. 1 million points. The points awarded for today's battle were astonishingly high. Endless joy washed over Chu Luo's face. If this continued, he would rise to prominence in no time. What did the great Yin Saint's son, Li Linglong, even amount to? Suppressing his excitement, Chu Luo's gaze shifted once more to his points balance, which had astonishingly exceeded 110,000 points. In just a few days, he had amassed such a wealth of points. The system was truly generous. Chu Luo murmured again, then focused on the points shop. Blood Realm Soldier, 1 point per soldier. Gathering Spirit Realm Soldier, 10 points per soldier. Dan Transformation Realm Soldier, 100 points per soldier. Nascent Soul Realm Soldier, 1,000 points per soldier. Void Realm Soldier, 10,000 points per soldier. Combined Realm Soldier, 100,000 points per soldier. Divine Demon Realm Soldier, 1 million points per soldier. Earthly Immortal Realm Soldier, 50 million points per soldier. 7th Grade Artifact Master, 1 million points per master. 7th Grade Vitality Pill, 10,000 points per pill. 8th Grade Spirit Transformation Pill, 1 million points per pill. He could even exchange for Earthly Immortal Realm Soldiers. Upon seeing the points shop, Chu Luo's eyes widened once more. A glimmer of excitement reflecting within them that he had not anticipated that the shop would soon include Earthly Immortal Realm Soldiers. If he could exchange for one, who would he have to fear? Yet the points required for such an exchange were exorbitant. 50 million points. Even earning 80,000 points a day, it would take a full 2 years to accumulate enough. His over 100,000 points suddenly felt woefully inadequate. Just moments ago, Chu Luo had thought his 110,000 points were substantial. Who knew, upon closer inspection, that it was hardly enough? First, let's complete the forging of my 3,000 Beiliang Iron Riders. Chu Luo murmured to himself, then silently commanded the system to exchange for 1,800 soldiers at the 6th level of Dan Transformation Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 180,000 points to exchange for 1,800 soldiers at the 6th level of Dan Transformation Realm. As the system's voice faded, 1,800 soldiers at the 6th level of Dan Transformation Realm appeared in the military camp, exuding a formidable aura. Chu Luo sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from them, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. After equipping them with the Beiliang battle armor, exquisite spear weapons, and Beiliang steeds, he turned his gaze back to the points shop. 92,000 points remained. After tomorrow's settlement, he would reach 100,000 points once again. There were 3 options available for 100,000 points: Divine Demon Realm Soldier, 7th Grade Artifact Master, and 8th Grade Spirit Transformation Pill. What should he choose? After pondering for a moment, Chu Luo returned to his quarters that tomorrow's matters could wait. Perhaps he would settle for even more points. Having completed these tasks, Chu Luo took out the 8th grade purple sunblood ginseng once more. Then crushed the shell, revealing a ginseng that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The immense medicinal power surged into his limbs and bones in an instant. Boom! 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 His cultivation technique automatically activated. Commencing the refinement process, the innate spiritual body allowed for rapid refinement. Soon, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy coursed through Chu Luo's meridians, continuously enhancing his cultivation that a night passed in silence. And, as the sun rose, Chu Luo opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance erupting from them, like a terrifying aura surged throughout the room. The 8th grade purple sunblood ginseng had only elevated his cultivation by 3 levels. The energy required to break through each level was overwhelmingly vast. At this rate, it seemed that reaching the divine demon realm would demand countless high-tier resources. Chu Luo found that his cultivation had risen from the 4th level of Void Realm to the 7th level. Although the increase in cultivation was modest, Chu Luo could feel that his combat power had become frighteningly formidable. Ding! The system has detected that the host has yet to sign in today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. A daily sign-in, neither too little nor too much, would accumulate over time into immense wealth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Sign-in reward. Great Wilderness Sword Technique. Sacred Technique. The Great Desolate Sword Technique. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Luo inhaled sharply, his eyes brimming with boundless astonishment. Sacred Arts, a formidable power spoken of only in legends, far surpassing martial techniques by countless magnitudes. Even the 9th grade martial arts, wielded by supreme beings above the earthly immortals, pale in comparison to the sacred arts by a factor of 10,000. 4 sacred arts are the terrifying techniques that only those who have attained the sage realm can unleash. The Great Desolate Sword Technique, 12 Heavens. Anyone who can grasp its fundamentals can cleave through earthly immortals with their sword. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Luo immediately manifested the Great Desolate Sword Technique and began to peruse its contents. To his astonishment, he discovered that anyone who comprehended the basics of the Great Desolate Sword Technique, regardless of their realm, would possess the power to slay earthly immortals. How terrifying! This was merely the beginning. Should one truly comprehend all 12 heavens, the power would be unimaginable. Chu Luo murmured softly, his eyes igniting with radiant brilliance. Previously, he had wielded a spear, yet he also possessed some understanding of the sword. It should not be too difficult to comprehend the Great Desolate Sword Technique. With this thought, he flipped through a few more pages of the technique before placing it into his storage ring. He then stepped forward, exiting the chamber. The day passed swiftly amidst a flurry of activity. Night fell. The system chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 86,400 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying thousands of enemies. Yielding 500,000 points. The system's notifications rang out in quick succession, prompting a smile to emerge on Chu Luo's face that he had anticipated that the champion marquis, leading the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, would indeed be out for blood. As long as enemies were slain, point rewards would follow. 1,500,000 points. I shall exchange for something to enhance my cultivation. Chu Luo murmured, then silently instructed, System, exchange for a spirit transformation pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 1 spirit transformation pill of the 8th grade pinnacle, consuming 1 million points. System, manifest the spirit transformation pill. Ding! The spirit transformation pill has been manifested. Spirit transformation pill, an 8th grade pinnacle elixir. Typically utilized by high-ranking earthly immortals for cultivation. Infused with immense spiritual energy and medicinal potency, far surpassing that of the golden essence pill. Chu Luo murmured, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill, commencing the process of refining the immense medicinal effects within that I hope to break through to the composite body realm. The Chu Dynasty, a colossal entity comparable in strength to the Dali dynasty. Years ago, it had experienced significant friction with the Dali dynasty. However, in recent years, it had adopted a more subdued demeanor, refraining from further conflicts, coexisting peacefully for the past few years in the Chidan imperial palace. Within the Golden Long Hall sat the Chidan emperor upon his throne, ruling over vast territories of hundreds of thousands of miles. The hall was filled with a jubilant atmosphere, each face alight with excitement and anticipation. The reason? Today marked the ascension of a superpower in the earthly immortal realm, the Chidan Emperor himself. Congratulations to your majesty on achieving the earthly immortal realm. From henceforth, you shall be omnipotent. The numerous ministers knelt respectfully, their voices filled with fervor. The earthly immortal realm, truly a terrifying force capable of traversing the skies. Even a million-strong army would be powerless against a being of this caliber. Ha ha ha, my loyal subjects. There is no need for such formalities. Now that I have broken through to the earthly immortal realm, it is time to reclaim the territories that rightfully belong to the Chidan dynasty. A smile graced the Chidan emperor's authoritative visage as he sat upon his throne, a palpable pressure radiating throughout the expansive hall. Indeed, your majesty, the 4 northern counties of the Dali dynasty, spanning 50,000 miles, were once the lands of our Chidan dynasty. Having occupied our territory for so long, we must take this opportunity to reclaim our dignity. The southern barbarian king stepped forward, speaking loudly. I volunteer to lead my 10,000 southern barbarian troops as vanguard to strike into the northern Liang territory. The southern barbarian king boldly offered his services. Ha! Since the southern barbarian king has made such a proposition, I shall grant it. Southern barbarian king, I command you to lead 10,000 troops to thoroughly conquer the northern Liang county. Subsequently, I shall dispatch the lone wolf king and General Tiger Might, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers to seize the 4 northern counties of the Dali dynasty. The Chidan emperor's face illuminated with satisfaction as he spoke slowly. By reclaiming the 4 northern counties of the Dali dynasty, the Chidan dynasty could restore its lost prestige. Should the Dali dynasty remain unresponsive, he would prepare to completely absorb them. After all, the Dali dynasty had become a coveted prize. The vast territories of the Xiongnu dynasty had merged with the Dali dynasty, resulting in a domain exceeding 800,000 miles, nearly reaching 1,000,000 miles. One must understand that expansive territories signify a greater land and richer resources. Who would not desire more abundant resources? Only with ample resources can more powerful beings arise. That, of course, the impetus behind his sudden actions was not solely his breakthrough to the earthly immortal realm, but also the fact that the Dali dynasty's northern protector, rumored to have suffered a crippling of his cultivation during the downfall of the Xiongnu dynasty, had been demoted to the position of county protector of northern Liang. A fallen northern protector would no longer exert the same deterrent influence as before. In fact, with a northern protector stationed in northern Liang, the southern barbarian king could easily slay him. Thereafter, the Dali dynasty would no longer possess any deterrent force against the Chidan dynasty. Understood. Upon hearing this, the southern barbarian king revealed a sinister smile, that he was determined to lead his 10,000 southern barbarian troops to conquer the northern Liang county entirely. The head of a northern protector was as good as taken. He was eager to see if the northern protector could dismantle the fiendish spirit pavilion he had established in northern Liang or withstand the advance of his 10,000 southern barbarian troops. Indeed, he was the southern barbarian king, ruling over a territory that bordered northern Liang. He had secretly established the fiendish spirit pavilion in northern Liang to gather resources, paving the way for his eventual conquest of the county. However, just yesterday, news had emerged from northern Liang that his fiendish spirit pavilion had been annihilated. The one responsible for this destruction was none other than the newly appointed county protector of northern Liang. The former northern protector point. 2 more days swiftly passed. The champion marquis returned with 1,200 northern Liang iron cavalry. After 3 to 4 days of battle, these 1,200 soldiers bore an air of grim determination. The return of the champion marquis signified the thorough cleansing of all prominent forces within northern Liang. The entire region had reverted to a state of order not seen in many years. Chu Luo's actions had garnered immense admiration from the common cultivators of northern Liang, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. It could be said that the cultivators of northern Liang now revered him to such an extent that even the Dali Empress would not wield as much influence as his words. Moreover, During the past few days, the spiritual fields outside the city had expanded to 2,000 acres, all planted with 8th-grade spiritual rice. Having purged the nefarious forces from northern Liang, his points had accumulated to 3,500,000. It was time for an exchange. In the stillness of the night, Chu Luo cast his gaze upon the points exchange market, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His aura surged with an unfathomable strength, magnitudes greater than before. Remarkably, Chu Luo had successfully refined a spirit transformation pill, propelling his cultivation to the first level of the harmonization stage, resulting in a dramatic increase in his combat prowess. Following his breakthrough yesterday, he had exchanged blows with Zhao Yun, effortlessly subduing him with a mere strike. Though his cultivation had not fully recovered, his strength was undeniably restored, reaching the level of an Earth Immortal during the tumultuous battles against the Xiongnu Empire. With the addition of the Heavenly Sacred Sword and the nascent comprehension of the Great Wilderness Sword Art, he felt confident that he could easily slay an Earth Immortal with his sword. System, I wish to exchange for a Spirit Transformation Pill, a 7th-tier blacksmith, and a soldier of the Demon God Realm. Chu Luo silently instructed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1 million points and successfully exchanging for an 8th-tier Spirit Transformation Pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1 million points and successfully exchanging for a 7th-tier blacksmith. Sun Chong. Beep. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1 million points and successfully exchanging for a soldier of the 6th level of the Demon God Realm. Wang Q. I.S. The 3 notifications echoed in succession. 3 million points were swiftly depleted. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Chu Luo stepped out, and 2 imposing figures appeared before him. Wang Qi, Sun Chong, at your service, my lord. Upon seeing Chu Luo, both knelt respectfully, their voices filled with reverence. There is no need for such formalities, Chu Luo replied, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Before him, the basic information of the 2 individuals materialized. Name: Wang Qi Cultivation. 6th level of the Demon God Realm Physique. None weapon. Speared at name. Sun Chong Cultivation. 1st level of the Demon God Realm Physique. None specialty. Forging armor and weapons. The unexpected addition of 2 powerful beings from the Demon God Realm pleased Chu Luo immensely. While Sun Chong was of the 1st level, his skills in forging were invaluable, but a 7th-tier blacksmith was regarded as a distinguished guest among the elite factions in the Great Li Empire. In peak condition, such a blacksmith could craft superior spiritual weapons, the pinnacle of armaments in the Great Li Empire. His previous weapon had been a superior spiritual spear, which had broken during the fall of the Xiongnu Empire. Now, the materials he had scavenged from various factions would finally serve a purpose. Sun Chong, from now on, you shall serve as the head of the Forge Hall under the Northern Liang Prefecture. Should the army require anything, you will be sought out at the Forge Hall, Chu Luo stated, his gaze fixed on Sun Chong. Rest assured, my lord, as long as it is not a supreme spiritual weapon, I can forge it, Sun Chong vowed earnestly. Wang Qi, I appoint you as the captain of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Ready and at your command, Chu Luo directed his attention to Wang Qi. Speaking slowly. Yes, Wang Qi responded with a respectful tone. With that, the 2 departed, one heading to the military camp while the other remained temporarily at the Northern Liang Prefecture. Subsequently, Chu Luo returned to his room and consumed the Spirit Transformation Pill. Commencing its refinement as an 8th-tier elixir, it would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Time passed gradually, and before long, 3 days had slipped by. In the grand palace of the Great Li, within the Golden Luan Hall, Li Linglong sat upon her throne, her expression riddled with confusion as she regarded the brocade-clad guards. What did you say? That Chu Luo has stabilized Northern Liang Prefecture, eliminating the sources of chaos within it. Now, every cultivator in Northern Liang speaks of the prefect with praise. Li Linglong struggled to comprehend how a seemingly useless individual could possess such capabilities that it had only been a few days. Yet the chaotic Northern Liang had undergone a remarkable transformation. How could a mere wastrel have swept away the complexities of the various factions in Northern Liang? Had he perhaps regained his cultivation? Li Linglong pondered as she looked at the commander of the brocade guards, who had been dispatched to observe Chu Luo's plight. She had hoped to witness his misfortunes and validate her own decisions. Previously, she had experienced a fleeting moment of doubt, but upon hearing of Chu Luo's downfall, that doubt had vanished entirely, leading her to choose the great Yin Holy Sun. However, instead of witnessing Chu Luo's desolation, she was met with astonishing news that it appeared he had not single-handedly quelled the turmoil in northern Liang. Rather, he possessed personal soldiers, over 1,000 formidable private troops, and 2 protectors of the 9th level of the demon god realm. With just these 2 advantages, he had effortlessly subdued the entire northern Liang faction. Moreover, he had cultivated spiritual fields, enacted laws, and undertaken a series of reforms, treating northern Liang as his own home and diligently working towards its development. The commander of the Brocade Guard spoke again. Indeed, my lady, 2 protectors at the 9th level of the demon god realm and over 1,000 private soldiers. Li Linglong's initial surprise gave way to a smirk of disdain. I never imagined he would have such hidden resources. However, a mere 1,000 private soldiers and 2 9th level protectors pale in comparison to my control over the entire Great Li Empire. I hold the Tiger Talisman and command millions of troops, with countless experts in the demon god realm at my disposal. Chu Luo is merely playing at being a ruler in northern Liang. She dismissed the matter with indifference, realizing that the 2 9th level protectors were not as formidable as she had initially thought. Suddenly, the great Yin Holy Sun strode into the hall with an air of confidence, approaching Li Linglong with a brilliant smile that he had finally deduced the fate of the 2 8th level sycophants he had dispatched earlier, not killed by other powerful beings, but rather by Chu Luo's 2 protectors. Clearly, he needed to send someone else. Your Highness, is there something you wish to convey? Upon the arrival of the great Yin Holy Sun, Li Linglong's furrowed brow relaxed, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Oh, it is nothing. Let us proceed to our training, the Holy Sun said gently, casting a charming smile at Li Linglong. Having completed her transition in cultivation, Li Linglong had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the demon god realm, merely a step away from the earth immortal realm. Once she broke through to the earth immortal realm, she would be able to enjoy Li Linglong's original Yin, facilitating her rapid ascent to the supreme realm. Only by reaching the supreme realm before the age of 50 could she aspire to challenge the legendary status of a saint. The mere thought of becoming a saint ignited a fervent desire within the Holy Sun. Very well, Holy Sun, Li Linglong replied, her smile growing even brighter. She felt increasingly assured that her earlier choice had been the right one, that once her cultivation reached the earth immortal realm, her lifespan would extend to 500 years, allowing her beauty to remain unchanged. Moreover, she could even strive for the legendary supreme realm, which promised a lifespan of 1,000 years. How many times must I remind you? From now on, you shall call me husband. Once you ascend to the earth immortal realm, you will become the one and only partner of the great Yin Holy Sun. A mere utterance of husband is of no consequence, the Holy Sun said with a grin. Understood, husband, Li Linglong acquiesced. Li Linglong appeared shy, softly speaking, entirely forgetting the presence of Chu Luo, the king of the north, who had once grown alongside her, aiding her ascent to the throne, stabilizing the realm, and expanding its territories. As the saint son of Dian took Li Linglong to cultivate. A dark shadow rose into the night, heading northward, the Chu Dynasty, in the land of the southern barbarians. After several days of arduous travel, the southern barbarian king returned to his domain. The first order of business upon his return was to summon an army of 100,000 southern barbarians, marching towards the northern Liang prefecture of the Great Li Dynasty. The distance from their assembly point to northern Liang was merely a mere 10,000 miles, easily traversable within a day. You dare to destroy my fierce spirit pavilion and render the king of the north powerless. Tomorrow shall witness your head roll. The mighty army of 100,000 surged forth, with the southern barbarian king of the Chu Dynasty riding an extraordinary warhorse. His overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of the divine and demonic realm resonating throughout the heavens. Beside him were 8 formidable generals of the divine and demonic realm, with such a powerful vanguard. Capturing northern Liang was undoubtedly assured that in the deep of night, an endless darkness enveloped the earth. The entire northern Liang city fell into a profound silence. At last, I have entered the threshold. Chu Luo stood firm in the military training grounds, sheathing his heavenly saint sword. a radiant smile illuminating his face. Little did he expect that it would take him 2 full days to barely grasp the great wilderness sword technique to its first level. Sacred arts are indeed intricate and enigmatic. However, compared to 3 days ago, not only had my cultivation broken through to the 3rd level of the harmonized realm, but I had also entered the initial stage of the great wilderness sword technique. My combat strength has undoubtedly surged exponentially. Even the previous land immortal before me would fall effortlessly. Chu Luo murmured again, his aura now lacking its former heaviness, infused with a hint of sharpness. On the first day, he had refined a top-grade, 8th-tier spirit transformation pill. Elevating his cultivation by 2 levels in the subsequent days, he devoted himself entirely to deciphering the great wilderness sword technique. Finally, he had made his breakthrough, becoming a true master of the sword path. Report, Lord, a member from Half Moon Tower seeks an audience. Just as Chu Luo was deeply immersed in sensing his vast and terrifying power, a figure approached him, reporting. The figure was none other than Duke Champion. Half Moon Tower? What business do they have with me? Chu Luo paused, surprised. He was aware of Half Moon Tower, but had little interaction with them, merely sending subordinates to purchase items when the Northern Liang Prefecture was in need. That was the extent of their dealings. Half Moon Tower had a decent reputation in Northern Liang, being a legitimate merchant association that contributed to the region's development. Thus, he harbored no particular thoughts about them. After all, it was thanks to the presence of such a merchant association that Northern Liang could thrive and prosper. The person is the branch master of Half Moon Tower in Northern Liang City, and he has urgent matters to report to you. Duke Champion continued. Oh, is that so? Let him come. Chu Luo nodded slowly, speaking softly. An unexpected visit at such an hour must hold significance. Shortly after, an elderly man, a 5th-level being of the divine and demonic realm, arrived at the military training grounds. Upon seeing Chu Luo, he immediately knelt. Old Lishan pays his respects to the county lord and no need for formalities. Speak your mind, Chu Luo said indifferently. County lord, grave news. The Chu Dynasty's army of 100,000 has entered Northern Liang and is advancing towards the city. Lishan spoke with evident urgency. What? The news struck Chu Luo, and he furrowed his brows instinctively. Indeed, County Lord, this information comes directly from our Half Moon Tower master. The Chu Dynasty harbors ill intentions and likely seeks to invade Northern Liang. Moreover, our master is currently gathering forces to provide support. Lishan continued rapidly. Although Half Moon Tower was a merchant association, it had branches in nearly every city within Northern Liang, thus possessing a highly efficient information network. The fact that their master personally relayed such news affirmed its authenticity. All right, I understand. However, it is merely an army of 100,000. There is no need to panic. You may return, Chu Luo said, momentarily lost in thought before his expression returned to its previous calm. County Lord, I shall take my leave. Should you require any resources, feel free to send someone to inform me. I will do my utmost to assist Northern Liang through this crisis. Lishan departed. Chu Luo was somewhat taken aback. Half Moon Tower's capabilities were indeed impressive, indicating that its master was a person of great integrity. However, there was no time to ponder this now. He turned his attention to Duke Champion. Coldly instructing Duke Champion, gather 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and prepare. A fierce battle awaits at dawn. Upon hearing this, Duke Champion nodded immediately, responding respectfully. It is merely an army of 100,000. As long as no land immortal appears, there should be no issues. Chu Luo nodded, his figure abruptly vanishing from the spot. Faced with the army of 100,000, he remained unperturbed. He was merely puzzled as to why the Chu Dynasty, which had maintained peace with the Great Li Dynasty for several years, would suddenly launch an attack on Northern Liang. Was this targeting him specifically? Could a discarded king of the North possess such allure? Unable to decipher this, Chu Luo did not dwell on it, but he knew that after this battle, Northern Liang would surely gain notoriety. If he wished to continue developing in peace, he would likely become a thorn in the side of certain individuals, an eyesore they would not allow to flourish undisturbed. However, that was fine. Only under pressure would there be motivation, as long as the entirety of the Great Li Dynasty and the Saint Son of Dian did not mobilize. His current combat strength could safeguard northern Liang. Returning to his quarters, Chu Luo resumed his cultivation. His harmonized realm at the third level was still too low, had he possessed the cultivation of the divine and demonic realm today. He would not fear even the saint son of Dian that if he achieved the land immortal realm, he would have the courage to confront the holy sect behind the saint's son that of course. This was limited to himself. Now he was not alone. He had many subordinates and the Chu family. He must tread carefully until he became strong enough that no one could harm them. Meanwhile, in Half Moon City, at the headquarters of Half Moon Tower, nearly 100 figures stood in a grand hall. Each of these figures emanated a formidable aura, the lowest being at the Void Realm and Harmonized Realm. Now that all the cultivators have gathered, let us proceed to Northern Liang. Su Banyue, seated at the head, rose and spoke softly. Master, that is an army of 100,000 from the Chu Dynasty. Can we withstand them? A strong cultivator voiced the collective concern of all present. The Chu Dynasty's army, led by the terrifying southern barbarian king, numbered only 100, even with the 3,000 northern Liang iron cavalry. They would struggle against the formidable southern barbarian king and his vast army. Given the proximity of the southern barbarians to northern Liang, they had all heard of the southern barbarian king's might. Thus, the prospect of confronting him and his army filled their hearts with trepidation. Are you all succumbing to fear? Surely you understand the brutality of the Chu Dynasty's forces that I in the present day. Should we refrain from aiding the governor of Beiliang in repelling the Chu Dynasty, it is inevitable that their forces will seize control of the entire Beiliang region. Do you believe you can remain unscathed? Su Banyue halted her steps, her gaze resting upon the crowd below as she spoke in a composed manner. Her exquisite visage betrayed no sign of change. She was well aware of these individuals. They were skilled at gathering information and managing commerce, which was acceptable. However, should they be tasked with significant undertakings, they would undoubtedly falter, just as they were doing now, of course. This is a common human reaction. As Su Banyue's words fell, an expression of profound struggle appeared on the faces of the crowd. After a moment, the leader declared, "We are willing to proceed, even if it leads to our demise. We shall be hailed as heroes defending Beiliang." Finally, they resolved their inner turmoil and spoke. "Very well, then follow me." Upon witnessing this, a gentle smile graced Su Banyue's flawless features. Subsequently, 100 formidable figures emerged from the Half Moon Tower, swiftly making their way toward the city of Beiliang. It would take approximately 3 to 4 hours to reach the city, yet only 2 or 3 hours remained until dawn. May Chu Luo endure a while longer. As night faded, a radiant sun ascended, and the formidable army of 100,000 southern barbarians approached the vicinity of Beiliang City with an overwhelming presence. Like a torrent, they surged forth toward the city's outskirts. At last, they had arrived. Seizing Beiliang City would equate to conquering the entire region. The southern barbarian king, having traveled tirelessly through the night, was not only invigorated but radiated a robust and spirited aura. As the vanguard, he reveled in the pleasures that came with it, such as the unrestrained sacking of cities and the countless women at their mercy. Additionally, immense treasures awaited their collection. The thunderous sound of hooves from the southern barbarian army echoed like celestial thunder, shaking the very earth beneath them. Zhang Beiliang, come forth. The southern barbarian army gradually halted before Beiliang City, and the southern barbarian king, a peak powerhouse of the divine demon realm, unleashed his formidable energy, reverberating throughout the land. His towering figure resembled that of a god of slaughter, exuding a bloodthirsty intent that sent tremors through the hearts of all who beheld him. Kill, kill, kill! The resounding battle cry of the southern barbarians reached a crescendo, their ferocity palpable even within the confines of Beiliang City, where the faces of many civilians and cultivators reflected sheer terror. Such ferocity was utterly overwhelming. The booming voice of the army resounded in their hearts like the roar of thunder. Who would have thought that I, the so-called wasted northern defender, would still be so sought after? Even the southern barbarian king of the Chu Dynasty has come personally to confront me, as the southern barbarian king's voice echoed. Chu Luo suddenly appeared atop the walls of Beiliang City, a faint smile adorning his face, betraying not a hint of fear before the vast army. Beside him stood Chu Xian, whose countenance turned pale at the sight of such a menacing force. The overwhelming sight of the ruthless army was visually staggering. Despite her confidence in her brother, the sight of the 100,000 southern barbarians caused her heart to quaver. Chu Luo, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Yet, you made a grave error in destroying the Killing Spirit Pavilion. Had you spared them, you might have lived a while longer. Upon seeing Chu Luo, the southern barbarian king's rugged face broke into a radiant smile. Truly, the northern defender has indeed been rendered powerless. With only the cultivation of the harmonization realm, no matter how legendary or formidable his methods, he cannot withstand our 100,000 southern barbarians, though. Is that so? Chu Luo raised an eyebrow at the southern barbarian king's confident smirk and remarked softly, "Let's see how much your southern barbarian king has grown in these past years, General Zhao. Champion Ho, open the city gates and prepare for battle." Chu Luo's cool and detached voice commanded, as the gates of Beiliang city slowly creaked open, allowing 3,000 iron cavalry to surge forth like a torrent of steel toward the imposing southern barbarian army. Kill! 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 The earth-shattering roars erupted from the mouths of the 3,000 iron cavalry, emanating an aura of relentless ferocity. Under the sustained supply of resources, the 3,000 iron cavalry had experienced tremendous growth. Advancing from the 6th to the pinnacle of the Dan transformation stage, their overall strength had multiplied several-fold. The overwhelming pressure of the divine demon realm erupted from General Zhao and Champion Ho, resembling an unparalleled spearhead as they propelled themselves forward at an astonishing speed. The thunderous sound of hooves from the 3,000 iron cavalry echoed as they rapidly closed in on the southern barbarian army. What? They possess two peak powerhouses of the divine demon realm. I have underestimated you, the so-called wasted northern defender. You even have two peak powerhouses following you. The southern barbarian king's expression shifted to one of gravity as he observed the formidable 3,000 iron cavalry, along with the two divine demon generals, Zhao Yun and Champion Ho. Despite his solemn demeanor, he remained confident in the realm of the Chu Dynasty. Apart from the newly ascended emperor, his strength ranked among the top 3. He was confident he could face two peak powerhouses of the divine demon realm simultaneously. Southern barbarians, obey my command. Annihilate all enemies before you. Leave the two divine demon peak powerhouses to me. The southern barbarian king's energy surged as he bellowed toward the heavens. Kill! 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 The southern barbarian army surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, charging at the 3,000 iron cavalry under the leadership of their peak powerhouse. In stark contrast to the overwhelming numbers of the southern barbarians, the 3,000 iron cavalry seemed grossly outmatched. To an observer, it appeared as though they could be drowned in a single mouthful of spit. On the city walls, Chu Xian watched this unfolding scene, her face etched with concern. Brother, the disparity in numbers is far too great. Can we truly achieve victory? In her eyes, the 3,000 iron cavalry appeared as though they were marching toward their doom. Her heart heavy with reluctance. Fear not. You will know soon enough whether we shall triumph. Chu Luo responded with a gentle smile, his voice imbued with confidence. Just as his words fell, the southern barbarians and the iron cavalry were now within 500 meters of each other. In an instant, the southern barbarian army was poised to engulf the 3,000 iron cavalry entirely. The southern barbarian king leaped from his steed, wielding a massive hammer that erupted with dazzling spiritual light. Channeling boundless power toward Zhao Yun and Champion Ho at the forefront. Die. The southern barbarian king exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient and fearsome beast, reaching an unparalleled zenith of power in that moment. His presence alone overshadowed the terrifying might of the 3,000 northern Liang iron cavalry. Observing this, the champion marquis displayed a flicker of disdain, and his plum blossom spear surged forth with the ferocity of a true dragon. Roaring into action, the clash of two titanic forces, each embodying the pinnacle of divine and demonic realms, resonated through the void, producing a resounding thunder that echoed across the heavens before the reverberations could fade. A heart-wrenching wail pierced the air, reverberating throughout the world. The southern barbarian king, with bloodied arms hanging limply by his side, could barely hold the massive hammer he wielded, which fell to the ground in defeat. With a gaping maw, he let out a tortured howl, while within, a tempest of disbelief raged. He could scarcely comprehend the sheer invincibility of his opponent's might. In a single blow, his arm had been rendered useless. Yet, as the southern barbarian king's anguished cries echoed, an even more formidable spear light emerged before him. No. The southern barbarian king widened his eyes in terror, an overwhelming dread flickering within them from the spear light. He sensed an ominous aura of death. "You cannot kill me," he screamed in fear, yet the spear light paid no heed to his pleas. In the next instant, it descended upon his head with a resounding crack. The southern barbarian king's colossal head burst apart like a fragile watermelon, red and white matter spraying forth. The southern barbarian king, a being at the apex of the divine and demonic realms, fell without being able to withstand even 2 strikes from the champion marquis. The 2 strikes were unleashed in the span of a single breath as the headless corpse of the southern barbarian king plummeted to the ground. The 3,000 northern Liang cavalry collided violently with the 100,000 southern barbarian troops, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries that filled the air. Zhao Yun, akin to a razor-sharp blade, led the 3,000 northern Liang cavalry to tear through the formation of the 100,000 southern barbarian troops. In a mere charge, over 10,000 southern barbarians fell, stunned into silence. The southern barbarian troops were left utterly dumbfounded. The war had only just begun, and their commander, a superlative warrior at the pinnacle of the divine and demonic realms, had been decapitated. Meanwhile, their formation was ripped apart by the very 3,000 northern Liang cavalry they had deemed insignificant. The 3,000 northern Liang cavalry acted as a meat grinder, cutting through the ranks of the 100,000 southern barbarian troops, resulting in nearly 20,000 casualties, effectively splitting the southern barbarian forces and extinguishing their morale. Zhao Yun, leading the 3,000 northern Liang cavalry, turned to face the remaining troops, the terrifying aura of the divine and demonic realms erupting once more. Wang Qi, lead the northern Liang cavalry to charge at those 40,000 troops. The champion marquis and I will handle the remaining 40,000. Understood, Wang Qi replied, his prowess at the pinnacle of the 6th realm of divine and demonic forces surging forth as he led the 3,000 northern Liang cavalry towards the 40,000 southern barbarian troops. In the next moment, Zhao Yun's Longdan silver spear transformed into a silver dragon, launching a ferocious assault from the rear. With each thrust of the spear, hundreds, if not thousands, perished. Meanwhile, the champion marquis dispatched one southern barbarian general after another with his spear. Proving invincible against foes of the 7th and 8th realms of divine and demonic forces, no one could withstand his might. The sounds of agony, cries, and the clash of battle echoed through the heavens and earth. The tide of war turned as swiftly as a collapsing mountain. In a matter of moments, the 3,000 northern Liang cavalry, alongside the 2 supreme warriors of divine and demonic realms, shattered the morale of the 100,000 southern barbarian troops. Their commander, along with numerous generals of divine and demonic realms, had been slain. How could they muster the spirit to fight and kill? Instantly, panic set in, and all attempted to flee. They were genuinely terrified. Having never witnessed such a ferocious army and formidable warriors, we have truly won. The northern Liang county has triumphed. Chu Zian exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with boundless shock as she gazed upon the battlefield. Awash in rivers of blood and strewn with corpses, she had never imagined that the 3,000 in northern Liang cavalry could so effortlessly crush the 100,000 southern barbarian troops. The staggering disparity felt utterly impossible. Pursue the victory and expand our gains. The champion marquis's resonant voice echoed across the land that in an instant, the 3,000 northern Liang cavalry fragmented, directly charging towards the fleeing southern barbarian troops. The champion marquis and Zhao Yun did not cease their relentless assault, continuing to slay the southern barbarian forces. The sounds of slaughter gradually diminished with the passage of time. Half an hour later, the area outside northern Liang County had been transformed into a hellish landscape. Crimson blood stained the earth, and dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere. That moment, the sky brightened Su Banyue, accompanied by the members of Hanyue Tower, finally arrived at the outskirts of northern Liang County. Upon witnessing the scene resembling a hell on earth, they stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth happened here? What, the 100,000 southern barbarian troops? Surely they haven't all perished outside these walls. Su Banyue's exquisite features were marked by profound shock. It was evident to her that the severed limbs and countless corpses belonged to the southern barbarian troops, meaning that the 100,000 southern barbarian forces had indeed been annihilated just outside northern Liang County. The cultivators behind Su Banyue were engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment, unable to fathom their eyes. 100,000 troops had simply vanished without a trace. How could the defender of northern Liang County achieve such a feat? Truly a dragon among men, Su Banyue murmured, her eyes shimmering with an array of emotions. The king of northern Liang remained as powerful as he had been 5 years prior, unmatched by any foe. Soon, the gates of northern Liang County swung open once more, and countless cultivators poured forth, beginning to clear the battlefield. Each face among the northern Liang cultivators radiated boundless excitement and exhilaration. It was an overwhelming triumph. The 100,000 southern barbarian troops had been all but obliterated, with only a few insignificant stragglers escaping. Such an achievement was unprecedented and unparalleled. Standing upon the city wall, Chu wore a faint smile. Well, 100,000 troops, the Chu Dynasty, you were the ones to provoke me first. I had intended to develop steadily within northern Liang County, but now you shall meet your demise at my hands. Within the council chamber of the county government, divine and demonic generals, Zhao Yun, Hua Tsubing, and another general of divine and demonic realms, Wang Qi, along with Chu Luo's sister, Chu Zian, gathered in the hall. Reporting to the master, we have slain nearly 100,000 enemies, seized 2 million top-grade spirit stones, 30 million mid-grade spirit stones, various medicinal pills and herbs, nearly 100,000 precious long blades, and a multitude of assorted items. The champion Marquis and Zhao Yun reported respectfully to Chu Luo, who sat at the head of the table. This battle would undoubtedly enrich all of northern Liang County, yielding immense rewards. Excellent. Splendid. Distribute a significant portion of the resources to the northern Liang cavalry to expedite their breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage. When that time comes, the northern Liang cavalry will be even more formidable. Additionally, send most of the mined resources to the artifact pavilion as reserve materials for weapon crafting. And a radiant smile graced Chu Luo's face. The cost of annihilating 100,000 troops had been minuscule, while the spoils of war were exceedingly bountiful. Understood. Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis replied respectfully. Reporting, members of Hanyue Tower seek an audience. A voice called from outside. Let them enter, Chu Luo responded, nodding without surprise. Suddenly, a captivating figure accompanied by over 10 formidable beings from the realm of gods and demons entered the grand hall of deliberation. These individuals were none other than Su Banyue and the numerous powerful allies from the Half Moon Tower. This humble girl, Su Banyue, pays her respects to the esteemed governor. Su Banyue bowed deeply, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement as her crimson lips parted to speak. The crowd behind her also bowed respectfully. Su Banyue, I never imagined that after all these years, you would emerge as a powerful practitioner of the eighth heaven of gods and demons you recall that 5 years ago. You were merely a fledgling cultivator at the Dan transformation stage. Chu Luo's gaze lingered on Su Banyue's enchanting form, a radiant smile gracing his features upon Su Banyue's entrance. He was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing why the Half Moon Tower frequently aided the North Liang County. It turned out to be the very woman he had casually rescued 5 years prior. Governor Chu, I am truly astonished that you still remember me. Upon hearing this, an exquisite smile blossomed on Su Banyue's face. Governor Chu, my life, as it stands, was given to me by you. From this day forth, the Half Moon Tower shall be entirely at your service. Su Banyue spoke with fervor, having contemplated this before her arrival. She felt she had little to offer in return to Governor Chu, save for the establishment of the Half Moon Tower in her own being. Of course, even if she were to willingly offer herself, it was possible that Governor Chu might not be interested. Thus, the Half Moon Tower was her sole option. Chu Dynasty, are you certain? I have heard that the Half Moon Tower does not merely thrive within North Liang County. It has branches in other counties as well. The daily profits must be considerable. Chu Luo remarked with a playful smile. The greater the value, the more I can repay your kindness towards me. Now, as governor, you are tasked with resisting the Chu Dynasty while managing numerous other affairs. Although the Half Moon Tower may not engage in much, our extensive network across several counties ensures that we have timely access to information. Any news can be swiftly conveyed to you. Governor Chu Dynasty expressed pride in the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Half Moon Tower. You make valid points. Just so happens, I indeed require an intelligence organization. Let the Half Moon Tower covertly gather various information for me. With these words, Chu Dynasty's smile radiated even brighter, illuminating the entire meeting hall. Yes, she responded with another respectful bow. Very well, if that is the case. The assorted spoils of war will have a place for processing. Chu Dynasty, I entrust this matter to you. The Half Moon Tower is a commercial entity, and as a large trading company spread across several counties. Anything sent there, regardless of its utility, will find value. Rest assured, Governor, this is precisely what the Half Moon Tower excels at. Following this, after Chu Luo assigned various tasks to the others, he retreated to his chamber to continue his meditation on the Great Wilderness Sword Technique. Chu Dynasty, having received an array of goods from the 10,000 southern barbarian soldiers, promptly set about managing them. The remaining high-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and all those elixirs and spiritual herbs capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation were kept. A portion was placed in the county storehouse, while the majority was distributed among the North Liang Iron Cavalry. The warhorses were nourished with high-grade spirit stones, showcasing their affluence. This was, of course, a directive from Chu Luo. For soon North Liang County would be under the scrutiny of Li Linglong and the esteemed Saint Son of Dian, as well as the Chu Dynasty. The future of North Liang County would likely face the onslaught of two imperial dynasties alongside the formidable background of the Dian Saint Son. As night fell, the moment of anticipation for Chu Luo arrived. With the annihilation of the 10,000 troops, it was time to see how many points could be accrued. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice resonated in Chu Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accrued 10 million points today. 10 million points? Chu Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, excitement radiating from him. This was astonishing. The system was incredibly powerful, bestowing him with 10 million points instantaneously. It was akin to striking it rich overnight. Ding! The point shop has been refreshed. Another notification chimed, and Chu Luo immediately focused on the point shop. In the character section. Blood Transformation Realm Soldier, 1 point each. Spirit Gathering Realm Soldier, 10 points each. Dan Transformation Realm Soldier, 100 points each. Nascent Soul Soldier, 1,000 points each. Void Realm Soldier, 10,000 points each. Fusion Realm Soldier, 100,000 points each. God and Demon Realm Soldier, 1 million points each. Earthly Immortal Realm Soldier, 50,000 points each. In the Elixir section, 5th grade Spirit Connecting Pill, 500 points each, can aid a peak Dan Transformation Realm Cultivator to swiftly break through to the Nascent Soul Realm. 7th grade Yuan Cultivation Pill, 10,000 points each. 8th grade Spirit Refining Pill, 1 million points each. 8th grade Top Tier God Breaking Pill, 3 million points each, can directly assist cultivators of the 8th and 9th heavens of gods and demons to ascend to earthly immortal realm. In the weapons section, Blood God Giant Crossbow, 100,000 points each, a defensive weapon capable of slaying even careless 9th heaven of gods and demons cultivators. In the Warhorse section, North Liang Warhorse, 100 points each, Great Snow Dragon Steed, can form the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 1,000 points each for Nascent Soul Peak Realm. Wow, there's so many new items, including elixirs that can directly promote cultivators of the 9th and 8th heavens of gods and demons to the earthly immortal realm. Chu Luo's eyes widened again, filled with surprise. The notion of an elixir that could facilitate a direct ascension to the earthly immortal realm was something he had never even heard of before. He had once spent 5 years honing his skills on the battlefield to achieve that very breakthrough. Now, a single elixir could accomplish what he had labored for so long to achieve. The system truly was remarkable. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Luo perused the offerings once more, realizing that there was an abundance of desirable items. However, he lamented that he only had 10 million points. What should he exchange for? After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have consumed 1,500,000 points and successfully exchanged for 3,000 5th-grade spirit-connecting pills. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully consumed 6 million points to exchange for 2 8th-grade top-tier god-breaking pills. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully consumed 2 million points to exchange for 2 8th-grade spirit-refining pills. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully consumed 500,000 points to exchange for 5 blood god giant crossbows. The system's notifications concluded. Chu Luo found that his remaining points were dwindling. After spending 10 million points, only the daily accrued points remained. Although the expenditure felt like water flowing away, the gains were monumental. The spoils acquired from those soldiers paled in comparison to this. Just 1 8th-grade top-tier god-breaking pill was worth more than everything else combined. Having completed the exchanges, Chu Luo's figure vanished from his previous location, reappearing within the military camp. This moment. The 3,000 North Liang Iron Cavalry were engaged in their cultivation, needing time to recuperate after a day of slaying nearly 10,000 troops. However, as soon as Chu Luo arrived, 2 divine generals, Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis, approached him. Greetings, my lord. Indeed, both generals have worked hard today. Chu Luo remarked with a smile, extending his hand to present 2 plump, fragrant elixirs. These are 2 8th-grade top-tier god-breaking pills. Each of you will receive one. Upon refining them, you will be able to break through to the earthly immortal realm. The 6 million points he expended to exchange for 2 god-devouring pills were intended solely for the 2 divine generals. Once they refined the god-devouring pills, the Northern Yang County would be graced with 2 terrestrial immortals to uphold its defense. Countering the Chu Dynasty would undoubtedly pose no challenge to AT that juncture. It would be a time for rapid ascension. It is essential to note that the system is the Supreme Lord system, whereby not only slaying foes yields points, but also expanding territories. Indeed, he intended to first strike at the Chu Dynasty, to develop further, perhaps enabling him to confront the holy sect that stands behind the great Yin Holy Sun. The Holy Sect, as the name suggests, is a sect rumored to be guarded by beings of saintly caliber. Of course, he had only heard of it. The only person who had truly encountered the Holy Sect was the great Yin Holy Sun. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Yun, the champion Marquis, spoke as he accepted the god-devouring pills. Excitement evident on their faces. With the possession of these pills, they would ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals, walking through the void, cleaving mountains and rivers with their swords, traversing tens of thousands of miles in a single day. These were abilities exclusive to terrestrial immortals. Additionally, there were 3,000 spirit-connecting pills and 5 blood god great crossbows. The spirit-connecting pills would allow the 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to transcend the nascent soul realm, while the blood god great crossbows, at their peak, could slay cultivators of the divine demon realm, fortifying the defenses of Northern Liang County. After entrusting all these treasures to the 2 divine generals, Chu Luo returned to his chamber to commence the refinement of the 2 transformation pills, which had cost him 2 million points. Currently, his cultivation stood at the 3rd layer of the integration realm, and the 2 8th-grade transformation pills would still benefit his progress, though not as potent as before. These pills could still facilitate his advancement to the 5th layer of the integration realm. Without hesitation, he swallowed both transformation pills whole and began to refine the medicinal power within. Time flew by, and a night passed swiftly. The 5 blood god great crossbows had been mounted atop the city walls, emanating a fierce and terrifying aura. Even cultivators of the divine demon realm might fall to the bolts of these crossbows. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry and the 2 divine generals, having received their rewards, retreated into seclusion. For a time, the entirety of Northern Liang County was shrouded in tranquility. However, in the great Li imperial city, chaos erupted Eye Linglong sat high upon the throne, exuding a subtle yet terrifying pressure emanating from her peak cultivation in the divine demon nine-layer realm. Yet, her expression was marred by fury and shock. The anger stemmed from a sudden assault on northern Liang County by the Khitan Dynasty, which had maintained peace for many years. Northern Liang County was the territory of the Great Li Dynasty. An attack on it was tantamount to declaring war. The shock arose from the realization that Chu Luo, the former king of the north and her childhood companion, had annihilated the invading army of 100,000 southern barbarians and slaughtered their leader. This was utterly inconceivable. Your Majesty, the Khitan Dynasty harbors ill intentions. Their true target is not northern Liang County, but the four major counties located in the northern part of our Great Li Dynasty. Should the Khitan Dynasty succeed in capturing all four counties, the northern region of our Great Li Dynasty will be thrown into disarray, and a minister stepped forward respectfully, voicing his concerns. The remaining officials nodded in agreement. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the Great Li Dynasty now occupied the territory of the Xiongnu Dynasty, boasting lands that were more than twice the size of other dynasties. A vast territory signifies abundant resources and an abundance of powerful beings. Every dynasty yearns to expand its realm and enhance its might. The Khitan Dynasty must have perceived the vastness and richness of the Great Li Dynasty's lands, fearing the emergence of more formidable cultivators. Hence their decision to strike at this moment, and while it was certain that military forces would be gathered, it would not be in northern Liang County. Li Linglong rose, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Issue my orders. Gather 200,000 Northern Guardian troops to the neighboring Northern River County. Northern River County borders Northern Liang County. Beyond it lies Northern Liang County. Stationing troops in Northern River County? Upon hearing Li Linglong's command, the ministers were momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly grasp her intention. Assembling forces in Northern River County would effectively abandon Northern Liang County, should the Khitan army advance. They could swiftly seize control of Northern Liang County. Only by pressing further would they encounter the stationed forces of Northern River County. Failing to continue the offensive would merely surrender the chaotic and barren Northern Liang County, which held no value for the Great Li Dynasty, of course. These considerations were beyond the comprehension of the officials. They primarily understood that the once ineffectual king of the north had demonstrated the capability to annihilate an invading army of 100,000 and slay the southern barbarian king of the Khitan Dynasty. The emperor wished to prevent his resurgence, desiring his demise. However, none of the ministers dared to voice any dissenting opinions or suggestions against Li Linglong, for the stability of the Great Li Dynasty was assured. It must be noted that the legendary Holy Son of the Holy Sect now stood behind the Great Li Dynasty, with numerous terrestrial immortals among his subordinates. No one could threaten the foundation of the Great Li Dynasty. Even if all other regions of Great Li fell today, with a mere word from the Holy Son, the terrestrial immortals would emerge, forcing the other dynasties to their knees. Understood, Your Majesty, the ministers of the Great Li exclaimed in unison. Dismissed, Li Linglong commanded coldly, and once the ministers departed, her expression turned even more frigid as she murmured softly, Chu Luo, oh Chu Luo, you should have simply resigned yourself to a quiet life, yet you aspire to rise again. If you truly achieve prominence, will the people of Great Li not begin to blame me? Thus, it would be best for you to vanish completely. With her decree, the entire Great Li Dynasty began to function like a colossal machine. 200,000 Northern Guardian troops converging toward Northern River County. The Khitan Dynasty, too, was in a state of upheaval. How could 3,000 cavalry from Northern Liang County have decimated the invading army of 100,000 southern barbarians? And how could one of their top combatants, the southern barbarian king, have been slain? Upon receiving this news, the Khitan emperor rose abruptly, unleashing a formidable aura from his terrestrial immortal realm that reverberated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall, causing all present to gasp in shock, trembling before the overwhelming pressure. The might of a terrestrial immortal was truly formidable. Most ministers in attendance were cultivators of the divine demon realm and struggled to withstand this immense pressure. Your Majesty, the commander of Northern Liang County, is none other than the former king of the north, who was once at the pinnacle of the Great Li Dynasty. However, it is said that his cultivation has been rendered null. Relegated to the post of county commander in northern Liang County, I suspect there may be a hidden scheme at play. Yet, I am but a foolish minister, unable to fathom the true intentions of the great Li dynasty. A minister suddenly spoke, a scheme. In the face of absolute strength, what could a scheme possibly amount to? 100,000 southern barbarians could not conquer all of northern Liang County. How could our Khitan dynasty's 200,000 elite forces, bolstered by 5 peak divine demon generals, possibly be deterred? Issue my command. Proceed according to the original plan. The 200,000 Khitan troops shall strike northern Liang County. I wish to demonstrate to the great Li dynasty and the surrounding realms that our Khitan dynasty does not fear the great Li dynasty. The Khitan emperor rose from his throne, his expression brimming with confidence. He had ascended to the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals, harboring absolute assurance. Yes, the multitude of ministers immediately knelt in reverence. The 200,000-strong army of the Khitan dynasty continued to converge towards the southern barbarians' territory. In no time, this formidable force would gather at the northern frontier of Beiliang, poised for an assault. Time flew by, and within 2 short days, Chu Luo had refined 2 spirit transformation pills. Breaking through to the 5th level of the integration realm, his combat prowess had multiplied beyond measure, far surpassing even his earlier self, who had reached the realm of terrestrial immortals. He pondered whether his strength could now rival that of the Yin Holy Sun. 2 brilliant beams of light shot forth from Chu Luo's eyes. He was unaware of the Yin Holy Sun's precise level, yet he was certain it was significantly high within the realm of terrestrial immortals. Moreover, with a lineage from the Holy Sect, the martial skills he practiced and the weapons he wielded would undoubtedly be formidable. Nonetheless, Chu Luo himself had grown exceedingly powerful. Should he make further advancements in the great wilderness sword art, he would truly reach the pinnacle of strength. As Chu Luo found himself lost in thought, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entirety of Beiliang City. All present felt the immense, overwhelming pressure and widened their eyes in astonishment. This oppressive force was far beyond anything a being of the divine demon realm could muster. If it were not from the divine demon realm, then it must be from a powerful figure within the realm of terrestrial immortals. The realization sent a chill through the cultivators of Beiliang City, their faces etched with profound terror and shock. They had witnessed the emergence of a terrestrial immortal within their midst. "Is it Zhao Yun?" Chu Luo exclaimed. Feeling the overwhelming aura, he immediately rose, revealing a radiant smile. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yun appeared before him, reporting, "My lord, I have successfully broken through to the 1st level of the terrestrial immortal realm, thanks to the elixirs you bestowed upon me." Zhao Yun bowed respectfully to Chu Luo, his excitement palpable. "Haha, splendid. A terrestrial immortal can easily take the life of 100,000 foes. Beiliang City now boasts a terrestrial immortal to safeguard it." Chu Luo's gaze fell upon Zhao Yun, a smile gracing his lips. Though Zhao Yun's aura was subdued, the terrifying power emanating from him was unmistakable, a force that no being of the divine demon realm could withstand. Just as Chu Luo concluded his words, another overwhelming and vast aura erupted from the military camp, revealing yet another presence of a terrestrial immortal. Before long, the champion Marquis stood before Chu Luo, respectfully reporting, "My lord, I too have broken through to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The 3,000 Beiliang cavalry have also made breakthroughs, all achieving the nascent soul realm, their combat strength soaring to O." "Is that so?" Chu Luo responded, his face lighting up with delight. Nascent soul cultivators could generally serve as captains within the armies of the Dali dynasty. Additionally, with the 3,000 Beiliang cavalry clad in their battle armor, their strength was effectively doubled. Coupled with their nascent soul steeds, their potency was far beyond simple arithmetic. "Very well, since both of you are present, I hereby declare that soon we shall prepare to march into the Khitan dynasty, allowing them to experience true terror." Chu Luo spoke calmly, for he had never favored a passive stance. Whoever struck him would inevitably feel his retaliation. When he was unable to fight back, he would quietly develop his strength, and when he could, he would strike without reservation. Now, with 2 terrestrial immortals at his command, how could he not fight? He was undoubtedly ready. However, The current forces within Beiliang Jun City were still insufficient. With a few 100,000 soldiers, who would dare stand against them? Yes, the two divine demon generals responded respectfully before departing. Yet before Chu Luo could exit the council hall, a graceful figure approached him, her stunning visage betraying a sense of urgency. What has happened? Why the haste? Chu Luo inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. The person before him was none other than the exquisitely beautiful Su Banyue. My lord, there are two troublesome pieces of news. First, the Khitan dynasty has gathered a legion in the southern barbarian lands, and there are now at least 100,000 troops, seemingly intent on amassing 200,000 to march towards Beiliang Jun City. The second piece of news is that the Dali royal family has dispatched 200,000 troops to garrison Beiliang Jun. They're abandoning Beiliang Jun entirely. Su Banyue expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend why her childhood friend could be so ruthless. That it was evident to any discerning eye that Li Linglong aimed to station 200,000 troops at Beiliang Jun to ensure the complete demise of the northern king. Ah, I see, Chu Luo replied calmly, unfazed by the news. As for the Dali emperor, he had surmised her intentions. However, he would not yield to her wishes. If she desired to witness his downfall, he would ensure that she regretted it profoundly. Banyue, continue gathering intelligence and report any further developments to me immediately. Not worry. I'm stronger than ever, and no one can defeat me. Chu Luo fixed his gaze on Su Banyue, observing her worried expression, and spoke slowly that a terrestrial immortal could rival 100,000 troops. Beiliang Jun not only had two terrestrial immortals, but also him. I believe in you, Lord Chu, Su Banyue replied, her eyes filled with determination as she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Chu Luo vanished from his location in an instant. The following morning, the two terrestrial immortals, Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis, alongside Chu Zian, who had reached the 9th level of the integration realm and was on the brink of breaking through to the divine demon realm, gathered together. Champion Marquis, you shall lead the 3,000 Beiliang cavalry to secure Beiliang Jun City. General Zhao and I will venture out for a brief period, returning in 3 to 5 days. Or at most, 7 to 8 days, Chu Luo declared from his seat, his gaze steady upon the assembled individuals. He had resolved to personally infiltrate the Khitan dynasty's ranks to deliver a slight shock. Furthermore, it had been far too long since he had engaged in combat, and he yearned to gauge his current strength. He recalled the blood he had shed leading the northern army into the Hun's territory. He had lost count of how many foes had fallen beneath his blade. Ever since Zhao Yun and the champion Marquis had joined him, his opportunity for battle had significantly diminished. Now, facing an opposing force of 200,000 troops, it was true that a single terrestrial immortal could match 100,000 soldiers. However, he could not possibly slay them all. His intention this time was to create a significant impact. After all, slaying enemies and expanding territory would yield points. The land of Beiliang Jun was simply too small. It was time to commence an expansion. Understood, the champion Marquis replied, momentarily taken aback before he acquiesced. Brother, I will accompany you, Chu Zian exclaimed, her face filled with concern. Press on. Once you break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, you will be able to join me on the battlefield. Chu Luo responded with a gentle smile. Reaching out to ruffle Chu Zian's hair, I will, Chu Zian declared, determination igniting in her eyes. I will double my efforts. Chu Zian was well aware that with his mere cultivation of the 9th layer of harmonization, accompanying Chu Luo would undoubtedly be a significant burden. You must exercise caution, she warned. Rest assured, he replied with a smile, there is no one in this world who can harm your brother. Chu Luo then turned to Zhao Yun, instructing him to prepare for their afternoon departure. Understood, Zhao Yun responded promptly, and the three of them set off. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Luo made the necessary adjustments for their journey, planning to set out in the afternoon and arrive by nightfall. Perfectly timed. Meanwhile, a young man clad in splendid garments appeared 100 miles outside the city of Beiliang. He could already see the grand city standing majestically upon the vast earth. Eliminate a worthless fool. And those two incompetent ones can't even manage that. Must I intervene personally? Such a waste of my cultivation time. Yet since I am here, I shall relish the task at hand. The Holy Prince is daily accompanied by the breathtakingly beautiful Empress of Dali. I too shall indulge myself before returning to the royal palace. With each step, the young man traversed dozens of miles as if the very earth shrank beneath him, a technique only achievable by those in the earthly, immortal realm. He was a true disciple of the holy sect, not particularly distinguished among his peers, but adept at playing the sycophant, having assisted the Holy Prince for several years by alleviating his troubles. Occasionally, he was rewarded with precious elixirs or the company of women who had grown tiresome. He had heard whispers of the Northern King having a sister of stunning beauty. He looked forward to discovering her true allure. For him, 100 miles was but a fleeting moment, yet upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he feigned the demeanor of a typical affluent young master. Gaining entry into the city was effortless as he sought the direction of the county governor's residence. Who would have thought that I, Hinyo, a true disciple of the great Yin sacred sect, must sneak about to slay a governor of a dynasty, were it not for the Holy Prince's specific instructions to be discreet? I would have cleaved Beiliang city in two and demanded he present himself immediately, Hinyo muttered under his breath as he swiftly approached the governor's residence. Inside the Beiliang county office, Chu Luo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a glint of cold light flickering within an earthly immortal. "Is this aimed at me?" he murmured, rising to his feet and stepping outside. At that moment, Zhao Yun and the champion marquis vanished from their positions, reappearing beside Chu Luo. "Master, a powerful presence approaches, likely targeting you," Zhao Yun and the champion marquis spoke gravely. "Indeed, let us exit the city and deal with it." "Here, our hands are tied," Chu Luo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Moments later, the trio emerged from the governor's gates, confronting Hinyo, who had just arrived. "You worthless Northern King, your luck has run out. You could have survived a few more minutes." But fate has decreed otherwise. Hinyo beamed upon recognizing Chu Luo's familiar face. In the next instant, a long blade appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. "My friend, this is not the place for such matters. Let us step outside the city." However, as Hinyo drew his blade, intent on slaying Chu Luo, he suddenly found himself disoriented. In an instant, Chu Luo stood before him, a hand resting on his shoulder. Instinctively, Hinyo sought to strike with his blade, but felt his inner energy betraying him, utterly unresponsive, as if suppressed by some unseen force. In the next moment, he realized he was lifted off the ground. Chu Luo having soared into the air, carrying him outside the city, flanked by two other cultivators. Hinyo's eyes widened in disbelief, waves of terror crashing over him. Point 3 were earthly immortals, and Chu Luo's strength exceeded anything he could have imagined. As an earthly immortal of the second layer, he was being handled as if he were a mere chick, and fear flooded his heart. "Speak, who sent you, and for what purpose?" Chu Luo's voice was chillingly indifferent. Hinyo trembled at the sound. "That we are both disciples of the great Yin sacred sect, and I am a direct disciple, the subordinate of the Holy Prince. If you dare to take my life, the sacred sect will undoubtedly retaliate against you all." That Hinyo invoked the name of the sacred sect, aware of its formidable reputation among the dynasties, a force capable of dictating fate. "Oh, the Holy Prince. Is it? I hadn't realized you held such lingering thoughts of me. Since you've delivered an earthly immortal-esque head to me, I can hardly refuse," Chu Luo replied, a faint smile gracing his features as boundless. Terrifying energy surged into Hinyo, ruthlessly annihilating everything within him. Hinyo let out a tormented scream as his life force dissipated, ultimately falling into oblivion. Surely, losing an earthly immortal subordinate must sting a bit, Chu Luo remarked casually after vanquishing Hinyo, casting his gaze towards the distance. "The Holy Prince remains concerned for his life. The last attempt with 2 8-layered demigods failed to eliminate me. And now they dispatch an earthly immortal. They truly regard me highly. Others were inconsequential, or perhaps they simply did not warrant his attention." The only individual, Chu Luo, cast a glance at Zhao Yun and spoke softly. In the next moment, the two of them soared into the air, heading northward. The Khitan Empire lay to the north of the northern Liang Prefecture. The southern territories of the Khitan Empire were not far from the city of northern Liang. With their combined speed, they would reach that southern land by nightfall. Indeed, although Chuluo had not yet transcended to the realm of earthly immortals, remaining at the 5th level of the Void Realm. He had long since mastered the art of traversing the void, traverse the void. One only required a sufficiently profound reserve of spiritual power. Earthly immortal cultivators possessed immense spiritual energy, granting them the ability to walk upon air. Chuluo's spiritual power surpassed that of the majority of earthly immortal cultivators, allowing him to traverse the void effortlessly. Meanwhile, within the Dali Holy Dynasty, the Dian Saint's son, who was instructing Li Linglong in her cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes in a heartbeat. He appeared outside the cultivation chamber, leaving Li Linglong alone within, diligently practicing. She was now merely a step away from becoming an earthly immortal. It was anticipated that within approximately a month, she would break through to the true realm of earthly immortals, at which point she could become the rightful consort of the Dian Saint's son, her status elevating her above countless others. What is happening? Had I not instructed you that if I were to continue teaching Li Linglong, you were not to disturb me? The Dian Saint's son furrowed his brow and spoke coolly. This period was crucial that, if all went smoothly, Li Linglong could ascend to the realm of earthly immortals within a month. At that juncture, he would reap the benefits. Saint's son, I do not wish to disrupt you, but the life token of Inyo has shattered. One of the Saint's son's sycophant spoke, his face betraying shock. It just broke without warning. He could scarcely fathom who could have slain an earthly immortal like Inyo. Earthly immortals were among the most elite beings in the vast Dali Empire, and even in the surrounding realms, it was likely that there was not a single one within an entire dynasty. Even within the Dian Holy Dynasty, they ranked among the inner disciples and those with true inheritance. How could such a powerful figure have perished so easily? What? Inyo is dead. The Dian Saint's son's brow knitted tightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Very well. I understand. The Northern Guardian King possesses some hidden strength. Once I conclude my matters here, I shall personally pay a visit to this seemingly discarded Northern Guardian King to uncover the secrets that enabled him to slay one of my earthly immortal subordinates. With that, the Dian Saint's son returned to his cultivation chamber. He decided to let Chuluo continue his antics for another month before personally eliminating him in the southern territories of the Khitan Empire. Over 1 million soldiers gathered outside a magnificent citadel. This grand fortress was the heart of the southern lands, known as Nanman City, which had once belonged to the southern barbarian king. Within the Lord's mansion, a group of graceful women with exquisite features danced beautifully, their charm captivating the strong men surrounding them, who erupted in cheers. It is truly a pity that the southern barbarian king has died, leaving so many talented sisters without care, confined to an empty abode. Why not tonight? We shall comfort the many sisters on his behalf. Amidst the cheers, a booming voice resonated, belonging to a burly man radiating an aura of terrifying demonic power. His formidable presence revealed him to be a peak expert of the 9th heaven of demonic beasts. Indeed, as the great Sun King has said, we brothers should take care of our fair sisters. Another middle-aged man, exuding overwhelming power, chimed in with lustful glints in his eyes. The women, hearing their brazen discussions, were filled with endless dread. Although they were wives of the southern barbarian king, most had been taken by force, and many amongst them had families of their own. Thus, rather than mourning the king's death, they felt a sense of relief. However, none anticipated that with the king's departure, powerful figures like the great Sun King and the Tiger King, 5 peak experts of the 9th heaven of demonic beasts, would arrive. They were utterly defenseless against such might. Let it be decided, after the feast, we shall each claim a few for ourselves, declared yet another peak expert of the 9th heaven of demonic beasts. They were the 5th of the 8 kings of the Khitan Empire, all of whom were peak experts in their realm, ranked among the top 8 fighters in the entire Khitan Empire. They could indulge in the southern barbarian king's remaining concubines without fear of reproach. Very well. Once we are done playing, the 200,000-strong army will be fully assembled by tomorrow. Then we shall march to northern Liang and indulge in the exotic pleasures. Upon hearing this, the 5 peak experts of the 9th heaven of demonic beasts displayed expressions of excitement. They understood that while the northern Liang boasted a formidable force of 3,000 elite cavalry, against their quintet of peak experts and 200,000 troops, Even the most elite cavalry would amount to naught. Time passed amidst their raucous laughter. Chu Luo and Zhao Yun had drawn within 500 miles of Nanman City. "Master, shall we begin the slaughter directly?" Zhao Yun inquired curiously. "Indeed, this time is a pure slaughter," Chu Luo replied with a subtle smile, the aura of blood and slaughter emanating around him. Once a northern guardian king, he had also been known by another moniker, the god of death, that he spared no mercy in his killings in the past. Within the Xiongnu imperial city, he had ruthlessly slaughtered 1 million members of the Xiongnu royal family. It had been far too long since he had indulged in such wanton bloodshed, and this time he yearned to relish that feeling once more. "Ha, master, you are truly wise," Zhao Yun responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. He too relished the thrill of annihilation. As dusk descended, Chu Luo and Zhao Yun beheld countless tents pitched outside the city. Shadows flitted about the encampments. "Let us proceed to eliminate the general stationed within Nanman City." Chu Luo sug upon witnessing the scene. The Tiger King burst into hearty laughter, prompting the others to join in. Yet before the echoes of their mirth could fade, a resplendent beam of gunfire erupted, instantly obliterating the massive head of the Sun King. Splattering crimson and ivory matter in all directions, the queen shrieked in terror. Who is it?" The 4 great kings, confronted with this horrifying spectacle, felt their smiles freeze, replaced by expressions of sheer astonishment and overwhelming aura. Reminiscent of the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of gods and demons, surged throughout the grand hall. "Ha! Were you not here to kill me in Beiliang County? How is it that you do not recognize me?" The doors of the hall shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing 2 figures. One wielded a long spear, while the other bore no weapon at all. These 2 were none other than Zhao Yun and Chu Luo. "You, the northern king of Beiliang." The remaining 4 great kings of the 9 heavens of gods and demons widened their eyes in disbelief. Recognizing the familiar faces, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of dread. At that moment, they felt as though the invincible northern king, once a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, had returned. They had often fought, and thus knew the northern king well, even having crossed blades with him in earlier times. Yet, the northern king before them was undeniably far more formidable. With but a single shot, he had shattered the Sun King's head. Even in the Sun King's unprepared state, they could not have achieved such a feat. "Correct. Each of you shall receive a reward of a shattered skull." A faint smile graced Chu Luo's face. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Yun sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of spear shadows that danced throughout the hall. "Earthly immortal!" The 4 great kings of the 9 heavens of gods and demons instinctively gasped, their eyes widening as torrents of potent spirit energy surged within them, desperate to escape the overwhelming spear intent. Their hearts were filled with boundless fear. The terrifying pressure exuded by the Northern King's subordinates was akin to that of the Emperor of Khitan, transcending even the domain of gods and demons, and was even more formidable than that of the Khitan Emperor himself. He was undeniably a being of earthly, immortal strength. However, all their efforts were futile, confronted with a being of such overwhelming prowess. How could mere Pinnacle Bay, observing the remarkable transformations occurring around Zhao Yun? A smile gradually emerged on Chu Luo's face as he stood suspended in the void. Indeed, Zhao Yun had inadvertently activated his physique. The Dragon War body. Not only had his cultivation ascended to the 2nd level of the Earth Immortal realm, but his combat prowess had also significantly increased. The Dragon War body grows stronger with each battle. In the span of merely a quarter of an hour, the anguished cries and wails that had filled the heavens and earth vanished without a trace. In their stead lay over 1 million corpses, amidst a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Nearly 2 million in total that it was but a fleeting moment before Chu Luo and Zhao Yun had decimated them. Such an achievement would be beyond the reach of even the most formidable Earth Immortal practitioners. My physique seems to have undergone a transformation, and my cultivation has elevated to the 2nd level of the Earth Immortal realm due to this change, Zhao Yun exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment as he stepped through the air to stand before Chu Luo, respectfully voicing his thoughts. "You have activated the Dragon War body. Your combat strength will become even more formidable from this point onward." Chu Luo responded calmly upon witnessing the transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. His already impressive combat strength had surged further with the activation of his physique. He felt no fear even in the face of those at the fourth level of the Earth Immortal Realm. "Let us proceed to South Barbarian City," Chu Luo said, casting a fleeting glance at the multitude of corpses below before addressing Zhao Yun. "Yes," Zhao Yun replied eagerly, though he remained unaware of his master's intentions. However, he was certain that whatever Chu Luo planned was undoubtedly correct. Soon, the two ascended above South Barbarian City. I could see that moment. The grand city was ablaze with lights, and the countless cultivators within were enveloped in extreme trepidation. The cessation of external cries confirmed that the battle had concluded. They were left to ponder the outcome, who had triumphed and who had been vanquished. If victory was theirs, all would be well. Yet if defeat awaited them, South Barbarian City would surely be at risk. Yet what the populace presumed was that the armies of the Great Li Dynasty had descended upon the Chu Dynasty, engaging in a fierce clash with 2 million troops. Little did they know that only 2 individuals were responsible for this carnage, and they stood right above them as the citizens of South Barbarian City listened. It became evident that the 2 million troops of the Chu Dynasty, be they ordinary soldiers or divine generals, had been utterly annihilated. From this day forth, the entirety of the South Barbarian lands would fall under the jurisdiction of my northern Liang County, no longer subject to the control of the Chu Dynasty. Chu Luo's voice resonated powerfully throughout the vast expanse of South Barbarian City. Upon hearing these words, everyone gazed skyward. In the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Before them stood 2 figures exuding an overwhelming aura of terror, as if they were deities surveying them from above. In the moment of stunned silence, South Barbarian City erupted into chaos. Some cultivators rushed toward the city gates, desperate to flee, while others incited further. Chu Luo inhaled deeply, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. The news of the battle outside Nanman City spread like wildfire throughout the entire Khitan Empire. The lands of Nanman had fallen under the control of the northern Liang prefecture of the Great Li Dynasty, resulting in the tragic loss of nearly 2 million lives in a single night. Countless generals of the divine demon realm, along with 5 of the 8 kings within the Khitan Empire, had all perished in the Grand Hall of the Khitan Palace. Upon hearing this news, the Khitan Emperor sank into his dragon throne, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be? It was inconceivable. Was not the northern king already deposed? How could such terror arise? The emperor murmured in a daze, according to soldiers who narrowly escaped. 2 figures traversing the skies, akin to true celestial beings, had decimated their 2 million Khitan warriors in mere moments. These celestial-like beings could only be described as true immortals of earthly realm. Could it be that this was indeed the plot of the Great Li Dynasty? Had they deliberately spread the news of the Northern King's downfall to provoke the Khitan Empire into action? In reality, the Northern King remained a formidable force in the earthly immortal realm, even accompanied by a subordinate of the same caliber. The Khitan Emperor, lost in thought, lamented his past decision to invade the Great Li. He realized that if he allowed these 2 earthly immortal powerhouses to invade the Khitan Empire unchecked, the empire would soon face annihilation. He had no choice but to attempt to contact the ancestral elder. Should the elder return, the crisis facing the Khitan Empire could be resolved. With this thought in mind, the Khitan Emperor abruptly rose, bellowing for the gathering of countless warriors to protect the imperial city and remain on standby. Dismissed the court, he then made his way towards the ancestral grounds of the Khitan Empire. Years ago, when the elder departed, he left behind a jade stone, instructing that it could only be used in times of dire crisis. The Khitan Empire had experienced peace for decades since the elder's departure. However, this incident hinted at a grand conspiracy, that Li Linglong, having consumed the Xiongnu Empire, now aimed to engulf the Khitan Empire as well. Unbeknownst to the Khitan Emperor, this so-called conspiracy was merely a figment of his own imagination. As night fell, within the Lord's Manor of Nanman City, the concubines of the Nanman kings regained their freedom, most returning to their homes. Only one girl, gathering her courage, approached the room where Chu Luo resided. This girl, Jiang Shuoro, aspired to remain by the side of the prefect, wishing to serve as his maid, kneeling on the ground. Her petite figure exuded an air of frailty. Indeed, she was weak, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, placing her among the lowest echelons in this world, clad in simple cloth rather than the opulence worn by other noble women. Her exceptionally beautiful face held a flicker of determination in her eyes. Oh, Chuluo opened the door, observing the stunning girl kneeling before him. Why do you remain when all others have departed? His gaze flickered with surprise. He had not noticed her presence when he dispatched the 5-peaked divine demon generals of the Khitan Empire the previous night. With a broken illusion true eye, he could see through all deceit. As he opened the door, information about the girl instantly appeared in his mind. Name: Jiang Shuoro. Age: 18. Cultivation: third layer of spirit gathering. Physique: profound Yin sacred body. Inactive. Activation requires a 9th grade profound Yang pill, which, upon the fusion of Yin and Yang, can awaken the physique. Talent: exceptional. Reporting to the prefect, I am Jiang Shuoro, hailing from Jiang family village, located 1,000 miles from Nanman City. The Nanman king took a liking to me, but my family opposed it, resulting in their massacre. Since being brought here, I have yet to see the Nanman king, and now I'm homeless, daring to seek a path to survival. Moreover, I have not surrendered my purity to anyone. Jiang Shiro knelt before Chuluo, bowing her head several times, her voice resolute. Her cultivation speed had been exceedingly slow since childhood, and now she merely stood at the spirit-gathering realm in her village. She had been safe, but now, as a mere spirit-gathering cultivator, if she dared to leave the Lord's manor, she would soon become prey once more or be captured, enduring unspeakable humiliation that I see, Chuluo remarked, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Such occurrences were not uncommon in this world. Indeed, they were quite frequent. Though he could ruthlessly slay millions, he would not turn a blind eye to such matters. Most importantly, this girl possessed a profound Yin sacred body, a physique documented in legends. Those with a sacred body were destined to ascend to greatness. Although Chuluo was unsure of the veracity of this claim, he recognized that taking this girl under his wing would yield no detriment in the future. Very well, you shall remain by my side as a maid for your cultivation, he declared. However, remember this: should you betray me in any way, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As Chulo's words fell, Jiang Shuro's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze filled with boundless joy. Thank you, Prefect. I will serve you diligently. A mere ant seeks to survive. As a human, she too desired to strive for existence in this chaotic world. The vendetta she held had already been avenged by this man before her. She knew that it was the Prefect who had slain the Nanman king. From now on, you may address me as Lord Chuluo. Go and change into proper attire. As my maid, you should not present yourself in this manner. Chuluo spoke calmly. To his words, Jiang Shuoro felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, biting her lip in response. Yes, Lord Chuluo. Before long, Jiang Shuoro had completed her transformation. The originally stunning girl now radiated an otherworldly beauty, captivating to the point of being renowned across nations, though the Nanman king lacked strength. His taste was commendable. Observing Jiang Shuoro, Chuluo nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Shuoro's beauty now rivaled that of Li Linglong from years past. If her cultivation were to increase and her demeanor refine further, she could surpass even Li Linglong. A maid suited her perfectly. Casually, he bestowed upon Jiang Shuoro some cultivation resources and urged her to practice. He currently lacked the 9th grade profound Yang pill. Had he possessed one, he would have gladly provided it to activate her profound Yin sacred body, nurturing a future powerhouse. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Shuoro's blush dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gratitude and hope. She thought too much. Someone of the prefect's stature would undoubtedly be surrounded by beautiful women. She had perhaps been overly sentimental. Yet, the mere fact that she could remain by the prefect's side felt like a stroke of fortune. Pushing her thoughts aside, Jiang Shuoro began her cultivation, the maid of the prefect. Her own cultivation level must rise as well, though her talent was somewhat lacking. With a sigh, she entered a state of focused training. As night descended, a familiar notification echoed in Chuluo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving victory in battle. You have earned 20 million points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully expanding your territory to a radius of 30,000 miles. You have earned 5 million points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a heavenly prodigy with a profound sacred body. You have earned 25 million points. With 3 consecutive notifications ringing in his ears, Chuluo's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with elation. 50 million points. This time he had received a staggering total of 50 million points. The tally was astonishingly high. Moreover, what surprised Chuluo the most was that recruiting a Xian'in sacred body as a maid directly awarded him 25 million points, far exceeding the points he painstakingly earned by slaying 2 million troops and occupying the southern barbarians' territory. Overnight wealth. A radiant smile blossomed in Chuluo's eyes as he turned his gaze to the points mall. Ding! The points mall has been refreshed. Character area. Blood transformation realm soldier, 1 point for 1. Spirit gathering realm soldier, 10 points for 1. Dan transformation realm soldier, 100 points for 1. Yuaning realm soldier, 1,000 points for 1. Void realm soldier, 10,000 points for 1. Combined body realm soldier, 100,000 points for 1. Divine demon realm soldier, 1 million points for 1. Land immortal realm soldier, 50 million points for 1. Half-step supreme divine demon general, 200 million points. Elixir area. 5th rank spirit connecting pill, 500 points each, capable of aiding peak Dan transformation realm cultivators in swiftly breaking through to the Yuan Ing realm. 7th rank Yuan cultivation pill, 10,000 points each. 8th rank spirit transformation pill, 1 million points each. 8th rank supreme god breaking pill, 3 million points each, can directly assist cultivators of the 8th and 9th levels of divine demon realm to ascend to the land immortal realm. 9th rank Xianyang pill, 10 million points each. 9th rank nirvana pill, 10 million points each, a pill frequently used by supreme realm powerhouses. Weapon area. Blood god crossbow, 100,000 points each, a defensive weapon capable of slaying even careless cultivators at the 9th level of divine demon realm. Great snow dragon armor, 100 points per set. Warhorse area. Northern Liang warhorse, 100 points each. Great snow dragon steed, can be assembled into great snow dragon cavalry, 1,000 points per warhorse. Peak Yuaning realm. 9th rank Xianyang pill. Isn't this the elixir used to activate the Xian'in sacred body? It just refreshed. Upon seeing the Xianyang pill, Chuluo revealed a brilliant smile. He had been pondering where in the world he could procure a Xianyang pill, thinking it would be a long time before he could activate Jiang Shiuro's physique. Little did he know, it could be done immediately. Without hesitation, Chuluo silently commanded, "System, exchange for a Xianyang pill." Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million points and successfully exchanging for a Xianyang pill. As the system's voice echoed, Chuluo felt a surge of energy as a round, warm pill emitting a faint heat appeared in his hand, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Excellent, excellent. A 9th rank Xianyang pill for 10 million points. In exchange for a future maid who could become a saint. This deal is truly remarkable, Chuluo murmured, a hint of mirth dancing in his eyes. He then turned his gaze back to the system mall, contemplating for a moment before silently stating, "System, exchange for a 9th rank nirvana pill. 1 Yuan Ing realm soldier, 10,000 sets of great snow dragon armor, 10 divine demon soldiers, and 3 god-breaking pills." Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million points. Exchanging for 1 9th rank nirvana pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 million points. Exchanging for 1 Yuan Ing 6th level soldier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100 million points. Exchanging for 10,000 sets of great snow dragon armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million points. Exchanging for 10 divine demon 6th level soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 90 million points. Exchanging for 3 god-breaking pills. As the system's announcements concluded, Chuluo looked at his remaining points balance, which now amounted to only a few 100,000. After settling the recent expenditures, he exhaled a deep breath. Although his heart ached, the excitement outweighed it. He immediately manifested the 9th rank Nirvana pill and began refining it. Currently at the 5th level of combined body realm, this 9th rank Nirvana pill, typically used by powerhouses above the land immortal realm, might help him break through to the divine demon realm. A night passed in silence. When Chuluo opened his eyes again, his aura had reached an unprecedented depth. Waves of pressure emanated from him, resembling a fearsome beast in human form, far surpassing that of any cultivator at the divine demon realm. He had reached the 8th level of combined body realm, yet the effects of the pill had not yet been fully refined. Once completed, it would likely only assist him in breaking through to the 9th level of combined body realm. Chuluo sighed, standing up and murmuring softly. However, he did not feel disappointed. After all, the cultivation method he practiced was the immortal technique, which required a bit more spiritual power, and that was of no consequence. Stepping out of his chamber, Zhao Yun and Zhang Shuoro had already been waiting at the door for quite some time. "My lord, the entire southern barbarian territory has stabilized. Those who refuse to submit have been eliminated by this subordinate." Zhao Yun respectfully addressed Chuluo upon his emergence. He had cleared the southern barbarian territory thoroughly the previous day, and now the cultivators there recognized only one authority: the governor of northern Liang. "Good," Chuluo nodded in response. He then turned to Zhang Shuoro, who immediately stepped forward, bowing and offering him a cup of hot tea. Softly saying, "Lord Chuluo, please enjoy the tea." Seeing this, Chuluo laughed heartily, raising the cup and downing its contents in one go. "Now, let us strategize the layout for the entire Khitan Empire." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun and Zhang Shuoro exchanged surprised glances before immediately following Chuluo to the city wall. Upon reaching the wall, both Zhang Shuoro and Zhao Yun were left in awe. Thousands of powerful, unadorned cultivators stood outside the city. "Greetings, my lord," they all knelt, their formidable figures bowing in respect at Chuluo's arrival. "Rise," Chuluo smiled at the sight. In the next moment, a thunderous stampede echoed as 10,000 snow-white, great snow dragon steeds thundered across the earth, arriving at the base of the city wall. Instantly, a chorus of neighing erupted, a clear sign of respect for Chuluo. "From this day forth, you shall be my great snow dragon cavalry, numbering 10,000 strong." As these words fell, excitement flickered in the eyes of all soldiers below. "Zhao Yun, from now on, you shall lead the great snow dragon cavalry as its commander." Zhao Yun, still reeling from shock, immediately knelt on one knee upon hearing Chuluo's voice, replying respectfully, "This subordinate, Zhao Yun, obeys." Zhao Yun's heart surged with exhilaration. The 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry were not only peak Yuaning realm steeds, but also comprised soldiers at the 6th level of Yuaning realm, compared to the elite forces of other empires, such as the 2 million soldiers they had slain just the night before, most of whom were at the Spirit Gathering and Dan Transformation realms. It was clear how valuable the great snow dragon cavalry truly was. Here are the 10,000 sets of great snow dragon armor. Distribute them among the soldiers as for weapons. Select the best from the captured arms for now, Chuluo instructed calmly. With this, the great snow dragon cavalry would become a truly formidable force. The great snow dragon armor would significantly enhance the soldiers' capabilities, allowing them to overpower other cultivators of the same rank and effortlessly crush elite squad from surrounding empires. No empire could forge such a terrifying legion. Next, Chuluo manifested 10 commanders at the 6th level of Divine Demon Realm to be integrated into the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, each taking the role of a centurion. After completing these arrangements, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry was fully formed. Chuluo then turned his gaze back to Zhao Yun. "Let us play this grand game to its fullest. Rest for a day. Tomorrow we shall set forth towards the Khitan Empire, taking the nearest route to directly seize the Khitan capital." Initially, he envisioned inflicting a pang of anguish upon the Khitan Empire by seizing a territory in the southern barbarian lands. To his astonishment, he directly acquired 50 million points, enabling him to forge an extraordinarily powerful Snow Dragon Cavalry Legion. Furthermore, he redeemed 10 formidable generals from the realm of divine demons. In this moment, he possessed both troops and commanders, along with immense strength. With the convergence of favorable circumstances, this was undoubtedly the opportune moment to conquer the Khitan Empire. However, his ambition did not lie in the empire's territory. Rather, he coveted the immeasurable points that would be gained from its downfall. The prospect was unimaginably bountiful. In due course, What would he accomplish in establishing his own great Chu empire? Indeed, Zhao Yun respectfully replied. Chu Luo's gaze shifted towards Jiang Shuero. Do you wish to possess greater talents and attain a higher level of cultivation? Jiang Shuero responded, Esteemed Lord Chu, I certainly aspire to acquire stronger talents and to cultivate to a higher realm. However, my aptitude is rather dull, and my training progresses at a snail's pace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuero was momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully as she spoke. Her innate gifts were indeed lackluster, and she dared not dream of elevating her cultivation to any remarkable level. Talent is an inherent trait, and while she yearned for better gifts, she recognized the immutable reality of her situation. Then today I shall bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity, Chu Luo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, producing a round pill emanating a gentle, scorching aura. As the pill appeared in the air, a rich fragrance enveloped Jiang Shuero. What is this? Jiang Shuero's eyes widened, filled with bewilderment. This is the Xianyang pill. Upon ingestion, it will activate your physique. Chu Luo explained. The Xian sacred body. Once activated, you shall become a peerless prodigy with unparalleled talents. He did not conceal the nature of Jiang Shuero's physique, nor did he fear that she might turn against him after her awakening. He was confident in his ability to control everything he possessed. Should Jiang Shuero prove treacherous, she would be dealt with decisively. I possess the Xian sacred body. Jiang Shuero's eyes widened further, her beautiful face reflecting an overwhelming sense of disbelief. She could scarcely believe her ears. She had a sacred body. Although she was unaware of the extent of its power, she understood the significance of being labeled a prodigy by Lord Chu. If he deemed her a peerless genius, then her talent must indeed be extraordinary. Do not hesitate. Consume it here, and I shall protect you. Seeing the astonishment etched on Jiang Shuero's face, Chu Luo smiled gently and handed the pill to her. Thank you, Lord Chu. Regardless of where I find myself in the future or what level I attain, I will always remain your humble servant. Jiang Shuero held the pill with unwavering determination. Lord Chu was her savior, and now he had granted her such a grand opportunity. Even if she were to serve him for a lifetime, she would still owe him a debt of gratitude. With that, Jiang Shuero sat cross-legged on the ground and tilted her head back to swallow the pill. In the next moment, two mysterious forces began to emanate from her, intertwining like water and fire, yin and yang, swirling around her. At times, the yin force would dominate, while at other times, the scorching aura enveloped her entirely. After an indeterminate period, the two forces suddenly reached a balance, and at that moment, they fused into a singular force that seamlessly integrated into Jiang Shuero's being. Shortly after, her cultivation aura began to surge dramatically. The surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards her. In an instant, Jiang Shuero's cultivation broke through the peak of spirit gathering, reaching the Dan transformation stage. Yet, the surge of energy did not cease. It continued to elevate. Noticing this, Chu Luo casually produced thousands of high-grade spirit stones, shattering them all at once. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly became exceedingly dense, even forming a vortex of spiritual energy above Jiang Shuero's head, continuously funneling energy into her body. With the influx of such concentrated spiritual energy, Jiang Shuero's cultivation surged again, breaking through to the second layer of Dan transformation, then the fifth layer, and finally the ninth layer, culminating in the Yuan infant stage. Ultimately, she stabilized her cultivation at the third layer of Yuan infant. After a brief moment, Jiang Shuero slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze brimming with joy. The third layer of Yuan infant. I have activated my physique and instantly ascended to the third layer of Yuan infant. This is truly astonishing. She felt an overwhelming sense of elation, for previously, her cultivation had felt akin to wading through mud, expending countless efforts for each step forward. Now, however, training felt as effortless as a fish swimming through water or a bird soaring in the sky, smooth and natural. Thank you for your immense grace. Lord Chu. Jiang Shuero turned and knelt once more, looking up at Chu Luo with excitement. Rise, he replied. Your path of cultivation will be remarkably smooth from here on. This storage ring contains resources sufficient for you to cultivate to the peak of divine demons. Seeing Jiang Shuuro successfully activate her physique and break through to the third layer of Yuan Infant, Chu Luo marveled at the power of the sacred body. Yes, Lord Chu. Jiang Shuuro accepted the storage ring with gratitude. She exhibited no pretense, for she understood that as Lord Chu's servant, her heightened cultivation would enable her to serve him even better. Now, return and consolidate your cultivation. Thoroughly comprehend the wondrous applications of the Xian Yin's sacred body. After granting her leave, Chu Luo stood upon the city wall, gazing once more towards the distant horizon, the direction of the great Li imperial city, Linglong. I wonder if, upon our next meeting, you will harbor any regrets. The news of the tumultuous battle in the southern barbarian lands spread throughout the Khitan Empire, reverberating also within the Great Li Empire. The entire realm of Great Li was set ablaze with excitement. Reports claimed that the former Northern Guardian King, along with a mysterious master of the spear, had vanquished 200,000 troops of the Khitan Empire. When this news reached the ears of the masses, disbelief reigned. How could the Northern Guardian King, deemed a waste, possibly achieve such feats? Yet, as more individuals relayed identical accounts, astonishment and exhilaration swept through the populace. Could it be, as they speculated, that the Great Li Emperor had never truly severed ties with the Northern Guardian King? Rather, it was a grand performance orchestrated by the two, aimed at the vast territories of the Khitan Empire. The Northern Guardian King was not a waste after all. With this realization, the entire cultivation community of Great Li praised the Northern Guardian King's cunning strategy, deeming him the unparalleled genius of both martial and intellectual prowess. However, while this news spread like wildfire, Li Linglong remained blissfully unaware, as she had entered seclusion, striving to attain the long-desired realm of terrestrial immortality. Upon hearing this news, the young saint of Dayan's countenance shifted subtly. Just a few more days of your frolicking. Soon enough, I shall personally extinguish you. Others may remain oblivious, but he is well aware that the Northern King, Chu Luo, and Li Linglong have truly severed their ties. This is because Li Linglong has chosen him. Now, Chu Luo has once again become the hero in the hearts of all cultivators of the Great Li Dynasty. For him, the saint son of Dayan, this blemish has only deepened and become more pronounced. It must be eradicated. The external world is in turmoil, yet the parties involved remain entirely unaffected, even unaware of the magnitude of the response outside. As night fell, Chu Luo continued to refine the remaining potency of the 9th grade nirvana pill within him. The 9th grade nirvana pill is a medicinal concoction exclusively usable by Supreme Realm cultivators. Its effects profoundly rich. For Chu Luo's cultivation, it remained significantly beneficial that a night passed in silence. And at the break of dawn, the system's prompt echoed in Chu Luo's mind. Ding, the host has not checked in today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Chu Luo replied without hesitation. Checking in each morning had become second nature to him, a daily source of surprise, perhaps even a grand one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and receiving 10,000 medium-grade spiritual weapons. The Xiantai speared. Hiss. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an involuntary gasp. 10,000 medium-grade spiritual weapons. Their value is incalculable. It is known that the worth of medium-grade spiritual weapons far surpasses that of treasured artifacts. For instance, the spears wielded by the Beiliang Iron Riders are all top-grade treasures, a far cry from the value of medium-grade spiritual weapons. Furthermore, the power of medium-grade spiritual weapons far exceeds that of top-grade treasures. Now, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry is undoubtedly enhanced. The Khitan Dynasty possesses no military force capable of withstanding the charge of 10,000 Great Snow Dragons. Chu Luo murmured softly, and his figure instantly vanished from sight, reappearing atop the city wall. There, the 10,000 Great Snow Dragons, clad in their majestic armor and mounted on their steed, resembled gods of war amidst the snow, exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. Chu Luo bestowed the Xiantai spear, which he had just received that morning, upon Zhao Yun for distribution among all. With the Xiantai spear, the already fearsome Great Snow Dragon Cavalry radiated even more brilliance. My lord has prepared a fine carriage. but it lacks two steeds worthy of matching the great snow dragon. Jiang Shui'er appeared before Chu Luo, speaking respectfully. Hearing this, Chu Luo directed his gaze toward her, revealing a hint of surprise. Jiang Shui'er's demeanor today was infinitely more refined than yesterday's. What astonished Chu Luo the most was that Jiang Shui'er had broken through to the Dongshu realm. In merely one night, she had ascended from the third layer of the Yuan-Ing stage to the first layer of the Dongshu realm, akin to soaring through the skies in her cultivation. Very well, Chu Luo nodded lightly. Appreciating the thoughtfulness of a servant, he subsequently exchanged for 7 additional great snow dragon steeds from the point store, 1 for Zhao Yun, while the other 6 were designated for pulling the carriage. My lord, the great snow dragon cavalry is fully prepared and ready to march towards the Khitan imperial city at any moment. Zhao Yun reported respectfully after distributing the Xiantai spears. Then let us set forth towards Khitan. Chu Luo's voice, cool and resolute, rang out. The 10,000 great snow dragons surged forth like an icy storm, sweeping across the land toward the direction of the Khitan imperial city. A carriage drawn by 6 exceptionally gifted great snow dragon steeds at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Ing stage raced forward with astonishing speed, capable of covering vast distances in a single day. Behind the carriage trailed the formidable 10,000 great snow dragon riders, while beside the carriage rode Zhao Yun, a 2-layered earth immortal. Such a formidable procession. Who in the Khitan dynasty could possibly withstand it? Of course, news of Chu Luo and his 10,000 great snow dragons advancing into the Khitan dynasty spread like wildfire, igniting shock and concern among countless individuals. The Northern King would not pass by their city. Would he? If he did, could those 2 Earth immortal experts possibly halt him? It seemed unlikely. This news also reached the Khitan royal family, in the ancestral grounds of the Khitan palace. The Khitan emperor gazed anxiously at a piece of jade that had yet to burn completely. The soul transmission jade was a method left by the ancestors when they ventured into the world. As long as the jade was burned to its end, the ancestor would receive the message. Aware of the impending crisis facing the Khitan dynasty, the ancestor would then hasten back. It had already been burning for a day and a night. Why had it not yet extinguished? If the situation became dire, would the ancestor even arrive in time? He feared it would only be to collect corpses for himself and the cultivators of the Khitan dynasty. Watching the slow-burning jade, the Khitan emperor knelt upon his mat. His mind swirling with discontent, he had mobilized an army of 1 million outside the capital to defend it, unsure if it would suffice to fend off the Northern King and the mysterious Earth immortal expert. Report to His Majesty, the Northern King of Great Li has departed from the southern border, leading 10,000 formidable cavalrymen toward our imperial capital. A young eunuch hurriedly arrived at the ancestral grounds, trembling as he knelt to speak. What? The Northern King is coming toward our imperial capital. The Khitan emperor's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the news, and he instinctively rose to his feet. Exclaiming in astonishment, he had suspected that the Northern King, possessing such capabilities, would inevitably approach the Khitan capital, but he had not expected it to be so soon. And where did these 10,000 powerful cavalrymen come from? Were there not only 2? The Khitan emperor was immediately thrown into disarray. He had only just broken through to the Earth immortal realm, while the Northern King had long surpassed it, accompanied by another Earth immortal expert. Could an army of 1 million even impede their advance? Resolving himself, the Khitan emperor turned and exited the ancestral grounds. He needed to set up all the formidable defensive crossbows on the walls of the imperial city. If the Northern King dared to fly, a single giant crossbow bolt would not thwart his assault, nor would 2 what about 1,000? However, just as the Khitan emperor hurriedly finished deploying all the defensive crossbows and summoned his ministers to discuss the matter, a powerful voice suddenly resonated throughout the Golden Lawn Hall. Man Shan, I see you have fortified the capital so thoroughly. What on earth has transpired? As the voice fell, a middle-aged man appeared in the hall, a gentle smile adorning his face. Ancestor. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's face, the Khitan emperor leaped to his feet, an expression of boundless joy lighting up his features. You have finally returned, ancestor. If you hadn't come back soon, our Khitan dynasty would have been lost. In an instant, the Khitan emperor knelt before the middle-aged man, exclaiming loudly, while the surrounding ministers hastily followed suit, bowing in unison. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." "Ha ha, I did not expect you to have broken through to the Earth Immortal realm as well. Impressive talent. Rise, all of you, and tell me, with so many having reached the Earth Immortal realm, who could possibly force our Khitan dynasty into such a predicament? Was it the Chu Dynasty or the Great Li Dynasty?" Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged man let out a hearty laugh that echoed to the heavens. He then stepped forward, his form settling upon the imperial throne, his countenance radiating an air of indifference. Regardless of who it might be, his cultivation at the 5th level of the earthly immortal realm was more than sufficient to handle the situation. Indeed, after years of wandering, not only had his appearance returned to that of his middle-aged self, but his cultivation had also reached the exalted 5th tier of the earthly immortal realm, outside the realm of Lingji. This might not hold much significance. However, within the confines of Lingji, amidst dozens of empires, he was undoubtedly a sovereign. His purpose in coming was to lead the Khitan dynasty in conquering the entirety of the Lingji realm. Although the land was barren and resources scarce, the materials available within Lingji were ample enough to facilitate his continuous ascension in cultivation, potentially even elevating him to the 9th level of the earthly immortal realm. The Great Li Dynasty. The Khitan emperor knelt respectfully, or rather, to be precise, the northern king of the Great Li Dynasty, leading 10,000 cavalrymen, along with another formidable earthly immortal expert, was en route to our Khitan capital, intent on obliterating our dynasty in one fell swoop. The Khitan emperor, as he spoke the final words, hesitated, fearing that further mention would only serve to bolster the morale of others while undermining his own authority. The northern king, an earthly immortal, and 10,000 cavalrymen? Pathetic. Mongshan, I cannot believe that after all these years, your courage remains so diminutive. Who is this insignificant northern king, and how formidable could that earthly immortal truly be? Upon hearing Mongshan's words, the venerable ancestor of the Khitan erupted in anger, cursing vehemently that it was utterly embarrassing. "Wait, ancestor, that northern king is exceptionally fierce. He first annihilated the Chu Dynasty, and has now turned his sights on our Khitan dynasty. The northern king and that other earthly immortal have slaughtered 200,000 of our Khitan forces. The strength they possessed was undeniably overwhelming." The Khitan emperor, undeterred by the scolding, hastened to inform the ancestor of their adversary's might. Urging him not to underestimate the threat, "I understand," replied the ancestor. "They have only just set forth. Then let them come. Should they dare approach the outskirts of our Khitan capital, I shall personally strike them down." He then commanded, "Hurry and prepare 1,000 young boys and girls for me. I require them to attempt to break through to the 6th level of the earthly immortal realm." The Khitan ancestor, with a wave of his hand, spoke nonchalantly. "Ensure you are swift. Bring them to my palace at once." Having issued his orders, the ancestor stepped forth and departed from the grand hall of the Khitan dynasty. Although the Khitan emperor was unaware of how the ancestor intended to utilize the young boys and girls for his cultivation breakthrough, he did not hesitate to command preparations immediately, even if the 1,000 young boys and girls were to perish in the process. It mattered not, as long as they could satisfy the ancestor. He could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from the ancestor, a being of immense power, after all, at the 5th level of the earthly immortal realm. He himself was merely at the 1st level of the earthly immortal realm. In the Khitan dynasty, at Fengzhou City, 10,000 great snow dragon riders had already besieged the city. The journey from the southern lands to this point had taken no more than 6 or 7 hours. This was the first major city that Chu Luo and his companions encountered on their way to the Khitan capital, requiring passage through only 4 major cities to reach their destination. "The northern king commands me to convey a message to you. The southern lands are relinquished to you, the Great Li Dynasty. The sole condition is that the northern king withdraws his troops." The city guard of Fengzhou, along with the thousands of defenders, stood atop the city walls, gazing uneasily at the 10,000 great snow dragon riders radiating a terrifying aura, along with a horse-drawn carriage. They could discern that any attempt to resist the greatly northern king was utterly futile. Yet, under the emperor's orders, he had no choice but to attempt to dissuade the northern king. Steeling himself to speak from the battlements, inside the spacious, opulent carriage. Chu Luo revealed a faint smile upon hearing the words, softly murmuring, "General Zhao, I do not appreciate being spoken to from a position of superiority." "Yes," replied Zhao Yun, who was mounted on a great snow dragon steed beside him. In the next moment, Zhao Yun soared into the air, his dragon spear transforming into a silver dragon that roared mightily, piercing through the body of the Fengzhou guard. With a thud, the guard's corpse plummeted from the towering city wall, reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh. Instantly, silence enveloped the heavens and the earth. All the defenders atop Fengzhou City widened their eyes in disbelief. This guard was a pinnacle expert at the 8th level of the divine demon realm, a being they considered invincible. Yet, from several li away, he had been effortlessly slain. Such power was beyond mortal comprehension. As the defenders remained in stunned silence, a thunderous voice rang out. "Great snow dragon riders, heed my command. Enter the city and slay all the guards." Zhao Yun, traversing the air, declared, his voice echoing throughout the realm. With another swing of his dragon spear, the massive city gates shattered with a resounding crash. The 10,000 great snow dragon riders surged into Fengzhou City like a white tempest, followed by a cacophony of screams that filled the air. The commoners and cultivators of Fengzhou City hastily shut their doors, fearing the bloodshed that might splatter upon them. Moments later, not a single guard remained standing atop the walls. They were all mercilessly slaughtered. The resources of the city lord's estate were thoroughly plundered as they continued through the city. Upon Chu Luo's command, the 10,000 great snow dragon riders followed the carriage, slowly traversing through the city. The cultivators of Fengzhou City were gripped by an overwhelming terror, fearing that Chu Luo and his forces might enact a massacre upon the city, an act of sheer brutality. When the 10,000 great snow dragon riders reached the city center, Chu Luo's cold voice resonated throughout the entire city. "From this day forth, Fengzhou is under my jurisdiction. Should anyone dare to defy my order, I shall ensure they meet the same fate as those guards, left with no intact remains." His chilling words sent shivers through the spines of all the cultivators present, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The god of death, without a doubt, a veritable harbinger of doom. They had heard tales of the northern king of the Great Li Dynasty, but witnessing his ferocity firsthand surpassed their worst imaginings. Subsequently, the great snow dragon riders continued their passage through the city, heading towards the next region, Gunzhou. The news of the battle in Fengzhou spread rapidly across the entire Khitan dynasty, instilling fear in the hearts of all. They awaited the dynasty's response, only to be met with disappointment as the Khitan dynasty remained inert, its millions of troops still guarding the capital, without issuing a single command. This inaction began to sow seeds of doubt among the populace, particularly within Gunzhou, where the guards, upon hearing of Fengzhou's dire predicament, were left in a state of shock. "What are we to do? Is our demise inevitable?" The Gunzhou guard lamented anxiously within the city lord's estate. "Perhaps we should flee. We can abandon Gunzhou if necessary," suggested one officer. "You seek death. Have you forgotten the laws of the Khitan dynasty? Should the northern king fail to annihilate the Khitan royal family, we would be doomed even if we fled to the ends of the earth." An elder stepped forward, his voice steady. "What then shall we do? The northern king is merciless. Will he spare us?" The Gunzhou guard asked, his tone heavy with despair. "We need only to open the city gates wide, disarm our soldiers, and step forth to welcome the northern king. Surely he would not commit slaughter against us." The elder contemplated for a moment, then spoke that he had heard that the northern king had slain only the city guard and had not harmed a single common citizen. Thus, if they laid down their arms, they would appear as innocent cultivators, welcoming the northern king's arrival. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled, and across the vast expanse, a colossal white dragon surged forth, heading towards the distant great city. Outside of Gunzhou, all the guards and sentinels shed their armor and cast aside their weapons, obediently standing on either side of the fortress, their gazes fixed intently on the horizon, filled with awe and trepidation. They had never witnessed such a terrifying and elite legion. It was utterly fearsome. The momentum of 10,000 warriors surged forth like a tide of millions, their faces reflecting profound shock and hearts brimming with unease. They could not fathom whether the formidable army led by the Northern King would simply trample over them. As the rumbling intensified, the white dragon drew ever closer. Finally, the foremost carriage slowed, arriving outside Gunzhou. Following behind, the multitude of snow dragon riders also reduced their speed, yet their intimidating presence remained overwhelming. Up close, the guards realized that their meager skills and combat prowess were no match for this well-equipped and fearsome army. They could scarcely contend with the steeds of the legion. In a moment of astonishment, a commanding voice broke through the tension. "Welcome, Iron Army of the North, into the city," the Gunzhou commander bellowed. His face flushed with excitement. Instantly, everyone echoed his fervent shouts, their voices resounding throughout the realm. The Northern King, leading such a terrifying host northward, could easily be dubbed the Iron Army of the North. "Ha ha ha! How amusing!" Chu Luo mused from within the carriage, observing the fervent expressions of the people outside, as if they were not coming to conquer Gunzhou, but rather to inspect it. "Lord Chu, does this city not have any defenders? Have they simply welcomed us in?" Jiang Shuuro, beside him, remarked with a puzzled expression. After all, they were here to subjugate Gunzhou. Were those individuals not the guards? Yet, these guards displayed a modicum of wisdom. Let them keep their lives. Chu Luo replied with a faint smile, knowing that these individuals would soon become subjects of his great Chu Dynasty. Since they had chosen to submit, there was no need for bloodshed. Those individuals are merely guards? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Shuro's beautiful eyes. Chu Luo was indeed a true embodiment of formidable might. "Enter the city," he commanded softly. The carriage, along with the legion of snow dragon riders, then proceeded into the city. The guards had prepared lavish feasts and abundant spiritual stones, along with cultivation resources, all willingly offered before the snow dragon riders. Suddenly, Chu Luo soared into the air, his cold, indifferent voice reverberating across the expanse. "From this day forth, the entire Gunzhou city shall be under my dominion. You are no longer subjects of the Khitan Dynasty. In the near future, you will become citizens of my great Chu Dynasty." As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Gunzhou. The inhabitants, sensing this formidable weight, changed countenance and promptly knelt, their voices trembling as they proclaimed, "Great Chu! Great Chu!" No one had anticipated that the Northern King was not merely fighting for the Great Li Dynasty, but rather sought to establish a vast empire, his own Great Chu Dynasty. This revelation stirred a tempest within their hearts, as it indicated the Khitan Dynasty was regarded as mere prey. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to bow their heads. Even though the war between the Khitan Dynasty and the Northern King was not yet concluded, they had to obey his commands. "Well done. You have performed admirably. Keep your possessions," Chu Luo remarked, genuinely disinterested in their offerings. Unless they were slain, of course, for even a single spiritual stone was their spoils of war. Returning to his carriage, Chu Luo led the snow dragon riders further north. Traversing two more states, only two more states remained before reaching the Khitan imperial capital. The movements of the Northern King had captured the attention of all the powerful figures and cultivators of the Khitan Dynasty, eager to witness whether their dynasty would face annihilation or if the Northern King would meet his demise outside the capital. Despite their intentions to aid the Khitan Dynasty, the emperor had made no moves, leaving them powerless against the terrifying Northern King. Most disheartening was the fact that the Khitan Dynasty had made no military response, allowing the Northern King to seize two states unopposed, while millions of troops amassed outside the imperial city. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Chu Luo, leading 10,000 snow dragon riders, had crossed 4 states, claiming dominion over them. One afternoon, the carriage finally arrived within 300 miles of the Khitan imperial city. The 10,000 snow dragon riders, trailing behind Chu Luo's carriage, emanated an overwhelming aura akin to a colossal ice dragon, instilling a sense of a WMY lord. Ahead lies the Khitan imperial city, Zhao Yun observed. Noting the dense throng of troops surrounding the capital, it seemed the claim of 1 million soldiers protecting the Khitan capital was indeed true. They had heard that the Khitan royal family had gathered millions of troops to withstand Chu Luo's advance. Could the Khitan emperor be so foolish as to rely on sheer numbers against a legion known to possess 2 Earth immortal level warriors? Surely, they must have some hidden strategy. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo wore a subtle smile and replied, "Regardless of the Khitan royal family strategies, today the Khitan dynasty must fall, for I am destined to establish my great Chu Dynasty." What hidden strategy could they possibly possess? Zhao Yun mused. Was it the Khitan Emperor's breakthrough to the Earth immortal realm? Even then, it would pose no challenge. Zhao Yun initially paused, then whispered, recalling the news of the Khitan Emperor's recent breakthrough. However, he was unconcerned. A mere first-level Earth immortal could be effortlessly vanquished. As Chu Luo and his snow dragon riders approached within 100 miles of the million-strong army, a terrifying pressure from the Earth immortal realm erupted from the royal city behind them. A figure wielding an exquisitely sharp golden long blade descended from a void. "Chu Luo, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you here for quite some time." A resonant voice echoed through the heavens as Meng Shan stood suspended in the air, exuding an aura of a fearsome beast. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The million-strong army roared in unison, their spirits soaring. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the overwhelming force reverberated throughout the realm. In that moment, the 10,000 snow dragon riders appeared exceedingly insignificant before the million-strong host. "Ha ha! Wait for me! Wait for me to utterly obliterate your Khitan dynasty." The carriage came to a gradual halt, followed suit by the 10,000 snow dragons riders, who likewise ceased their advance. Chu Luo's figure ascended into the air, his overwhelming aura erupting forth, standing defiantly against the myriad soldiers of the Khitan Empire. In that moment, he resembled a god of war, invoking an instinctive dread in the hearts of those who beheld him. Zhao Yun, wielding the gleaming silver dragon spear, also soared into the air, appearing behind Chu Luo, his own terrestrial immortal might radiating with intensity. In an instant, the combined presence of the two eclipsed the vast legions of the Khitan Empire, as well as its emperor. Indeed, Meng Shan observed this spectacle, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Both Chu Luo and the silver spear-wielding man exuded a pressure far surpassing his own, a force that could not be attributed to merely the first level of the terrestrial immortal realm. "Chu Luo, our Khitan Empire bears you no grudge. We merely seek to reclaim Beiliang County, a land that once belonged to us. Why must you act with such severity, slaughtering your way to the gates of our imperial city?" Meng Shan felt the formidable strength of the two, his own aura diminishing by a third. "Beiliang County is my domain. If you covet it, then I shall be left with no choice but to bring about the downfall of your Khitan Empire." A faint smile graced Chu Luo's face as he spoke, as if the annihilation of the Khitan Empire were but a trivial matter to him. "Chu Luo, do not overestimate your worth, should you persist in your obstinacy. This day next year shall mark your demise." Upon hearing Chu Luo's scornful remarks about the weakness of the Khitan Empire, a flicker of anger crossed Meng Shan's face as he swiftly retreated to the city walls. "Prepare the crossbows, shoot down every last one of them." With a thunderous shout, thousands of massive crossbow arrows filled the sky, raining down upon the two with deadly precision. The crossbow bolts, forged from black iron, bore destructive power comparable to that of an ordinary god and demon realm expert strike. The sheer terror of the thousands of bolts was undeniable. You truly believe you can use such means against me? Khitan Emperor, do you underestimate me too greatly?" Chu Luo exclaimed, suddenly summoning the heavenly sacred sword, which radiated an endless brilliance to sword chi, spanning 100 zhang, surged forth, slicing through the multitude of terrifying arrows. With a series of resounding impacts, the dazzling sword chi collided with the massive bolts, which shattered like fragile eggs, scattering iron shard upon the heads of the millions of soldiers of the Khitan Empire. In an instant, the once densely packed sky was left with only the terrifying sword chi, which raced towards the city walls of the Khitan imperial city. A thunderous crash echoed as a section of the city wall vanished, leaving behind a deep chasm that carved through the heart of the imperial capital, plunging hundreds of meters deep. The soldiers stationed upon the walls had long since ceased to exist, reduced to mere blood mist beneath the overwhelming sword chi. Millions of cultivators witnessing this scene were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. So powerful. Truly too powerful. Is this a sword chi that a mere mortal can unleash? Yet, the one most shaken, most terrified, was the chitin Emperor Mangshan. Trembling uncontrollably, he stared in disbelief at the unfathomable scene before him. Just moments ago, he had been mere inches from doom, the sword chi brushing past him. Had it struck him, even as a terrestrial immortal, he could not have escaped the fate of being turned to blood mist. Why? Oh, why? Is there such a vast chasm between us even within the same realm? Yet, as Mangshan drowned in his boundless fear, a figure wreathed in a crimson aura suddenly ascended from the rear of the chitin imperial city, like a streak of blood-red light appearing beside him. The figure, enveloped in a powerful aura, was none other than the chitin ancestor. Ha ha, young one, your combat prowess is commendable. I offer you both an opportunity. Follow me, and you shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. The chitin ancestor, upon seeing Chu Luo and Zhao Yun, wore an expression of excitement. He had not anticipated that these two, at such a young age, had already reached the terrestrial immortal realm, one at the 2nd level, and the other seemingly at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the harmonization realm. However, their ability to traverse the air effortlessly marked them as true terrestrial immortals. With proper guidance, they could become his trusted aides, and alongside Mangshan, he could establish his own formidable faction. Thus, he abandoned his intention to eliminate the two. Hearing the ancestor's words, Mangshan's face contorted with rage, yet he dared not voice his objections. He could not contend with either of them. You wish for me to follow you? Chu Luo's gaze fell upon a newly appeared middle-aged man. A peculiar smile gracing his lips, the man, brimming with a violent aura, clearly bore the blood of countless lives, yet through his true eye of deception, Chu Luo discerned that the man was merely a 6th-level terrestrial immortal. Moreover, his cultivation appeared shaky, likely the product of some vile and corrupt practice. Tio suggests that he follow him was nothing short of a farce. What? Unwilling, the ancestor declared haughtily that I am a 6th-level terrestrial immortal. For you two to accompany me is a privilege granted only to those with your remarkable talents. Others would not even qualify. Ha ha ha. Trash. Do not make me laugh. It is truly amusing. Chu Luo suddenly erupted in laughter, the heavenly sacred sword in his grasp bursting forth with radiant spiritual light once more. In the next moment, a sword chi, even more terrifying than before, materialized, slicing towards the chitin ancestor. The ancestor felt his body lighten as his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. As he succumbed to this void, all the chitin empire's forces gaped in horror, their breaths caught in their throats. Transfixed by the sight of their once mighty ancestor reduced to blood mist, fear surged within them, particularly for Mangshan, whose smile had yet to fade when he witnessed his seemingly invincible ancestor meet such a gruesome fate. In that moment, the realization struck him with a chilling clarity. The Northern King, whom he deemed a formidable adversary, was simply beyond his reach. Your chitin empire shall perish, as Mangshan's mind reeled. A voice, cool and devoid of emotion, echoed through the I in the next instant, before the eyes of millions. Another sword chi arced across 100 li, cleaving through the very being of their chitin emperor. Boom! The powerful existence of the chitin emperor, a being who had stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals, was extinguished in an instant. Silence fell, enveloping the battlefield of millions in an eerie stillness. The vast army of chitin, numbering in the millions, fell into a profound silence. Faced with the formidable northern suppressor, what value did their sheer numbers hold? None whatsoever. Moreover, their sovereign had already perished. Even the recently returned elder of the chitin had met his demise. How could these foot soldiers possibly withstand the terror of the northern suppressor, a figure reminiscent of a celestial being? As this thought resonated, amidst the millions of troops in the Chu Dynasty, one individual collapsed to his knees, and this act triggered a chain reaction. One by one, they all knelt, discarding their weapons. The cacophony of millions echoed powerfully, causing the very heavens to tremble. They had but one choice: to welcome the new emperor. Perhaps this would spare their lives. With the fervent shouts of allegiance rising, Chu Luo displayed a radiant smile, stepping forward to stand in the void, his white robes billowing in the wind. His voice, cold and detached, rang out. Instantly, the multitude fell silent, gazing upward at his divine form with trepidation. Uncertainty loomed over their future paths. Would they tread the road of life or death from this day forth? The territory of the Khitan dynasty, spanning 1,000,000 miles, shall fall under the dominion of my great Chu dynasty. 7 days hence, in the capital of Beiliang, a grand ceremony to inaugurate the new dynasty shall take place. His chilling voice resonated across thousands of miles. Upon hearing this proclamation, the cultivators in the surrounding 1,000-mile radius hastily knelt, exclaiming loudly, "Great Chu dynasty!" The fall of the Khitan royal family signified the rise of the great Chu dynasty as the sovereign power over a 1,000,000-mile expanse. Regardless of the skies above, they were bound to submit. The millions of kneeling soldiers of the Khitan likewise shouted in unison, spontaneously clearing a wide path leading to the Khitan imperial city. Enter the city. Following Chu Luo's command upon re-entering his carriage, Zhao Yun led 10,000 great snow dragon riders, gradually making their way into the city. Within the imperial city, a tempest of blood and chaos erupted anew. Not a single minister of the Khitan dynasty was spared. All were ruthlessly executed, swift and decisive. These individuals were unworthy of serving in the great Chu dynasty. In the grand hall of the Khitan dynasty, Chu Luo sat enthroned, exuding the aura of an unparalleled emperor. Bow before the sovereign. Zhao Yun, Jiang Shuiro, and the 10 great generals of the Snow Dragon Riders respectfully knelt. Ha! Chu Luo laughed heartily, then abruptly rose, his face illuminated by a brilliant smile. In 7 days, he would establish his own dynasty. What of the Northern Suppressor? What of the governors? He would ascend as the ruler of a vast imperial realm. One wondered how Li Linglong would react upon hearing this news. General Zhao, relay my orders. The millions of troops outside shall henceforth be known as the Xuanjia Army. Mobilize them all to the Beiliang region. I intend to host a grand ceremony to establish my dynasty. Chu Luo commanded once more. To your command. Zhao Yun replied immediately. Jiang Shuiro, you along with General Zhao and the 10 great generals, shall lead 10,000 snow dragon riders to seize all the resources within the Khitan imperial city. From this day forth, it shall merely be an ordinary city within my great Chu dynasty. Chu Luo instructed again. Jiang Shuiro's cultivation had already ascended to the 9th level of Dongshu in recent days, her rapid progress unmatched within the army, and she was now capable of undertaking significant tasks. Understood, Jiang Shuiro, the 10 great generals, and Zhao Yun replied respectfully. Very well, be off, he said, and the group departed, busily attending to their duties. While the high-tier resources of the Khitan dynasty were scarce, the foundational resources remained, along with various royal estates and resources sufficient to provide basic cultivation resources for the army of the great Chu dynasty. However, Chu Luo was not overly concerned about these items. Their worth was trivial. The only truly valuable assets were the points awarded by the system. Time passed swiftly, and news of the Khitan dynasty's downfall spread like wildfire to the surrounding 2 great dynasties, the Dayan and the Dali. Both dynasties were shaken to their core. What startled them most was not the fall of the Khitan dynasty, but the looming establishment of the great Chu dynasty by Chu Luo. The cultivators of the Dali dynasty were left in utter confusion. Was it not the case that the sovereign and the Northern Suppressor had conspired together? How could the Northern Suppressor now seek to establish the great Chu dynasty? Oh heavens, the great Chu dynasty! The Northern Suppressor and the sovereign were undoubtedly not merely putting on a show. The Northern Suppressor's cultivation had truly been stripped away, and the Dali sovereign had truly abandoned him. Yet, the Northern Suppressor, a proud scion of the Dali, would surely rise anew, restoring his cultivation to unimaginable heights. Thus, in such a brief span, he had decisively conquered the Khitan dynasty with the intent of establishing the great Chu dynasty to rival the Dali dynasty. The hearts of all cultivators within the Dali dynasty trembled, each coming to a sudden realization. Yet amidst the overwhelming shock, a flicker of concern emerged. The great Chu dynasty was now established adjacent to the Dali dynasty. Did this not imply an intention to swallow the Dali whole? The news spread throughout the Dali dynasty and reached the Dali imperial city. Countless ministers and military leaders were shaken. Meanwhile, Li Linglong remained oblivious, still in seclusion. That day passed amidst endless shock. A.S. night fell. Within a palace of the Khitan dynasty, Chu Luo sat cross-legged upon the ground, quietly meditating. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your territory now exceeds a 1,000,000-mile radius. Points are being calculated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 million points as a reward. As the system's voice faded, Chu Luo sprang to his feet, his face alight with uncontainable joy. 200 million points. The great Chu Dynasty was destined for an extraordinary beginning. Chu Luo murmured excitedly. Ding! The system store has been refreshed. Another system notification rang out, and Chu Luo's gaze fell upon the system store. Character section. Blood transforming soldiers, 1 point each. Spirit gathering soldiers, 10 points each. Dan transforming soldiers, 100 points each. Nascent soul soldiers, 1,000 points each. Dongshu soldiers, 10,000 points each. Harmonization soldiers, 100,000 points each. Divine demon soldiers, 1,000,000 points each. Earthly immortal soldiers, 50 million points each. Half-step supreme divine demon generals, 200,000 points each. Elixir section. 5th rank spirit connecting pill, 500 points each. Aids peak Dan transforming cultivators in swiftly breaking through to nascent soul. 7th rank foundation pill, 10,000 points each. 8th rank spirit transforming pill, 1,000,000 points each. 8th rank supreme god breaking pill, 3 million points each. Enables direct ascension to earthly immortal for cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of divine demon. 9th rank nirvana pill, 10,000 points each. Commonly used by supreme rel powerhouses. Top tier 9th rank 3-turn purple gold pill, 50 million points each. Weapon section. Blood god giant crossbow, 100,000 points each. A defensive weapon capable of slaying even careless divine demon cultivators at the 9th level. Great snow dragon armor, 100 points per set. Shin light armor, 1 point per set. Mount section. Beiliang war horses, 100 points each. Great snow dragon steed, 1,000 points each. Can be used to form the great snow dragon riders. Peak nascent soul, 50 million points for a single elixir. The price of the 3-turn purple gold pill is exorbitant. Chu Luo perused the refresh points mall and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. However, he was well aware that the 3rd grade purple gold elixir, priced at 50 million points each, contained an inexhaustible potency. IT would undoubtedly provide him with unexpected assistance in his cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Luo resolved what items to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million points to exchange for 10 million sets of Xian Guang armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50 million points to exchange for 5 9th grade Nirvana pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100 million points to exchange for 2 3rd grade purple gold elixirs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 40 million points to exchange for 4,000 Void Realm soldiers. A continuous series of system notifications echoed, and Chu Luo had expended a total of 200 million points. Chu Luo released a long sigh, suppressing the surge of joy within him, and cast his gaze towards the system space. System, materialize a 3rd grade purple gold elixir for me. As the words fell, a purple gold pill materialized in his hand, exuding an extraordinarily rich fragrance. A faint purple gold radiance shimmered upon the elixir, emanating an air of the extraordinary. Truly, at 50 million points each, this elixir looked remarkably refined. Chu Luo gazed at the 3rd grade purple gold elixir in his hand and couldn't help but marvel that it was not merely its appearance that was remarkable. He could feel the boundless power contained within it. The breakthrough into the realm of gods and demons was to occur this very night. Tilting his head back, Chu Luo swallowed the 3rd grade purple gold elixir whole. Instantly, the surging energy exploded within him like a tempestuous sea. The endless, vast medicinal force surged into his limbs and bones. Refine it for me. Feeling the overwhelming power of the elixir, Chu Luo's expression turned serious as he commanded with a low voice. His cultivation technique operated with fervor, surpassing its previous automatic pace several-fold. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying medicinal power transformed into Chuluo's cultivation, continuously elevating his prowess. His cultivation began to ascend from the peak of the ninth heaven of harmonization towards the realm of gods and demons. Time flew swiftly, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an EYT. This moment, Chuluo's aura had reached an extraordinary height. The pressure radiated throughout the palace, causing all objects to tremble incessantly. In that instant, the surging aura underwent an infinite sublimation. Chuluo radiated the unique aura of a powerful being in the realm of gods and demons. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and 2 brilliant lights erupted from his starry gaze. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he whispered, "I have finally broken through to the realm of gods and demons." Feeling the vast and terrifying power within him, Chuluo revealed a radiant smile. If the ancestor of the Chidan were to stand before him now, there would be no need for the great wilderness sword technique. A mere finger would suffice to crush that land god of the Chidan. There remained nearly half of the elixir's potency unrefined. Continue. Chuluo sensed the residual medicinal force within him and immediately plunged back into the state of refining the elixir's power. A night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, Chuluo slowly opened his eyes. His aura now even more profound and formidable. He had undeniably broken through to the third heaven of gods and demons. He had initially thought that his cultivation would elevate him to the fifth or sixth heaven of gods and demons. But he had only ascended to the third heaven. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. Rising to his feet, Chuluo displayed a confident smile. In an instant, he vanished from his location, his speed reaching its zenith to this moment. Zhao Yun, Jiang Shuyo, and the 10 great generals of gods and demons awaited in the Golden Lawn Hall. Throughout the previous day, they had managed to handle most matters. Countless resources had been gathered into their hands, with only the industries and mine resources gradually being taken over from various locations. Your Majesty, upon seeing Chuluo's arrival, everyone immediately knelt in reverence. Please rise. General Zhao Yun presented Chuluo with a pill that could rapidly enhance his cultivation. As Chuluo took his seat upon the throne, he flicked his fingers, and a pill radiating a rich fragrance appeared in Zhao Yun's hand. This 9th-grade nirvana pill may allow you to break through to the 8th or 9th heaven of the land immortal realm. The medicinal power is dense. Be cautious while refining it. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Majesty. Zhao Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. A 9th-grade pill, a treasure for supreme realm cultivators. If he were to fully refine it, he might truly achieve what the Emperor had predicted, breaking into the 8th or 9th heaven of the land immortal realm. Next, Chuluo produced the previously signed 7th-grade flawless quality Pei Yuan pill and rewarded it to the 10 great generals of gods and demons present. Currently, all 10 generals stood at the 6th heaven of gods and demons, that if they could swiftly reach the 9th heaven of gods and demons, Chuluo would be able to bestow them with a breaking god pill to facilitate their breakthrough into the land immortal realm. Just as Chuluo prepared to lead his men back to Beiliang County, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The host is detected at the Chidan Golden Lawn Hall. Critical sign-in activated. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Another critical sign-in. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a brilliant smile spread across Chuluo's face as he promptly declared, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to obtain Blood Realm soldiers. Critical hit 10,000 times. Signing in for the ancient warrior Dianwei. Chuluo's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. Dianwei was a renowned warrior, renowned for his immense strength and unmatched bravery. System materialized Dianwei. Chuluo murmured in his heart. Ding! The ancient warrior Dianwei has been materialized. As the system's voice fell, a towering figure emerged from beyond the Chidan Imperial Palace, striding with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. Wielding a pair of iron halberds in each hand, subordinate Dianwei, greeting Your Majesty. The imposing Dianwei knelt on one knee before Chuluo, who sat upon the throne, and respectfully addressed him. Haha, General Dianwei. Please rise. Seeing this, Chuluo laughed heartily and spoke. Before him appeared Dianwei's basic information. Warrior, Dianwei Cultivation, third heaven of land immortal realm weapon, supreme spirit weapon, twin iron halberds physique, ancient fierce body. This physique possesses innate great strength, an extraordinarily robust physique, and is considered invincible among those of the same level, activated. With the third heaven of land, immortal realm, and the activation of the ancient fierce body, his combat prowess was utterly terrifying. The third cultivator of the land immortal realm had now appeared in the great Chu Dynasty. Chu Luo felt an overwhelming surge of pride within him. Soon, with a legion of land immortal practitioners at his command, he would venture into the great Li Dynasty. What would the expression of Li Linglong be then? Zhao Yun observed Dianwei with a contemplative gaze. The ancient warrior Dianwei. He was aware of this figure. Although they had no past interactions in the previous life, he had heard of his valor, but he never expected that they would assist the emperor together in this life. Then, Chu Luo waved his hand, tossing a storage ring to Zhao Yun. General Zhao, General Dianwei, within that storage ring are 10 million sets of Xianguang armor. Distribute them to the million Xian armor troops outside the city. You too will lead the million Xian armor troops back to Beiliang County. I shall take 1,000 great snow dragon riders and depart first. Understood. Zhao Yun and Dianwei replied in unison with respect. Soon after, a luxurious carriage slowly emerged from the Chidan city, followed by 1,000 great snow dragon riders, embarking on their journey southward. With no siege and conquest to occupy them, Chu Luo and his men resembled a colossal white dragon traversing the vast lands as they sped towards Beiliang County. Their pace was extraordinarily swift. After 3 days of continuous travel, they finally returned to Beiliang County. However, just as they arrived, another system notification resounded in Chu Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining one Imperial City construction card. An Imperial City construction card? Chu Luo gazed at the system space, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The Imperial City construction card. It could assist the host in erecting a magnificent and opulent Imperial City, albeit requiring the use of an entire city. Oh, that was the case. A timely gift indeed. Upon realizing this, Chu Luo's countenance brightened with a radiant smile. He had initially contemplated mobilizing the entire populace of Beiliang County and the full strength of the Half Moon Pavilion to transform the entire city. Little did he expect to directly acquire an Imperial City construction card. How exceedingly useful! Within the county office, Chu Luo sat in the main seat, flanked by the stunningly beautiful Jiang Shuero. Below them stood the champion Marquis and Su Hanyue of the Half Moon Pavilion. We pay our respects to the Lord, Su Hanyue said, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the exquisite Jiang Shuero, a sigh escaping her lips as if she had lost something dear. Yet, her face betrayed no other emotion. Indeed, champion Marquis, here is a 9th rank Nirvana pill, capable of rapidly elevating your cultivation to the 8th or 9th level of earthly immortals. Hanyue, this is an 8th rank spirit transformation pill, which will enable you to swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of divine demons. Your current cultivation is somewhat lacking. Strive to break through to the pinnacle of the divine demon realm in the coming days, Chu Luo declared, waving his hand as the 2 pills materialized in the hands of the champion Marquis and Su Hanyue. Both were taken aback, immediately kneeling in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous gifts, my lord." That moment, Su Hanyue's heart was already in turmoil. Earthly immortals at the 8th or 9th level. A single pill capable of propelling one to such heights. The entire Dali dynasty might not even possess any earthly immortal powerhouses. This was truly terrifying. Such a 9th rank pill was bestowed so casually as the head of the Half Moon Pavilion. She had never even seen an 8th rank pill, let alone a 9th rank one. Her lord was becoming increasingly enigmatic. In just a few days, our great Chu Dynasty will hold the grand ceremony for the opening of the dynasty, and I need to renovate Beiliang County. Henceforth, Beiliang County will serve as the imperial capital of our great Chu Dynasty, Chu Luo stated nonchalantly. Reporting to your majesty, our Half Moon Pavilion can gather all materials for the renovation of the imperial city in the shortest possible time. Su Hanyue stepped forward respectfully to report. Haha, that won't be necessary. That I merely require you to issue a notice. informing all cultivators in Beiliang County that this afternoon I shall commence the renovation of Beiliang County. Regardless of what transpires, there is no need for alarm, Chuluo replied with a smile. Understood, Su Hanyue responded, her face a mask of confusion, unsure of her lord's intentions, yet she still complied respectfully. Subsequently, the two departed. And Chuluo arranged for Jiang Shiuro to enter seclusion to cultivate, for her current pace was a waste of time, a true pity. Before long, she would surely break through to the divine demon realm. As soon as Jiang Shiuro left, an overwhelming aura of divine demons suddenly erupted throughout Beiliang County. Feeling that familiar energy, Chuluo's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. It unmistakably belonged to his sister. Chu Dynasty had not anticipated that in just a few days of his absence, she would have reached the divine demon realm. Her cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Chu Dynasty slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of confusion illuminating her beautiful gaze. Her delicate features were etched with perplexity, as if she were in a dreamlike state. The images in her mind were surreal yet vivid. A blood-soaked world. An endless cycle of slaughter, and a bloodied woman standing amidst it all in a daze. Chu Dynasty shook her head, attempting to awaken from those haunting visions. Though brief, those fleeting images left an indelible mark in her memory. Once she regained her clarity, Chu Dynasty sensed something amiss. A powerful martial technique, the sword art of the falling void, had inexplicably appeared in her mind. What sort of martial art is this? How did it come to reside in my consciousness? She murmured, her curiosity piqued, yet not entirely surprised, for the cultivation method she practiced had also manifested after a dream. My brother must have returned. I must hasten to share the joyous news of my breakthrough to the divine demon realm with him. In a sudden burst of excitement, Chu Dynasty sprang to her feet. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the divine demon realm. Chuluo grinned widely upon seeing her, just as she opened the door. Haha, brother, I told you my talent is remarkable. Now I have finally broken through to the divine demon realm. I can accompany you on your conquests. Chu Dynasty beamed with joy. Indeed, Chuluo replied, offering her a spirit transformation pill. Refine this, and you should be able to elevate your cultivation to the 7th or 8th level of divine demons. Thank you. Brother, Chu Dynasty exclaimed eagerly. I must refine it promptly and strive to break through to the earthly immortal realm. I shall take down that little vixen. As she accepted the pill, the fragrant aroma enveloped her senses, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ha! Chuluo chuckled, then vanished from sight. Chu Dynasty had intended to take a short break after her seclusion, but with such a marvelous pill in hand, she wasted no time in resuming her cultivation. Chuluo's figure reappeared in the military camp. System, materialize 4,000 cultivators of the Void Realm. Beep, 4,000 cultivators of the Void Realm have been materialized. As the system's voice faded, 4,000 formidable soldiers of the Void Realm emerged in the training grounds of the military camp. Their imposing presence radiating power. Goodness gracious, Chuluo marveled. All of them are at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Witnessing the sheer might of these 4,000 cultivators, astonishment flickered in his eyes. With such a formidable army, who among the ordinary dynasties could withstand them? You 4,000 shall henceforth serve as my imperial city guard. Your primary duty is to protect the imperial city. Chuluo declared, and the 4,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Very well, cultivate here. The resources within the military camp are at your disposal. Chuluo nodded before vanishing once more. Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon, all cultivators in Beiliang County were aware of a significant event. The transformation of Beiliang County into the imperial capital. Regardless of what transpired, there was no cause for alarm, as discussions about this event circulated among the cultivators. Chuluo's figure appeared above the entire Beiliang County, his cool voice resonating in the ears of every inhabitant. There is no need for panic. I shall be renovating Beiliang County. With that, he silently instructed the system. System, utilize the Imperial City Construction Card. Beep, the Imperial City Construction Card is in use. Before the system's announcement could conclude, a mysterious and profound wave enveloped the entirety of Beiliang County. What followed was a scene that left everyone astonished. The city walls, originally standing at merely 10 zhang high, suddenly surged to over 30 zhang. emanating a robust and solid aura. Once the walls ceased their rapid ascent, they began to expand outward, progressively encompassing a greater area of the city, ultimately achieving several times its previous size before finally halting. From an external view, Beiliang County had transformed into a magnificent fortress. As the changes to the city walls concluded, further transformations began to unfold within the city itself. In the moment when the original county seat transformed. Opulent palaces rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, radiating a brilliant golden glow. In the mere span of a breath, a luxurious imperial city materialized before the eyes of all. It resembled a celestial palace, embodying utmost extravagance. Subsequently, beyond the imperial city, within the confines of Beiliang, towering edifices emerged and broad avenues appeared. The once barren lands were now filled with grand structures and palatial abodes. Everyone stood in a daze, gazing at the unfamiliar cityscape, unable to suppress their astonishment that a miracle. Truly, it was nothing short of a divine phenomenon. Such divine power shattered their worldview. They were aware of the prowess of the Northern Guardian King. Yet they had no inkling that he possessed divine capabilities. When the transformation of Beiliang County was finally complete, all present were overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling upon the ground and shouting loudly. They understood that they would soon follow in the establishment of the great Chu imperial capital, destined for prosperity in the sky. Upon witnessing the magnificence of the luxurious and bustling imperial capital below, Chu Luo revealed a radiant smile that a product of the system is bound to be exquisite. Even if they were to construct it themselves, it would be impossible to create such a lavish, grand, and well-planned imperial city. Everything was in place. Only the grand ceremony remained. Chu Luo returned to a sumptuous palace within the imperial city. After a moment of admiration, he retrieved another 3-turn purple gold elixir. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have earned 30,000 points today. The system's voice resonated punctually, prompting Chu Luo to nod in satisfaction. Since he began conquering the Chu Dynasty, his daily point accrual had significantly increased. Previously, it was 1 point per second. Now, it had escalated to 3 and even 4 points per second. Daily point settlements had become abundantly more fruitful. Without hesitation, Chu Luo swallowed the last 3-turn purple gold elixir. Boom! The elixir's effects erupted within Chu Luo's body. In an instant, his cultivation method commenced, beginning the process of refinement once more. After a night of silence, the 3-turn purple gold elixir was completely refined. The increments were becoming increasingly minor. The elixir worth 50 million points had only elevated his cultivation by 2 realms. If he wished to ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals, he would certainly need the sacred elixirs. Astonishingly, Chu Luo's cultivation surged from the 3rd realm of divine demons to the 5th. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from within, he nodded in satisfaction. He was unaware of the exact tier of his combat prowess. But it was certain that those in the realm of terrestrial immortals were no longer his match. Perhaps he had already acquired the legendary supreme power. Of course, without comparison, he could not ascertain the precise level of his strength. Time flew by, and on the 3rd day after Chu Luo's return, Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, leading millions of troops, rushed forth. Upon witnessing the magnificent Beiliang County, they were left speechless. This was not the sight they had encountered upon their departure. Especially the million-strong Xuanjiao army, clad in dark armor, gathered outside the city, utterly astonished by the splendor of Beiliang County, which surpassed the former Chu Dynasty by several folds. They had never witnessed such grandeur and magnificence in their lives. Another day passed, and all factions, sects, and cultivators of the former Chu Dynasty converged in Beiliang City for the grand ceremony of the imperial establishment. How could they not attend, as they were now part of the great Chu Dynasty? Unless they sought to meet the same fate as the Chu royal family, complete annihilation. With the arrival of the multitude, Beiliang City instantly became a hub of activity. News of the great Chu Dynasty's grand ceremony spread throughout the neighboring Dali dynasty. Countless ministers and military generals within the palace were filled with anxiety and frustration. Yet their Dali monarch remained in seclusion, unable to be reached. They could only watch helplessly as the Northern Guardian King prepared to establish the great Chu Dynasty. Within the secret training chamber of the Dali dynasty, Li Linglong was on the verge of a critical breakthrough to the realm of terrestrial immortals. In just a week, she would fully enter this esteemed state. The holy son of Dian sat at the opposite end of the training chamber, observing the meditating Li Linglong with a sense of impatience that, in truth, if he were to cultivate an ordinary terrestrial immortal, he could expedite the process with the resources at his disposal. However, Li Linglong was the foundation of his aspirations for supremacy. She must enter the realm of terrestrial immortals in the most perfect manner. Once her cultivation stabilized, he would relish in her unparalleled prowess, directly striving for supremacy. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would surpass the historical odds of the holy son of Dian breaking through to supremacy, thereby increasing the likelihood of becoming a saint to an astonishing 90%. Thus, his dedication to Li Linglong's cultivation surpassed even his own ambitions. On this day, the entirety of Beiliang County, both within and beyond the city, was filled with extraordinary commotion, the sound of gongs and drums resounding through the air. Every countenance reflected boundless excitement, for they were about to witness the establishment of a vast and powerful dynasty. As the sun rose in the east, the radiant sunlight illuminated the capital of Beiliang, causing the palaces to shimmer with a dazzling golden hue. The grand ceremony for the establishment of the great Chu Dynasty officially commenced. Su Banyue stood upon a high platform, her graceful figure exuding the formidable aura of a pinnacled divine demon. Today, she was presiding over the ceremony with immense excitement. Down below, the gathered populace, leaders of various factions, the million-strong Xuanjia army outside the city, the Beiliang iron cavalry within, the 10,000 snow dragon riders, and the 4,000 guards clad in golden armor, wielding golden sabers, erupted in a chorus of fervent cheers. The ceremony progressed step by step, soon reaching its most crucial moment. The youth donned in a gold robe adorned with 9 dragons, crowned with a gold diadem, descended from the sky, emanating a terrifying and authoritative aura that enveloped all below. I am Chu Luo, formerly the Northern Guardian King of the Dali dynasty. But from this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of the great Chu Dynasty. All territories within 100,000 miles shall be under my command. Chu Luo stood in mid-air, his dragon robe shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, his calm yet commanding voice resonating through the heavens and earth. And as his words fell, countless cultivators below felt their blood surge. Filled with boundless excitement and enthusiasm, the great Chu Dynasty would strike fear across the lands. The great Chu Dynasty would endure through the ages. The sovereign of the great Chu Dynasty shall reign supreme over all. The voices of the throng echoed through the realm like crashing waves, shaking the very foundations of the earth, the sound carrying for miles around. Today, I declare the official establishment of the great Chu Dynasty. Chu Luo's voice reverberated once more, a mighty declaration that resounded again through the heavens and earth. Zhao Yun, the champion marquis, Dian Wei, Su Banyue, Jiang Xiuro, Chu Zian, Qi Ji Sun Chang, and numerous divine demon generals all bore expressions of exhilaration and joy. From this moment forth, they would no longer be subjects of the Dali dynasty. They were now citizens of the great Chu Dynasty, pledging their loyalty solely to the sovereign of the great Chu. Chu Luo gazed down at the fervently cheering cultivators, soldiers, and civilian cultivators, a radiant smile gracing his face. From now on, he would fight for himself and for the great Chu Dynasty alone. The Dali dynasty would soon become a territory under his rule. As night fell, the entire capital of Beiliang, both inside and out, was ablaze with lights. Whether among the leaders of the sects or the soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty, everyone raised their cups in celebration, their faces aglow with excitement. Within the grand hall of the palace, Chu Luo sat cross-legged in the opulent chamber, a brilliant smile lighting up his features. Just moments ago, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully establishing the great Chu Dynasty. You are awarded an initial point total of 1 billion. A staggering sum indeed. Chu Luo had never anticipated that while expanding his territory by 1,000,000 miles, he had already rewarded himself with 2 billion points. His astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he had now received another 1 billion points. The system was truly remarkable. Ding! A crisis of annihilation from the dying sacred sect was detected looming over the Great Chu Dynasty. The host must lead the Great Chu Dynasty to successfully navigate this peril, vanquish the enemy, and in return, reap substantial point rewards, just as Chu Luo was reveling in how to spend this newfound billion points. The system's notification echoed once more in his mind. The Great Chu Dynasty faces a crisis from the dying sacred sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo initially paused, but then a glint of icy determination flickered in his starry eyes. The system had sounded the alarm. It seemed inevitable that the Great Chu Dynasty would confront the dying sacred sect. It was time for the Great Chu Dynasty to take action. Chu Luo murmured softly and immediately directed his gaze toward the points marketplace. Ding! The points marketplace has refreshed. Character section, Blood Transformation Realm Soldier, 1 point each. Spirit Gathering Realm Soldier, 10 points each. Dan Transformation Realm Soldier, 100 points each. Nascent Soul Realm Soldier, 1,000 points each. Void Realm Soldier, 10,000 points each. Combined Body Realm Soldier, 100,000 points each. Divine Demon Realm Soldier, 1,000,000 points each. Earthly Immortal Realm Soldier, 50 million points each. Half-Step Supreme Divine Demon General, 200,000 points. Supreme Divine Demon General, 1 billion points. Legion Section, Trap Legion 1,000, 1 billion points. All soldiers are of Divine Demon Realm. Elixir Section, 5th Rank Spirit Communicating Pill, 500 points each. Aids Peak Dan Transformation Realm Cultivators to swiftly break through to Nascent Soul Realm. 7th Rank Foundation Pill, 10,000 points each. 8th Rank Spirit Transformation Pill, 1 million points each. 8th Rank Top Tier God-Breaking Pill, 3 million points each. Can directly assist cultivators of the Divine Demon 8th and 9th Heavens to ascend to Earthly Immortal Realm. 9th Rank Nirvana Pill, 10,000 points each. Commonly used by Supreme Realm powerhouses. Top Tier 9th Rank 3-turn Purple Gold Pill, 50 million points each. Weapons Section, Blood God Giant Crossbow, 100,000 points each. A defensive weapon that can slay even careless cultivators of the Divine Demon 9th Heaven. Python Dragon Giant Crossbow, 1,000 points each. Capable of slaying Earthly Immortal Realm. Mystic Emperor Armor, 1,000 points per set. Great Snow Dragon Armor, 100 points per set. Mystic Light Armor, 1 point per set. Warhorse Section, North Liang Warhorse, 100 points each. Great Snow Dragon Steed, can be used to form Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 1,000 points each. Nascent Soul Peak Earth Dragon Steed, 10,000 points each. Void Peak Special Section, Enlightenment T1 Serving, 100 million points, can be brewed 3 times. Each cup enhances comprehension tenfold. Lasting 10 days. No Saint Pills refreshed. After reviewing all the items, Chu Luo murmured softly he had expected the Saint Pills to be available. However, the refreshed items were still sufficient for his current needs. Subsequently, Chu Luo began contemplating what items to exchange for with his points. Moments later, he finally made his decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 billion points to exchange for Trap Legion 1,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 2 billion points to exchange for 4 3-turn Purple Gold Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 30 million points to exchange for 10 God-Breaking Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 20 million points to exchange for 20 Spirit Transformation Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50 million points to exchange for 5 9th Rank Nirvana Pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10 million points to exchange for 10 Python Dragon Giant Crossbows. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 billion points to exchange for 1 serving of Enlightenment Tea. A series of system notifications rang out, and Chu Luo had expended a total of 5 billion and 10 million points, leaving him with around 5 billion points remaining. He planned to accumulate more points later to exchange for a Supreme Realm Divine Demon General. For now, he focused on enhancing the overall strength of the Great Chu Dynasty. Then Chu Luo commenced the refinement of the 3-turn Purple Gold Pills, although the potency of the pills was somewhat lacking for him at this stage. The sheer quantity would ultimately bolster his strength. The conditions for cultivation now were vastly superior to those during his previous training, just a few months ago, during the battle with the Xiongnu Dynasty. He lacked such high-tier cultivation resources. Had he possessed these superior materials during the final stages of that conflict, he wouldn't have had to forcefully break through to the earthly, immortal realm, ultimately leading to the total collapse of his cultivation. After a night of silence, the next morning, Chuluo opened his eyes, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast. His cultivation had grown even stronger than the previous day. Ding! The system detected that the host had not yet signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in, Chuluo replied calmly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, receiving the sacred technique, Spirit Gathering Rain Technique. Spirit Gathering Rain Technique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chuluo was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward the system space, Spirit Gathering Rain Technique. Utilizing this technique can summon a rain of spirit energy, primarily used for irrigating precious spiritual plants. Is this not instructing me to irrigate the fields? Chuluo suddenly broke into a smile, his thoughts shifting as he grasped the Spirit Gathering Rain Technique. Scanning over it, he found that despite being a sacred technique, it was relatively simple to practice. Once he was free, he could take the time to cultivate it. After all, just outside North Liang City, at the foot of White Cloud Mountain, nearly 100,000 acres of spiritual fields have been cultivated, all planted with 8th-rank spiritual rice. White Cloud Mountain was not particularly high, and there were no terrifying beasts within. The land was quite fertile, located merely 500 miles from North Liang City. All cultivated spiritual fields were situated there. Once he mastered this technique, the maturation speed of the 100,000 acres of spiritual rice would likely accelerate significantly. Putting away the rain technique, in the next moment, his figure appeared within the Golden Dragon Palace of the Great Chu. The Golden Dragon Palace was extravagantly adorned, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Chuluo sat majestically upon the throne, while below, numerous great Chu generals including Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Champion Ho, Su Banu, Chu Zian, and many others of the divine demon realm awaited in attendance. Bow to the Emperor! Long live our Emperor! Upon Chuluo's appearance, the crowd immediately knelt in reverence. Rise! Today marks the official founding day of the Great Chu Dynasty, and I have prepared some elixirs to bestow upon you. Chuluo's gaze fell upon Dian Wei as he spoke. General Dian Wei. At the 3rd level of the earthly immortal realm, I bestow upon you a 9th-rank Nirvana pill. With this pill, you shall be able to break through to the 9th level of the earthly immortal realm. The 9th-rank Nirvana pill is a flawless quality elixir, containing medicinal power that greatly enhances the cultivation of earthly immortal realm experts. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the generous gift. Next, Chuluo shifted his gaze to Su Banu. Su Banu, you have put in considerable effort for the Great Chu Dynasty during this time. I bestow upon you a God-breaking pill and a 9th-rank Nirvana pill. The God-breaking pill will enable your breakthrough to the earthly immortal realm, while the Nirvana pill will swiftly enhance your cultivation within the earthly immortal realm. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift, Su Banu exclaimed, her delicate frame quivering with excitement, her beautiful visage alight with joy. She had not anticipated receiving such 2 incredibly precious pills from the Emperor. Now, not only could she break through to the earthly immortal realm, but she could also cultivate to a higher echelon within that realm. The Emperor truly cared for her. Chuluo then proceeded to bestow the spirit transformation pills and God-breaking pills upon Wang Qi, Sun Chang, and numerous other divine demon generals, as well as the weapon refiners. These elixirs would allow them to quickly enter the earthly immortal realm. You have 3 days to enter seclusion. After 3 days, we shall officially mobilize against the Dali dynasty, high upon the imperial throne. Chuluo gazed down at the assembled generals, speaking in a calm, yet authoritative tone. His words. The crowd responded with immediate reverence, their faces alight with excitement. Among them, Chu Zian and Zhao Yun, who had accompanied Chuluo from the very beginning, exhibited the greatest fervor, eager to witness the fearful expression of Li Linglong. Shortly thereafter, the numerous commanders departed. Chuluo returned to the grand hall of his palace, his gaze settling upon the Tao Enlightenment tea leaves. This extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth promised to temporarily enhance one's comprehension tenfold. He had yet to experience the true essence of such a miraculous substance. After brewing a cup, Chu Luo wasted no time in consuming it in one swift motion. Aesthete entered his stomach. A refreshing sensation surged into his mind. In an instant, Chu Luo's eyes widened. He realized that his mind had, at that moment, truly awakened. Clarity flooded his thoughts, and the once obscure questions that had plagued him now unraveled effortlessly. Sensing this transformation, Chu Luo immediately focused on the gathering spirit rain technique. In mere moments, an endless stream of insights cascaded into his mind, which he swiftly mastered. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Luo had completely mastered the gathering spirit rain technique. Was this the terrifying power of the Tao Enlightenment Tea? It was simply formidable that a gleam of brilliance shot from his eyes, as he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Even if the gathering spirit rain technique was merely an auxiliary sacred art and relatively simple, mastering it in just 2 hours was an extraordinary feat. He resolved to test the might of this sacred technique. Murmuring to himself once more, Chu Luo's figure vanished from sight. He traversed the air and, in just a few breaths, arrived at the foot of Beiliang Mountain, 500 miles away. The vast expanse of land, spanning 100,000 acres, was awash in lush greenery, with spirit rice seedlings already sprouting. Amongst this fertile ground, many cultivators toiled diligently, irrigating the crops. Upon seeing Chu Luo suddenly appear in midair, the cultivators were initially taken aback, then immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Commoners pay their respects to the emperor." They had never anticipated that the emperor would personally inspect their work, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. "Rise," he said gently. "I have come to observe the growth of the spirit rice." Seeing their reaction, Chu Luo smiled faintly and spoke. "Reporting to your majesty, the spirit rice is thriving well. Tea should be ready for harvest in about 6 months. A respectful cultivator replied. 6 months? Chu Luo mused, shaking his head. "That is too long. Withdraw from the fields. I shall give it a try." He then instructed the others to leave, and standing amidst the vast expanse of spirit rice, he instantly unleashed the gathering spirit rain technique. Utilizing his own spiritual power, he summoned the surrounding natural energies to gather in the void above. In mere moments, dark clouds loomed overhead, enveloping the 100,000 acres in a thick shroud. The rich spiritual energy surged within the endless clouds. The cultivators who had retreated from the fields stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. Although they could not comprehend the emperor's intentions, the mere act of altering the forces of nature through human will was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Chu Luo felt the tumultuous spiritual energy gathering within the clouds above, a look of surprise crossing his face. The amassed spiritual power was exceedingly vast. It seemed that this time there would be great rewards. With a rumble, a clap of thunder echoed, and raindrops the size of beans fell from the clouds, splashing onto the ground. They quickly seeped into the earth, where the spiritual energy was swiftly absorbed by the spirit rice seedlings, causing them to grow at a visible rate. Chu Luo hovered in midair, watching the increasingly intense spiritual rain and the rapidly growing spirit rice, a flicker of anticipation rising within him. Could it be that they would mature all at once? The spiritual rain continued for 10 minutes before finally ceasing. The clouds dispersed, revealing a resplendent sun. The brilliant sunlight bathed the golden rice fields, causing them to radiate a blinding golden glow. The rich aroma of spirit rice filled the air. All the cultivators watching were left speechless. Think that what should have taken 6 months of growth was accomplished in just 10 minutes. It was truly a miracle. Chu Luo, witnessing the spectacle, was equally taken aback, never expecting the gathering spirit rain technique to yield such extraordinary results. 10 minutes had transformed the spirit rice, which was still half a year from maturity, into a bountiful harvest. Each acre produced at least 2,000 pounds. Thus, 100,000 acres would yield a staggering 200 million pounds of 8th-grade spirit rice. The high-level cultivation resources for the army of the great Chu Dynasty would no longer be a concern. Murmuring softly, Chu Luo commanded the others to commence the harvest. He seated himself on the ground, utilizing his tenfold comprehension to reverse engineer the gathering spirit rain technique. The technique was far too advanced. A sacred art. While he could master it, Others could not be needed to develop a foundational version of the gathering spirit rain technique, even if the summoned spiritual rain could only cover 1 acre. Reducing the growth cycle from 6 months to 1 month would suffice. Time passed swiftly, and soon the 200 million pounds of 8th grade spirit rice were fully harvested. Chu Luo successfully devised the foundational version of the spiritual rain technique. After securing the 200 million pounds of 8th grade spirit rice, he rewarded his people before returning to the capital of the great Chu Dynasty. He subsequently transcribed the foundational version of the rain technique into written form, instructing others to replicate dozens of copies and handing them to Wang Qi. Wang Qi, now at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the divine demon realm, was one of the first divine demon generals summoned by Chu Luo. From this day forth, he would be responsible for overseeing the cultivation of spirit rice. If this task were executed well, the great Chu Dynasty would never again lack resources, especially high-tier resources. Naturally, the harvest of 200 million pounds of 8th grade spirit rice was immediately distributed among the soldiers of the great Chu, allowing them to utilize it for their cultivation. Chu Luo, too, remained industrious, leveraging his tenfold comprehension to delve into the great wilderness sword technique. With such immense comprehension, what had previously been challenging due to insufficient understanding now appeared clear. In this time, he had only grasped the 2nd level of the great wilderness sword technique. However, now, as he focused his mind on the technique, the various obscure questions he had faced began to unravel effortlessly, and insights poured forth continuously. His understanding of the great wilderness sword technique steadily advanced. Days slipped by, and soon 3 days had passed, and on this day, millions of armored troops gathered outside the city. Accompanied by 3,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, 10,000 great snow dragon riders, and 4,000 royal guards, the atmosphere was electric, with excitement radiating from every face. For today, they were to march against the great Li Dynasty. Before the millions of soldiers stood numerous divine demon generals, exuding an unimaginable aura of terror. Dian Wei, at the 7th level of the divine immortal realm. Zhao Yun and Champion Ho, both at the 6th level of the divine immortal realm. The former 10 divine demon generals had all reached the divine immortal realm. Chu Zian stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the divine demon realm, while Jiang Shuoro remained within the divine demon realm. The elixirs rewarded by Chu Luo had bestowed upon the soldiers a transformation in strength that was akin to soaring through the heavens, granting them terrifying power 100-fold or even 1,000-fold greater than before. At this moment, everyone waited in silence. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, akin to a true deity, graceful and ethereal. It was none other than Emperor Chu Luo. Today, I declare that the great Chu Dynasty formally declares war on the great Li Dynasty. At his proclamation, the millions of soldiers and the multitude of cultivators within the capital erupted with a terrifying momentum, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The earth trembled with their roars, igniting the blood of countless individuals. 500,000 armored troops and 4,000 royal guards were left behind, commanded by Champion Ho to safeguard the great Chu Dynasty and protect the capital. The remaining soldiers of the great Chu would march with me to obliterate the great Li. The cold and detached voice of Chu Luo echoed once more, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes that, in just a few days, he would advance upon the imperial capital of the great Li Dynasty, and none could withstand his march. Li Linglong, will you regret everything you have done? The earth trembled as 500,000 Xianin armored troops, 10,000 great snow dragon riders, and 3,000 northern Liang iron cavalry, led by Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Su Banyue, surged towards the southern great Li Dynasty. Ahead of the army, Chu Luo's custom-made luxurious carriage sped forth like the wind. Inside the carriage sat 3 individuals, Chu Luo, his maid Jiang Shuyao, and Chu Zian, who had reached the pinnacle of divine and demonic realms. The 2 women sat on either side of Chu Luo, quietly cultivating a bearer of the Xianin sacred body. Jiang Xiao's cultivation speed was exceptionally rapid. In just a few days, she had broken through to the divine and demonic realm. Chu Luo had also bestowed upon her an 8th grade transformation pill and a god-breaking pill, sufficient for her to cultivate to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Chu Zian, too, had experienced a significant acceleration in her cultivation due to the sudden emergence of a blood-red world. As if she had previously trained there, of course. It was also thanks to the elixirs gifted by Chu Luo that her progress had been so swift. Without resources, no one could cultivate at such a pace merely by absorbing the spiritual energy of the world, and that contained within spirit stones. Chu Luo, seated between the two women, was not idle either, continuing to comprehend the great wilderness sword technique. Over these few days, he had utilized the effects of a cup of enlightenment tea to directly grasp the great wilderness sword technique to the fifth heaven, and it would not be long before he could cultivate to the sixth heaven. According to the classification of martial arts, he had already achieved minor success with this fearsome sacred-level sword technique, the power of which had increased manifold compared to before. It is worth noting that he had previously used a second heaven great wilderness sword technique to slay the sixth heaven chitin ancestor. Now, at the fifth heaven, Chu Luo's combat prowess had surged several times over. As Chu Luo led the great Chu army from the northern Liang imperial capital. The cultivators of the Great Li Dynasty were already shaken to their core. Numerous high-ranking officials congregated within the Golden Dragon Hall, each face etched with profound anxiety. Why has the emperor yet to emerge from seclusion? Our Great Li Dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Indeed, that Chu Luo possesses a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Having established the Great Chu Dynasty not long ago, he now seeks to lead his troops to attack our Great Li Dynasty. After all the years we have nurtured him, the 200,000 northern town troops remain stationed in northern Jiang County. If they wish to enter our Great Li Dynasty, they must first confront those 200,000 troops. Moreover, those 200,000 troops are under the command of the barbarian Dragon King, who has reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of divine and demonic realms for many years. Even if they cannot halt the Great Chu army, they can still delay them for a time. Just as the many ministers and military generals were fervently discussing how to resist Chu Luo's forces. A graceful figure entered the Golden Dragon Hall, her terrifying aura stunning all present into silence. Moments later, the eyes of numerous ministers and generals filled with boundless astonishment as they knelt to the ground. Exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the emperor." Rise, Li Linglong's form appeared instantly upon the imperial throne, her voice icy and detached, tinged with a hint of ire. She had never anticipated that during her seclusion, Chu Luo would not only lead troops to obliterate the Khitan dynasty, but also break away from the Great Li Dynasty to establish the Great Chu Dynasty. Even more infuriating was his audacity to wage war against her Great Li. It was evident that Chu Luo had restored his cultivation. Contemplating this, a cold light flashed once again in Li Linglong's beautiful eyes, as she murmured to herself, "Chu Luo, do you think that by restoring your cultivation and establishing the Great Chu Dynasty, you can win my heart again? You are gravely mistaken. You have no inkling of the vastness of this world. You would never imagine that I have already entered the realm of terrestrial immortals." Indeed, she had now broken through to the first heaven of terrestrial immortals. Once she stabilized her cultivation, the Saint of Dian would wed her, and at that time, not only would a single dynasty bow beneath her feet, but the entirety of the spirit tranquility realm would too. For it is known that the combined strength of the myriad powerful dynasties within the spirit tranquility realm pales in comparison to a true disciple of the sacred sect. And she would be the wife of the Saint of Dian, her status surpassing even that of a true disciple. In the future, she would reign above millions of beings. Chu Luo, merely immortal. How could he ever compare? Your Majesty, the army of the Great Chu Dynasty is already mobilized and is advancing towards our Great Li Dynasty. Please, Your Majesty, guide us on how to respond, one minister spoke. Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Li Linglong, the Great Chu Dynasty, humph. Mobilize our Great Li forces to intercept them. That I wish to see what capabilities Chu Luo possesses now, Li Linglong commanded, her lips parting as she spoke coldly. Though she would soon ascend above all living beings, she was still the eternal empress of the Great Li Dynasty. She intended to utilize the strength of the Great Li to defeat Chu Luo, demonstrating to him that the Great Li Dynasty would not wither in his absence. Understood, the multitude of military generals and ministers replied in unison. Soon, the entire Great Li Dynasty began to operate like a colossal machine. Countless Great Li legions marching northward to confront the Great Chu Dynasty, Beiliang, meanwhile, resumed her efforts to stabilize her cultivation. Once her cultivation reached a stable state within the first heaven of terrestrial immortals, her marriage to the Saint of Dian would proceed as planned, coinciding perfectly with her complete suppression of Chu Luo as a wedding gift. The 200,000 troops of northern Jiang County established camp at the border between the Great Chu Dynasty and northern Jiang County. Within a spacious tent, dozens of formidable beings of the divine and demonic realms gathered, with a man of towering stature and a long scar resembling a centipede adorning his face seated at the head of the assembly. His overwhelming pressure instilled fear in the hearts of the many cultivators present. What do you believe we should do? Chu Luo leads the army of the Great Chu Dynasty towards our Great Li Dynasty. We possess merely 200,000 O stand against the formidable Chu Luo seems improbable, the burly man, the barbarian dragon king, remarked with a bitter smile. Though he was immensely powerful, having once been subdued by Chu Luo with a mere hand. Now that Chu Luo had obliterated the Khitan dynasty and established the Great Chu Dynasty, his strength had undoubtedly been restored, possibly even surpassing previous levels. How could he lead 200,000 northern town troops to withstand such might? Reporting to the barbarian dragon king, the troops exhibit little desire to resist. The northern town king was once our commander. Now, to be commanded by the emperor to confront the Great Chu Dynasty. Few are willing, a young man at the eighth heaven of divine and demonic realms respectfully stated, his face betraying a hint of anger. His name was Beifeng, who had fought alongside the northern town king for 5 years. He owed countless debts of gratitude to the northern town king, and now to be ordered to oppose his former commander was something he could not bring himself to do. Others shared the same sentiments. Having once been subordinates of a northern town king, of course, they knew they stood no chance in battle. I never expected your thoughts to align with mine. The Emperor of Li is becoming increasingly excessive. She knows full well how formidable Chu Luo has become, easily capable of obliterating a dynasty. Ask our 200,000 northern town troops to block the army of the Great Chu Dynasty is tantamount to casting us into the jaws of death. Another added, moreover, the actions of the emperor towards Chu Luo are utterly outrageous. If she can treat someone who has devoted countless efforts to the Great Li Dynasty in such a manner, then I fear those of us who pledge our loyalty to her will meet a similarly tragic end. Upon hearing this, the king of the barbarian dragons suddenly rose to his feet, letting out a hearty laugh before his expression shifted to one of anger. He was acutely aware that the 200,000 troops under his command were once the subordinates of the northern king, Chu Luo. His earlier words were merely a test to discern the sentiments of the northern army and whether they aligned with his own thoughts. Although he had never been a follower of Chu Luo, and had even briefly stood as an adversary, this did not diminish his admiration for Chu Luo. The latter represented the pinnacle of strength he aspired to attain, coupled with the pervasive corruption of the Great Li Dynasty. Where the ruler treated their lives as mere fodder, he had long since lost any desire to pledge allegiance to such a regime. King of the barbarian dragons, what do you mean? Upon witnessing the sudden laughter of the king and hearing his proclamation, Beifeng and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening with a glimmer of excitement. Indeed, I have decided to lead you back under the command of Chu Luo. Resistance is utterly futile. We are destined to witness the birth of a new dynasty, not sacrifice our lives for a decaying regime that regards us as mere weeds. The voice of the king of the barbarian dragons resonated with conviction. Excellent. This is truly magnificent. We all share this sentiment. Beifeng and the other divine generals erupted in excitement at his words. Relay my command. Assemble the 200,000 northern troops to await the arrival of the Great Chu Dynasty. With a single order from the king, the entire 200,000 northern troops stirred with fervor, hastily preparing to welcome their former commander. Report to the sovereign. We are nearing the northern river county of the Great Li Dynasty, where 200,000 northern troops are stationed. The commander of these troops is the renowned general of the Great Li Dynasty, the king of the barbarian dragons, who has attained the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine and demonic realms. Su Banyue entered the carriage, respectfully reporting to Chu Luo, having received the information earlier. 200,000 northern troops, led by the king of the barbarian dragons. Understood, Chu Luo replied with a slight nod. Gradually speaking, 200,000 northern troops, my former subordinates, that I have previously crossed paths with the king of the barbarian dragons. However, our allegiances have shifted, such is the way of fate that if they choose to resist, they must not blame me for being merciless. Merely 15 minutes had passed when the Great Chu Dynasty's army arrived at the juncture between the Great Chu and Northern River County, causing the earth to tremble beneath their feet. Over 500,000 troops surged forward like a torrent. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, bringing the 500,000 army to a halt. Before them stood a throng of soldiers clad in armor. Chu Luo appeared outside the carriage, his gaze icy as it swept across the crowd, and he spoke slowly. "Are you here to obstruct me?" His tone was devoid of emotion, utterly indifferent. The cultivators before him were mostly familiar figures, many of whom had fought alongside him for 5 years against the Xiongnu dynasty. Yet now, their allegiance had changed, and they stood as foes. Just as Chu Luo's words fell, the 200,000 troops abruptly knelt, their faces flushed with fervor as they shouted, "Sovereign, we willingly follow you to overthrow the entire Great Li dynasty. We have long since lost the desire to serve." The king of the barbarian dragons and Bai Feng stepped forward, kneeling and striking their heads to the ground before Chu Luo, resolutely declaring their allegiance. This, Su Banyue and the other high-ranking generals of the Great Chu were taken aback. They had anticipated an imminent clash with the Great Li dynasty, only to find that the 200,000 troops and their commanders were eager to submit to the Great Chu. Bai Feng, king of the barbarian dragons, you have not disappointed me. Come, let us together topple the entire Great Li dynasty. Chu Luo's laughter echoed across the heavens, marking the best possible outcome. Yes. Bai Feng, the king of the barbarian dragons, and the 200,000 northern troops, upon hearing Chu Luo's words, widened their eyes in excitement and shouted in unison. Subsequently, the 200,000 troops parted, allowing Chu Luo's carriage and the 500,000 army to pass before they followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, Bai Feng and the king of the barbarian dragons knelt respectfully before Chu Luo, paying their respects. Among the 200,000 northern troops, there were over 20 formidable beings of the divine and demonic realms. The two entered the carriage to report on the situation of the northern troops. "I am pleased that you have chosen to follow me once more. Here are 2 spirit transformation pills. They will assist in your cultivation, especially for you, Bai Feng, allowing you to swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine and demonic realms." Chu Luo smiled as he handed the 2 pills to Bai Feng and the king of the barbarian dragons. Break through to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine and demonic realms. Bai Feng gazed at the pills in his hands, inhaling the rich scent of the elixirs, his face flushing with excitement. The king of the barbarian dragons beside him stared wide-eyed at the pills, a hint of shock crossing his features. He could sense that these pills were far beyond mere 7th-grade elixirs, likely of the 8th grade. "These pills are incredibly precious." Bai Feng, feeling somewhat anxious, was interrupted by Chu Luo. "Even the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of divine and demonic realms seems too lowly in my eyes. Once you both reach the zenith of this realm, I shall enable your ascension to the land immortal realm. For the foes we face are not merely the Great Li dynasty, but the Great Yin Holy Sun." Chu Luo waved his hand, speaking slowly. The Great Yin Holy Sun? The land immortal? The two were taken aback, their eyes wide with incredulity. The sovereign could actually grant them the means to ascend to the land immortal realm. The king of the barbarian dragons suddenly recalled the terrifying auras emanating from the numerous great Chu generals outside the carriage. Realizing he could not gauge their cultivation levels, could they all be land immortals? As this thought crossed his mind, he inhaled sharply, his face revealing profound astonishment, followed by a surge of elation. Was it possible that the land immortal cultivation he had deemed unattainable in this lifetime was within reach in the Great Chu Dynasty? "Thank you for your generous gifts, Sovereign, that I shall not fail to meet your expectations." The two expressed their gratitude. "Now, after passing through Northern River County, I command you both to lead the 200,000 northern troops and the 500,000 Xuanjiao army of the Great Chu Dynasty. Splitting into 2 routes and swiftly heading south, I will dispatch 2 land immortal experts to accompany you. Seize every large city, county, and prefecture along the way. Should you encounter resistance, eliminate them on the spot. I shall head directly to the great Li imperial city, where I will await your arrival." Chu Luo pondered for a moment before continuing. The two, once generals of the great Li dynasty, possessed extensive knowledge of the region, ensuring that with their presence, vast territories could be swiftly acquired, allowing for the accumulation of resources to bolster the strength of the great Chu dynasty. Yes. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement flashed in the eyes of the two individuals. As a powerful being from the realm of earthly immortals accompanied them on their journey, as they traveled southward, they swiftly traversed various prefectural and state cities. Subsequently, the two departed, leading a grand army of 700,000 towards the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty encompassed 10 continents and 108 prefectures, stretching over 1,000,000 miles in circumference. When combined with the former territories of the Xiongnu dynasty, it surpassed 200,000 miles. However, Chu Luo and his companions needed only to cross 5 major states to reach the imperial capital of the Dali dynasty directly. With a thunderous roar, the Grand Army surged forth under the North General, splitting into 3 divisions. Beifeng, alongside a commander of the Great Chu from the realm of earthly immortals, led 350,000 troops to the southwest. The Manlong King, accompanied by another commander of the Great Chu from the same realm, and an additional 350,000 troops advanced towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Chu Luo, accompanied by 10,000 Snow Dragon Riders and 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, along with Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and over a dozen formidable beings from the realm of earthly immortals, chose the most direct route to the imperial capital of the Dali dynasty, piercing through the heart of the empire like a spear. Simultaneously, countless troops of the Dali dynasty gathered outside the city of Baishu Prefecture. This was the final major state on the way to the Dali dynasty, a necessary passage. Hence, numerous military generals and ministers of the Dali dynasty opted to obstruct the advancing forces at this location. However, news of the 200,000 soldiers from the Northern Defense Army defecting soon reached the Dali dynasty. This infuriated Li Linglong, who had yet to stabilize her cultivation, compelling her to emerge from seclusion once more, nearly causing her to spit blood in anger. It was not merely the betrayal of the 200,000 troops that angered her. It was the fact that the Northern Defense Army had abandoned her, the eternal empress, to follow the precarious Great Chu Dynasty. This was a severe blow to her pride. Thus, Li Linglong commanded the assembly of a large army outside Baishu Prefecture, preparing to shatter the opposing forces. Linglong, this time do not emerge from seclusion until your cultivation is secure. Leave the rest to me. The holy son of Dian observed Li Linglong's hasty emergence with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He awaited her stabilization of cultivation, for he desired her primordial Yin. The repeated interruptions for such trivial matters wasted his time. "Well, I thank you, my lord," Li Linglong replied, a smile flickering in her beautiful eyes. With such an admirable fiancé, how could Chu Luo ever compare to the holy son of Dian? Li Linglong confidently proceeded to stabilize her cultivation. The holy son's eyes glimmered with cold light once more as he sat upon the dragon throne, instructing his subordinates to act according to Linglong's orders, that I will provide you with 3 powerful beings from the realm of earthly immortals. Bring me Chu Luo's head. The holy son felt a twinge of irritation. Chu Luo had evaded him multiple times. This time, he must ensure that Chu Luo's head was severed. Only then would Li Linglong devote herself wholeheartedly to their dual cultivation. Yes, holy son, the multitude of military generals and high-ranking officials below, hearing of the provision of 3 earthly immortals, felt a swell of confidence. What did they have to fear? Even if Chu Luo regained his strength, what of it? The previously forcefully ascended earthly immortals would face the might of 3 powerful beings at the hands of the Holy Son. They finally comprehended why the Empress had chosen the Holy Son of Dian. No comparison was possible. Before long, the army stationed at various locations throughout the Dali dynasty began converging upon Baishu Prefecture. At this moment, the city had gathered over 500,000 troops, with a number of commanders from the realm of gods and demons exceeding 100 with the issuance of Li Linglong's decree. A minimum of 10 million troops were to assemble outside Baishu Prefecture within 2 days, with over 200 commanders from the realm of gods and demons, coupled with the peak generals and commanders from the realm of gods and demons. as well as 3 earthly immortals. This would undoubtedly create a top-tier legion capable of overwhelming any dynasty. As night fell, the city of Zhongbei was illuminated, with tens of thousands of cultivators standing on the walls. Massive city crossbows gleaming with cold light. Leading them was Luo Fei, the city's defense commander, a formidable being of the 7th heaven of gods and demons. His expression was grave. Soon, Chu Luo, the current emperor of the Great Chu, would arrive with his forces. The city of Zhongbei was destined for destruction, as they could not withstand the onslaught of Chu Luo and his over 10,000 troops. Throughout the day, reports flooded in of city after city being completely breached and occupied by the Great Chu Dynasty. Akin to a sweeping conquest, wherever the Great Chu Dynasty's legions passed, they fell like dominoes. Particularly the central route, led by the current emperor himself with over 10,000 cavalry, cut through a third of the cities on the way to the imperial capital of the Dali dynasty. Once Zhongbei was taken, only half the distance remained. Despite knowing the strength of the adversary, the orders were to hold Zhongbei city at all costs, inflicting as many casualties as possible upon the Great Chu. One must not defy the emperor's command. Luo Fei, though aware of their disadvantage, prepared himself for death. Although the Northern Defense King had once been his idol, they were now on opposing sides. The enemy must be fought with all their strength. The chilly night wind howled, and a waning moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery veil over the land. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled as a massive white dragon swept across it. Arriving at the outskirts of Zhongbei city within mere minutes, it came to a halt, and a figure soared into the air, wielding a shining silver spear, a terrifying aura instantly enveloping the entire area. Will you submit, or will you resist, Zhongbei city? Zhao Yun's piercing voice rang out like thunder in the ears of the crowd. An earthly immortal. The overwhelming pressure struck the guards on the city walls, who gasped in astonishment. Especially Luo Fei, whose expression turned grave. He had previously suspected the presence of an earthly immortal within the Great Chu Dynasty, but he had not anticipated it to be true. The last glimmer of hope for Zhongbei city was extinguished. Yet, defying the emperor's command was not an option. Everyone listen! Fire arrows! With a whoosh, a volley of sharp arrows shot forth from the ranks of thousands of cultivators atop the walls, including enormous arrows that were 100 times the size of ordinary ones, launched from the massive crossbows, their power terrifying. Since you have chosen to resist, Snow Dragon Riders and Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, heed my command and slay all enemies within Zhongbei city. Zhao Yun's commanding voice resonated through the heavens, and into the howling of the great Snow Dragon Riders and the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry surged forth like a tidal wave towards the city of Zhongbei. The screams of the fallen echoed briefly, only to vanish in an instant. Not a single soldier from Zhongbei was able to escape. All perished at the hands of the great Snow Dragon Riders and the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Meanwhile, the numerous civilian cultivators did not seek refuge in their homes, but stood silently along the streets, awaiting the arrival of their great hero, the former king of the north, as the carriage entered the city. The great Snow Dragon Riders and the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry followed closely behind. Many soldiers observed the civilians standing in the streets without a hint of surprise, for such a scene unfolded in every city they had conquered. The king of the north had once been their protector, and now they gathered to welcome the forces of the Great Chu Dynasty. Yes, they reached the center of the city. The cultivators began to chant, "Great Chu Dynasty. From this day forth, we shall be subjects of the Great Chu Dynasty." Countless voices rose in fervor, their faces flushed with excitement. Inside the carriage, Zhang Shuoro felt deeply moved, astonished by how much the former king of the north had sacrificed for the sake of the Great Li, earning such reverence from the humble cultivators. Yet, she pondered in confusion. Given the former king's sacrifices, why had the emperor of Great Li acted so despicably towards him? Such a blind fool. Soon, Chu Luo led over 10,000 cavalry beyond the city of Zhongbei, advancing towards their next destination. Simultaneously, the divided forces of Beifeng and the barbarian Dragon King occupied countless cities, effectively seizing all the cities within a single province, each now adorned with the banner of the Great Chu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully leading the Great Chu Dynasty in territorial expansion and vanquishing enemies. Points are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accumulating a total of 20 million points. 20 million was no small sum. Chu Luo glanced at his point balance. 28 million. He nodded in satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. As he continued to conquer the Great Li Dynasty and defeat more foes, he would amass even greater rewards. The night passed without incident, and by morning, the sky brightened. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has not signed in today. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign in, ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in and receiving the exquisite spirit weapon. The Purple Frost Sword. A top-tier spirit weapon? Very good, indeed. Upon hearing the system's notification, a faint smile graced Chu Luo's face. He then withdrew the Purple Frost Sword, revealing a long sword radiating a soft purple chill before the three of them. Zikin, this exceptional spirit sword, the Purple Frost Sword, is for you. You are on the verge of breaking through to the earthly immortal realm, yet lack a fitting spirit weapon. Seeing the exceptionally beautiful sword, wreathed in purple aura, Chu Zikin's eyes widened in awe. Thank you, brother. I shall break through to the earthly immortal realm before tonight, and then it will come in handy. Chu Zikin felt elated. She had yet to practice the sword technique she acquired from that peculiar memory. But now, with the Purple Frost Sword, she could begin her training once she reached the earthly immortal realm. She had a premonition that this sword technique would be exceedingly powerful. Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, they had captured another provincial city. Once they took the final city, they would be outside the capital of the Great Li Dynasty. The Great Snow Dragon Riders and the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry swept across the land, heading towards that last provincial city as they advanced. A formidable aura of the earthly immortal realm suddenly erupted, sending a terrifying pressure rippling through the heavens, and the earth that it was none other than. Chu Zikin had successfully broken through to the earthly immortal realm. Inside the carriage, Chu Zikin exuded an aura of her newfound power, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, which sparkled with a radiant smile. Brother, I have finally broken through to the earthly immortal realm. Hearing this, Chu Luo's face lit up with joy, and he nodded slowly, saying from now on, you shall be a general of the Great Chu Dynasty. Gaining experience in battle, Chu Luo was genuinely happy for Zikin's achievement. Congratulations, Princess Zikin, on your breakthrough to the earthly immortal realm. May your youth be everlasting. Jiang Shuoro rose, her face beaming with a smile as she offered her congratulations with a slight bow. Haha, thank you, Sister Shuoro, for your kind words. I see you have also advanced to the fourth heaven of the divine demon realm. It won't be long before you reach the earthly immortal realm as well. Chu Zikin replied with delight. Despite Jiang Shuoro's position as merely her brother's personal attendant, through her observations over the past few days, she recognized Jiang Shuoro's extraordinary talent and astonishingly rapid cultivation speed, indicating an unlimited potential for the future. The earthly immortal realm was not the pinnacle. She might very well ascend to the legendary supreme realm. As night fell once more, the Great Snow Dragon Riders and the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry continued their relentless advance. They still had half a night's journey to the final province, Baishu. Although the darkness enveloped the land, countless troops lay encamped outside Baishu City, exuding an overwhelming presence. Among the city walls, several peak commanders of the Great Li Dynasty, all at the ninth heaven of the divine demon realm, gathered to discuss their strategy. Chu Luo will likely reach Baishu City by the latter half of the night, but it should only be with those 10,000 men. The remaining 700,000 troops will take at least 3 or 4 more days to arrive here. After all, they have conquered every city along the way. One peak commander began to speak. Indeed, 10,000 men. If they dare to come, we've gathered over 900,000 troops here, along with 3 earthly immortal realm experts. We could easily annihilate the Great Chu Dynasty, another peak commander added. The Holy Son of Dian had commanded them to take Chu Luo's head. Once he fell, the entire Great Chu Dynasty would crumble. However, it was not their own strength that would achieve this, but rather the 3 earthly immortal realm experts dispatched by the Holy Son, who were the primary force behind this endeavor to eliminate Chu Luo was unclear whether Chu Luo was truly arrogant or simply foolish for leading so many men to confront the Great Li Dynasty's 900,000 troops. Perhaps he was overly confident in his strength, unaware that 3 earthly immortal realm experts awaited him. The Great Song Dynasty might soon become the shortest-lived dynasty in history. Upon hearing this, the assembled soldiers erupted into laughter. This battle would undoubtedly result in the Great Li Dynasty's victory. There are no surprises in store. After all, Chu Luo was genuinely foolish. As time progressed, the world around them deepened into darkness. The chilling winds howled as 900,000 troops gathered outside Baishu City, exuding an air of murderous intent. Suddenly, the earth trembled. In the stillness of the night, the sound of hooves echoed far and clear. Hearing the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, all the soldiers of the Great Li immediately awoke. Then a white storm appeared in the sight of the peak commanders. Chu Luo is almost here. Relay my orders. Everyone prepare for battle. Also, summon the 3 earthly immortal realm experts. We must not let Chu Luo escape. The numerous generals of the 9 heavens of gods and demons revealed an expression of excitement as they promptly issued commands. Understood. Immediately, a junior officer departed, entering a mansion within the city. In an instant, the sounds of debauchery reached the ears of the young officer. Approaching the outer hall of the mansion, he cautiously spoke, "Esteemed lords of the earth immortal realm, Chu Luo is soon to arrive. The general has sent me to invite you all to slay Chu Luo." "Very well, we shall await outside," that a cold voice echoed in response. Within the hall, 3 true disciples of the Dian holy sect, belonging to the earth immortal realm, appear to be in a state of indulgence. Beside the 3 disciples were dozens of enchanting women, their allure undeniable. "You shall wait here. We will return to indulge in your company shortly." The 3 true disciples donned their garments and, casting a glance at the beautiful women around them, exchanged playful banter before striding toward the hall's exit. In this dynasty, pleasure was readily available, offering delights unattainable within the confines of the sect. Once they had severed Chu Luo's head, they would resume their unfinished business. Who dares to intrude upon my Dali dynasty with such audacity? A resonant voice boomed from the lips of a peak expert of the 9 heavens of gods and demons. Within the gaze of this formidable figure, over 10,000 soldiers, accompanied by a horse-drawn carriage, came to a gradual halt near the vast army of the Dali dynasty, numbering nearly 10 million. Intrude. This is my own domain. What talk of intrusion is there? Suddenly, a figure clad in white soared into the air, his flowing robe billowing in the wind, as he stood suspended in the void, surveying all below with a smile in his eyes. "Chu Luo, you have indeed restored your strength to the earth immortal realm." Upon witnessing Chu Luo's ethereal form in the sky, the numerous peak generals of the 9 heavens of gods and demons stationed on the city walls felt their pupils constrict, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in their eyes. They had previously speculated that Chu Luo's cultivation may have returned, yet seeing it with their own eyes was still deeply shocking. Chu Luo, as a subject of the Dali dynasty, you betray your own land and bring forces to attack it. Is this not an act of treachery? After a brief moment of astonishment, several peak generals on the city walls bellowed once more. If it were only the few of them, they would have never spoken such words. However, with 3 earth immortals standing behind them, they felt emboldened. What were they to fear? What was 1 earth immortal? Chu Luo had been able to reign supreme within this dynasty, powerful to the point of invincibility. Yet, in the face of the earth immortal experts of the Dian holy sect, he was likely to be outmatched. Even if Chu Luo had restored his cultivation to the earth immortal realm, he was merely the weakest among them. The 3 earth immortal experts of the Dian holy sect were undoubtedly far more formidable. Is that so? Treachery. What a fine accusation of treachery. After today, you may find yourself adding another descriptor to my name. Ruthless, Chu Luo replied with a faint smile, his voice soft yet resolute. However, just as his words fell, a mocking voice interjected, "Ruthless? Then let me witness just how ruthless a mere monarch of the great Chu can be." As the words concluded, 3 figures descended from the sky, each exuding an aura of terrifying pressure. They were 3 earth immortal experts, their presence formidable. Hovering in the air, their eyes were filled with derision as they regarded Chu Luo, the high-ranking generals of the Dali dynasty. Witnessing this, displayed expressions of utter exhilaration. These soldiers, who had long lived in the shadow of the invincible northern king, were finally about to witness the downfall of Chu Luo, perhaps even his demise. For years, Chu Luo's invincibility had loomed over them like a mountain. As fellow warriors, they questioned why the northern king was so powerful while they remained so weak. Today, they would finally behold the spectacle they had long yearned for. Disciples of the Yin holy sect? Chu Luo raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the Holy Sun would possess 3 Earth immortal experts. Moreover, one was at the 5th level of the Earth immortal realm, while the other 2 were at the 6th level. Their cultivation was not to be underestimated, their combat prowess far exceeding that of the half-hearted kitten ancestor. "What? Are you afraid?" one of the experts taunted. "Unfortunately, we cannot allow you to escape. The Holy Sun has decreed that your head must be brought to him, that he likely wishes to use it as a ball for amusement." Upon hearing this, the 3 Earth immortal experts burst into laughter, mocking Chu Luo mercilessly. "Insulting our Lord. You are courting death." At that moment, as their laughter echoed, a surge of Earth immortal pressure erupted, a furious roar reverberating across the heavens. Following this, over 10 figures suddenly soared into the air, wielding swords, spears, or iron halberds, and charged toward the 3. What? Over 10 Earth immortal experts. As they felt the overwhelming wave of attacks, the 3 could only widen their eyes, their smiles vanishing in an instant. Instinctively, they unleashed their spiritual energy and raised their swords to defend against the fierce onslaught. However, they had severely underestimated the combat strength of the Earth immortal warriors of the great Chu Dynasty, particularly that of Dian Wei and Zhao Yun. With a pair of halberds and a spear, they unleashed brilliant spiritual light, which struck against the swords of the Chu Yin holy sect disciples of the 6th level of the Earth immortal realm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply, followed by 2 muffled thuds. Despite the 2 disciples attempting to block with their swords, they were unable to withstand the terrifying might of Dian Wei and Zhao Yun. Their blades were forced down, and their heads were crushed under the overwhelming force. Another disciple at the 5th level of the Earth immortal realm found himself besieged by numerous Earth immortal warriors. Overwhelmed and panicking, witnessing the instant demise of the other 2, he was left stunned, turning to flee in terror. In a flash, a swift sword light cut through the air. The head of the 5th level Earth immortal disciple fell, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The fallen void shadow sword technique is indeed immensely powerful. A melodious voice rang out as Chu Zian brandished the purple frost sword, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had merely sought to test the strength of the technique she had just begun to comprehend, and it appeared to be extraordinarily potent. With a single strike, she had slain an Earth immortal expert. Unbeknownst to her, she had only begun to grasp the sword technique for a mere afternoon, yet her progress had been remarkably swift. "This is impossible." The generals of the gods and demons on the city walls stood frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with profound terror. 3 Earth immortal experts, regarded as invincible within the Dian holy sect, had all perished within a mere minute of engagement. This was utterly horrifying. What compounded their despair was the realization that the 10 or more figures soaring through the void were all Earth immortal experts. Who, then, truly was the holy sect? Could it be that the great Chu Dynasty established by Chu Luo was the genuine holy sect? Not only the generals, but nearly 10 million soldiers stood dumbfounded. The most powerful beings they had encountered were the gods and demons, who had always seemed invincible in their eyes. Yet today, the legendary Earth immortals were flying through the sky, and 3 had already fallen. The overwhelming fear rendered their weapons trembling in their grasp. Could their nearly 10 million strong army truly withstand the onslaught of these airborne Earth immortal experts? At the moment of trepidation between the 2 individuals, a voice cold and indifferent resonated. "Those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall perish. You must choose between life or death." Stepping forward, Chu Luo unleashed the overwhelming pressure of the 5-tiered deity and demon realm. gazing down upon the nearly 10 million soldiers as if he were a true celestial being. Life? They cried in unison, "We choose life. We salute the emperor and willingly submit." Chu Luo's aura acted as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. All the soldiers collapsed under the weight of despair, casting aside their weapons and shouting fervently. Upon witnessing this, the numerous generals atop the city wall also relinquished their arms, kneeling and prostrating in submission. "Ha ha, they can, but you cannot." Chu Luo's gaze fell squarely upon the generals on the wall, erupting into laughter. There were nearly 100 divine and demonic generals upon that wall, each of a high caliber, ranging from the 6th to 7th tiers of the deity and demon realm, not to mention several prominent generals at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Great Li Dynasty. What? Why? Why must this be? The multitude of Great Li Dynasty's divine generals, aghast, instinctively questioned Chu Luo. What nonsense is this? The emperor has decreed your demise. You shall perish. A thunderous voice rang out, and suddenly Zhao Yun, wielding a gleaming silver spear, appeared atop the city wall. With a dragon-like might, he unleashed a formidable thrust aimed at the multitude of divine generals below. No. Despair washed over the faces of the generals as they beheld the spear's terrifying length. Instinctively, they sought to evade the impending doom. Yet, they were mere practitioners of the deity and demon realm, vastly inferior to Zhao Yun, who stood at the 6th tier of earthly immortals. In an instant, a colossal roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. The towering city wall crumbled into ruin, and the multitude of divine generals upon it were consumed by the spear's wrath, meeting their demise on the battlefield. Numerous generals, once celebrated for their contributions to the Great Li Dynasty, perished under a single strike from Zhao Yun. The over 9 million soldiers of the Great Li Dynasty inhaled sharply at the sight. Such terrifying might rendered even their vast numbers insufficient for survival. All enemies shall be vanquished. We await the emperor's orders. Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and several other earthly immortal generals approached Chu Luo, speaking with utmost reverence. Clear the battlefield and march towards the Great Li imperial capital. A hint of coldness graced Chu Luo's expression as he spoke softly. Yes, the multitude of great Chu generals responded in unison. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Chu Luo turned to the more than 9 million troops still kneeling on the ground, and his indifferent voice echoed, "Since you have chosen to submit, you are now subjects of the Great Chu Dynasty. Soldiers of the Great Chu Dynasty. Now, all of you, heed my command. Pick up your weapons and follow behind me as we march southward towards the Great Li imperial capital." Yes, the 9 million soldiers, having witnessed the terrifying might of Chu Luo's forces, dared not show any dissent. They promptly retrieved their weapons, clearing a path. Observing this, Chu Luo smiled slightly and returned to his carriage. Soon, the sound of hooves resonated as they headed towards Baishi's city. Accompanied by 10,000 Snow Dragon cavalry and 3,000 Northern Liang Iron cavalry, with over 9 million soldiers in tow. These soldiers included both cavalry and infantry, and the distance to the Great Li imperial capital was merely a day's journey away. By the following afternoon, they would arrive at the imperial capital. Though the battle had unfolded at night, news of its conclusion had already reached the imperial city in a short span of time. Countless eyes were fixed upon this conflict. However, what instilled dread in many was the fact that the final line of defense, fortified by 3 earthly immortal experts, had been breached in a lavish palace within the Great Li imperial city. The saint son of the Great Yin stood before a trembling inner disciple of the Great Yin sacred sect. The disciple's face was etched with shock. The reason was simple. Of the 10 or so who had come, only half remained. The rest had perished at the hands of Chu Luo. Chu Luo, Chu Luo, I never anticipated you possessed such strength, the saint's son mused, recalling how 3 true disciples, 2 at the 6th tier and 1 at the 5th tier of earthly immortals, have been effortlessly slain by Chu Luo's subordinates. Which power stands behind you? What is your true intention? Seated in contemplation, the saint's son's expression darkened to its nadir as he finally grasped the reality. Chu Luo's subordinates were likely not his own, but rather agents of another sacred power, aiming to eliminate him, the enemy sacred son of the sect. He, as the saint's son of the Great Yin sacred sect, was perpetually targeted by the two other sacred sections. This was likely a scheme to mislead him. Were they from the Thousand Blade Palace? Or perhaps the Bloodhand Sacred Sect? A glint of cold light flickered in the Saint Sun's eyes as he murmured, "Retrieving a yellow talisman." This transmission talisman could transmit messages over millions of miles. The Lingji region, being a mere million miles in circumference, was situated in a remote corner of the Hongtian domain. The Great Yin Sacred Sect was conveniently located not far from the Lingji region. The talisman could effectively relay information back to the sect, although the Lingji region fell under their jurisdiction. No one ever ventured into this desolate area. Indeed, the Lingji region was a pit, shaped like a fist, where these so-called dynasties vied for dominance, oblivious to the vast world outside. Furthermore, the region's spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, which led to its endearing moniker of the Lingji region. The lack of spiritual essence meant that only these unworldly dynasties, having never experienced the outside world, fought endlessly over this land. Brother, I may encounter other sacred sect powers attempting to intercept me in the Great Li Dynasty within the Lingji region. I implore you to come to my aid. As his voice fell, the yellow talisman ignited suddenly, vanishing without a trace. Once my brother arrives, no matter who it is, all schemes will be unraveled. That a smile crept across the Saint Sun's face as he whispered softly. His brother was a true supreme expert, having attained the third tier of supremacy, a genuine elder within the Great Yin Sacred Sect, possessing immense strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Outside the Great Li imperial capital, over 300,000 imperial city guards had gathered. The imperial city guard was the most elite corps of the entire Great Li dynasty. Today, the mobilization of 300,000 guards was to repel the forces of the Great Chu Dynasty. As afternoon arrived, Li Linglong emerged from her seclusion, her cultivation at the first tier of earthly immortals now thoroughly stabilized. Linglong, you have finally emerged. Ha ha! Your cultivation is now firmly established. Upon seeing Li Linglong, the Saint Son of the Great Yin was immediately filled with excitement, eager to seize her Yin essence. Just then, the ground trembled violently, causing both the Saint Son and Li Linglong to halt in their tracks. Damn it! Why must it come at this moment? Sensing the tremors emanating from the earth, the Holy Son of Dian let out a furious curse, his expression darkening ominously. His previously joyous mood had been utterly shattered. It was likely that his senior brother would be arriving shortly. He resolved to confront those wretches first. With this thought, he turned towards Li Linglong and stated, "Chu Luo has arrived. Let us go, so you may witness firsthand the scene of my slaying my former childhood companion." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Linglong's beautiful eyes. "Husband, he is but an ignorant clown. Utterly incomparable to you, I would be most pleased to see you slay that Chu Luo." Chu Luo had established the Great Chu Dynasty and was now besieging the capital of her Great Li Dynasty. This had caused her, the Empress of Great Li, to lose face, and thus, her hatred for Chu Luo had reached a boiling point. She longed to see him perish before her very eyes. "Huh, well said. Then let us proceed." The Holy Son of Dian laughed heartily, and with a sudden leap into the air, he and Li Linglong walked upon the void, descending upon the city walls, the multitude of soldiers from the Great Li Dynasty. Li Linglong and the Holy Son of Dian appeared as a match made in heaven. One was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an exceptional aura as the Empress of Great Li, while the other was charming and elegant, possessing profound cultivation, and was none other than the legendary Holy Son of the Sacred Sect. If they were not a perfect pair, then what could be considered so? Upon arriving at the lofty city walls, their gazes were fixed upon the horizon, where a vast army advanced towards the capital of Great Li. Most notably, at the forefront of this army was a white legion, sweeping across the land like a colossal frost dragon, drawing ever closer to the imperial city of Great Li. Behind this white cavalry was the Great Li Dynasty's own army of millions, evidently having submitted to Chu Luo and become part of the Great Chu Dynasty's forces. Witnessing this scene, a surge of anger flashed across Li Linglong's exquisite features. The fact that Chu Luo had subdued her Great Li Dynasty's army only served to highlight her own incompetence as its empress. How infuriating! "Husband, You must slay that Chu Luo. She turned to the holy son of Dian, her voice laced with venom. Yet, she never contemplated who had silently supported her in her role as empress. With a thunderous roar, the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly louder until Chu Luo's carriage came to a halt outside the capital of Great Li, facing the royal guard of 300,000 warriors prepared for battle. Chu Luo, you have betrayed the Great Li Dynasty, betrayed me, and have failed to honor my kindness. Li Linglong's indifferent voice rang out, shifting all blame onto Chu Luo as the curtains of the carriage were slowly drawn aside. A young man clad in white suddenly soared into the air, standing amidst the void, his robe billowing gently in the wind. A faint smile adorned Chu Luo's handsome face as his gaze landed upon the two figures on the walls of the Great Li imperial city. Particularly fixated on Li Linglong, that he had not expected that just a few days of following the Holy Sun would have allowed her to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. Ha! Chu Luo, come to terms with reality that it is not that I have chosen not to stand by you. Rather, you fall woefully short when compared to the Holy Sun. Even if you have regained your cultivation to the realm of terrestrial immortals, you remain a frog in a well, confined to a mere fragment of the world. The means of the Holy Sun are beyond your imagination. Li Linglong's scornful voice echoed throughout the realm, her exquisite visage adorned with derision. That the frog in a well? Chu Luo chuckled. Who truly is the frog in the well remains to be seen. However, it is certain that today I will bring ruin upon the Great Li Dynasty. As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure of terrestrial immortals surged forth, with over 10 figures stepping into the air and standing behind Chu Luo, all of them powerful beings of the terrestrial immortal realm. Beside Chu Luo were Su Banu, Chu Zian, and Jiang Shiuro, who had just broken through to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Each of these three women possessed a unique aura, yet all were astonishing beauties rarely seen in the world. With their cultivation at the first level of terrestrial immortals, their otherworldly presence was even more striking. You think that merely elevating your cultivation to the first level of terrestrial immortals makes you special? Who isn't at that level? Banu retorted sharply, her beautiful features tinged with a hint of frost. You remain the true frog in the well, utterly ignorant of the master's capabilities. Stepping forward, Jiang Shiuro spoke in the gentlest of tones, delivering the most cutting words. Seeing this, Chu Zian's eyes flashed with cold light as she brandished her purple frost sword. Let me see what there is to boast about at the first level of terrestrial immortals. Taking a step forward, she unleashed a terrifyingly brilliant sword energy that sliced through the air towards Li Linglong on the city walls. What? Li Linglong's eyes widened in shock, feeling the terrifying sword energy causing her body to tremble. She wished to evade the strike, but found herself immobilized, as though weighed down by lead. Indeed, she was not incapable of movement. Rather, she could not escape the swiftness of the sword chi. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, none other than the Holy Son of Dian. He slowly extended a fist, releasing a faint spiritual light that shattered the terrifying sword energy into fragments. However, in the next moment, he concealed his hand behind his back, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. He had indeed been injured by a woman at the first level of terrestrial immortals. It was known that he was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of terrestrial immortals, merely a step away from ascending to the supreme realm. This was peculiar, undeniably so. The sword technique she had employed was undoubtedly a powerful sacred-level technique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to sustain injury. As this realization dawned upon him, the eyes of the Holy Son of Dian sparkled with a glint of brilliance. If it were true that the girl possessed a sacred-level sword technique, then upon his future breakthrough to the supreme realm, he could wield two sacred arts, one sacred-level sword technique and one sacred-level fist technique that was exclusively granted by their sacred sect to those below the rank of sage. A mere practitioner at the first level of terrestrial immortals possessed such terrifying offensive power. How intriguing, he mused. Yet before me, it is but a fleeting cloud. With a single step, the overwhelming pressure of the pinnacle of the 9th level of terrestrial immortals surged throughout the realm. As if he were a true celestial being standing in the void, heaven-shattering palm, the Holy Son of Dian shouted, conjuring a massive hand that reached out towards Chu Zian, the sheer force of which left all the soldiers of the Great Li Dynasty wide-eyed in terror. They had never witnessed an individual capable of unleashing such a fearsome attack. "Is that so?" A calm and indifferent voice emerged, and Chu Luo revealed a faint smile as he stepped forward. Positioning himself in front of Chu Zian, the celestial sword in his hand erupted with resplendent spiritual light, and in the next moment, a flash of sword light gleamed. The colossal spiritual hand disintegrated instantly, vanishing into the void. What? How is that possible? The holy son of Dian gazed in astonishment at the effortless dispersal of his formidable handprint. One must understand that he was a pinnacle figure, a terrestrial immortal at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Before him stood Chu Luo, merely at the 5th level of the divine demon realm. How could he possibly shatter his attack with such ease? At that moment, Li Linglong, standing behind the holy sun, widened her beautiful eyes, filled with shock. When had Chu Luo become so powerful? Moreover, the three women beside him were each more graceful than the last, possessing figures that were equally enchanting, and most importantly, they boasted the cultivation of terrestrial immortals. Each of the three surpassed her in strength. In comparison, she, the sovereign of the Great Li, found herself lacking in every aspect. What on earth had transpired? What kind of fortuitous encounter had Chu Luo experienced? Li Linglong's heart swirled in chaos, her emotions a complex tapestry, and unexpectedly, a hint of regret began to surface within her. How could this be? Before me, a mere terrestrial immortal at the 9th level was akin to a fleeting cloud. Chu Luo smiled slightly and stepped forward once more, declaring coldly, "Even if you are the holy son of the Dian sacred sect, you have dispatched assassins to ambush me time and again, that I shall still pass judgment upon you." His voice, devoid of any emotion, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, clear and resonant in the ears of all present. Instantly, every cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the Emperor of Chu would dare to sentence the holy son of the Dian sacred sect to death. After all, he was the holy son of a sacred sect, with a background that was terrifyingly formidable. Well, it seems I have underestimated you, Chu Luo, that I never imagined that in such a short span you would truly reach such heights if I do not eliminate you now. You will undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. The holy son's expression darkened to its utmost. He could not fathom how a Chu Luo, at the 5th level of the divine demon realm, could possess battle prowess rivaling, or even surpassing, that of a holy son. Such a person could not be allowed to grow unchecked. Though he was oblivious to how Chu Luo had achieved such growth, the loyalty of the latter's subordinates indicated that they were not from other sects or sacred powers, but rather truly nurtured by Chu Luo himself. Enough of this prattle. All the Chu soldiers, heed my command. Crush all enemies before us. The holy son of Dian is mine to deal with. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo brandished his sword, his figure suddenly soaring into the sky, as the sword light cleaved through the void, aimed at the holy son of Dian. Yes, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and numerous generals of the terrestrial immortal realm responded in unison, leading 10,000 great snow dragon riders and 3,000 northern Liang iron cavalry, followed by nearly 10 million troops, to trample over the 300,000 imperial guards. The battle erupted with a deafening roar. And predictably, it began with the Chu forces at a disadvantage. You seek death, the holy son of Dian, witnessing Chu Luo's audacity, erupted in fury, summoning a long knife of obsidian hue that unleashed a terrifying wave of blade energy to meet the oncoming assault. He refused to believe that Chu Luo could truly be stronger than him. Yet in the next moment, the holy son was left dumbfounded, his face betraying sheer horror as the sword light emitted by Chu Luo effortlessly shattered the sharp blade energy he had conjured. What astonished him even more was that the sword light was now hurtling directly towards him. "Who on earth are you?" The holy son of Dian bellowed in terror, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly as he channeled it into a shield that had just materialized. The shield erupted with a dazzling brilliance of spiritual light, radiating immense power to withstand the imminent sword strike. From that sword light, he genuinely felt the threat of death that it was entirely possible that this Chu Luo might slay him. The shield had reached the level of a top-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon, and with the influx of his overwhelming spiritual energy, it was capable of withstanding all attacks, which momentarily calmed the Holy Sun's racing heart. Whoosh bang! Just as the small shield appeared before the Holy Sun, the terrifying sword light descended upon him, striking the shield with a resounding crack. The shield shattered instantaneously, and the sword light grazed the Holy Sun's shoulder. Thud! The Holy Sun's right arm fell to the ground, crushed underfoot by the ongoing battle, and an endless stream of crimson blood gushed forth, staining the heavens. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the expanse. "How dare you! How dare you sever my arm? I will kill you! I will surely kill you!" The Holy Sun's expression teetered on the brink of madness, his spiritual energy boiling with rage. He was the Holy Son of Dian, a super talent with the potential to ascend to the realm of saints. Losing an arm would undoubtedly hinder his future ascension, effectively extinguishing his prospects. How could he not be driven to madness? Severing your arm is merely the beginning. Chu Luo laughed heartily, unleashing several more strikes. Waves of sword light sliced through the void, prompting another shriek of anguish from the Holy Sun, this one even more pitiful than the last. The once imposing figure, akin to a celestial being, was now reduced to a mere human stick, barely sustained by his internal spiritual energy. Scarlet blood stained the skies that Li Linglong, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. The invincible Holy Sun she had envisioned was now at Chu Luo's mercy, like a lamb led to slaughter. In mere moments, he had been reduced to a mere shell of a man. Please let me go. Chu Luo, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Dian sacred sect will never let you off. The Holy Sun, now a mere husk, was gripped by terror, though his blood had temporarily ceased flowing. His vitality was still slipping away, that if this continued, he would surely perish. He relied solely on the vast vitality of a terrestrial immortal at the 9th level to sustain him. He never anticipated that his peak cultivation would be utterly powerless before Chu Luo. It was simply horrifying. His only hope was that his senior brother would arrive soon. Forget about the potential to break through to the saint realm. At this moment, merely preserving his life was a stroke of good fortune. Did you not enjoy looking down upon others? When you dispatched assassins to ambush me, did you not foresee a day like this? Chu Luo stepped closer to the Holy Sun, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. He had presumed the Holy Sun's strength to be considerable, yet now, seeing him in person, he found him far weaker than expected. For one to attain the status of a sect's Holy Sun, it appeared that the Dian sacred sect was not nearly as formidable as he had imagined. No, Chu Luo, I see my errors now. I swear, if you spare me, I will harbor no intentions of revenge against you. Also, my lord, do you not fancy Li Linglong? I have not laid a finger on her. She remains intact. Moreover, she possesses the physique of an exceptional furnace, which would undoubtedly benefit your cultivation even if you do not practice dual cultivation techniques. The Holy Sun's voice trembled as he hastily pleaded. At this juncture, he was willing to reveal everything just to secure Chu Luo's mercy. However, this statement struck Li Linglong like a thunderclap, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the Holy Sun. Incredulity etched across her face that why you regarded me as a furnace for cultivation. She could hardly believe her ears, staring blankly at the Holy Sun, her voice rising in a frenzied pitch. You are merely the ruler of a small dynasty, while I am the Holy Son of the Dian sacred sect. Were it not for your exceptional furnace physique, would I waste such precious time here with you? Would I squander so many resources and experiences just to entertain you? Upon hearing these words, the Holy Son of Dian coldly uttered, if it were not for Li Linglong, how could I have found myself in this disgraceful situation today, subjected to such profound humiliation? Ha ha ha, a wretch shall inevitably meet their fate. Who would have thought that a peerless furnace would strut about like a proud peacock? Truly, she is the most foolish woman I have ever encountered. 3 women descended from the void, their faces etched with scorn. They had always harbored disdain for the utterly foolish Li Linglong, and thus they spared no words in their mockery. You too are indeed a match made in heaven. Let us send you both to that realm of whispers. Chu Luo offered a faint smile, gently shaking his head as the heavenly sacred sword in his hand radiated a soft glow. An aura of unfathomable terror enveloping the heavens and the earth. No, You cannot kill me. I am the holy son of the Dai and sacred sect. You cannot take my life. With a desperate surge of his remaining spiritual energy, the holy son fled like a frenzied rodent. Seeing this, Chu Luo's gaze remained icy, his sword poised to descend. Suddenly, a resonant voice, powerful enough to shake the very fabric of the void, boomed forth, "Stay your hand. If you do not relent, the Dai and sacred sect shall ensure that all of you are cast into the underworld." From the distant horizon, a figure emanating an overwhelming aura of dread approached with astonishing speed. Capable of traversing the vast expanse of the world in mere moments. It is my senior brother. My senior brother is here. He is a supreme being of the third level of the sovereign realm. You are all doomed. Upon hearing that mighty voice and witnessing the approach of such a formidable presence, the holy son of Dian laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with a fierce hatred as he looked upon Chu Luo and his companions. He yearned to crush them all underfoot, like ants. The oppressive force grew increasingly formidable, silencing the battlefield as the ordinary soldiers trembled in fear, unable to fight. Yet, Chu Luo appeared unfazed, the heavenly sacred sword still descending. A brilliant beam of sword light erupted, striking the cackling holy son of Dian. With a resounding crash, the holy son's laughter was abruptly silenced, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood that stained the sky crimson. Silence reigned, a chilling stillness enveloping the battlefield. The soldiers of the great Li Dynasty were engulfed in an overwhelming dread at the sight, realizing the audacity of Chu Luo to strike against the Dian sacred sect. Li Linglong stood to the side, utterly stupefied, fixated on the fearless man before her, who radiated an indomitable spirit. In that moment, boundless regrets surged within her heart. This man had once protected her and the great Li Dynasty for 5 years, sacrificing so much for her. How could she have cast aside such a man, merely to become a peerless furnace? It was both laughable and detestable. That moment, Li Linglong finally awakened to the truth. It was not an exaggeration to call her the most foolish woman in the world. Chu Luo, I have wronged you in this life. I hope to encounter you again in the next life. And I shall never lose you again. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of Li Linglong's eye, a resolute glimmer flashing across her exquisite features. In the next instant, her aura surged violently before reversing. Blood seeped from her lips as her vitality swiftly waned, her body transforming into a cold corpse that plummeted from the void. Chu Luo observed this with indifference, casually slashing out with his sword once more. With a crash, the lifeless body disintegrated into a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. The once vibrant figure of Li Linglong, the childhood companion of the great Li Emperor, vanished entirely from the world. There would be no more Li Linglong. How fortunate for you, Chu Luo murmured softly, turning his gaze toward the formidable figure that had drawn near. Third level of the sovereign realm. I wonder if you can withstand my great wilderness sword technique. In Chu Luo's sight, a towering figure radiating boundless rage descended. With a swift motion, he gathered a great seal, intent on suppressing Chu Luo and the cultivators beside him. You seek death. How dare you slay my sect's holy son? Even if the king of heaven himself arrives today, I shall flay you alive and subject you to 1,000 cuts. Pei Qing was furious. He had already commanded to spare the sword's victim. Yet the youth before him had audaciously slain his holy son. How could he explain this to his sect? The oppressive force of the third level of the sovereign realm was terrifying beyond measure. Akin to an ancient beast of destruction, the power released by the Great Seal far surpassed any attack unleashed by the Holy Son of Dian, barreling toward Chu Luo like a colossal mountain. The three women beside Chu Luo felt the overwhelming pressure, their faces paling as they had never witnessed such a terrifying strike. Indeed, the might of a sovereign realm expert was unparalleled. Yet, it was still insufficient. A faint smile graced Chu Luo's lips as the heavenly sacred sword erupted with resplendent spiritual light. Great wilderness sword technique, slash. As he whispered, an unimaginably fierce beam of sword light manifested in the heavens, as if intending to cleave the very sky asunder. With a thunderous crack, the sword light collided with the Great Seal, producing a cataclysmic sound. In the next instant, the Great Seal shattered, dispersing into wisps of spiritual energy across the cosmos. Impossible! Pei Qing halted abruptly, a look of incredulity dawning on his face. A third-level sovereign realm expert. The 9-rank martial technique he had condensed. The overturning seal was unexpectedly shattered by a mere 5th-level divine demon realm cultivator. This was an unfathomable occurrence. Who are you, and why have you slain my sect's holy son? Even if you possess the power to resist me, you must understand that the Dalian sacred sect is filled with formidable experts. You cannot withstand our wrath. Pei Qing hovered in the void, the oppressive aura of the 3rd-level sovereign realm resonating through the air as he locked eyes with Chu Luo, his expression grave. He sensed that the youth before him possessed strength that might rival his own, and that his swordsmanship was no ordinary skill. But if you wish to kill me, then I shall kill you in return. What more reason do I need? Chu Luo replied with a slight smile, stepping into the void as the heavenly sacred sword burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Once more, an aura of unparalleled sharpness and terror surged throughout the heavens and earth. The great wilderness sword technique, 12th heaven, utilizing the enlightenment tea leaves, had brought him to the 6th heaven. That he had comprehended this technique to a minor peak, rendering his sword intent far more formidable than before. You have audacious gall. Do you not realize that the holy son of Dalian represents the honor of our sect? You have slain him, and all the experts of the Dalian sacred sect will relentlessly hunt you down until you are utterly annihilated, along with your companions and any factions behind you, to extinguish our fury. Feeling the piercing sword intent, Pei Qing's pupils constricted, but upon hearing the youth's words, fury washed over his features once more. His junior brother's ascension to the holy son, Pei Qing, gazed upon the terrifying sword energy, stretching 100 zhang and resembling a mighty sword dragon, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and an expression of profound horror to wash over his face. This formidable sword energy, with its fierce and imposing might, was something a cultivator at the 5th level of the divine demon realm could achieve. Even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the supreme realm like him could not match such power. What chilled Pei Qing to the core was the overwhelming sense of death emanating from that sword energy. Pan Mountain Seal. Pei Qing dared not hesitate. He shouted decisively and conjured an ethereal image of a mountain peak, erecting it before him in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught of that terrifying sword energy. Below, all the soldiers bore witness to this spectacle, their worldview shattered. The clash between the two combatants resembled a battle between true celestial beings, waging war in the void. The shock was not limited to the multitude of soldiers and cultivators within the holy capital of Dali, but also included Su Banyue, Chu Zian, and many leaders of the Great Chu, all of whom were utterly astounded. They were aware of the emperor's strength, yet they never anticipated him to be this formidable. With a thunderous crash, the sword dragon struck the mountain peak's ethereal image. A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the mountain's image disintegrated instantly. The terrifying sword dragon did not cease its assault, continuing to cleave toward Pei Qing. Impossible! Pei Qing's expression changed drastically, and before he could react, he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. He could hardly fathom that his fully cultivated Panlong seal would prove so feeble in the face of such dreadful sword energy. A palpable aura of death enveloped him in an instant. The next moment, that utterly terrifying sword energy dragon engulfed Pei Qing whole, that a fleeting scream pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced. As the sword energy dissipated, Pei Qing was reduced to a mere heap of mangled flesh, his vitality extinguished, collapsing powerless onto the ground, transformed into a puddle of gore that a powerful figure of the 3rd level of the supreme realm. Pei Qing, who had reached the elder rank within the Dian holy sect, was utterly annihilated. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the soldiers of Chu erupted into a thunderous chorus of jubilant cheers. Emperor! Invincible! The Chu Dynasty reigned supreme across the seas. The faces of every soldier radiated with unparalleled excitement. To owe them, the once godlike figure could not withstand even a single strike from the emperor, who now stood as the most invincible entity in the world. At this moment, the leaders of the Dali dynasty and the 300,000 royal guards had all been eradicated. The emperor of the Dali dynasty had also perished. The entire Dali dynasty was effectively obliterated. From this day forth, with the fall of the Dali dynasty, the Chu Dynasty shall assume control over all that was once theirs. Chu Luo's indifferent voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, as his words echoed. The soldiers of the Chu Dynasty erupted into boundless cheers with the conquest of the Dali dynasty. Their territory expanded to a staggering 300 million li. Such a vast expanse had never been achieved in this desolate realm. The cultivators of the Dali imperial capital expressed their astonishment, reflecting on the departure of the northern suppressor king, only to return as the ruler of the Chu Dynasty, leading to the downfall of the Dali royal lineage. Their hearts were filled with shock, and a hint of exhilaration as well. After all, the former northern suppressor king had made countless sacrifices for the commoners of the Dali dynasty. As their monarch, he had been far superior to Li Linglong. The previous state of the Dali dynasty had been rife with chaos. Its destruction was perhaps a blessing in disguise. As the Snow Dragon cavalry entered the imperial city, a grand welcome awaited them. Soon, Su Banyue, Chu Zian, and numerous leaders of the Chu began their busy work, focused on eliminating those officials who had previously sought to undermine them, as well as overseeing the transition of the entire Dali dynasty. Chu Luo found a moment of peace amidst the chaos. Once all matters here were settled, they would return to the Chu imperial capital, strategically located at the center of the three dynasties. Allowing for better control over the vast expanse of 300 million li. Time flew by, and night fell swiftly in a royal chamber. Chu Luo sat cross-legged when suddenly a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the Chu Dynasty to expand its territory to 300 million li and winning a war, as well as vanquishing numerous powerful foes. Points are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the points calculation. 1 billion. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with boundless delight. 1 billion points. The sheer magnitude of this reward was astonishing. The accumulation of such points was likely due to the slaying of that third-level Supreme Realm Cultivator and the Dian Holy Sun. Both possess powers far beyond ordinary individuals, thus yielding greater rewards upon their defeat. Chu Luo murmured in excitement. With this billion points, they would have some leverage against the Holy Sect. With this thought, his gaze fell upon the points balance, revealing a staggering total of 11 billion. Ding! The points shop has been refreshed. Another system notification chimed, causing a smile to reappear on Chu Luo's face as he wondered what valuable items might have been added. The interface of the points shop materialized before him. Character section. Blood transformation soldiers, 1 point each. Spirit gathering soldiers, 10 points each. Pill formation soldiers, 100 points each. Nascent soul soldiers, 1,000 points each. Void realm soldiers, 10,000 points each. Integration realm soldiers, 100,000 points each. Divine demon soldiers, 1 million points each. Land immortal soldiers, 50 million points each. Half-step supreme realm divine demon generals, 200,000 points. Supreme realm divine demon generals, 1 billion points. Legion section. Trap camp, 100 million points. All soldiers are divine demon realm. Elixir section. 5th grade spirit connecting pill, 500 points each, accelerates breakthroughs for pill formation peak cultivators to nascent soul realm. 7th grade essence cultivation pill, 10,000 points each. 8th grade spirit transformation pill, 1 million points each. 8th grade top tier god breaking pill, 3 million points each, directly elevates cultivators of the divine demon 8th and 9th levels to land immortal realm. 9th grade nirvana pill, 10,000 points each, commonly used by Supreme Realm cultivators. Top tier 9th grade 3-turn purple gold pill, 50 million points each. Lower grade holy pill. Return of void holy pill, 500,000 points each. Weapon section. Blood god giant crossbow, 100,000 points each. Defensive weapon. Even cultivators of the divine demon 9th level can be shot down if careless. Python Dragon Giant Crossbow, 1,000 points each, capable of slaying land immortal realm. True Dragon Blood Crossbow, 50 million points each, strong enough to slay Supreme Realm Cultivators. Xian Huang Armor, 1,000 points per set. Snow Dragon Armor, 100 points per set. Xian Light Armor, 1 point per set. Warhorse Section. Northern Liang Warhorse, 100 points each. Northern Liang Warhorse, 1,000 points each, can be used to form the Snow Dragon Cavalry. Peak Nascent Soul Realm. Earth Dragon Steed, 10,000 points each. Peak Void Realm. Formation Section. Special Section. Enlightenment Tea leaves one portion, 100,000 points. Can be brewed 3 times. Each cup enhances comprehension tenfold for 10 days. Subordinate Cultivation Ascension Card. Supreme 6th level. 500 million points, with so many items to choose from. 11 billion points seemed insufficient. After perusing the points shop, Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the plethora of valuable items. 11 billion points still felt lacking. Once they returned to the imperial capital, he would need to devise a plan to swiftly conquer the entire desolate realm and accumulate more points. The great Chu Dynasty, despite its current illustrious facade, faces the formidable threat posed by the saintly sect, which looms like a colossal behemoth, ever ready to bring about its downfall. Therefore, within his grand design, he intends to seize the 10th dynasties nestled within the realm of Lingji, thereby expanding the territory of the Great Chu to a staggering circumference of millions of miles, resulting in a meteoric rise in his points at that juncture. The Great Chu Dynasty would possess the strength to contend with the Diyin Saint sect through the information left behind in the storage ring of the Diyin Saint Prince. He has gained a deeper understanding of this world and the Diyin Saint sect. He has come to realize that they are ensconced in a secluded pit within the Hongtian domain. Severed from the outside world, where the spiritual energy is alarmingly thin, rendering the emergence of earthly, immortal-level beings exceptionally arduous. The Diyin Saint sect lies just beyond this pit. While not considered a superlative sect within the entirety of the Hongtian domain, it remains a formidable entity for the present-day Great Chu Dynasty. Within the Diyin Saint sect, ordinary outer disciples are at the realm of the divine demon, while low-tier, earthly, immortal disciples are typically inner disciples, and high-tier, earthly, immortal beings are esteemed as true disciples. Elders are powerful figures at the supreme level, with the most formidable elder and the sect's leader possessing the cultivation of semi-saint. Naturally, the sect must also have saint-level beings presiding over it, namely the ancestors of the Diyin sect. In contrast, the highest cultivation within the Great Chu Dynasty currently resides with Dian Wei, who has attained the 7th layer of earthly immortal. The disparity is nothing short of staggering, thus necessitating urgent efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Luo's gaze returned to the points marketplace, deciding what to procure. First and foremost, he sought to acquire a pill that could enhance his own strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 500 million points to successfully exchange for a Guishu holy pill. A single holy pill, would it be sufficient to elevate my cultivation directly to the earthly immortal realm? Chu Luo murmured, refraining from retrieving the Guishu holy pill immediately and instead continuing to exchange for other items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 500 million points to successfully exchange for a Subordinate Cultivation Enhancement Card, Supreme 6th Layer. Subordinate Cultivation Enhancement Card, limited to summoned individuals, upon use. Any cultivation level will be elevated directly to the peak of the Supreme 6th Layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending 100 million points to successfully exchange for 10 9th grade Nirvana pills. With the system's announcement, a total of 1,100 million points was swiftly consumed. He had purchased merely 3 items: 1 cultivation enhancement card, 10 Nirvana pills, and 1 holy pill. Truly, points flowed like water. Chu Luo murmured, as with a thought, a round, plump pill, exuding a rich fragrance, materialized in his hand. The low-grade holy pill indeed possessed an overwhelming potency, sensing the purity and vast power contained within the pill. A flicker of joy danced in Chu Luo's eyes. This time, breaking through to the earthly immortal realm should pose no issue. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the Guishu holy pill. The moment the holy pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a surging force akin to an ocean. Flooding into Chu Luo's limbs and bones, he immediately activated his cultivation technique, beginning to refine the overwhelming medicinal power. His cultivation aura began to rise steadily. Meanwhile, outside the Lingji realm, amidst a continuous expanse of peaks rich in spiritual energy, countless palaces stood tall. Even in the dead of night, this realm was illuminated by the resplendent, radiant palaces. Within this cluster of mountains, atop the highest and most majestic peak, within a grand and opulent palace, numerous powerful cultivators congregated. What is the situation? Elder Tianming, please elucidate. Why have the life tokens of our sect, Saint Prince and Pei Qing, shattered one after another? Where have they gone? The leader, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, emanating an aura of extreme terror, gazed furiously at the elder below. He was the leader of the Yen Saint sect. The fall of a supreme-level prodigy would not typically warrant such commotion. Yet the demise of their sect's representative Saint Prince and the shattering of his life token incited profound rage within him. Cultivating a Saint Prince is no trivial feat. Most critically, with the Saint Prince's demise, this cohort of disciples would find it impossible to hold their heads high in the presence of the Thousand Blades Hall and the Bloodhand Saint sect. The Saint Prince embodies the banner. Without him, there would be no standard-bearer among this group of disciples. How could they contend with those two major sects? It is rumored that their Saint Prince has already ascended to the supreme realm. While theirs has perished, is this not a slap in the face? Calm down. Sect leader, I have always taken great care of both individuals, but the Saint Prince merely informed me that he was going to search for a top-tier furnace cauldron in the northwest of the Hongtian domain. I thought there would be no issues, yet who could have anticipated this turn of events? As for Pei Qing, he did not inform me of anything. I was unaware of his departure. The Grand Elder, Di Lu, lamented inwardly. Typically, both disciples were nurtured in a laissez-faire manner, with commendable comprehension and cultivation talent, requiring little effort on his part for instruction. Who could have foreseen their sudden demise? Grand Elder, this is your dereliction of duty. I command you to thoroughly investigate this matter. Bring the perpetrator before the Yen sect. I shall ensure others see that those who dare to provoke the Yen sect are courting death. The Yen sect leader thundered in a low voice. The grand competition for demon hunting among the three sects is imminent. And now, such an incident has arisen that it not only slaps their faces, but also significantly jeopardizes the integrity of the demon hunting competition. Yes, sect leader, rest assured I will undoubtedly uncover the truth behind this matter and bring the culprit back. The Grand Elder Di Lu replied immediately. You others, mobilize your subordinates, resources, networks, and so forth to gather intelligence for me. Report any leads to the Grand Elder at once. The Yen sect leader turned his gaze towards the multitude of elders, speaking slowly. Understood, the elders responded with solemn expressions. The Saint Prince symbolizes the face of the Yen sect. They must find the perpetrator. The fall of the Saint Prince is indeed a significant event for them. Subsequently, the assembly dispersed. The Yen sect leader gazed at the brilliant stars in the sky, his expression returning to indifference. With the Saint Prince gone, he needed to find a suitable replacement that in due course, he would lead the disciples of the Yen sect into the blood demon spirit realm to participate in the demon hunting competition. This competition occurs only once every 1,000 years. Securing first place within that secret realm might reward him with the high-tier cultivation techniques he so fervently desires, even under the cover of night. As numerous elders departed, the entire Yen sect began to hum like a colossal machine. Countless pieces of information began to flow into the Grand Elder's hands that it is likely that the two were slain together. To accomplish such a feat, the assailant must be affiliated with a power within the northwest of the Hongtian domain. The primary focus should be to investigate the forces in the northwest and ascertain what suspicious battles have transpired. The Grand Elder gazed at the jade slip in his hand, filled with a plethora of inconsequential messages, and murmured softly as he began to sift through them. In the northwestern domain of Hongtian, an expanse of 100 million miles. Not only were there 3 major sacred-level sects, but also dozens of first-rate imperial forces. Some of these imperial forces possessed the capability to slay 2 individuals. His primary focus rested upon these first-rate imperial forces, with no consideration given to the spiritless land behind their Dayan sacred sect, a place where even a terrestrial immortal could not be borne. How could one expect to slay Pei Qing, who resided at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, or the Saint's Son, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the terrestrial immortal realm? On the following day, as dawn broke, Chu Luo slowly opened his eyes, and the terrifying aura emanating from him erupted instantaneously, reverberating throughout the Grand Hall. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the god and demon realm ultimately did not meet his expectations. Chu Luo murmured, feeling the surging power within him, reminiscent of a mighty ocean, his face betraying a hint of regret. He had initially believed that a holy pill would enable him to directly break through to the terrestrial immortal realm. The efficacy contained within that holy pill was indeed vast, yet the energy he required for his own breakthrough was even more immense. As he progressed further, the consumption of the pill's potency grew exponentially. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the god and demon realm, the potency of that holy pill had been entirely expended. However, although he had not broken through to the terrestrial immortal realm, Chu Luo could sense that his current combat strength was magnitudes greater than before. The IT was as if the Dalian sacred sect's expert at the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm would find himself overwhelmed by Chu Luo's mere spiritual energy. Rendering a sword unnecessary for victory, it is time to enhance the strength of my companions, he murmured. Just as Chu Luo stood up, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected at the Great Li Imperial Palace. Triggering critical hit sign-in. Would you like to sign in? Sign in, Chu Luo replied with a slight smile that a critical hit sign-in would undoubtedly yield excellent rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host has signed in to the Ambush Legion 100. Critical hit 100 times. Receiving Ambush Legion 10,000.10,000 Ambush Legion warriors. The Ambush Legion is renowned as a formidable military unit. The introduction in the marketplace had indicated that they were of the god and demon realm. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chu Luo's eyes as he materialized in the military camp of the Great Li Imperial capital, manifesting 10,000 Ambush Legion warriors. Ding! 10,000 Ambush Legion warriors have been successfully manifested. In an instant, 10,000 soldiers clad in silver armor, wielding spears, with bows and arrows at their backs and mounted upon war horses, appeared before Chu Luo. Each exuded an intimidating aura, emanating the pressure of the god and demon realm. All at the 6th level. Bow before the emperor. As they materialized, they immediately knelt in respectful homage. No need for such formalities. Chu Luo beamed at the fearsome and formidable presence of the soldiers. Even the spiritless land could hardly muster such a multitude of god and demon 6th-level experts. What delighted Chu Luo the most was that acquiring these 10,000 Ambush Legion warriors in the marketplace would have required at least 1 billion points. This meant that his single sign-in had saved him nearly 1 billion points. Stand by. Chu Luo commanded the soldiers, and his figure vanished in an instant. He reappeared within the Golden Lawn Hall of the Great Li Dynasty, summoning all the terrestrial immortal generals and figures such as Su Banyue to gather in the hall. Bow before the emperor. The assembly knelt in reverence, and no need for such formalities. Chu Luo then turned his gaze toward Zhao Yun and Dian Wei, inquiring, "When will you both reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the terrestrial immortal realm?" Reporting to the emperor, "We have nearly refined the medicinal pills you bestowed upon us, that if we wish to advance to the 9th level, it may still require some time." Zhao Yun and Dian Wei responded respectfully. Point one stood at the 7th level, while the other at the 6th level of the terrestrial immortal realm. After fully refining the medicinal effects, they would likely achieve one more level of advancement, but could not quickly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level. "Very well, Dian Wei, I bestow upon you a 9th-grade nirvana pill. Hoping you can break through to the 9th level of the terrestrial immortal realm, or even the supreme realm," Chu Luo said, tossing a 9th-grade nirvana pill into Dian Wei's hands. Dian Wei was momentarily taken aback before expressing his gratitude with a deep bow. Subsequently, Chu Luo turned his attention to Chu Zian, Su Banyue, Jiang Shuoro, and the 10 terrestrial immortal experts behind them. In total, there were 13 individuals, and the remaining nirvana pills were just sufficient to provide one for each. He distributed the 13 nirvana pills to Su Banyue and the others. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The group immediately displayed expressions of excitement and gratitude, especially Su Banyue, who had never imagined she would be able to break through to the terrestrial immortal realm so swiftly and receive a 9th-grade medicinal reward. This nirvana pill should suffice for you to break through to the 7th or 8th level of the terrestrial immortal realm. Refine it diligently. Our great Chu Dynasty cannot afford to be complacent. The Dayan sacred sect remains a colossal threat that could deliver a devastating blow to us at any moment. Chu Luo spoke slowly. The crowd nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhao Yun, you have followed me the longest. I grant you the opportunity to ascend directly to the supreme realm today. Chu Luo's gaze settled on Zhao Yun, a gentle smile gracing his face. Zhao Yun was among the earliest summoned divine generals, and his early assistance had been invaluable. Thus, Chu Luo decided to apply the Cultivation elevation card to him. Upon hearing Chu Luo's words, the assembly fell into stunned silence. Ascend directly to the supreme realm? What kind of divine power is that? Yet, as they pondered in astonishment, Zhao Yun's aura began to undergo a tremendous transformation that in a single breath, he broke through to the 8th level of the terrestrial immortal realm. Following that, he ascended to the 9th level, shattered the shackles of the supreme realm, and surged through to the 3rd, then the 5th level of the supreme realm, finally halting at the pinnacle of the 6th level. Zhao Yun, feeling the overwhelming and boundless power within him, displayed an expression of profound shock. He was immensely powerful, far beyond his previous strength by thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. The others gaped in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the emperor could elevate someone directly to the supreme realm, and apparently to several levels at that. Thank you, your majesty. Zilong shall serve you with utmost loyalty. Even unto death, Zhao Yun exclaimed, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists in reverence. No need for such formalities. This is what you rightfully deserve. From this point forward, you shall be the esteemed protector of the great Chu Dynasty. Witnessing Zhao Yun's rapid ascent to the 6th level of the supreme realm within mere breaths filled Chu Luo's heart with joy. With a 6th level supreme expert, they finally possessed a glimmer of hope to withstand the Dayan sacred sect's might. The Supreme Realm experts were the pinnacle forces of the sacred sect and would not act lightly. The matters concerning the Great Li Dynasty are settled. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, I command you to lead 10,000 great snow dragon riders and 10,000 ambush legion warriors, splitting into 2 forces to conquer the entire spiritless land for me. Those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall die. Su Banyue, recruit individuals from the Half Moon Tower vigorously, or select soldiers from the millions in the army to establish a presence for the Half Moon Tower throughout the spiritless land. Any unfamiliar strong presence entering the spiritless land must be reported immediately. Chu Luo surveyed the assembly, speaking deliberately. Yes, the many great Chu generals responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Good. The rest of you, follow me back to the great Chu imperial capital. Subsequently, a luxurious chariot, accompanied by an army of over 10 million, made its way towards the grand capital of the great Chu Dynasty. Chu Luo, along with Chu Zian, Jiang Shuro, and numerous generals from the realm of terrestrial immortals, commanded a force nearing 10 million simultaneously. Another 7 million troops, led by 2 terrestrial immortals, had successfully conquered the entire Great Li Dynasty and were also returning to the great Chu capital. Dianwei, leading the avant-garde legion, advanced towards the direction of the Great Yin Dynasty, while Zhao Yun headed towards another imperial domain, leaving Su Banyue with nearly 100,000 soldiers to meticulously arrange the entire Spirit Silence territory. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Outside the great Chu capital, an impressive garrison of 16 million troops, all clad in dark luminous armor, stood ready, the foundational military force of the great Chu Dynasty. The Xuanjia army. On this particular night, within the royal palace, Chu Luo was seated in his chamber, diligently practicing the Great Wilderness sword technique. Having attained the 7th tier of this technique, he pondered the extent of his current combat prowess. Slowly, Chu Luo opened his eyes, and a piercing sword intent surged around him, creating delicate scratches upon the luxurious furnishings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading the great Chu sacred dynasty to expand its territory by over 5 million miles. Earning a reward of 200 million points, echoed the system's voice in Chu Luo's mind. A faint smile graced his lips. Within merely 7 days, he had conquered 2 great dynasties, amassing over 400 million points. Yet he still required at least 1 billion points from the remaining 5 dynasties. However, nearly 1.5 billion points still seem insufficient, he murmured softly, his gaze drifting towards the window. It had now been 7 days, and the great Yin sacred sect had yet to make an appearance, indicating that they had not yet discovered the actions of the great Chu dynasty. It seemed they could hold out for a while longer. Naturally, he would need to devise further means of acquiring points from other sources. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside the palace. Reporting to your majesty, news has arrived from the Half-Moon Tower. A sudden upheaval has occurred in the Taiyao mountain range, previously part of the territory of the Xiongnu dynasty, with a multitude of demonic beasts surging forth, forming a beast tide. Moreover, a brilliant light has erupted from within the Taiyao mountain range, signaling the potential for significant events to unfold. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo instantly appeared at the doorway, noting Jiang Shuo's anxious expression. Taiyao mountain range? Chu Luo murmured, a look of surprise crossing his face. He had traversed that area once before. The Xiongnu dynasty's territory spanned 1 million miles, with the Taiyao mountain range occupying almost 400,000 miles. It was said to be teeming with demonic beasts, many of which were extraordinarily powerful. Although he had previously passed through with his troops, he had never dared to venture inside, as the Taiyao mountain range was deemed a forbidden zone by the Xiongnu dynasty. However, now that both the Xiongnu dynasty and the Taiyao mountain range had become part of the great Chu dynasty's domain, such a significant event warranted his attention. Mobilize 500,000 troops to the outskirts of Taiyao mountain range to slay the demonic beasts and save our great Chu citizens. He commanded. You shall accompany me to the Taiyao mountain range for a closer observation, he added, directing his gaze towards Jiang Shuo, whose cultivation had now reached the 7th tier of terrestrial immortality. Making her a formidable force, suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Landing before Chu Luo and Jiang Shuo, it was none other than Chu Zian, exuding an overwhelming aura, her cultivation having reached the 8th tier of terrestrial immortality. I have now attained the 8th tier of terrestrial immortality, and my sword technique has reached a small level of mastery. Even those of the 3rd tier of the Supreme Realm would not be my match. I can certainly be of assistance, Chu Zian declared with a smile gracing her countenance. Haha. Splendid. Chu Luo replied with a nod of approval. He then summoned the champion Marquis, who had also broken through to the 7th tier of terrestrial immortality. Having been revered as the true champion Marquis, he activated the Marquis battle body, ensuring that even at this level, his combat prowess would rival that of the former Great Yin Sacred Son. Chu Luo bestowed upon him a 9th-grade Nirvana pill, entrusting him with the defense of the Great Chu capital. Should any adversaries approach, eliminate them immediately. Understood, the champion Marquis responded respectfully, excitement flickering across his face. If he could ascend to the 9th tier of terrestrial immortality, he might possess the strength to contend against Supreme Realm experts. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Chu Luo urged, and with the 2 women in tow, they swiftly soared towards the Taiyao mountain range. Meanwhile, at the peak where the Grand Elder of the Great Yin Sacred Sect resided, a figure abruptly descended. Master, I have important news to report. A young man radiating the pressure of the Supreme Realm called out from outside the Grand Elder's quarters. Enter, a venerable voice replied. The young man pushed the door open and stepped inside. What is it? Chiu Yuan. What urgent matter brings you to me at this late hour? Di Lu inquired, his eyes gradually opening to regard the young man who had entered. This young man was the last of his direct disciples and the eldest brother among his students, possessing a formidable cultivation at the 6th tier of the Supreme Realm. Master, the Taiyao mountain range you instructed me to keep an eye on is exhibiting unusual activity. A significant number of demonic beasts have converged, forming a beast tide, and a resplendent white light is emanating from within that I suspect the remnants of the heavenly demon sect, once the overlord of the Western domain, are about to resurface, Chiu Yuan reported gravely. What? The Taiyao mountain range is experiencing such anomalies. It must be the resurgence of the heavenly demon sect's remnants, Di Lu exclaimed, his aged eyes widening in shock. The heavenly demon sect, once the dominant force in the Western domain, was the most powerful holy sect, classified as a Xian-level sect. In contrast, the Great Yin sacred sect, despite its might, could only be ranked as a Huang-level sect. Although the heavenly demon sect was formidable, it had inexplicably provoked an unimaginably powerful adversary, resulting in its annihilation with a single punch. Thereafter, the sect vanished entirely. Di Lu had spent some time in the sect's scripture pavilion and deduced from fragmented information that the remnants of the heavenly demon sect were likely hidden within the Taiyao mountain range of the Spirit Silence territory. He had dispatched individuals to search for it a century ago, fully aware that finding the remnants would be a daunting task. Yet he never anticipated that someone would actually uncover it. This news must still be undisclosed. Correct? Di Lu inquired, his eyes gleaming with intelligence as he looked at Qiu Yuan. No, they're indifferent to the Spirit Silence territory and have absolutely no inkling, Qiu Yuan affirmed. Excellent. Let us accompany Master. If we can obtain some opportunities from the heavenly demon sect, our path to becoming saints may lie ahead. In the night sky, 3 figures streaked through the void like flowing light. Their speed was astonishing. Chu Zian, a cultivator of the 8th heaven of the earth immortal realm, and Jiang Shuo of the 7th heaven, were capable of prolonged flight in the vast emptiness. The distance to the Taiyao mountain range was not overly daunting, merely several 100,000 miles away. For beings of their caliber, it would take but half a day to arrive. Soon, as dawn's light began to break, the trio reached a point mere thousands of miles from the Taiyao mountain range. Here, a multitude of ferocious demon beasts, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, ravaged the land. Fortunately, the areas surrounding the Taiyao mountain range were sparsely populated, resulting in minimal casualties. Observing the scene, Chu Luo and his companions chose not to hasten toward the Taiyao mountain range for exploration. Instead, they stood suspended in the void, unleashing sword strikes that spanned 100 feet in an instant. The anguished roars of countless beasts echoed throughout the expanse. None could withstand the might of the 3. These beasts were at most comparable to the strength of the god-monster realm, rendering them utterly powerless to resist in mere moments. The ground lay strewn with the fallen, the earth stained crimson with blood. Those hiding among the human populace, witnessing this spectacle, emerged to kneel and express their gratitude that I am the emperor of the great Chu. Please tidy this battlefield. It will benefit your cultivation. Chu Luo uttered these words nonchalantly before leading the 2 women onward toward the Taiyao mountain range. Thank you, Your Majesty. The faces of the commoners and cultivators were alight with excitement, for even the mere possession of a demon beast corpse would greatly aid their advancement. After this brief interlude, Chu Luo and his companions arrived at the periphery of the mountain range. The surroundings of the Taiyao mountain range were littered with fallen trees and massive craters left by the passage of the immense beasts. There were a few corpses of both demon beasts and humans, though none appeared to be alive. Standing in the void, this was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the radiant white light shooting skyward from the depths of the Taiyao mountain range that captured their attention. Even in the dim light of dawn, it was extraordinarily brilliant. This was likely the source of the disturbances that had agitated the beasts. Chu Luo gazed into the distance, murmuring softly before resuming their flight toward the source of the light. They traversed a distance of 70 to 80,000 miles, flying for several hours until they arrived at the location where the resplendent white beam emanated. It was a vast expanse, stretching over 1,000 miles. Devoid of any vegetation or trees, merely a barren wasteland, the center of this stark yellow expanse lay a massive opening in the ground, from which the dazzling white light radiated. Could there be treasures hidden within? Chu Luo's gaze sharpened. He sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from the brilliant light. This indicated that the white radiance was purely light, not energy released by any treasure. We should venture inside and investigate, suggested Chu Zian, her face lighting up with excitement. This was an opportunity for treasure hunting. Perhaps upon entering, they might find fortunes that would significantly enhance their cultivation or uncover even more treasures. Hearing this, Chu Luo scanned the area, noting the absence of any other figures. It seemed they were the first to arrive. Indeed, in this desolate place, very few cultivators dare to penetrate the Taiyao mountain range for 70 to 80,000 miles, too few to count. Even a first heaven-earth immortal would hesitate to risk such depths merely for a white beam of light. Unless they were truly reckless, let's proceed, he declared. With unwavering confidence, Chu Luo, now at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the god-monster realm and wielding the celestial sacred sword, felt invincible. Even against supreme beings of the sovereign realm, he possessed the strength to triumph that in the entire Taiyao mountain range. None could rival his power. To shy away from a mere opening would be excessively timid. As his voice echoed, he and the two women descended toward the entrance, the light bathing them as if kissed by the sun's rays, yet they felt nothing extraordinary. Perhaps this luminous phenomenon was the result of a rare celestial treasure, exposed due to the Earth's collapse. Could it be that we will find out once we enter? Chu Luo smiled lightly, leading the two women into the depths of the opening. They descended for several thousand meters before reaching the bottom. As they landed, they were struck with astonishment, their faces revealing their surprise. Beneath them lay a silver sphere, several meters high, radiating the very white light they had observed. Yet it was not this silver sphere that astonished Chu Luo and his companions. Rather, it was the sight that surrounded them, a vast ruin of a colossal city. Crumbling walls and remnants exuded an air of decay and antiquity, yet in various locales, rich spiritual energy pulsed forth. "It seems we are on the verge of a fortune," Chu Luo exclaimed, his eyes widening with delight. Such an extensive city could not belong to an ordinary dynasty. It likely remained from the ruins of the former sacred sect. I sense numerous waves of potent spiritual energy emanating from within this great city, certainly a sign of high-quality spiritual herbs. Chu Zian and Jiang Shiro replied, their eyes gleaming with excitement, regardless of their value. The mere thrill of uncovering treasures was enough to ignite their anticipation. "Let us investigate further," Chu Luo commanded, gesturing toward the nearest source of spiritual energy, clearing away the debris with a surge of spiritual power. He uncovered a small herb emanating a soft purple glow, standing at arm's height. "This is the Ziluo spirit sacred herb," Chu Luo exclaimed instinctively, a spark of sheer exhilaration flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the information regarding this celestial treasure flooded his mind. Ziluo spirit sacred herb. 1-star sacred herb. Aged 30,000 years. Effect: ingesting can directly enhance one's cultivation to the saint realm. Or it can be used as a primary ingredient in refining spirit sacred pills. Sacred herb? The two women gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Casually unearth a sacred herb was truly remarkable. Could the other sources of spiritual energy also be sacred herbs? Indeed, let's split up and search all areas where spiritual energy emanates. Perhaps this time, the great Chu Dynasty shall rise swiftly as a result. Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with determination as he plucked the sacred herb from the ground and stored it in his storage ring. This place may well be a sect's ruins abandoned for millennia. Time has transformed the landscape. Many treasures have succumbed to decay. Yet, the various sacred herbs have thrived, their potency intensified through the ages. A 1-star sacred herb aged 30,000 years undoubtedly contains far richer power than ordinary sacred herbs. Two women whispered excitedly to each other, immediately beginning their search. Chu Luo was not idle either. This expanse of ruins stretched for thousands of miles, vast and wide. With his broken illusion eye, he could pierce through everything, discerning what others could not see. Once again, he discovered a 1-star holy herb, aged 30,000 years. What is this? A bottle of holy elixir. Chu Luo gazed at the jade bottle in his hand, which bore the inscription Pure Holy Elixir, his face a mask of astonishment. However, the next moment, upon opening the jade bottle, his smile was abruptly halted. Inside the bottle lay only a pile of white powder. Not a single elixir remained. The passage of time had rendered even this holy elixir decayed. Chu Luo shook his head, lamenting the loss. Subsequently, he found several more jade bottles, all revealing the same fate. This place was likely the former alchemy hall. Chu Luo grimaced. Elixirs, over time, would lose their potency, not to mention after such a long duration. Where could any elixirs possibly remain? A low-grade holy artifact alchemy furnace. Though damaged, its value was undoubtedly exceedingly high. Suddenly, Chu Luo unearthed a somewhat broken alchemy furnace from the ruins below, murmuring with delight, "Why now?" He could basically confirm that this had once been a relic left by a holy sect, buried with numerous treasures. With this thought, Chu Luo felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could clear out the entire ruin at once. Although the two women were unable to identify many of the items, it did not deter their continuous exclamations of amazement. After a brief search, the trio ventured deeper into the city. Based on the remnants of walls and ruins, it was clear that this area was likely the core of the former holy sect. As Chu Luo was searching, his gaze suddenly sharpened upon seeing a broken plaque, Heavenly Demon Gate. Was the former holy sect named the Heavenly Demon Gate? Chu Luo murmured, pondering for a moment. There was no information regarding the Heavenly Demon Gate in his mind. Perhaps this desolate land was too barren and backward. The Dayan holy sect must certainly have some knowledge of the Heavenly Demon Gate. He resolved to continue seeking treasures. With this wave of resources, he aimed to elevate the Chu Dynasty out of this small realm. With this in mind, Chu Luo resumed his search. Before long, he made another significant discovery: vermilion holy fruit. A 2-star holy herb. Chu Luo gazed at the plump crimson fruit exuding a rich fragrance, his eyes alight with joy. Vermilion holy fruit. A 2-star holy herb, aged 30,000 years. It serves as an exceptional material for enhancing cultivation, with gentle energy, and is the primary ingredient for refining mid-grade holy elixirs. The vermilion holy elixir. With this, breaking through to the earthly immortal realm would surely pose no issue. Chu Luo was elated. A low-grade holy elixir costs 500 million points, and with his current cultivation, he would need to exchange for one to break through to the earthly immortal realm. Now, with his 30,000-year-old vermilion holy fruit, it might not only facilitate his breakthrough, but also allow him to ascend to a higher level within the earthly immortal realm. After harvesting the fruit, Chu Luo and the two women continued their search. The treasures discovered by the two women were also considerable, totaling over a dozen 1-star holy herbs. They even found a relatively stable spatial storage ring containing several 100 million top-grade spirit stones and holy stones with purer and richer spiritual energy than the spirit stones. These gains were sufficient to propel the Chu Dynasty's strength to new heights. Additionally, they acquired several martial arts manuals, including one capable of cultivating beyond the realm of saints. However, these techniques were rather brutal, relying on the continuous refinement of energy from the blood of demonic beasts for rapid cultivation. If it were merely demonic beasts, it would be acceptable. Yet, it could also refine the energy from human blood for swift enhancement of cultivation, a clear demonic path. Perhaps it would be better to exchange for a more conventional holy-level technique for his subordinates to practice at the Points Marketplace. Just as the trio was engaged in their exhilarating search, in a void outside, two figures traversed the air, each step able to sweep across the boundless earth. Master, ahead lies the Taiyao mountain range. That beam of white light should be the anomaly mentioned by our subordinates. The burly youth pointed toward a white pillar of light at the horizon, excitement evident in his voice. The light emitted by the daylight stone. It must truly be the ruins of the Heavenly Demon Gate. Delirious with joy, Dilu's aged face radiated endless delight. He had lingered in the semi-saint realm for far too long to end this lifetime. Without some fortuitous encounter, he would never breach the saint realm. However, the Heavenly Demon Gate was a mysterious level holy sect, far more powerful than their Dayan holy sect, with strong saints among them. Even a mere discovery of some holy herbs within those ruins could reverse their fortunes and allow them to break through to the saint realm. With this thought, the pace of their steps quickened in just a few breaths. They arrived at the source of the radiance, their hearts filled with trepidation and excitement as they entered the cave and began their descent. Soon, they reached the bottom, where the ruins of a city appeared before them, the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Gate, Heavenly Demon City. We VE struck gold. We VE truly struck gold. Ha! Upon witnessing the scene, Dilu's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the space. However, the next moment his expression changed, darkening. Within his perception, Deep within the ruins of the city, three little figures were stealthily claiming their opportunities at the same time. Chu Luo sensed the presence of intruders in the underground ruins. His expression shifted abruptly, halting his actions and turning toward the entrance to that instant. A booming voice reverberated throughout the entire ruin. Hand over everything you have. Before the voice faded, two streaks of light appeared before Chu Luo and the others. Two figures exuding overwhelming pressure, advancing toward them. They were merely two earthly immortals and one peak ninth-layer divine demon rel practitioner. With just their overwhelming aura, they could crush them to the ground. Di Lu and Xiao Yuan regarded the three with disdain, their faces reflecting indifference. Too weak, they could easily slay the three with a flick of their hands. One was a semi-saint, and the other, a sixth-layer supreme being. Chu Luo stepped forward, his expression grave, positioning himself protectively in front of the two women. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure of a peak ninth-layer divine demon erupted around him. The heavenly saint sword in his hand radiated a brilliant light, a surge of transcendent sword intent rippling through the space. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the territory of the Chu Dynasty? Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, and the terrifying sword intent enveloped him, as if he were about to unleash a cataclysmic strike. You brat, merely a peak ninth-layer divine demon. How could you unleash such terrifying sword intent? And that sword in your hand, upon seeing the young man before him suddenly unleash an overwhelming sword intent, Di Lu's eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. What, master? Xiao Yuan, noticing his master's surprise, immediately turned his gaze toward the weapon in the young man's hand. That is a holy weapon. Absolutely a holy weapon longsword. Di Lu gasped, forcibly suppressing his excitement. In an instant, a massive hand reached out fiercely towards Chu Luo. The sacred weapons, there were only two in the entire Dalian sacred sect, both held by the revered ancestors. Should he possess the sacred sword, even without breaking through to the saint level, he would become invincible beneath that realm. This sacred weapon must have been sought out by this young man within the ruins. Boom! In a flash, a colossal hand of spiritual energy coalesced, enveloping Chu Luo and his two companions with an overwhelming force of terror. Beside them, Xiao Yuan's face flushed with excitement upon hearing it was a sacred weapon. The presence of such a weapon within these ruins hinted at the possibility of treasures that could aid their future ascension to the saint level. The might of a half-saint truly was fearsome. Seeing this, Chu Luo's expression turned gravely serious, and he immediately struck out with a heavenly sacred sword, a beam of sword light, infused with an endless sharpness. Suddenly materialized, bang! In that instant, it collided with the massive hand of spiritual energy, producing a resounding noise. The hand trembled a few times before its phantom began to fade, momentarily suspended in the void. Before descending once more upon Chu Luo and his companions, the two women exchanged glances, a cold glint flashing in their beautiful eyes, ready to act. Even knowing they were outmatched, they would not succumb easily. Yet before they could make a move, Chu Luo seized their hands and retreated hundreds of miles in an instant. The giant hand crashed down onto the earth, creating a huge the same time. A two-star sacred herb, the Zhu Shenghua, appeared in Chu Luo's hand. That a half-saint, I cannot contend with them now, but once I break through to the land immortal realm, it will be a different story. Chu Luo murmured to himself, swiftly consuming the two-star sacred herb. Endless waves of spiritual power erupted within Chu Luo's body. The technique surged wildly, refining the boundless energy that moment. His aura began to rise steadily towards the land immortal realm. That belongs to me. A furious voice echoed again as Di Lu, witnessing the boy manage to briefly withstand a strike and escape, was momentarily stunned. However, when he saw that blood-red fruit being consumed by the boy, his rage erupted completely. The sacred herb was undoubtedly a potent treasure capable of aiding his ascension to the saint level. How could he not be infuriated? Die. Even if you have at the moment when Xiao Yuan was engulfed in terror. A figure suddenly materialized before him. A resounding slap echoed through the air, and Xiao Yuan found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming force, his body crashing to the ground like a toppled onion. creating a deep crater in the earth. I ask. You answer. Should you withhold the truth, your fate will be no different from that of the old fellow. Chu Luo declared, effortlessly pulling him out and sealing Chiu Yuan's cultivation with a wave of his spiritual power. Yes, yes, esteemed sir. I shall divulge everything if you allow me to leave. Chiu Yuan stammered, fear gripping him to the core. He had never anticipated that a cultivator at the first level of the Earth Immortal realm could possess such terrifying strength. In the hands of his captor, he felt as fragile as a fledgling chick, easily manipulated. Which sect do you belong to? And from where do you hail? Chu Luo inquired, his gaze fixed upon Chiu Yuan. At that moment, the two women who had been following him arrived at his side, equally curious about the origin of this suddenly formidable cultivator. In this realm of spiritual silence, such powerful beings were certainly rare. I hail from the Dalian holy sect, located millions of miles from this place of spiritual silence. Chiu Yuan replied, his voice trembling. He was acutely aware that his life now rested in the hands of his interrogator, and he dared not conceal any detail. Another Dalian holy sect? Chu Luo murmured in surprise that my lord. Do you know someone from the Dalian holy sect? Upon hearing Chu Luo's whispered words, a flicker of hope ignited in Chiu Yuan's heart. If he could connect with someone from the Dalian holy sect, perhaps he might salvage his situation. Indeed, how could I not know? The saintly son of your Dalian holy sect is precisely whom I have slain. Chu Luo replied with a grin, his tone nonchalant. Chiu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he gasped in shock. He had never imagined that his junior brother had fallen in this realm of spiritual silence. They had never considered the possibility of encountering someone capable of slaying his junior here. This was disastrous. He had hoped to establish a connection, only to find himself in a dire predicament, adding yet another layer of animosity. Subsequently, Chu Luo posed a series of questions, clarifying many of his lingering doubts. Casting a glance at Jiang Shuuro, she wielded a resplendent long sword, which she plunged directly the 9-tier Nirvana pill. 10 million points per pill, a medicinal elixir frequently utilized by those of the Supreme Realm. The top-tier 9-tier 3-transformation purple gold pill. 50 million points each. Lower-grade holy pill. Returning void holy pill. 500 million points per pill. Mid-grade holy pill. Spirit refining holy pill. 1 billion points per pill. Capable of swiftly enhancing the cultivation of those in the Sage Realm. Weaponry section, Python Dragon Great Crossbow. 1 million points per unit, capable of slaying those in the Earth Immortal Realm. True Dragon Blood Crossbow, 50 million points per unit, the strongest, able to kill a Supreme Realm expert. Xianwang Armor, 1,000 points per set. Great Snow Dragon Armor, 100 points per set. Zhuanglide Armor, 1 point per set. Warhorse section, Northern Liang Warhorse, 100 points per horse. Great Snow Dragon Steed, can be assembled into Great Snow Dragon Riders, 1,000 points per warhorse. Peak of the Nascent Soul Realm. Earth Dragon Steed, 10,000 points per horse. Peak of the Void Realm. Formation section, Special Area, Enlightenment T1 portion, 100 million points, can be brewed 3 times. Each cup enhances comprehension tenfold. Lasting for 10 days. Subordinate Cultivation Ascension card. Supreme, 6 heavens. 500 million points. The Holy Level Artifact Refining Inheritance. Capable of refining mid-grade holy weapons at most. 500 million points. Have a Sage-level generals emerged? Once I accumulate 1 billion points, will I not be able to directly exchange for a Sage-level general? Upon his first glance, Chu Luo beheld the Sage-level general, a flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. Alas, the points are insufficient. Even if I were to conquer the entirety of the Spirit Silence Realm, it would still not be enough. Contemplating this, Chu Luo temporarily abandoned the notion of exchanging for a Sage-level general, and began to carefully consider which items could rapidly enhance the strength of the Chu. After pondering for an extended period, Chu Luo ultimately resolved what to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expending 1 billion points to exchange for a Spirit Refining Holy Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expending 500 million points to exchange for 10 3-transformation golden pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully expending 500 million points to exchange for Artifact Refining Inheritance. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully expending 1.5 billion points to exchange for 3 subordinate Cultivation Ascension cards, 3 Supreme, 6 Heavens. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully expending 200 million points to exchange for the Trap Legion 2000. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully expending 90 million points to exchange for 30 God-breaking pills. A succession of system notifications rang out, as Chu Luo had successfully consumed 379,000 points. Over 80 million points remained as a reserve. The expenditure was vast, yet the enhancement for the Chu Dynasty was equally substantial. After such a considerable consumption, Chu Luo began to calm his mind and commenced the refinement of the remaining 3 second-star holy herbs. These 3 second-star holy herbs could elevate his combat capability to an unparalleled zenith. Following this, he would consume the second-star holy pill and the spirit-refining holy pill to further advance his own cultivation. Without hesitation, he commenced the refinement of the second-star holy herbs. Should other cultivators in the Sage Realm witness Chu Luo refining the second-star holy herbs, they would undoubtedly roar in outrage. Such waste. An absolute travesty, as Chu Luo tirelessly refined the second-star holy herbs. Enhancing his cultivation, far away in the Dayan sacred sect, chaos erupted. The fervor exceeded all previous levels. All elders of the Dayan sacred sect, true disciples and inner disciples gathered at the Dayan sacred plaza. Before the multitude of disciples, numerous half-sage elders hovered in the void, emanating a formidable aura. Each half-sage elder bore an expression of utmost gravity. Suddenly, a towering figure stepped through the air, exuding an overwhelming half-sage presence. This figure was none other than the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect. At this moment, the sect master's face was filled with fury. Standing in a void, he surveyed all present, his mighty voice resonating throughout the entirety of the Dayan sacred sect's domain. Today, the Elder Di Lu and Qiu Yuan's life tokens have shattered completely. Someone has begun to deliberately target our Dayan sacred sect, seeking to annihilate us. From this moment forward, our Dayan sacred sect enters a state of high alert, mobilizing all sect resources to investigate the location of the Elder's demise and the identity of their killer. Upon discovery of the perpetrator, our Dayan sacred sect will spare no effort to exact vengeance. But it has been a long time since our Dayan sacred sect has taken action in the northwest region of the Hongtian domain. It seems they believe us to be easy prey. The sect master's fierce, wrathful voice reverberated throughout the Dayan sacred sect, akin to thunderclaps echoing in the ears of all present. His anger was palpable. Having first lost the Holy Son and now an elder of the Dayan sacred sect, only 2 sects within the entire northwest region of the Hongtian domain possess the capability to slay Elder Di Lu, the Thousand Blade Hall and the Bloodhand sacred sect. The likelihood points to these 2 sects being responsible. Thus, this investigation is fundamentally about these 2 sections. Once it is determined which sect is guilty, he will undoubtedly exact a severe lesson upon them. Otherwise, if one falls today and another tomorrow, the Dayan sacred sect will inevitably face quiet annihilation. Furthermore, from now on, everyone must carry a positioning jade bead whenever they venture outside. Your locations will be displayed on my sect's Spirit Sky Jade Plate. Should you encounter an ambush, our sect's experts will instantly know your whereabouts and rush to your aid. I believe that soon, the enemies targeting our Dayan sacred sect will surface, the sect master continued. Ordinarily, we do not activate the Spirit Sky Jade Plate due to the immense energy consumption it entails, supplied by holy stones, which are precious even to our Dayan sacred sect. However, given the current situation, we can no longer afford to be concerned about resource expenditure. Yes, all the experts of the Dayan sacred sect responded gravely. This matter concerned their very lives, and they would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Otherwise, if they were hunted down, it would be too late. Everyone promptly dispersed. This time, the Dayan sacred sect was taking serious measures. The fury needed an outlet. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days elapsed in the Chu Dynasty. All divine and demonic generals, alongside the Chu soldiers, gathered in the Golden Long Hall. Excitement was evident on each general's face. From this day forth, the entirety of the Spirit Silence realm, whether through submission or destruction, would officially become the territory of the Chu Dynasty. The Chu Dynasty would henceforth stand as the sole dynasty above countless cultivators in the spirit silence realm. Bow before the emperor. All the Chu generals immediately knelt, respectfully proclaiming, "Your Excellencies, no need for such formalities." Seated upon the throne, Chu Luo radiated an aura of unparalleled might, far exceeding that of 10 days prior. Indeed, during this span, he had not only refined the 3 second-star holy herbs, but had also consumed the spirit-refining holy pill, which cost 1 billion points. His cultivation surged from the peak of the earth, immortal first heaven, directly transcending to the second heaven of the supreme realm. His combat power had multiplied by 1,000, possibly even 10,000 times. If one had never witnessed a sage in action, they would be unaware of the true might of a sage. However, he could now ascertain whether his strength could rival that of a genuine sage. Why esteemed ministers, the unification of the entire spirit silence realm owes much to your efforts. However, occupying the entirety of the spirit silence realm is merely the beginning. All present understand that we are situated in a remote corner of the Hongtian domain. The road ahead for our Chu dynasty is still long. Therefore, I have decided to distribute all resources obtained from the ruins to everyone, allowing the strength of the entire Chu to surge once more, achieving the power necessary to establish a foothold in the true northwest region of the Hongtian domain. As soon as Chu Luo uttered these words, all the celestial generals of the land displayed a look of astonishment. The resources within the ruins were innumerable, all comprising high-tier cultivation materials. Should these be entirely allocated to the soldiers of the Great Chu, their cultivation levels would undoubtedly experience a rapid ascension. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Your Majesty. Su Banu, Zhao Yun, He Xubing, Dian Wei, Jiang Shuoro, Chu Zian, along with numerous generals of the celestial realm and the head of the armory, Sun Chong, all knelt in gratitude once more. Very well, all these resources shall be entrusted to Su Banu for unified management and distribution. With a wave of his hand, Chu Luo sent dozens of storage rings cascading into Su Banu's delicate grasp. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will judiciously distribute the resources to maximize the strength of the Great Chu dynasty, Su Banu replied, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Indeed. Furthermore, Sun Chong, Champion Ho, and Dian Wei, I bestow upon you 3 the cultivation of the supreme 6th layer. Chu Luo's gaze fell upon the trio, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 3 felt their auras surge dramatically. Sun Chong, the one with the lowest cultivation, experienced the swiftest ascent, breaking through from the 9th layer of the demonic realm to the 6th layer of the celestial realm in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. After several breaths, the terrifying pressure of 3 supreme 6th layer cultivators surged within the great hall that in mere moments. 3 formidable powerhouses of the supreme 6th layer were born at Su Banu, Jiang Shuoro, Chu Zian, and others stood by, their faces awash with boundless shock. No one could fathom the extent of the Emperor's terrifying capabilities. They even envisioned the emergence of a colossal entity within this realm. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Your Majesty, Dian Wei. Champion Ho Xubing and Sun Chong felt the vast and potent power surging within them, their faces brimming with uncontainable joy as they immediately knelt before Chu Luo in reverence. It was simply unbelievable. They themselves were struggling to grasp the reality of it all. Rise. Chu Luo, seated upon the imperial throne, wore a brilliant smile. With the addition of these 3 supreme 6th layer powerhouses, the Great Chu dynasty now boasted 4 such formidable beings. Although Sun Chong was an armorer, he was nonetheless a genuine supreme 6th layer expert. Sun Chong, now, as the head of the armory for my Great Chu dynasty. Having reached the supreme 6th layer, I presume the quality of your crafted weapons will also see an improvement, Chu Luo inquired, directing his gaze towards Sun Chong. Reporting to Your Majesty, I should now be able to forge high-grade spirit weapons. Sun Chong replied respectfully, high-grade spirit weapons. While commendable, it still fell short of expectations. This is a legacy of armoring techniques. Should you study the methods and skills contained within, your potential in the realm of armoring will be limitless. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo produced an ancient tome, which he then handed to Sun Chong. As Sun Chong flipped through a couple of pages, his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. "Thank you for your gracious bestowal. Your Majesty, with this armoring legacy, I may even be able to forge sacred weapons in the future," Sun Chong exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "Very well. These rare and peculiar ores shall be entrusted to you. Strive to create sacred weapons promptly, so that we may provide our soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty with powerful armaments." Chu Luo nodded, recognizing the critical importance of skilled armor for the dynasty. Superior equipment signified enhanced combat strength. Elevating Sun Chong's cultivation was not intended for warfare, but rather for the art of armoring. Subsequently, Chu Luo distributed the 3-turn golden pills to Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Sun Chong, Hua Xubing, Chu Zian, Su Banu, and Jiang Shuoro, 1 to each. These golden pills, exchanged for 50 million points, were top-tier 9th-grade elixirs that greatly benefited even those at the Supreme 6th layer, while they may not necessarily break through to the half-saint realm. Ascending to the Supreme 9th layer was certainly feasible. In addition to the pills, the 1-star sacred herbs and sacred stones would also significantly aid the cultivation of the esteemed generals. That I hope you can leverage this wave of high-tier cultivation resources to bolster your strength, thereby reinforcing the power of our great Chu Dynasty. Chu Luo's gaze swept across the assembly, 2 beams of brilliance flashing from his eyes. With such high-tier resources distributed, the strength of the great Chu Dynasty was destined to soar. The extent of that ascent, however, would depend on individual efforts. Yes. The crowd was filled with exhilaration, anticipating their immediate ascension in cultivation. The acquisition of 9th-grade top-tier elixirs, sacred herbs, sacred stones, and more. Their cultivation surely would rise, as if they were boarding an aircraft. Soon after, everyone departed to commence their endeavors. Chu Luo returned to the grandeur of his palace, continuing his comprehension of the great wilderness sword art. The capital of the Great Chu began to flourish gradually. Positioned almost at the center of the entire Spirit Silence realm, it transformed into the most prosperous city after being designated as the imperial capital. Countless cultivators from the Spirit Silence realm flocked here to behold the majesty of the capital. Many also chose to conduct various transactions, travel, and cultivate within its confines. The entire city of Beiliang became a place of immense value. In just half a month, Banu Tower had spread throughout the Spirit Silence realm, becoming the largest commercial establishment within a radius of millions of miles. However, it also secretly operated as the most formidable intelligence organization of the Great Chu Dynasty. The intelligence network of Banu Tower had even begun to extend beyond the Spirit Silence realm. In the vast territories of the northwest of Hongtian Domain, several small towns had already seen the presence of Banu Tower. Naturally, these were arrangements made by Su Banu before her seclusion, just as the Great Chu Dynasty's development began to stabilize. The Dayan sacred sect finally made new discoveries. After an extended period of investigation into the elder's death without leads, and having not found anyone attempting to assassinate their sect, they reluctantly issued a bounty, publicizing the news of the elder and the saint's demise. Although this announcement revealed the fall of the Dayan sacred sect's saint and elder, it was undoubtedly the quickest method. Within just half a month's time, they received new information that it came from a cultivator of the celestial realm, who had once been the head of a small family in the northwest of Hongtian Domain, possessing a cultivation of the 3rd layer of the celestial realm. Previously, he had accepted a mission from Xiao Yuan to observe the Taiyao mountain range in the Spirit Silence realm, tasked with reporting any unusual activity. Recently, after detecting disturbances, he contacted Xiao Yuan, sharing the recent changes within the Spirit Silence realm and the fact that the ruler of the Great Chu Dynasty had also ventured to Taiyao Mountain during the disturbances. Subsequently, he was rewarded handsomely. Elder 2, Elder 3, Elder 4, and Elder 5, you 4 will lead numerous Supreme Realm Protectors, Outer Sect Elders, and true disciples of our sect, following him to the Taiyao Mountain Range to investigate. We must ascertain what transpired, intoned the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect, who stood poised in the void, addressing the gathered strong figures. He had an inkling that the elder's death was likely tied to Taiyao Mountain. Could it be that an unimaginable, immensely powerful demon resided there? As for the Great Chu Dynasty and the changes within the Spirit Silence realm, he paid them little heed. The strongest cultivators emerging from the spirit silence realm were merely a handful of celestial realm figures. They could hardly slay an elder, let alone a saint. Yes, the assembled elders, protectors, and disciples responded loudly. Elder 2, be meticulous in your investigations. Report any findings to me at once. In the past few days, I have gained insights, and I fear I am not far from the saint realm. Once I break through to the saint realm, our Dayan sacred sect shall become the mightiest sect within the vast expanse of 100 million miles in the northwest of Hongtian domain. The esteemed leader of the Dayan sacred sect directed his gaze towards the second elder, who received a telepathic message from Fong Tian Kai. Indeed, rest assured, Holy Master, no clue shall escape the pursuit of my probing techniques. The second elder replied, his face alight with excitement. When the time comes for the Holy Master to ascend to the realm of saints, he shall undoubtedly become the ancestral figure of the Dayan sacred sect. With the demise of the Grand Elder and the Holy Son, there remains but one candidate for the next leader, and that is him. How could he not be exhilarated? Furthermore, there is the added thrill of the Dayan sacred sect potentially welcoming two formidable saints. Soon after, over 100 figures, accompanied by cultivators of the third heaven of the mortal-immortal realm, piloted a warship towards the realm of Lingji. For the assembly, the realm of Lingji was not an unfamiliar territory, as it lay only a few 100,000 miles from their Dayan sacred sect. The warship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing rapidly into the horizon in less than a day's time. They would arrive. Time sped by. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The warship descended gently into the Taiyao mountain range, landing in an expansive clearing. Second Elder, the white light we observed previously must have emanated from this very spot. One of the cultivators from the third heaven of the mortal-immortal realm remarked, the Grand Elder and the others must have entered the Taiyao mountain range from here, stepping off the warship. The cultivator spoke again. Is this the clearing in question? It appears utterly unremarkable, devoid of anything of interest. We traversed the Taiyao mountain range and encountered no fearsome beasts. The elders and disciples who had descended into this clearing wore expressions of perplexity. If one were to argue that this clearing held any significance, it would be that, unlike the surrounding areas teeming with lush vegetation, here lay nothing but barrenness. If there is anything amiss, I shall employ my probing technique to ascertain. The second elder declared, slowly closing his eyes as his spiritual sense expanded outward. The probing technique, characterized by an enhanced sensitivity of spiritual awareness compared to other cultivators, allowed for superior perception of the surrounding environment. Uncovering more clues and traces, the second elder's spiritual sense gradually unfurled. The members of the Dayan sacred sect fell silent, patiently awaiting his findings. This probing lasted nearly half an hour, the second elder exhibiting remarkable patience, yet showing no signs of reopening his eyes. Just as the crowd began to believe that nothing would be discerned from this location, the second elder abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the center of the clearing. In an instant, he ascended into the air and unleashed a colossal punch of spiritual energy upon the ground at the central point. With a resounding impact, the punch created a gaping hole, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath. Indeed, there lies a concealed space below, the second elder exclaimed, excitement radiating from his countenance. It seemed he had indeed uncovered something extraordinary. The other elders widened their eyes in astonishment and hurried over to peer into the depths. I suspect this may be the entrance to a relic, the third elder suddenly exclaimed, prompting a collective gasp from the others. Initially taken aback, the faces of all the elders soon blossomed with boundless joy. It was indeed a possibility. Otherwise, why would the Grand Elder venture to this desolate place? The second elder's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he spoke. They must have known. We, the half-saints, are well aware of the legend surrounding the heavenly demon sect and the realm of Lingji. With this thought, the second elder scanned the faces of everyone present, preparing for battle. The sight of the Grand Elder's demise could very well lie here. Upon hearing this, a grave expression descended upon all, their formidable auras beginning to emanate around them, their spiritual power boiling with anticipation, ready to unleash their might at any moment. The second elder then gestured dramatically, leaping into the unfathomable chasm. The others followed suit. And soon, A scene of ruins unfolded before their eyes. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of elation swept across their faces. It is undoubtedly the relic of the heavenly demon sect, the second elder gasped. Filled with uncontainable joy, this was an immense opportunity. As a profound-level sacred sect, the heavenly demon sect far surpassed their dying sacred sect in strength, surely harboring countless treasures. With that, the assembly stifled their overwhelming excitement and commenced their search. Each face lit up with unparalleled fervor, their very bodies trembling with exhilaration. However, it wasn't long before the expressions of the second elder and the other powerful members of the dying sacred sect grew increasingly somber. The fury within them surged like a volcano, ready to erupt. There were no treasures, absolutely nothing. Moreover, the ruins appeared to have been thoroughly excavated, indicating that someone had scavenged all the treasures from within. The second elder also discovered traces of a battle. Upon closer inspection, they belonged to the Grand Elder and that Xiao Yuan. Who could it be? The second elder bellowed, unable to contain the wrath boiling within him. Who has stolen our dying sacred sect's fortune? Suddenly, the second elder seemed to recall something, pulling the cultivator of the third heaven of the mortal-immortal realm closer and speaking in a low voice. Besides the Grand Elder, who else has visited the Taiyao mountain range? The vast treasures had undoubtedly been plundered. The Grand Elder was dead. Hence, it must be someone else that was the ruler of the great Chu Dynasty. The sovereign of the great Wu Dynasty has also been here, the cultivator revealed, fear evident on his face, his voice trembling. The great Wu Dynasty. The second elder shouted, "All of you, follow me to the great Wu Dynasty." With a thunderous command, he turned, grasping the cultivator of the third heaven of the mortal-immortal realm as they rushed towards the exit, though he understood that it was unlikely a being capable of slaying the Grand Elder existed within the realm of Lingji. The matter concerned the countless treasures of the heavenly demon sect. Even if there were but a 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 chance, they had to pursue it. Understood, the powerful members of the dying sacred sect responded, their faces etched with tension. Within their hearts, hope surged that it was indeed the great Chu Dynasty responsible. Once they vanquished that dynasty, the treasures would rightfully belong to them. The formidable members of the dying sacred sect swiftly departed the ruins. Boarding the warship and hastening towards the capital of the great Chu Dynasty, the capital of the great Chu Dynasty, within a grand palace, Chu Luo sat cross-legged, gradually opening his eyes. An overwhelming and terrifying sword intent surged throughout the palace. The great wilderness sword technique, 10th heaven, Chu Luo murmured, his eyes gleaming with 2 sharp beams of sword light. With the 10th heaven of the great wilderness sword technique combined with his cultivation of the supreme second heaven, even half-saint level beings would be no match for him. Rising to his feet, Chu Luo prepared to step outside the palace to investigate when a melodious female voice called from outside. "Your subordinate, Su Banu, has urgent news to report to the emperor." Su Banu, what is it? Chu Luo stepped out, noticing Su Banu's anxious expression, and spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Banu Tower that a colossal warship has traversed the lands of our great Chu Dynasty. Heading towards our capital," Su Banu reported urgently. She had just broken through to the supreme realm and, without a moment to stabilize her newfound power, rushed here to inform Chu Luo that a colossal warship? At this, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Luo's eyes. Go, summon all the leaders of the great Chu to emerge from their seclusion. It is highly likely that the dying sacred sect has already become aware of our great Chu Dynasty's actions in slaying their elder and the Holy Sun. Chu Luo promptly commanded that a colossal warship, even for the currently formidable great Chu Dynasty, could not be constructed. Such a massive vessel is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere dynasty. It must be the work of a sacred-level power. What ordinary sacred-level force would venture into such a desolate place? Without a doubt, it must be the dying sacred sect. Indeed, Su Banu replied respectfully, hastily departing. Before long, numerous generals of the great Chu Dynasty had gathered within the Golden Dragon Palace. The auras of these generals were exponentially stronger than they had been a fortnight ago, each face etched with a grave expression. Chu Luo sat high upon the throne, his gaze scrutinizing the assembled warriors below, secretly nodding in satisfaction. aside from Sun Chong, Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hoi Tsubing, who had originally been cultivators at the 6th level of the Supreme Realm, had, after half a month of arduous training and the terrifying effects of the 3-turn golden elixir, directly broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. Now only a step away from the semi-holy realm, it appeared that they would soon achieve the true semi-holy state. Of course, Sun Chong had also made significant progress, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Supreme Realm, merely a step away from the 9th level. However, the most astonishing development lay with Chu Zian and Jiang Shuero, both of whom exuded the aura of the 5th level of the Supreme Realm in the span of just half a month, they had remarkably ascended from the 7th and 8th levels of the earthly immortal realm directly to the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. Due to their unique nature, their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Many other generals of the great Chu Dynasty at the earthly immortal realm also experienced considerable gains as Yubanu, in comparison to the two women, had lagged behind somewhat, but had just broken through to the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. We pay our respects to the Emperor. The multitude of great Chu generals knelt in reverence. You may rise, esteemed generals. The reason for gathering you today is singular. To prepare for the impending confrontation with the powerful forces of the Dian Sacred Dynasty, Chu Luo declared, his gaze sweeping over all present. A glint of coldness flashing across his face. This will be the greatest crisis our great Chu Dynasty has faced since its establishment, for we do not know how many foes approach us, nor the strength of their ranks, or whether true saints are among them. Therefore, I urge all generals to brace themselves for the possibility of death. Chu Luo did not exaggerate. In the face of the Dian sacred sect, they must exert their utmost strength. His cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, and his combat abilities were formidable. Yet he remained uncertain of how his strength compared to that of a true saint. Understood. The generals promptly departed, hastening to summon all the soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty. The entire dynasty began to function like a colossal machine. The sound of countless troops converging outside the city echoed through the air. The generals commenced preparations for the impending battle. Before long, all were ready, with nearly 20 million soldiers gathered outside the great Chu capital, their collective momentum surging, dispelling the clouds above. Each warrior radiated a powerful fighting spirit. They were acutely aware that their adversary was the Dian sacred sect. Yet, none felt fear. They had heard tales of the sect's terror, but in their hearts, the Emperor of the Great Chu was the true embodiment of invincibility. Chu Luo stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distant void, his demeanor one of utter indifference. Should their opponents lack true saints, victory for the Great Chu Dynasty was assured, just as the powerful forces of the Great Chu prepared. A thunderous sound, akin to celestial thunder, suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and a massive warship approached the great Chu capital at an astonishing speed. Who goes there? Why do you intrude upon our great Chu dynasty? Dian Wei shouted, appearing in the void as he unleashed a resonant voice imbued with spiritual energy, his tone laden with boundless authority. The oppressive aura emanating from his pinnacle cultivation at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm shook the very fabric of the surrounding space. A mere dynasty possessed a pinnacle Supreme Realm cultivator. The remnants of the celestial demon sect must have been seized by them. The Grand Elder and the Holy Sun must have perished at their hands. The warship slowly hovered in the air, and over 100 figures emerged from its vast expanse, led by the Second Elder of the Dian Sacred Sect. This moment, the Second Elder's gaze fell upon Dian Wei, his face alight with excitement. The Spirit Desolation was a place where even a single earthly immortal was exceedingly rare. The presence of a Supreme Realm cultivator at the 9th level was unfathomable. This must be due to treasures acquired from the celestial demon sect's ruins, granting them such elevated cultivation. With this thought, the Second Elder's heart surged with eagerness. Quickly, surrender all the treasures you obtained from the ruins. Those items rightfully belong to my Dian sacred sect. You, a mere dynasty, dare to covet such riches? It is sheer folly. The Second Elder's gaze swept across all the powerful figures of the great Chu dynasty. His tone filled with fervor as he barked his commands. Simultaneously, A terrifying pressure emanating from the semi-holy realm erupted, suppressing the auras released by Dian Wei and the other great Chu generals. He appeared as a true celestial being, powerful and imposing. They seek the treasures of the ruins, and if there are no true saints among them, but only 4 semi-holy figures, this becomes manageable. Hearing the words of the semi-holy cultivator of the Dalian sacred sect, a faint smile appeared on Chu Luo's face as he stood upon the city wall. How audacious, to insult my great Chu Dynasty so. You seek death. Zhao Yun and Hua Xiubing, both pinnacle cultivators of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, bellowed in unison, positioning themselves beside Dian Wei, their weapons aimed at the Dalian sacred sect. If it is battle they desire, then let it be. Even if you are semi-holy, we shall not cower before you. The 2 million soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty shall not fear you. Zhao Yun brandished his dragon's gallant silver spear, its terrifying rays of light flickering, while an overwhelming aura radiated from him, as if he wielded a spear capable of piercing the heavens. Hua Xiubing mirrored this sentiment. The 3 divine martial generals displaying no fear whatsoever, even in the presence of the Dalian sacred sect's formidable forces. Kill! 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 Countless soldiers below roared in response, their fervor boiling over, the atmosphere electric with intensity. What audacity! A mere dynasty dares to oppose my Dalian sacred sect. In that case, your fate is sealed. Annihilation awaits. The second elder's expression darkened as he observed the great Chu Dynasty's warriors treating them with such disdain. In an instant, a terrifying blade light manifested, cleaving towards Dian Wei and the others. Today, I shall see whether you, semi-holy, are truly invincible, Dian Wei roared, raising his dual halberds to meet the oncoming blade light. A resounding crash echoed through the heavens and the earth as the blade light dissipated, and Dian Wei was sent reeling back several thousand meters. What? A mere pinnacle supreme realm cultivator could withstand my strike. The second elder and the other powerful figures of the Dalian sacred sect were filled with shock and disbelief. The chasm between the semi-holy realm and the pinnacle supreme realm was vast. Even 10 pinnacle supreme realm cultivators might struggle against a semi-holy. Yet here was the great Chu Dynasty's pinnacle cultivator, matching the second elder's strike without sustaining injury, merely being pushed back 1,000 meters. Such power was nearly comparable to the semi-holy realm. There was something amiss with these individuals from the great Chu Dynasty. Slay them all. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the second elder narrowed his eyes and bellowed. Kill! Instantly, the 4 semi-saint warriors of the Dalian holy sect charged toward the trio. The remaining supreme and land immortal realm experts surged directly into the imperial city. They understood that capturing the so-called Emperor of the Great Chu would lead to the immediate collapse of the Great Chu Dynasty. In response, Chu Xin, Jiang Shuoro, Su Banyue, Sun Chang, and numerous land immortal realm experts confronted the 100-strong figures. With a flash, a dazzling sword light flickered, followed by a piercing scream as a 5th-tier supreme realm expert of the Dalian holy sect was swiftly slain. Jiang Shuoro also unleashed a sword strike, causing dozens of land immortal realm experts from the Dalian holy sect to fall. Sun Chang displayed remarkable valor, confronting a 9th-tier supreme realm expert with his 8th-tier supreme realm cultivation. However, despite their efforts, the trio and the many commanders soon found themselves in dire peril. For among the remaining 80 experts, there were a staggering 8 peak 9th-tier supreme realm warriors. In an instant, Chu Zan, Jiang Shuoro, and the others found themselves in a life-threatening situation. The clash among the powerful erupted immediately, while the 2 million-strong army remained unable to intervene. How could they, mere cultivators still below the divine and demonic realms, participate in such a chaotic battle among supreme beings? Observing the scene, Chu Luo smiled faintly. It was time for him to take action. The time for development had been too short, and the number of experts in the Great Chu was insufficient. Had they been granted 3 more months, this battle would likely have concluded without his intervention, utterly crushing the opponent. With this thought, Chu Luo's figure abruptly vanished from the city wall. The next moment, he appeared before Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Hua Xiubing, who were valiantly resisting the attacks of the 4 semi-saint realm experts. Although powerful, The trio was struggling against the relentless assault of the four semi-saints. And their bodies bore numerous injuries, their battle robes stained with blood. Yet they fought with increasing ferocity, willing to exchange their lives for victory. You three, go assist Chu Xian and the others. Leave these four semi-saints to me. With a swift motion, a sword light imbued with boundless terror and sharpness materialized, slicing toward one of the four semi-saints. Chu Luo positioned himself before the trio and spoke slowly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the faces of the four semi-saint experts. As his words fell, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. My legs! My legs! One semi-saint from the Dayan holy sect realized in horror that his legs had vanished, his face contorted with unimaginable fear. Yes, Zhao Yun, Hu Xubing, and Jian Wei were suddenly filled with astonishment, their figures instantly charging toward the other members of the Dayan holy sect. They knew the emperor was formidable enough to slay semi-saint realm experts. But this was beyond mere understatement. The emperor's power had undergone significant enhancement. The great Chu Dynasty was saved. Yet, recalling how severely they had been beaten moments earlier, the three quickly joined the fray against Chu Xian and the others, swiftly dispatching a peak 9th-tier supreme realm expert, shocking all members of the Dayan holy sect. The three martial generals paid no heed to their astonishment, ruthlessly slaughtering the experts of the Dayan holy sect. Meanwhile, on Chu Luo's side, the four semi-saints were struck with fear by his casual display of might. The semi-saint who had lost his legs gazed at Chu Luo with terror in his eyes. He was overwhelmingly powerful, far too powerful. He had not even registered the sword light before it had severed his legs. Who are you? Why do you target our Dayan holy sect? Do you not know we have true Saint Realm experts? Do not act recklessly. The second elder's expression was grave, and a deep-seated fear flickered in his eyes. He understood that had that sword been aimed at him, he would have been utterly defenseless. Moreover, he was painfully aware that such a formidable sword light could not be resisted by their semi-saint bodies unless shielded by a divine weapon. But as mere semi-saints, how could they possess such protection? I am but the insignificant emperor of the great Chu. From the inception of our dynasty, we have faced relentless harassment from your Dayan holy sect's disciples. Later, even your grand elders sought to slay us. Today, you have sent so many to annihilate my great Chu dynasty. Thus, I have decided that all who have come shall meet their demise. Chu Luo's voice was chillingly cold, akin to 1,000-year-old ice, evoking boundless dread among the four semi-saint realm experts of the Dayan holy sect. They turned to flee in panic, for the elders of the Dayan holy sect understood that despite being semi-saint realm cultivators, they could not withstand that terrifying sword strike. The sword light would spell death for whoever it touched. After years of cultivation, they were unwilling to perish. However, the four realized their folly too late. Chu Luo wielded the heavenly saint's sword, unleashing a sword energy that spanned thousands of zhong, containing unfathomable sharpness that in an instant, it swept across the bodies of the four elders of the Dayan holy sect. With a swift, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, and the faces of all the generals of the great Chu revealed an immense excitement. This battle had been nothing short of exhilarating, leaving them with profound insights. It seemed that breakthroughs were imminent. Let us tidy the battlefield. Today, our great Chu has achieved a resounding victory. Let the celebration commence. Chu Luo stood suspended in the void, his cultivation at the supreme second heaven radiating around him. A faint smile gracing his lips, he realized that slaying that semi-holy powerhouse was as effortless as slaughtering a mere chicken or dog. Yet, he had not anticipated such ease. Just half a month prior, that semi-holy being had nearly brought him to his demise. In this brief span, his battle prowess had escalated to this remarkable level. Given a little more time, the slaying of a true saint would not be beyond his reach. Yes, the numerous generals and soldiers of the great Chu replied respectfully, promptly commencing to clear the battlefield. With only 100 casualties, the cleanup was swiftly completed. That a colossal warship docked beneath the city wall of the great Chu imperial capital, a prized trophy of their dynasty. With the acquisition of this warship, the mobility of the great Chu army would be significantly enhanced. The vessel could accommodate at least 100,000 men. Within the Golden Lawn Hall of the great Chu, The generals wore expressions of elation. Having secured victory, each was filled with joy that we pay our respects to the emperor. Your Majesty, these are the spoils of war, abundant in cultivation resources, including ninth-grade elixirs, exquisite spiritual weapons, top-tier spirit stones, and various talismans. Jianwei said, stepping forward to present dozens of storage rings to Chu Luo, that he suggested that all resources should be distributed among the great Chu soldiers, allowing them to cultivate to their heart's content. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo revealed a gentle smile and spoke slowly. The foundational army of the great Chu, the Xuanzhao army, had already become exceptionally formidable. The availability of various high-tier resources would undoubtedly present immense opportunities for the ordinary soldiers. He dared to assert that the inner disciples of the Dali sacred sect lacked the quality of resources available to the soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty. Moreover, the spiritual fields had now been cultivated to over 10 million acres. Coupled with the spirit-gathering rain technique, the ordinary soldiers' cultivation resources would be ceaseless. That it would not be long before all ordinary soldiers could advance to the combined body and divine demon realms. The prospect of 2 million divine demon warriors was indeed terrifying. Yes, Your Majesty, Dianwei replied before stepping back. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, Huitzubing, how long until you three achieve a breakthrough to the semi-holy realm? Chu Luo inquired, directing his gaze toward the three martial generals. Reporting to Your Majesty, we have all gained insights from this battle and estimate that we shall break through to the semi-holy realm in the next couple of days. Zhao Yun and the others responded respectfully. They had refined the three-turn purple gold pill and were merely a thread away from breaking through. With the realizations gained on the battlefield, a breakthrough to the semi-holy realm was all but assured. Excellent. His gaze then turned to Chu Zian and Jiang Shuoro, who had both reeked. The somber leader of the Dali sacred sect spoke with a heavy tone. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Soon after, the entire Dali sacred sect was enveloped in a profound silence. The news of the demise of the 4 half-saint elders was known only to the higher echelons of the Dali sacred sect. While the rest remained utterly oblivious, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire sect, as if a storm were brewing. The sky darkened completely. Within the imperial palace of the great Chu, the system's voice rang in Chu Luo's mind punctually. Ding! Congratulations to the great Chu Dynasty for overcoming a crisis. Having slain numerous enemies, that today's tally yields 75 billion points. As the system's voice faded, a radiant smile blossomed on Chu Luo's face. He had not anticipated such a bountiful score. It was far more than any previous tally. Although the number of enemies he had vanquished this time was relatively small, each was at the very least at the Earth Immortal realm. Not to mention the numerous at the Supreme realm, the Supreme 9 heavens, and the 4 half-saints, all of whom were high-quality foes. The accumulated points were indeed substantial. Contemplating this, Chu Luo promptly glanced at his points balance, which astonishingly stood at 100 billion and 3 million points. That he had surpassed the 100 billion mark. Ha! At last, I have exceeded 100 billion points. Does this mean I can exchange for a saint-level general? Chu Luo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the points balance. Previously, he had merely 1 billion points left, but after Dianwei and Zhao Yun conquered 10 dynasties and the entire Spirit Silent Land, they were subsequently rewarded with 5 billion points. This accounted for a total of 6 billion points. Finally, the system had notified him of completing the system task of unifying the Spirit Silent Land, adding another 19 billion points to this tally, culminating in over 100 billion points. System, exchange for a saint-level general, Chu Luo declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100 billion points and successfully exchanging for the saint-level general. The Marshal Saint Guan Yudit, as the system's voice concluded, a terrifying aura of sanctity enveloped the entire capital of the Great Chu. All powerful beings felt the overwhelming pressure and rushed out of their chambers, their faces etched with infinite astonishment. Particularly, the many at the peak of the Supreme 9 heavens, such as Jianwei and Zhao Yun, wore expressions of deep seriousness. The true saint had descended. This was undoubtedly the most formidable crisis the great Chu Dynasty had ever faced. How could they withstand the arrival of a genuine saint? Yet, despite the immense disparity, none among them felt fear. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure from Zhao Yun, Dianwei, and Huatsubing, all at the peak of the supreme nine heavens, erupted instantaneously. Just as they intended to take to the skies, a voice tinged with amusement echoed, "Do not panic. A powerful ally of the great Chu Dynasty has returned." Chu Luo's figure suddenly appeared in the void. His gaze filled with mirth as he looked upon a towering figure descending like a streak of light. This was a tall and robust man wielding a long-handled broadsword, astride a magnificent warhorse engulfed in crimson flames, who swiftly approached, dismounted, and respectfully knelt before Chu Luo, proclaiming, "I'm the humble General Guan Yu, paying my respects to the master." "Ha! General Guan Yu, please rise." Upon witnessing this, Chu Luo let out a hearty laugh and stepped forward to assist Guan Yu in standing. Speaking gently, before him, Guan Yu's information materialized. "General, Guan Yu, Cultivation, second heaven of the Saint Realm, weapon, green dragon crescent blade, warhorse, crimson fire rabbit horse, second heaven of the Saint Realm. Ah, our great Chu no longer has to live in trepidation. With a saint to oversee us, our overall strength has risen significantly," Chu Luo mused. This was almost comparable to the Dai sacred sect, especially now that he had already felled 5 half-saint powerhouses from the sect, inflicting considerable damage to their strength. Given a little more time, the great Chu would undoubtedly reach a level comparable to that of the Dai sacred sect. The others stood stunned, unable to fathom that this saint belonged to their great Chu dynasty. It was truly astonishing. How long had it been since the establishment of the great Chu dynasty, and yet they now possessed a saint? Could they not then focus on their cultivation in peace? Zhao Yun gazed at the tall and robust figure, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had not expected to reunite with a former comrade in this realm, both serving the same master. Such a bond could hardly be expressed in words that I must strive harder. Others have reached the realm of saints while I remain at the peak of the supreme 9 heavens. After arranging accommodations for Guan Yu and seeing numerous generals appearing and exchanging introductions, they each went off to cultivate. The great Chu dynasty fell into a serene state once more, enacting a series of reform laws that divided the entire realm into 10 provinces. Each former dynasty represented a province. And the area where the northern Liang capital was located was referred to as the Central Province. During this period, Zhao Yun, Dianwei, and Hua Tsubing each broke through to the half-saint realm, steadily advancing towards the saint realm. Subsequently, Chu Zian and Jiang Shuoro also succeeded in breaking through to the half-saint realm. The number of half-saint powerhouses within the great Chu dynasty surged from none to 5. Former Earth Immortal generals had, at the very least, ascended to the 9th heaven of the Earth Immortal realm, with several achieving the supreme realm. Sun Chong from the Refining Pavilion, though not yet a half-saint, had reached the pinnacle of the supreme 9 heavens and could effortlessly refine top-notch spiritual weapons, contributing significantly to the equipment of the great Chu's warriors. One day, Chu Luo slowly opened his eyes, unleashing an intense sword intent that shattered everything within the palace. The Great Desolation sword technique, 11th heaven. Only one more step to achieve perfection, he murmured softly. Rising to his feet, a joyful expression graced his face. Over the past month, coupled with the enlightenment tea brewed from enlightenment tea leaves to enhance his comprehension, he had advanced the Great Desolation sword technique from the 10th heaven to the 11th heaven. Celestial-level sacred arts require increasingly longer periods for comprehension as one approaches completion, their mysteries deepening. Without the existence of the enlightenment tea leaves, he would have never attained the 11th heaven in such a short span. Now, my combat prowess should surpass that of General Guan Yu. A month had passed, yet his cultivation still lingered at the 2nd heaven of the supreme realm. Throughout the great Chu dynasty, high-level resources remained plentiful for others. However, for him, there were no resources available to elevate his cultivation. Nevertheless, Chu Luo was not anxious. The great Chu was currently in rapid development. Given enough time, the great Chu dynasty would continuously produce strong warriors, and the cultivation of its soldiers would accelerate swiftly until all resources obtained from the relics were exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Luo's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. He reappeared in the void. And the capital of the great Chu was bustling far more than it had been a month prior, now the most prosperous and flourishing city in the entire Spirit Silent Land, within the massive military camp of the city. 500,000 troops were stationed, while the remainder was dispatched to various locations to establish military districts, garrisoned in the other 9 provinces. Moreover, the spiritual fields had begun yielding harvests every month, producing a substantial quantity of 8th-grade spiritual rice to supply all the soldiers of the Great Chu for foundational cultivation, of course. During this past month, the soldiers of the Great Chu had also made significant progress. After surveying the area, Chu Luo nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to return to the palace, a graceful figure hurriedly approached through the air. "Your Majesty, something serious has occurred." This figure was none other than Su Banu. At the 7th heaven of the Supreme Realm, her lovely face was filled with urgency. Kneeling before Chu Luo, she quickly reported, "What has happened?" Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Luo furrowed her brows and softly addressed Su Banu. This morning, the esteemed leader of the Dayan sacred sect unexpectedly proclaimed a successful breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Furthermore, he announced to all cities and factions in the northwest region of Hongtian Domain that the realm of Lingji had been officially incorporated into the jurisdiction of the Dayan sacred sect, granting them complete dominion over it. Typically, individuals from the Dayan sacred sect seldom venture into this remote pit, yet they have suddenly made such declarations that it seems they intend to target our great Chu Dynasty. In the coming days, we can expect movements from the Dayan sacred sect. Su Banu swiftly relayed all the information she had gathered. Her half-moon tower has nearly infiltrated all cities under the Dayan sacred sect's control in the northwest region of Hongtian Domain, establishing outposts in each city. While many may seem inconspicuous, they are capable of gathering intelligence. That's so. Chu Luo mused, her brows relaxing slightly, contemplating the implications if they have indeed achieved the Saint Realm. That would imply the Dayan sacred sect possesses at least 2 saints. Indeed, based on the strength exhibited by the Dayan sacred sect, it should be 2 saints. However, whether they have any hidden ones remains uncertain. Su Banu remarked, casting a curious glance at Chu Luo. Was the emperor not concerned? Even 2 saints would likely be more formidable than our great Chu Dynasty, regardless of whether there are 2 or 3. Dispatch orders immediately. All commanders and soldiers of the great Chu Dynasty are to enter a state of heightened alert. The Dayan sacred sect will undoubtedly make their move, that we shall await their arrival. Chu Luo said with a hint of a smile, exuding confidence in the current strength of the great Chu Dynasty. Moreover, it is improbable that a single sect could deploy all its formidable members. Most likely, it would be the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect who would come forth, a newly ascended saint truly to be feared. Soon, the entire Great Chu capital was in a state of heightened alert. The Half-Moon Tower kept a close watch on the Dayan sacred sect, prepared to report any movement of their forces to the court at the first opportunity. Numerous commanders of the Great Chu also emerged from their seclusion, readying themselves for the impending conflict. The Great Chu Dynasty began preparations for the imminent battle. A colossal warship soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from the Dayan sacred sect's base. Congratulations to the sect master on breaking through to the Saint Realm, extending your lifespan to 5,000 years. From now on, you may traverse anywhere in heaven and earth, for elders of the half-saint realm expressed joyfully to the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect. I have been receiving congratulations all day, yet this sentiment still brings me great delight. The sect master of the Dayan sacred sect laughed heartily, unable to contain his joy. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon him, or perhaps he was endowed with extraordinary talent. This breakthrough to the Saint Realm had been remarkably smooth, achieving it in just over a month, attaining the realm he had long coveted. His lifespan had expanded from 2,000 years to 5,000 years, promising not only prolonged life, but also unimaginable power. As the saying goes, beneath the saint, all are but ants. Indeed, sect master, although we have sealed our gates during this period, our understanding of the realm of Lingji has deepened. The locations of the 2nd and 3rd elders' demise should be within the capital of the Great Chu Dynasty. With the Great Chu Dynasty controlling the entire realm of Lingji, the probability is exceedingly high that they are the ones who killed the 2nd and 3rd elders. Elder 6 spoke slowly. How audacious for a mere dynasty to slay members of the Dayan sacred sect. Today, the annihilation of the great Chu Dynasty shall be my first battle in becoming a saint. A fitting tribute to my ascension, the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect revealed a disdainful expression. When he was merely a half-saint, he might have pondered the capabilities of the great Chu Dynasty. But now, armed with the power of a saint, he understood that all schemes and plots are but illusions beneath the terrifying strength of a saint. Yes, Elders 6 responded loudly. We shall arrive at the capital of the great Chu Dynasty in approximately 3 hours. The Dayan sacred sect was sending nearly 100 individuals this time, including disciples of the earthly immortal realm, protectors of the supreme realm, and external elders, along with several half-saints and one true saint. This level of strength was sufficient to engage in a genuine confrontation with other saint-level forces without fear of losing. What could a mere dynasty do to withstand the might of the Dayan sacred sect? Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the massive warship hovered above the realm of Lingji, swiftly heading towards the capital of the great Chu Dynasty. Numerous Half Moon Tower members quickly dispatched this news to the court. Are they so impatient? Then let us prepare for war. Chu Luo observed Su Banu, who had come to report once more, a faint smile gracing her lips. The arrival of the Dayan sacred sect's formidable presence would serve as a springboard for the great Chu Dynasty to officially make its mark in the northwest region of Hongtian Domain. The great Chu Dynasty might indeed surpass the Dayan sacred sect and ascend to become a major sacred dynasty in the entire northwest region of Hongtian Domain. Yes, Su Banu replied sweetly. Then departed 500,000 troops gathered outside the capital of the great Chu Dynasty, their morale soaring. Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Hua Zubing, the 3 foremost generals, stood atop the city walls, exuding an aura of unyielding ferocity. Their gazes fixed on the distant void, awaiting the approach of their enemies. Before long, a massive warship pierced through the void, entering the sight of the numerous commanders of the great Chu Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived near the capital of the great Chu Dynasty, gradually coming to a halt. Following this, over 100 cultivators, radiating a terrifying aura, emerged in succession, led by 4 formidable half-saints. Their sacred might lingering around them, the sect master of the Dayan sacred sect arrived. All knelt in reverence. Suddenly, one of the half-saint elders bellowed, unleashing a terrifying half-saint pressure that bore down upon the 500,000 troops and the commanders on the city walls. At that moment, a figure clad in a dark robe, ethereal in presence, materialized before the Dayan sacred sect's forces, a voice dripping with disdain resounding throughout the realm. Let your emperor kneel before me. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, clear enough for not only the warriors of the great Chu Dynasty, but also the many cultivators within the capital to hear. Preposterous, Dian Wei's furious voice thundered. Our emperor is not one to be insulted by the likes of you from the Dayan sacred sect. He shot into the air above the 500,000 troops, his face alight with rage. The twin iron halberds in his grasp radiating brilliant light, poised to strike a lethal blow at any moment. Zhao Yun and Hua Zubing swiftly appeared beside Dian Wei, their long spears gleaming ominously. Boom, 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 kill, kill, kill. The 500,000 troops roared, their faces flushed with fervor, an overwhelming killing intent soaring into the heavens. Can a swarm of ants truly hope to slay a saint, since your emperor refuses to show himself? Then let you all perish, a voice, laced with indifference and disdain, echoed once more, as a terrifying sanctified might envelop the surroundings in an instant. Above the heads of all present, a colossal hand of spiritual energy abruptly materialized, descending upon the crowd like a mountain, ready to crush them. The leader of the Dayan sacred sect revealed a cold smirk in his eyes. This strike, he believed, could easily annihilate the majority of the practitioners before him, turning the ground into a scene of carnage. Just as everyone in the Dayan sacred sect expected their leader's blow to mercilessly slaughter the numerous cultivators of the great Chu Dynasty. A sudden neigh of a warhorse resonated through the heavens and the earth before their eyes. A warhorse engulfed in unquenchable flames appeared, bearing a towering figure wielding a long-handled great saber. In an instant, he declared, in my eyes, you are but ants. A fierce and icy voice rang out, and before the words had fully settled, The great saber was swung downwards towards the massive hand of spiritual energy. With a swish, an utterly terrifying blade aura manifested between heaven and earth, seemingly capable of cleaving the very sky itself. In a heartbeat, it struck the enormous hand, producing a thunderous sound as the spiritual hand shattered, dissipating into ethereal energy and vanishing from sight. Riding atop the fiery steed, Guan Yu approached Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Hui Tsubing, his icy gaze fixated upon the leader of the Dayan sacred sect. In that moment, the power of his second-layer saint realm erupted, causing the very heavens and all present to tremble in fear. The leader of the Dayan sacred sect's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. The imposing man before him was indeed a genuine saint, and one whose cultivation he could not discern, suggesting that the other was even more formidable, perhaps a fearsome presence of the second or even third layer of the saint realm. Regret surged through him. He had underestimated the situation, failing to ascertain whether any powerful figures resided within the so-called Great Chu Dynasty before recklessly making an appearance. Suddenly, a detached voice broke through. "Did I hear someone demand that I kneel to meet them?" A young man clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons descended from the skies, flanked by 2 breathtakingly beautiful women of semi-saint status. The trio was none other than Chu Luo, accompanied by her maid Jiang Shuiro and sister Chuzian. Chu Luo positioned herself before the assembled warriors, her gaze resting on the leader of the Dayan sacred sect. A faint smile gracing her lips, this moment. A flicker of confusion crossed the leader's face. His subordinates were already superlative beings of the saint realm, yet their emperor appeared to be merely a child of the second layer of the supreme realm. "Your Majesty, I shall behead him to atone for my sins," Guan Yu stated respectfully, dismounting and kneeling before Chu Luo. "Indeed," she replied softly, "it would be unacceptable to show no acknowledgement now that they had reached the enemy's doorstep. Slay them all." As a warning, Chu Luo's words fell upon the leader of the Dayan sacred sect's ears like a death knell. "Wait, you cannot act against my Dayan sacred sect. We can depart as if nothing has occurred," he stammered, raising a hand in haste. "Though your great Chu Dynasty boasts of saints, our ancestral saint has reached the 4th layer of a mid-level saint realm." Engage-Eye Guan Yu broke into a smile, raising his long blade high, which erupted with a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, beneath the horrified gaze of the Grand Master of the Dayan sacred sect, the blade severed his neck. The round head fell instantly, and crimson blood gushed forth, staining the earth. The headless body initially stood as if it were a frantic ant on a hot skillet, but within moments, it collapsed into a lifeless corpse. The vitality within a saint-level warrior was indeed vast. It took an extended duration for it to finally dissipate completely. Thus, a saint fell beneath the might of Guan Yu's 2 strikes. All the soldiers of the Great Chu were filled with astonishment and admiration at this sight. The terrifying blow of Guan Yu was deeply etched into their minds, inspiring them to aspire to become such formidable warriors in the future. Meanwhile, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The 5 semi-saint warriors demonstrated overwhelming power, causing the demise of countless formidable members of the Dayan sacred sect in an instant. "Clear the battlefield," commanded Chu Luo, the smile on his face unabated as he surveyed the scene before him. The Great Chu Dynasty had finally come into its own. Even in the northwestern territory of the Hongtian domain, it was now regarded as a formidable force, after the battlefield was tidied up. The capital of the Great Chu returned to its usual bustling, prosperous state. "All of you performed exceptionally today. After resting for another month, if the ancestor of the Dayan sacred sect does not make an appearance, we shall take the initiative to eradicate them, but we cannot remain passive, waiting for others to strike us," Chu Luo declared from his throne in the Golden Wan Hall of the Great Chu. He was aware that the Grand Master of the Dayan sacred sect had sought aid from their ancestor using a talisman before his demise. Yet after waiting an entire day, there was still no sign of the ancestor's arrival. Thus, Chu Luo resolved to launch an offensive a month later, aiming to obliterate the Dayan sacred sect and officially establish the prowess of the Great Chu Dynasty in the northwestern Hongtian domain. Yes, the numerous generals responded respectfully before departing to attend to their own affairs, whether it be training or other endeavors. As night fell, Chu Luo sat cross-legged in the main hall of his palace, when a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the great Chu Dynasty for overcoming a crisis, slaying countless foes, and securing a victory in battle. Points are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 2 billion points. Ding! The point shop has been refreshed. Ding! A long-term lord task has been issued. Please lead the great Chu Dynasty in continuously expanding its territory, developing it into the most powerful force in the Hongtian domain, and acquiring the largest territory, which will yield substantial point rewards. That a series of system notifications echoed, and Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with overwhelming joy. 2 billion points. With such a reward, could I not directly exchange for 2 saint-level generals, rendering the great Chu Dynasty invincible? Chu Luo exclaimed inwardly, taking a deep breath before gazing into the system points shop to see what new items had emerged. Points balance: 2,300,000,000 points. Character section: Blood Transport Soldiers, 1 point each. Spirit Gathering Soldiers, 10 points each. Semi-Supreme Realm Divine Generals, 200,000,000 points. Supreme Realm Divine Generals, 1 billion points. Semi-Saint Generals, 3 billion points. Saint Generals, 10 billion points. Peak Saint Generals, 30 billion points. Saint Venerable Realm Generals, 500 billion points. Legion Section: Trap Camp, 1,100,000,000 points. All soldiers are in the Divine Realm. Tiger Leopard Cavalry, 10,100,000,000 points. All soldiers are the first level of the Divine Realm. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 100,000,000 points. All soldiers are at the peak of the Fusion Realm. Elixir Section: 8-pin top-grade Breaking God Pill, 3 million points each, can directly elevate a cultivator from the 8th or 9th level of the Divine Realm to the Earth Immortal Realm. 9-pin Nirvana Pill, 10 million points each, commonly used by Supreme Realm Warriors. Top 9-pin 3-turn Purple Gold Pill, 50 million points each. Low-grade Saint Pill, Returning to Emptiness Saint Pill, 500 million points each. Mid-grade Saint Pill, Spirit Refining Saint Pill, 1 billion points each, can rapidly enhance the cultivation of Saint Realm practitioners. Top mid-grade Saint Pill, Entering Saint Pill, 5 billion points each, guarantees a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Weapons Section: Exclusive Worship of the Great Chu Dynasty, Saint Level, 3 billion points, equipped with a giant spirit cannon, capable of annihilating Saint Realm warriors, with speed comparable to that of Saint Realm Flight, and possessing formidable defensive capabilities. True Dragon Blood Crossbow, 50 million points each, capable of killing Supreme Realm Warriors. Xianwang Armor, 1,000 points per set. Horse Section: Northern Liang Warhorse, 100 points per horse. Great Snow Dragon Steed, can be used to form the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, 1,000 points per horse. Peak Yuanying Realm. Earth Dragon Steed, 10,000 points per horse. Peak Dongshu Realm. Formation Section: Special Section: Enlightenment Tea, 100 million points. Host Cultivation Upgrade Card directly ascends to Semi-Saint, 1 billion points. Xian Level Spiritual Field Transformation Card, 100 million points, transforms 100 million acres of spiritual fields, can plant various top-tier 9-pin spiritual plants and 1-star sacred herbs. 9-pin spiritual rice seeds, 10,000 points per pound. After a careful examination, a wave of astonishment washed over Chu Luo. There was indeed a cultivation upgrade card, and it directly elevated him to Semi-Saint. This was truly a stroke of fortune. With his current strength, he could easily slay the Grand Master of the Dying Sacred Sect. If he were to ascend to the Semi-Saint realm, how formidable would his power become? Contemplating this, Chu Luo immediately instructed the system, exchange for the Semi-Saint cultivation card. Also, give me 2 entering Saint pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 1 billion points to exchange for 2 entering Saint pills. The 2 billion points have been entirely spent on just these 2 items. However, for Chu Luo, this was an immense boon. Looking at the cultivation card in the system space, a smile of anticipation spread across his face. System, use the cultivation card. Ding! Distributing cultivation. AS, the system's voice echoed. Chu Luo felt an immense, boundless power manifest within him. His cultivation surged dramatically, reaching the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm, then the 5th, and finally the peak of the 9th level of the Supreme Realm in mere moments. With another breath, he broke through the shackles of the Semi-Saint and became a true semi-saint powerhouse, had a faint aura of sanctity radiated from Chu Luo, resembling a genuine celestial being, exuding tremendous strength. Indeed, semi-saints were powerful. As he felt the terrifying power coursing through him, a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes. He could hardly fathom the extent of his current strength. Yet he knew for certain that he was incredibly formidable. The Grand Master of the Dayan sacred sect, who had come earlier, could now be crushed effortlessly with just a finger. No sword necessary. With this newfound strength, there was no need to dread the arrival of the ancestor of the Dayan sacred sect any longer. Chu Luo murmured softly, then sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to comprehend the great desolation sword ART was the final layer. Once he grasped it, coupled with his semi-saint cultivation, his combat prowess would reach an unparalleled pinnacle. The following day, Chu Luo exchanged 2 saint entry pills for a staggering 100 billion points, bestowing one upon Zhao Yun and the other upon Hua, giving AS for why he did not provide one to Chu Zian and Zhang Shuero. It was simply because their talents were extraordinarily exceptional. It would not be long before they could break through to the saint realm on their own. Thus, the great Chu Empire once again fell into a tranquil state. Time flowed on, and nearly a month passed. During this period, 2 saints emerged within the great Chu Empire, Zhao Yun and Hua Zubing. Both received rewards and, the very next day, directly ascended to the saint realm. Now, the great Chu Empire boasted 3 saints in total. Meanwhile, at the Dayan sacred sect stronghold, in an underground palace adjacent to a spiritual vein, an elder sat cross-legged within this palace, saturated with potent spiritual energy. Suddenly, a formidable pressure erupted from the elder, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge towards him. In no time, the elder's aura reached its zenith. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of brilliance shot forth from his aged. Murky gazed, he had finally broken through again, achieving the 5th layer of the saint realm. Yet the distance to the Saint Lord realm remained dauntingly far. The elder murmured softly, and in the next moment, an extreme fury manifested upon his weathered face. Before him hung a message. "Ancestor, save me. In the silent realm of the great Chu Empire, someone seeks to harm my disciple." The elder abruptly stood, unleashing an overwhelming pressure from his 5th layer saint cultivation, causing the entire underground training palace to tremble violently, as if the spiritual vein itself might shatter under such terrifying force. In the next instant, the elder vanished from his location, reappearing in the Hall of Life tokens. Before him lay the shattered life tokens of numerous Yin sacred sect disciples, the most prominent among them being that of the sect masteress disciple. Very well, this is an attempt to utterly annihilate my Yin sacred sect. The elder's voice, low and rumbling like an impending volcanic eruption, brimmed with boundless rage. In an instant, he vanished once more, heading towards the silent realm, that he was unaware of the existence that awaited him there, yet he possessed great confidence. With his current 5th layer saint cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the northwestern region of the Hongtian domain. Regardless of the opposing force, he believed he could obliterate it single-handedly. The Yin ancestor flew, with astonishing speed, swiftly traversing the vast expanse of land until he arrived above the silent realm. Like a shooting star, he descended into a city. Shortly after, he soared back into the sky, heading towards the capital of the great Chu Empire. Within the great Chu capital, a terrifying aura of sanctity erupted from the depths of the royal city, enveloping the entire capital and leaving all its inhabitants wide-eyed with astonishment. The 3rd saint has emerged this month. How extraordinary! Within just a month, 3 powerful beings of the saint realm have come into existence. The cultivators of the great Chu capital exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, 2 saints were born on the same day, and now yet another had appeared. It was utterly breathtaking. In a lavish palace within the great Chu capital, Chu Zian slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a peculiar expression crossing her face. "The saint realm is rather feeble," she mused, "but fortunately I have a brother. In this life, I finally have family." Chu Zian's crimson lips parted as she whispered softly. Indeed, she had regained the memories of her past life. She was once the Taiyan Empress, and now was Chu Zian. Due to certain circumstances, she had severed her path and been reborn, resulting in her current self. Whether as the Taiyan Empress or as Chu Xian, she was one and the same, with no significant changes. However, her brother seemed to be quite remarkable as well. Contemplating the various events within the great Chu Empire, even she felt incredulous. Murmuring softly, Chu Xian then vanished from her location, reappearing in the Golden Dragon Hall, where Chu Luo and numerous soldiers had already gathered. "We pay our respects to the Emperor." Chu Xian slightly bowed, her voice gentle. Gazing at Chu Luo, her beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples. She sensed the terrifying aura that enveloped him. Though merely at the semi-saint level, it instilled a sense of trepidation within her. He was undeniably formidable. It must be noted that in her previous life, when she had reached the semi-saint level, she had not been nearly as intimidating. Xian has arrived. Ha! Congratulations on becoming the fourth saint of our great Chu Empire. Chu Luo remarked with a faint smile. He was aware that Chu Xian would soon break through to the saint realm, yet he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly, especially since he had not granted her a saint entry pill. The others, witnessing this, also clasped their hands in congratulations to Chu Xian, declaring, "We congratulate Princess Xian on her official breakthrough to the saint realm, gaining a lifespan of 5,000 years with eternal beauty." Su Banu looked on with envy, lamenting the disparity in their talents. Although her cultivation speed had been remarkably swift, having ascended from the divine demon realm to the supreme fifth layer in just a few short months. The gap between her and Xian was still considerable. "Thank you all for your congratulations," Chu Xian replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nodded. "Well, since Xian has arrived, all four saints are now present. I have just received news from the Half Moon Tower that a powerful figure from the Dian sacred sect is heading towards our great Chu capital. It is highly likely that this individual is the last saint-level powerhouse of the Dian sacred sect." The ancestor, Chu Luo, scanned the crowd, speaking slowly. "The ancestor of the Dian sacred sect? How fortuitous! Let us experience the might of the saint realm." Zhao Yun immediately interjected. "Indeed, let us witness just how powerful this top-tier being of the northwest region of the Hongtian domain truly is." Hua Xiubing added, excitement evident on his face. "As warriors, they relish the thrill of battle. Very well, let us prepare at once. That old fellow should arrive at our great Chu capital in no time." Upon witnessing the excitement of the crowd, Chu Luo nodded slightly. Subsequently, everyone soared into the air, heading towards the outer walls of the city. They all stood at a distance of several hundred miles from the great Chu Empire. The reason being, battles at the sage level were overwhelmingly powerful, and currently, the entire great Chu Empire lacked any formations for protection that a moment's carelessness could potentially devastate the entire empire. Thus, being 100 miles away allowed them to confront that old fellow without such concerns. Chu Luo stood at the forefront, flanked by Chu Xian and Jiang Shuoro. Numerous generals, including Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, Hua Xiubing, and Guan Yu, positioned themselves behind him, their gazes fixed intently on the distant void, awaiting the arrival of that ancestor. However, before they could wait for 2 minutes, a shooting star streaked across the sky to their astonishment. That shooting star took the form of a human. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before them. "It was you who killed my beloved disciple. You have slain countless powerful beings of the Dian sacred sect." The ancestor of the Dian sacred sect, upon seeing the formidable figures standing in the void, abruptly halted his advance not far from them, narrowing his eyes, which glinted with a chilling light, and spoke slowly. "4 sages. No wonder my dear disciple met his demise here. Though they are all at the first and second levels of sagehood, their imposing presence clearly surpasses that of my disciple by leaps and bounds. Surrounding and killing him would undoubtedly be a trivial task. They have come to me. How could I not take their lives? Just as I shall do with you now." Chu Luo's gaze settled on the ancestor of the Dian sacred sect, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Impudent. A group of ants. Viewing the world from a well. I am a sage at the 5th level. How could you comprehend the terror of your ancestor?" Upon hearing Chu Luo's words, the expression of the Dian sacred sect's ancestor darkened, his aged voice rife with fury. In that instant, the overwhelming aura of a 5th level sage erupted from him, crashing down upon the crowd. Perish, the ancestor of the Dayan sacred sect, suddenly materialized before Chu Luo and the others. Raising his long knife and unleashing a fierce red blade aura aimed directly at Chu Luo. He could discern that Chu Luo was the ruler of the great Chu Empire. Thus, he aimed to slay him first. Bold, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Hua Tsubing, the three formidable sages, unleashed a terrifying counterattack .2 spear strikes, as if piercing through the void, and a blade aura of unmatched sharpness collided with the ancestor's strike. Boom! The four formidable sage attacks erupted in the heavens above. In an instant, Guan Yu and the others were pushed back several thousand meters before stabilizing their stances, while the ancestor of the Dayan sacred sect merely retreated 3 steps before regaining his balance. However, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The fact that 2 first-level sages and 1 second-level sage could withstand his 5th-level sage attack was utterly inconceivable. That it is well known that the disparity between each level within the sage realm is immensely vast. Only those with exceptional combat power and outstanding talent could engage in battles across levels within the sage realm. The 3 sages before him had evidently exceeded expectations in their combat prowess. Though you have surprised me, you ultimately cannot withstand my power. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, a frightening glint appeared in the eyes of the ancestor of the Dayan sacred sect. In the next heartbeat, he slashed out again, the terrifying blade aura moving even faster than before, reaching Chu Luo in an instant, poised to cleave him in two. Chu Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile, ready to demonstrate his current strength. Suddenly, an invisible sword light materialized, shattering the menacing blade aura in an instant. Before the sword light vanished, it streaked across the sky, directly slicing through the arm of the ancestor holding the long knife. Crimson blood gushed forth, and one of the ancestor's arms fell to the ground, but a scream of agony followed, revealing the ancestor's profound fear. Who are you? A mere 5th-level sage, in my eyes, is just a frog in a well. The cold voice resonated as Chu Xian's graceful figure emerged before Chu Luo. Casting a disdainful glance at the ancestor upon hearing these words, the crowd responded with utmost respect. Soon after, they dispersed. Chu Luo returned to his palace, resuming his contemplation of the final layer of the great wilderness sword technique. Chu Xian, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Hua Tsubing, Su Banyue, and others embarked on their warships, leading 1,000,000 soldiers towards the stronghold of the Dayan holy sect. That on board, Su Banyue elucidated the distribution and structure of the forces within the northwestern region of the Hongtian domain. The northwestern area of the Hongtian domain spans a vast expanse of 100 million miles, boundless and immeasurable. Countless forces, noble families, gangs, sects, and dynasties coexist within this realm. The forces are categorized into imperial-level and saint-level powers. The 3 great saint-level forces are situated at the 3 corners of the northwestern region of the Hongtian domain, each resting upon a spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. Beneath these 3 great saint-level forces lie numerous imperial-level powers. However, the imperial-level forces mentioned here are not to be compared with the lower-tier dynasties of the Lingji land. Those are merely the most inferior of dynasties, incapable of birthing even a terrestrial immortal. How can they still be referred to as imperial-level forces? The strength among the imperial-level forces in the northwestern region of the Hongtian domain varies significantly. The most formidable among them may be at the realm of terrestrial immortals or half-saints. Of course, the Lingji land is not included within the northwestern region of the Hongtian domain. For the cultivators of the northwestern region, the Lingji land is regarded as a realm of barbaric mortals, and they do not acknowledge it as part of their domain. Is it true that there exists a spiritual vein beneath the Dayan holy sect, allowing its spiritual energy concentration to exceed that of other locations? Zhao Yun remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Su Banyue and softly inquiring. Indeed, while all 3 great saint-level forces are established upon a low-grade spiritual vein, it enables their cultivators to experience a significantly accelerated cultivation speed compared to those in the surrounding areas. Su Banyue affirmed with a nod that if we were to extract that spiritual vein and place it beneath our great Chu imperial capital, would we not resolve the issue of insufficient spiritual energy in our realm? Zhao Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. The Lingji land may lack many things, but its spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse. Even the spiritual energy in our great Chu imperial capital is not vastly superior to that of other regions. The rapid cultivation progress of the great Chu Dynasty soldiers can be attributed solely to one factor: the abundance of cultivation resources. If we were to supplement that with rich spiritual energy, the prowess of our great Chu soldiers would surely soar to unprecedented heights, extracting a spiritual vein that seems beyond our capabilities, even for a being at the saint level. Su Banyue mused, a glimmer of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed the task of extracting an entire spiritual vein to be an insurmountable endeavor. Leave it to me. I can relocate that spiritual vein and bury it beneath the great Chu imperial capital. Chu Xian's voice suddenly resonated. Princess, you can truly bring the entire spiritual vein home. The crowd turned to Chu Xian, their faces etched with astonishment. Yes, just leave it to me. Chu Xian nodded affirmatively. Instantly, excitement illuminated the faces of the crowd. They were uncertain how Chu Xian would accomplish this feat, but they recognized that she was no ordinary individual. With the cultivation of a first-layer saint, she had slain a fifth-layer saint cultivator with a single sword strike. Such an accomplishment was beyond the reach of the commonplace. The warships traveled at remarkable speed, and under Su Banyue's guidance, they reached the stronghold of the Dayan Holy Sect before nightfall. All cultivators of the Dayan Holy Sect, listen closely. Your ancestors, sect masters, and others have all been slain by my great Chu Dynasty. Those who do not submit shall meet their demise. The imposing figures of Guan Yu and numerous other martial generals from the great Chu suddenly appeared above the stronghold of the Dayan Holy Sect. Their booming voices reverberating through the air that a vast and overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloped the entire Dayan Holy Sect. What? Even the ancestor has perished. The great Chu Dynasty.